Damn it, my 300 million. At the summit of Mount Kilimanjaro 5895 meters above sea level, Chun Mo had only enough time to let out a miserable cry before his whole body plunged into the abyss like a kite with its string cut. At the very instant the feeling of weightlessness seized him, what flashed through his mind was not scenes of his life, but that long string of zeros that had just been transferred into his Swiss bank account. As a fearsome lone wolf speculator in the share market of 2035, whose very name could make others tremble, the past 10 years of Chun Mo's life could only be described as inhuman. In that hell-level market environment so bad, even a dog would shake its head, he had, through brutal self-discipline, cold-blooded loss-gutting, and an almost perverse sensitivity to the tape, forcibly rolled a principle of 100,000 into 300 million. 10 years of drinking ice, and he had finally reaped his due reward. After exhausting every ounce of effort to move his funds overseas in full compliance, he bought himself a top-tier hardshell jacket ready to begin a life of debauchery and world travel at the summit of this African peak. In the end, simply because he tried to dodge a marmot that suddenly darted out, his foot slipped onto hidden ice. His money was in the bank. He himself was on his way to heaven. Who on earth was he supposed to complain to about this? Chun Mo, what are you spacing out for? Hurry up and introduce yourself to everyone. Morning reading is about to start. An impatient middle-aged male voice suddenly exploded beside his ear. Chun Mo snapped his eyes open and began gulping for air. There was no icy wind, no sensation of falling. Instead, there was the thick smell of chalk dust and the shrill chorus of cicadas outside the window. His vision slowly came into focus. He realized he was standing behind a slightly worn wooden lectern. Below the platform, 5 or 6 dozen pairs of eyes filled with curiosity and scrutiny were fixed on him. Everywhere he looked were loose blue and white school uniforms, mountains of 5 years of Gaokao, 3 years of practice, workbooks, and on the back blackboard a line of large characters written in red chalk. 282 days until the 2015 Gaokao. Chun Mo froze. He lowered his head to look at himself. A faded old t-shirt, washed nearly white pilled sweatpants, and a pair of cheap canvas shoes whose edges were already coming unglued. It was early September 2014, the first day of the 3rd year of high school. He had been reborn. He had returned to the very day when his parents' pulling strings had transferred him from a township middle school into the best high school in this county. Memories surged back like a rising tide. On this very day in his previous life, as an extremely self-abasing transfer student from the countryside, he had been so nervous under the gazes of the city kids below that he could not even get a complete sentence out. In the end, amid a chorus of laughter, he had fled with a flushed face to a corner seat in the last row. That bout of laughter set the tone for his entire high school career. Self-abasement, timidity, a presence so faint it was as if he did not exist. Only much later, after being tempered in society and beaten senseless by the stock market, was his life completely remolded. Chun Mo, can you hurry it up? The other students are still waiting. Head teacher Lu Jingi frowned, his tone laced with disdain for this transfer student who had been stuffed into his class. A few chuckles had already broken out below. A boy in the first row even muttered softly to his deskmate, "This guy is way too rustic." Chun Mo ignored the background noise. He drew in a deep breath, his gaze turning crystal clear. With unhurried composure, he turned and picked a white stick of chalk from the tray. With a crisp snap, he broke off the front half. Then in bold flowing script, he wrote his name across the blackboard. Chun Mo. The strokes were vigorous and powerful, the strength seeming to penetrate the board itself, carrying a blatant wildness that stood in stark contrast to his threadbare attire. That beautiful semi-cursive hand instantly silenced the classroom, which had been buzzing with whispers for half a heartbeat. Clapping the chalk dust from his hands, Chun Mo turned around, his gaze sweeping across the room. That gaze, which seemed to pierce straight into people's hearts, made several boys in the front rows instinctively avoid his eyes. Even homeroom teacher Lu Jingi was briefly stunned, feeling that the aura of this rural boy had changed in an instant. He then said, "My name is Chun Mo. I've just arrived and don't have any special hobbies. I don't smoke, I don't fight." Chun Mo paused for a beat. "My only hobby is making money." The classroom fell silent for a heartbeat, then erupted into laughter and exclamations. In those days, high school students either claimed to love basketball or to be fond of reading in their self-introductions. Who had ever seen someone openly declare that their passion was making money? And in such an utterly serious tone, no less. A girl sitting by the window in the 3rd row, who had been bowing her head over an English book, could not help raising her head when she heard this line. Her skin was fair as snow, her features exquisitely delicate. Only in those cool peach blossom eyes there was now a faint trace of surprise. Su Qingyan, the acknowledged untouchable beauty of County No. 1 high school, and someone whom in his previous life Chun Mo had not even dared to look at for more than a second. Chun Mo's gaze lingered on Su Qingyan's clear, elegant face for half a second, then moved away without a ripple as he stooped to pick up his worn canvas school bag. "Teacher Lu, where do I sit?" He turned to the homeroom teacher who was already somewhat dazed. Last row the empty seat by the back door. Lu Jingi pointed out subconsciously. Chun Mo nodded, slung his bag over one shoulder, and under the varied expressions of the entire class strode, with long confident steps, toward the corner seat. After sitting down, Chun Mo paid no heed to the scrutinizing looks from those around him. Instead, he turned his gaze to the high, clear autumn sky outside the window. September 2014. His heart began to pound at an unprecedented speed. As a seasoned player who had experienced every bull and bear cycle of a shares over the coming decades, he knew all too well what this moment in time signified. There were less than 3 months left before the warm-up phase of that unprecedented leveraged bull market of 2015. An era in which you could double your money buying stocks with your eyes closed was reaching out its hand to him. The $300 million he had only earned at the age of 40 in his previous life. A cold smile tugged at the corner of Chun Mo's lips. In this lifetime, in an age where gold lay scattered everywhere, $300 million would not even be enough for his pocket money. However, before the revelry, he had to confront a brutally real and potentially fatal problem. He patted his flat trouser pocket. Inside were only 2 crumpled 10-yuan notes. That was his meal money for the entire week. He had no capital. He needed to quickly figure out a way to earn the very first bucket of gold of his new life in this backwater county town where not even birds cared to stop. The morning sunlight streamed through the mottled glass windows, falling just right on the back corner of the last row of desks. Chun Mo shoved his school bag into the desk and sat down quietly. As he sat, several boys around him subconsciously dragged their chairs forward as if he were carrying some sort of contagious disease. Such undisguised rejection in this somewhat insular no. One county high school was the most direct show of force against a transfer student from the countryside. Chun Mo paid no heed to these petty gestures. He leaned quietly against the back of his chair, his gaze sweeping over one young face after another. Faces strangely familiar, while memories sealed away from his previous life flickered through his mind like frames of an old film reel. On this very day in his previous life, his debut in this class had been nothing short of disastrous. Because of his Mandarin laced with a rustic accent, because of the pair of canvas shoes with the soles already peeling open, he had become the butt of ridicule for several troublemakers in the class. His textbooks were deliberately hidden, water was poured onto his seat, and he was sent to run errands to buy drinks without ever being paid back. All sorts of covert bullying and exclusion, like a dull knife, sawing at flesh, completely shredded a teenager's self-esteem. Years of repression and inferiority left him with no heart for study. In the end, his college entrance examination was a complete fiasco. He failed even to get into an ordinary second-tier university. Later, his parents scraped together another 10,000 yuan and forcibly sent him into a repeat study class. In that year of repeating the grade, Chun Mo was like a walking corpse, burying himself in books with desperate ferocity. In the end, he was admitted to a 985 university in another province, shuffled into a finance major through adjustment. After graduation, he entered a well-known private equity fund and toiled as a financial grunt worker for 3 full years. In those 3 years, he witnessed the deceit and intrigue of the capital markets, was psychologically manipulated by his superiors, and treated like a dog by clients. It was precisely in that brutally twisted, high-pressure environment that he underwent a complete metamorphosis. He quit his job and struck out on his own. With his extreme obsessiveness and the methods he had learned in private equity, he plunged headlong into the perilous share market, embarking on a decades-long path as a bloodstained speculative big retail investor. Who? Chun Mo slowly let out a murky breath, pulling his thoughts back. He turned his head slightly, looking at the reflection of himself in the window glass. In truth, Chun Mo was strikingly handsome. He had inherited his father's height and his mother's delicate features. Though only in his 3rd year of high school, he was already close to 1.80 meters tall. Because he had done farm work in the countryside since childhood, his build was nothing like the frail bookworms who only buried their heads in study. Instead, his shoulders were broad, his muscles firm and defined, the very foundation of a sunny, athletic young man. Unfortunately, in his previous life, he had been habitually hunched, eyes lowered, and together with his cheap, worn-out clothes, all his brilliance had been completely concealed. But the present Chun Mo sat there with his back straight, even when he appeared relaxed. Temperament. This, more than anything, was a man's finest garment. Chun Mo's gaze drifted carelessly over layers of piled-up textbooks before coming to rest on the slender back by the window in the 3rd row. As he watched the girl quietly reading, a trace of irrepressible regret welled up from the depths of his heart. In his previous life, after the midterm exam of the first semester of their 3rd year, the homeroom teacher rearranged the seating to have top students lead the weaker ones. Fate so loved its little jokes. He who ranked dead last in the class was actually assigned to sit at the same desk as Su Qingyan, who ranked first. At that time, Chun Mo's inferiority complex had seeped into his very bones. Facing this desk mate who radiated a cool, aloof aura like a favored daughter of heaven, he drew an invisible line down the middle of the desk and did not even dare to let his arm cross that boundary, let alone initiate a single conversation with her. But in truth, Su Qingyan was no ice queen at all. Whenever Chen Mo could not solve a math problem, she would quietly slide over a sheet of scrap paper filled with detailed solution steps. When she could not finish her breakfast, she would pretend it was nothing and slip a clean piece of bread into his desk drawer. And when Chen Mo was bullied by the class troublemakers, it was this girl, who normally would not even raise her voice, who stood up and coldly rebuked them. It was a pure, untainted, nascent affection, the only ray of light that shone into Chen Mo's life during those gloomy third-year days. Regrettably, that cowardly country boy of his previous life clutched his pride like a shield and forced himself to miss a love that never even had the chance to begin. It was not until long after graduation from university that he learned that on the day of filling in the college application forms, Su Qingyan had waited for him at the school gate for an entire afternoon. "What are you spacing out for, newbie?" A sudden voice cut through Chen Mo's thoughts. A boy in front with permed foil-styled hair and Nike sneakers turned around, twirling an expensive pen between his fingers, his eyes filled with undisguised disdain. "Hey, hillbilly, the back row is my turf. From now on, keep your feet to yourself. Don't stick them under my chair, got it?" His name was Wang Hao. His family owned several internet cafes in the county. He was a bona fide rich second generation, and in his previous life the chief instigator who had led the bullying against Chen Mo. If it had been the Chen Mo of his previous life, his face would already be flushed red as he timidly drew his legs back. But now Chen Mo did not even shift his posture. He simply raised his head and looked straight at Wang Hao. After barely 2 seconds of eye contact, Wang Hao's pinned whirling hand suddenly froze. A chill shot inexplicably up his spine, but the next moment he reminded himself that this was merely some transfer kid from a village. What was there to be afraid of? "What are you staring at? I'll deal with you after class." Wang Hao cursed under his breath and turned back around, as if lingering on it during the lesson would somehow lower his status. Chen Mo could not have cared less. Children's little games like this could not even stir the slightest ripple on the lake of his heart at this moment. Wang Hao's childish provocation was laughable. Chen Mo withdrew his gaze, let his mind grow still, and swiftly began to assess his own situation and the resources he could use. Both his parents worked as doctors at the township health clinic back home. His father Chen Zhangwo was an attending dentist, and his mother Li Xiaoyun was the head nurse. It sounded like a respectable dual-income family, but in an underdeveloped township the pay was meager. Most of their wages aside from supporting the household had been poured into his older sister Chun Jia's university tuition and living expenses. She was studying at a decent university in the capital, the time of heaviest financial burden. One could say that every single yuan in the family was spent as if it had been split in half. Managing to get him into the honors class at one county high school this time had cost not only the few favors his parents could muster, but likely a good portion of their savings as well. All their hopes were pinned on their son sprinting in this final year, getting into a good university, and changing his fate through that single path. The stock market. Speculation. In their eyes, it was no different from gambling, an evil path that would surely ruin his studies and his future. Support was out of the question. Even mentioning it would likely trigger a family earthquake and crush any unrealistic ideas he had. His sister loved him, but as someone who had gone through it herself, she would only patiently persuade him to study hard and not waste time on such things. To open a trading account, one needed to be at least 18 and have an ID card. He still had a few months to go before his 18th birthday. That route was blocked. Borrow his parents' IDs. Out of the question. As for starting capital, he was even more strapped. The 20 yuan in his pocket was likely all the money he would be free to use for some time to come. With that little, even knowing which stock would soar to the heavens would be meaningless. He needed a reliable adult who could act for him and was willing to be used. A name, a towering figure surfaced clearly in Chen Mo's mind. Wei Shan, 3 years older than him, living at the west end of the same village. He had literally grown up on heavy labor. At 1.95 meters with broad shoulders and a thick back, his arms thicker than Chen Mo's thighs, he stood there like an iron tower, silent, his gaze clear and upright. Wei Shan's life had been harsh. His father died early, leaving only a sickly mother at home, and they were dead. He had dropped out before finishing primary school, not because he did not want to study, but because the family truly could not afford it. He had to help at home, working the fields and taking odd jobs, doing any dirty, exhausting work he could find. Chen Mo would never forget that summer night when Wei Shan, carrying his half-conscious mother on his back, pounded furiously on the Chen family's courtyard gate. His father Chen Zhangwo got up without a word, hastily putting on a coat to examine her. Acute appendicitis already suppurating, any further delay would be life-threatening. With the clinic's limited facilities, Chen Zhangwo immediately decided to send her to the county hospital that very night. They took out all the cash the family had, and Chen Mo's mother Li Xiaoyun quietly slipped a treasured pair of bracelets from the bottom of her chest into Wei Shan's hands. The surgery was a success. The Chun family had fronted the bulk of the medical expenses. That honest, straightforward man Wei Shan dropped to his knees before Chen Jiangwo, in front of everyone at the clinic, his forehead thudding loudly against the floor as he wept. Uncle Chun, Aunt Shiyun Xiao Mo. Your kindness I Wei Shan will repay in this life, even if I must be a beast of burden. He had not been speaking empty words. Ever after, whenever there was heavy work at the Chun home, carrying water, chopping firewood, fixing the roof, Wei Shan was always the first to appear in silence. Once the work was done, he would leave after just a drink of water, never saying much. When Chun Mo went to middle school in town and came home on weekends, he would sometimes meet Wei Shan at the village entrance. Wei Shan would break into a simple, honest smile and slip him 2 still warm boiled eggs, saying they were from his own chickens. Later, when Chun Mo went even farther away, they gradually lost touch. Yet after he made his fortune in the stock market in his previous life, he never forgot this childhood friend. Through various inquiries, he learned that Wei Shan had gone to southern construction sites, so he asked acquaintances to arrange a relatively easy supervisor position for him, multiplying his income several times over. Every time Wei Shan received a remittance, he would send back a text message of thanks, every word brimming with gratitude and unease, insisting he did not deserve so much money. Before heading to Africa, Chun Mo had originally planned to bring Wei Shan along. With such a guardian at his side, his safety would be all but guaranteed. Unfortunately, Wei Shan's passport and visa got held up and never came through. For that, Chun Mo had regretted it for a long time. Now his eyes flickered slightly. Wei Shan was without a doubt an adult, strong, loyal to the core, someone whose character he knew inside and out, and moreover one who almost never questioned Chun Mo's words and would carry out his wishes without hesitation. Most importantly, right now Wei Shan should be working odd jobs here in the county or at nearby construction sites. Finding him would not be difficult. As for initial capital, Chun Mo's gaze swept the classroom, once more passing over classmates in name-brand shoes, and with the latest phones finally landing on the faintly visible signs of internet cafes and game arcades outside the window. His fingers unconsciously tapped lightly on the desktop as his mind raced at unprecedented speed, sifting through every possible way in this small county around 2014 to quickly acquire that first pot of gold. Legitimate channels would be too slow and too constrained. But what about information gaps? Those gray area opportunities where with foresight and a vision ahead of the times one could arbitrage without risk. Boundless wealth beckoned not far ahead, but first he had to clear this very first kilometer. The bell for the exercise break rang abruptly, cutting off Chun Mo's train of thought. The classroom instantly grew noisy as students jostled and shoved their way outside. Wang Hao, flanked by 2 Hangerson, deliberately sauntered over to Chun Mo's desk, arms folded as he looked down at him. Hillbilly behind the grove by the sports field, we brothers want to have a little chat with you. If you're a man, don't chicken out. With that, without waiting for Chun Mo's reply, he swaggered away, shoulders swaying. Several nearby classmates cast him looks of sympathy or of anticipation for a good show. Chun Mo slowly rose to his feet and rolled his neck stiff from sitting too long, a faint cracking sound echoing in the quiet. His face was utterly expressionless. No fear, no anger. Only a terrifying abyssal calm. The small grove. Good. He did need a place to settle certain matters once and for all. He followed behind the stream of students walking toward the sports field at an unhurried, measured pace. The September sun still burned with a trace of fierceness, and the plastic track exuded its own peculiar heated smell. Over the loudspeakers, the same old athlete's march blared on loop, while the students lazily dispersed, going through the motions of calisthenics with perfunctory, half-hearted movements. Chun Mo's gaze passed over the sea of bobbing heads and landed on a sparse poplar grove in the northeast corner of the field. That was a notorious place in the county's know. One high school where countless campus grudges were privately settled. In his previous life, he had once been cornered there by Wang Hao and his gang, shoved and cursed at the few crumpled bills in his pocket snatched away, and even forced to crawl and bark like a dog. It was the most unbearable shame of his youth, a memory that, whenever recalled, pricked his heart like a rusted needle embedded deep within. That suffocating mix of fear, shame, and powerless humiliation had never truly faded, even later, when he was worth tens of millions and could stir up storms in the stock market with a single move. It was a shadow etched into his very bones. Ordinarily, with the state of mind he possessed now, he would not even bother to argue with a few half-grown kids like these. But when the word small grove came out of Wang Hao's mouth and overlapped with that dim corner in his memory, a searing rush of blood surged up from the depths of his chest, in an instant blowing apart his cold rationality. He suddenly realized with crystalline clarity, this was no longer the body of a 40-year-old man who had to calculate every step and weigh every gain and loss. This was the 18-year-old Chun Mo. Young, healthy, brimming with explosive power. A body tempered by hard labor in the fields, solid muscles, and bones and blood that still ran hot, untouched by the grinding of the years. The free-fighting techniques he had learned in his past life, the deliberate methods of generating force honed in the gym, all seemed to awaken in this young body like instincts returning home. New hatred and old. It was the hatred of that cowardly boy from his previous life who clenched his teeth in countless dark nights, yet could never exact revenge. Since he had been given life a second time, some debts had to be repaid. Chen Imo no longer hesitated. He strode out, cutting straight across the field toward the poplar grove. Inside it was indeed quiet, as if it belonged to a different world from the blaring calisthenics music outside. Wang Hao and two other lackeys were already waiting, their cigarettes dangling from their mouths as they exhaled clouds of smoke. Seeing Chen Imo actually show up alone, all three revealed startled looks that quickly twisted into deeper ridicule. "What's wrong, scared stupid?" Seeing Chen Imo lower his head in silence, Wang Hao assumed he was frightened. He swaggered forward, reaching out to slap Chen Mo's face. "Come on, call me Brother Hao. From now on, hand over half your monthly living expenses, and I." A sharp crack split the air. Before Wang Hao's hand could touch his cheek, a crisp explosive sound rang out in midair. Chen Imo did not utter a single word of nonsense, showing not the slightest hesitation. His left hand clamped down on Wang Hao's outstretched wrist like an iron vice, then yanked it savagely toward his own chest, instantly shattering the other boy's balance. In the same breath, his right knee drove viciously into Wang Hao's lower abdomen. Ugh! Wang Hao's eyeballs bulged, his features contorting under the stabbing pain. A strangled scream tore from his throat as his entire body folded over in agony. Fast, precise, ruthless. These were fighting techniques tempered in real combat without a trace of flashy ornamentation. Every move aimed squarely at stripping the opponent of the ability to fight back. "You bastard! How dare you hit Brother Hao?" The two lackeys froze for a second before they processed what had happened. Cursing, they lunged at Chen Imo from left and right. Both were sports students who usually swaggered around at Wang Hao's side. Confident in their height and build, they had never taken Chen Imo seriously. Chen Imo shoved aside the limp, collapsing Wang Hao, then slid his foot in a deft step, easily dodging the wild, clumsy swing from the boy on his left. At the same time, he drove power from his waist, his broad shoulders whipping along as a heavy right hook arced out, smashing precisely into the other boy's jawbone. With a dull thud, the lackey collapsed into the pile of fallen leaves without even managing a groan. His eyes rolled back as he blacked out on the spot. The remaining lackey on the right was instantly scared out of his wits. His charging steps skidded to a halt, a fists raised. He could neither advance nor retreat, staring in terror at Chen Imo, who now seemed like a god of slaughter. Chen Imo had no intention of stopping. If even after living a second life, he could not vent this pent-up rage, what right did he have to talk about making up for past regrets? He suddenly stepped forward and delivered a clean, straight front kick that slammed heavily into the lackey's chest. The other boy let out a shrill scream as he flew backward more than 2 meters, crashed into a tree trunk, then slid down, clutching his chest and gasping for air. Less than 10 seconds. Overwhelming, like rotting wood crushed to dust. In the grove, aside from the rustling of leaves in the breeze, only the groans of pain and sharp, hissing breaths from the three boys remained. Chen Imo walked over to Wang Hao, who was still rolling on the ground in agony, and slowly squatted down. He grabbed Wang Hao's prideful, meticulously styled hair and forced his dirt and snot-smeared face upward. "Listen carefully." Chen Imo stared into Wang Hao's pupils, which were shrinking violently, with fear, his voice calm. "From now on, whenever you see me at school, walk the other way. If you dare provoke me again, I guarantee you'll end up 10 times worse than today. Do you understand?" Wang Hao was in too much pain to speak. He could only nod frantically, pure terror filling the depths of his eyes. Chen Imo let go, then wiped his greasy fingertips against a nearby tree trunk in disgust. He stood up, spared not another glance at the three on the ground, and turned to walk out of the grove. Stepping out of the dim grove, he was once again bathed in dazzling sunlight pouring over his broad shoulders. Chen Imo drew in a deep breath of the early autumn's crisp, cool air. After the intense exertion, his heart pounded strong and powerful in his chest, pumping warm blood out to every limb and bone. The faint sting at his knuckles and the vitality filling every muscle all transmitted one truth to him with piercing clarity. This was not a dream, not a fleeting vision before death. The heavy shackles of his former life, the pent-up grievances, the insubstantial regrets, had just been shattered completely under his fists and feet scattered to the wind. Chen Imo had truly come back to life in this 2014, a land paved with gold. He lowered his gaze to his own powerful hands. The detached spectator's mindset of a grown man occupying a youth's body completely shifted in that moment. Soul and flesh perfectly aligned at last. He was no longer an old man looking down on this slice of youth from on high. He was Chen Imo, 18-year-old Chen Imo, blood running hot and ambition blazing. The very Chen Imo who was about to stir up towering waves in this great era. As the bell for the third period finished ringing, a commotion at the back door of the classroom drew everyone's gaze. Wang Hao shuffled back to his seat, clutching his stomach, and hunched over each step of struggle. Grass and dirt clung to his school uniform, and one side of his face was swollen with a conspicuous bruise. The two sports student lackeys behind him were in even worse shape. One clutched his jaw, drawing sharp breaths through his teeth, while the other limped with every step, unable to straighten his waist. The three of them, bedraggled and miserable, were a far cry from the arrogant swagger they displayed just 10 minutes earlier on their way to the Grove. In stark contrast, Chen Mo sat in the back corner of the last row, clothes neat, expression composed. The classroom fell deathly silent for 3 seconds, then erupted into a storm of whispers. Damn, what happened? Brother Hao got beaten up by that new bumpkin from the countryside. Are you blind? You call that a onion? That was Wang Hao's group of 3 getting wiped out by him alone. Who would have thought? That transfer student who's usually so quiet hits that hard. Several girls in the front rows also couldn't help turning their heads again and again, a new hint of curiosity in their eyes. In a campus full of teenagers, strength and fighting ability were often the quickest way to establish deterrence. By the window in the third row, Su Qingyan's hand, which had been working through a closed test, paused slightly. Without drawing attention, she tilted her head just a little, her cool, peach blossom eyes sweeping across half the classroom to fall on Chen Mo. A clear flicker of surprise flashed in the girl's eyes. That transfer student fought and won. Su Qingyan's long lashes lowered slightly as her gaze returned to the textbook before her, though her thoughts had already drifted away. She was not curious about fighting itself. She simply felt that this boy named Chen Mo carried a temperament entirely out of sync with the atmosphere of his peers around him. Was he really just a transfer student from a township middle school? As if sensing her gaze, Chen Mo lifted his eyelids, and their eyes met briefly in midair. Chen Mo's eyes were calm as still water. He merely swept his gaze lightly over her and lowered his head again. Su Qingyan froze for a heartbeat, her pulse inexplicably skipping, and she hurriedly withdrew her gaze, a faint, almost invisible flush tinting her pale earlobes. At that moment, Wang Hao, sitting in the front rows, finally caught his breath. He turned back to glare viciously at Chen Mo, his eyes brimming with venom and unwillingness. The boy sitting beside him muttered under his breath, "Brother Hao, you're just going to let this go? That guy's way too arrogant. Let it go, my ass." Wang Hao ground his teeth, tugging at the wound at the corner of his mouth and hissing in pain. "Just you wait till after school. That hick has no idea what kind of people sit in my family's internet cafe every day. Brother Dao from South Street is a close buddy of my cousin. He's just some transfer from the sticks. Tomorrow I'll make sure he has to crawl to school on his knees." The low murmurs of threat and the surrounding classmates' commentary drifted word for word into Chen Mo's ears. In a small county like this, families who ran internet cafes or game arcades usually had countless threads tying them to idle young thugs on the streets. To ordinary high schoolers, those so-called big brothers with bleached yellow hair and fish tattoos on their arms were absolutely not people to be provoked. But Chen Mo did not so much as lift an eyelid. Hiring street punks for revenge. They were all just bullies who preyed on the weak and feared the strong. If Wang Hao really was foolish enough to send people to block him, he wouldn't mind doing the county's public security a small favor. On the podium, the teacher calmly explained exam questions, voice level and even. At the back of the classroom, Chen Mo ignored the faint glances and hushed whispers around him as if they did not exist. Time waited for no one. He had to open a securities account as soon as possible. The ID card was with Wei Shan. Funds were the greatest roadblock. Wei Shan would certainly be willing to lend him money, even his entire savings. On this point, Chen Mo had no doubt. In both this life and the last, Wei Shan's loyalty to his family had never changed. The problem was, how much could Wei Shan possibly have saved up? A young man in his early 20s, drifting between construction sites and temporary labor markets in the county, while also caring for a sickly mother, would be lucky to have 3,000 to 5,000 yuan saved, and that only by tightening his belt at every turn. Such a small amount tossed into the share bull market that was about to ignite wouldn't even make a proper splash. He needed more, at least enough principal to seize substantial profits in the first wave of the market and complete his initial leap in capital. Lottery tickets. His memories were fuzzy, the uncertainty too great, and he would have to wait for specific dates. Short-term loan sharks. The risks were uncontrollable and violated his principles. Using information gaps to do small business. The time cycle was too long, not in line with his need for Chen Mo's index finger tapped lightly on the edge of his open book as his brain operated with unprecedented focus, frantically scanning through everything he remembered about the year 2014. In this small county, was there a possibility? A way to make legal, rapid windfall profits that someone like him, a high school student with extremely limited resources, could still leverage. His gaze swept past the window, over distant shop signs, pedestrians, and vehicles on the street. 2014, small county. Early autumn. Something flickered faintly in the depths of his memory. Suddenly his tapping fingers stilled. A nearly forgotten, very niche opportunity surfaced in his mind. the tractor accounts and channel fees behind the frenzy of IPO subscriptions. In 2014, especially from the latter half of the year to the first half of 2015, the share market experienced the wildest IPO subscription craze after new listings resumed. Newly listed stocks frequently hit daily limit-ups for days on end. Getting an allotment was like winning the lottery, and funds poured in from all sides. Yet individual investors had extremely low chances, which gave rise to a gray area practice. Big players and institutions leveraging their capital used trusts or broker channels to open hundreds or even thousands of so-called tractor accounts, splitting their funds so each account could subscribe at the maximum, dramatically raising the probability of winning an allotment. To open these accounts, they needed vast numbers of real distinct ID cards. In financially underdeveloped counties and towns, these IDs were often collected by paying locals a small fee to rent their identities. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. Wei Shan was the very fulcrum that could help him touch the edge of this great. Wei Shan worked at the bottom rung of the county economy. His co-workers and fellow townsmen were mostly similar people, holding idle ID cards and likely very interested in earning $100 or $2 just for lending an ID to open a stock account. More importantly, Wei Shan was honest and had some credibility among these peers. Chen Mo did not need to personally organize anything on a large scale that would attract too much attention and invite trouble. He only needed through Wei Shan to find the middleman in the county who might already be collecting ID cards on behalf of certain funds in the city or the province. His goal was not to operate tractor accounts himself, but rather to sell that middleman an efficient scheme for screening and preliminarily vetting ID cards. As a former private fund professional, Chen Mo knew all too well the problems faced by those gathering IDs, false identities, mismatched photos, accounts being reported lost after opening, legal disputes, and so on. A reliable source of ID cards could greatly reduce their risk and future headaches. He could design simple screening criteria and talking points and teach them to Wei Shan. Let Wei Shan, in the circles of trustworthy fellow laborers he knew well, use the pretext of introducing friends to open accounts to earn cigarette money to filter out a group of ID holders of suitable age. Then package these high-quality resources and introduce them to that middleman. In return, he could take a sizable referral fee for each person. In the frenzied climate of 2014, a clean and reliable source of ID cards carried considerable premium. If executed properly, having Wei Shan successfully screen and introduce a dozen or two people earning several thousand or even tens of thousands in information fees was by no means unrealistic. Compared to personally hauling bricks, arbitraging, or doing other petty business, this would be faster and safer. His thoughts crystallized in an instant. Chen Mo took a deep breath, suppressing the ripples in his heart. That was it. After school, he would go find Wei Shan, first borrow his ID to open his own stock account, then persuade him to join in this plan. For startup capital, he would temporarily borrow all of Wei Shan's savings, promise to repay double, and immediately begin searching for that middleman. At last, the bell signaling the end of class rang out. Chen Mo was the first to stand. Grabbing his old washed-out fading school bag, he walked out of the classroom without looking back, under countless gazes filled with all sorts of meanings. At the unfinished construction site on the northern outskirts of the county town, dust billowed as the roar of machinery thundered in the air. Under the scaffolding, Chen Mo finally found Wei Shan. At this moment, Wei Shan was bare-chested, his bronze-colored muscles slick with sweat and streaked with cement dust. He was laboring up the stairs, carrying 2 sacks of cement weighing nearly 200 Jin in total. Shanzi! Chen Mo cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted. Hearing that familiar voice, Wei Shan trembled all over. He immediately dropped the cement from his shoulder onto the flat ground, grabbed the towel hanging around his neck to roughly wipe his face, and strode over in great hurried steps. Moj, what are you doing here? Isn't today the day you were supposed to report to No. 1 high school? Wei Shan's face was full of astonishment. He stood before Chen Mo at a loss, afraid that the dust and grime on his body might stain Chen Mo's clean school uniform. Looking at the man before him, who in his previous life had been loyal to him to the very end, yet suffered hardship all his days, Chen Mo felt a warmth surge in his heart. He patted Wei Shan's solid shoulder. I've already reported. Shanzi, take your ID card, go wash your face, and change your clothes and come with me. Also, how much money do you have on hand that you can use right now? Wei Shan froze for a moment. He did not ask what they were going to do, nor why money was needed. He simply by instinct reached into the inner pocket of his work pants and took out a small bundle wrapped in plastic. My mom's medical bills from last month were just settled. I've been working night shifts here at the site for half a month straight. There's 4,200 yuan in this bundle. That's everything I've got. Wei Shan carefully peeled away the plastic, revealing a roll of wrinkled 100 yuan notes and loose change, then shoved all of it into Chen Mo's hands in one go. Though he had not received much schooling, his intuition was frighteningly sharp. The Chen Mo standing before him still looked like an ordinary high school student, yet the feeling he gave off was completely different from before. Wei Shan swallowed hard. Is this enough? If it's not, I can go ask the foreman to advance next month's wages. Looking at the burly man before him, Chun Mo felt a brief daze. It's enough. No need to go asking anyone for favors. Chun Mo tucked the money close to his body, his gaze firm. Shanzi, trust me. Very soon I'll let you see this money grow tenfold, 100-fold. Now go wash your face. We're going to handle serious business. Moj, I don't trust anyone else, I only trust you. Whatever you say I'll do, Wei Shan replied at once. Half an hour later, Chun Mo took Wei Shan, and just before the securities company's business department closed, used Wei Shan's ID card to smoothly open a margin account in the share market. When they stepped out of the business department, the sun was already close to the horizon. Shanzi, I've got a task for you next. Chun Mo handed Wei Shan a Red River cigarette he had just bought by the roadside and lit one for himself as well. On the site or back in the village, you must know quite a few honest, upright brothers, right? I do. Mostly hard luck people whose backgrounds I know inside out. Wei Shan nodded. Go sound them out. Tell them there's a big boss in the city who needs to borrow ID cards to open empty accounts and run some bank records. It absolutely doesn't involve anything illegal, and they won't need to put up any money. All they have to do is bring their ID card to the business department, show their face, and open an account. I'll give each person 100 yuan as a token of appreciation. Chun Mo exhaled a smoke ring. Remember, only those who are honest and reliable. Anyone slick, deceitful, or with a criminal record, don't take a single one. First gather their names and bring the people together. Wait for my next instructions. Wei Shan took a deep drag on his cigarette and nodded heavily. Leave it to me, Moj, I've got this. If anyone dares run their mouth about this, I'll crush their bones. Just as Chun Mo began to set up the first pot of gold in his new life. On South Street of the county town, at Feiyu Internet Cafe, the air inside was thick and foul. The clatter of keyboards and mice blended with waves of curses. Wang Hao, his face swollen like a pig's head, cursed under his breath as he walked through the hall and headed straight into the innermost VIP room. Inside, a lanky youth with dyed yellow hair and a dragon tattoo coiling down his arm was smoking as he played League of Legends. This was none other than Daoj, the notorious gang leader of the South Street area. Daoj, you have to stand up for me. The moment Wang Hao saw him, his eyes brimmed with aggrieved tears as he pointed at his own face and wailed. Daoj slanted a glance at him and frowned in disgust. Howzy, how did you end up looking like this? Did someone run a train on you? Don't even mention it. A transfer student from the countryside came to our class today, and he's vicious as hell. He ambushed me with 2 of his buddies. Naturally, Wang Hao didn't dare say he had been defeated 3-0. He embellished wildly, painting Chun Mo as an arrogant, domineering thug. He even said he doesn't take South Street's Daoj seriously at all, said you're just a stinking beggar. Fuck, he's really asking for it. Daoj slammed his palm on the keyboard, a glint of ferocity flashing through his eyes. In the world of the streets, face was larger than the sky. A little high school punk actually dared to shit on his head. After school tomorrow, Daoj ground his cigarette out hard in the ashtray and sneered, tomorrow afternoon, when school's out, I'll bring a few brothers to block him at the gate of no. One high. I want to see whether that little bastard's bones are as hard as his mouth. Hearing this, Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Thank you, Daoj. Once it's done, I'll treat everyone to drinks and a good time. On the other side of town, Chun Mo sat on the jolting No. 2 bus, swaying all the way back to the family housing compound of the Township Health Clinic. It was a cluster of red brick tenement buildings built in the 1990s. The stairwells were crammed with coal briquettes and old bicycles from every household, and the air was filled with a familiar scent of everyday life. Standing before his own green-painted wooden door, Chun Mo raised his hand, but did not dare knock for a long while. The closer one is to home, the more timid the heart becomes. In his previous life, ever since he had joined a private fund and been twisted by high-pressure work into a machine that knew only how to make money, the times he returned home could be counted on one hand. Later, even when he was worth tens of millions, his parents stubbornly remained in this small county town. Until the day he fell off a cliff, he had never let them enjoy more than a few days of real peace and comfort. Taking a deep breath, Chun Mo pushed the door open. The narrow living room creaked as an old television played the local news. From the kitchen came the sound of wok and spatula clanking. Hearing the door, Li Xiaoyun, wearing an apron and carrying a plate of stir-fried tomatoes with eggs, walked out. Seeing Chun Mo standing dazed at the entrance, she immediately scolded him with a smile. Why are you standing there like a fool? Hurry and wash your hands, your dad will be off work and home any minute. Looking at his mother's hair, still black without a trace of white, and the lines at the corners of her eyes that were not yet deep, Chun Mo's eyes burned hot in an instant. He blinked hard, forcibly pressing down that sour ache, and replaced it with a bright smile. Got it, Mom. What delicious dishes did you make today? I could smell them all the way in the stairwell. Your nose is the sharpest. Before long, his father Chen Jiangwo pushed the door open, as well carrying half a watermelon in his hand. Chen Jiangwo still wore his usual stern, unsmiling expression, but the concern in his eyes when he saw Chun Mo could not be hidden. At the dinner table. How did it feel reporting to No. 1 high school today? Chen Jingwo picked up some food with his chopsticks and asked casually, it's the key high school in the county. The pace of study is fast and your classmates are all top students. Can you keep up? Has anyone bullied you for being a transfer student? Warmth rose in Chun Mo's heart. He took a big mouthful of rice and replied with an easy smile, Dad, don't worry. The teachers explained things very well and the classmates are all very friendly. Some even offered to lend me their notes. No one's bullying me. With your son's build, who would dare? In his previous life, he had stammered at the dinner table, not daring even to lift his head. Now he was smoothly dissolving his parents' worries with ease. That's good. It's your final year of high school. Focus all your thoughts on studying. Even if your mom and I have to sell everything we own, we'll see you through university. Chen Jingwo nodded in satisfaction. Just as the three of them were enjoying a harmonious meal, a crisp knock sounded on the door. Oh, at this hour it must be old Chu's two girls. Li Xiaoyan set down her chopsticks and went to open the door with a smile. Chen Mo also turned his head curiously. Old Chu Weigua, was his father's colleague at the clinic and their neighbor next door. The two families were very close. Whenever the adults of one household were on night duty, the children often came to the other for meals. The door swung open. Two slender tall figures leaned in, bringing with them twin wafts of fresh, slightly orange-scented, girlish fragrance that instantly brightened the somewhat shabby room. They were twin sisters whose features were almost identical. Both wore simple white t-shirts and faded jeans, their hair tied back in neat ponytails. Their features were delicate and sweet, their skin fair as porcelain. The only difference was that the girl on the left had lively, mischievous eyes, while the one on the right seemed quiet and gentle. Chu Inua and Chu Iran. In his previous life, this pair of sisters had also been a splash of color in Chun Mo's otherwise dull youth. Auntie Li, Uncle Chun. The younger, livelier sister Chu Iran called out sweetly, my mom and dad have both been dragged into covering the night shift again, so we've come to freeload a meal. Come in, your bowls and chopsticks are already set out. Li Xiaoyun's smile nearly reached her ears as she hurried to seat them. Chu Iran dragged her sister Chu Inua over to the table. Her gaze immediately fell on Chen Mo, whose entire bearing had changed as he sat there smiling at them. Like she had discovered a new continent. Chu Iran leaned closer to Chun Mo, blinking her big eyes. Chun Mo Jej, you've been in the city all day at school. How come you seem like a different person? You got more handsome. Her older sister Chu Inua sat down quietly beside her, sneaking a glance at Chen Mo. Her cheeks turned slightly red as she nodded gently and echoed in a soft, sticky voice, yes, Chun Moj, you seem much more spirited. Looking at this pair of vibrant sisters, Chun Mo smiled gently, yet in the depths of his eyes a fleeting trace of pain flashed by. Memories of his previous life surged up uncontrollably. In this closed-off little town, the Chu sisters had been the perfect dream for countless boys awakening to first love. And because their families were so close, living side by side in his previous life, Chen Mo had always been able to sense the unsaid, yet pure affection both sisters held for him. Elder sister Chu Inua's affection was a kind of gentleness etched into her bones, like secretly knitting him a rather ugly scarf in the dead of winter. Younger sister Chu Iran's fondness was partiality mixed with playful willfulness, always snatching his snacks, yet whenever anyone said a bad word about him, she would bristle like a little cat defending her own. Though the Chun Mo of that time was dull and deeply self-conscious, he had still lain awake on countless nights, his thoughts racing as he stared at the moon outside the window. Yet fate was cruel. In his previous life, the year he graduated from university, the once peaceful and beautiful life came to an abrupt end. The Chu family was struck by calamity. A grave family incident occurred. Later, Chun Mo only heard his parents sigh over the phone that Uncle Chu had gotten into serious trouble, leaving the family with insurmountable debts. To escape the scandal and simply survive, the once pampered sisters were sent overseas overnight. From then on, there was no news. No matter how Chun Mo later wielded power in the financial world, stirring wind and rain blocking out the sky with one hand, no matter how many connections he used to search across the ocean, he never found a trace of them. That youth which had ended without resolution, and the unknown fate of the two girls became a hidden scar in the depths of his heart that he could not bear to touch. Chen Mojesh. Chu Iran leaned closer for a better look at him, blinking. You've been in the city all day at school. How come you seem like a totally different person? She paused, lowering her voice, unable to suppress the laughter in it. You got more handsome. Chu Inua also stole a glance at him, her cheeks flushing as she nodded gently. You do seem more spirited, she agreed softly. Chun Mo snapped back to himself and tapped the tips of his chopsticks lightly against Chu Iran's forehead with a smile. Hurry and go wash your hands and eat. If you're any later, I'll finish off your favorite stir-fried tomatoes with eggs. Ow. Chu Iran covered her forehead, her face instantly flushing red. Auntie Li, look at him. Chen Moj is bullying me. Li Xiaoyan laughed so hard her face nearly blossomed. Pulled along by her younger sister, Chu Inua headed toward the bathroom, but just before going in, she could not help glancing back at Chun Mo once more. She did not know why, but she felt that today there was something different about Chin Moj, as if he had suddenly grown up, as if he could now stand in front of others and shield them from many storms. The meal passed in a lively din. Afterward, the two sisters helped wash the dishes before reluctantly heading back next door. Chun Mo returned to his cramped bedroom and closed the door. The walls were plastered with worn basketball posters, and the desk was piled high with review materials. He pulled out his chair and sat down, took the securities account receipt from his pocket, and laid it gently on the desktop. 5,000 yuan. Pitifully little. Yet to Chin Mo, it was already enough. After the market opened tomorrow, the world would give him an answer. If his memory had not gone astray, then his first swing of the scythe would fall upon a certain brokerage stock. Early the next morning, sunlight pierced through the thin mist, and a day in 2014 formally on. In the morning self-study period, the classroom resounded with the rhythmic murmur of students reciting from their books. Sitting in the back corner of the last row, Chun Mo propped a thick volume titled 5 Years of Gaokao, 3 Years of Simulation, upright on his desk as a cover, while he held a second-hand Android phone with a slightly cracked screen edge in his hands. His gaze was locked on the rather rudimentary interface of a stock trading app displayed on the phone screen. Time ticked to 9:30 am, and the share market officially opened. Without the slightest hesitation, Chun Mo's fingers flew rapidly across the screen. The 420 yuan in Wei Shan's card plus the 800 yuan of New Year gift money he had scraped together made exactly 500 yuan. This sum, which in his later life would not even be enough to pay for a single afternoon tea, was now at lightning speed thrown entirely into a full position in CITIC Securities. As a top-tier speculative trader who had weathered an entire bull and bear cycle, he could recite the starting route of the frenzied leveraged bull market of 2015 with his eyes closed. In the second half of 2014, the clarion call of the great bull market was unquestionably blown by the securities broker sector. Among them, CITIC Securities, the leading broker of the time, was the undisputed vanguard. Hardly had the buy order been confirmed when the price action of CITIC Securities exploded like a rocket with its fuse lit. Massive buy orders in lots of thousands and tens of thousands of shares surged in like the tide, madly sweeping up all available supply. In less than 15 minutes, the intraday price line shot straight up, and with an overbearing stance locked itself firmly at the daily limit-up board. A tense surge. His 5,000 yuan principal instantly became 5,500 yuan. Though the absolute profit was only 500 yuan, Chun Mo was incomparably excited, for the stock market's movement proved that the world's trajectory had not deviated in the slightest. A journey of 1,000 miles begins beneath one's feet. This 10% gain was the very first cornerstone of the capital empire he would build after his rebirth. Once he confirmed that the limit-up was firmly sealed, Chun Mo exited the trading app and deftly opened the country's largest stock forum of the time, East Money Stock Bar. In this era, the forum was a jumble of crooks and honest folk, yet countless funds and retail traders hunting for the next great opportunity also lurked within. Chun Mo casually registered an account, choosing the ID Silent Sickle. In the CITIC Securities section, he posted the very first thread of his new life, its title highly provocative: "The bugle of a great bull market has already been sounded. All in CITIC, sit tight and wait for it to double." The body of the post was extremely concise with no lengthy analysis. He merely attached a screenshot of his full position by order in CITIC Securities and ended with a single line of prediction: "The main ascending wave of the broker sector has officially begun. Tomorrow, CITIC will definitely gap up at the open and hit a quick limit up on shrinking volume." In an era where money lies everywhere on the ground, missing the move is the greatest crime of all. Once the post was sent, it quickly drew sneers from several small retail traders. Another lunatic. You dare call 500 yuan all in? A great bull market, really? Poster must still be dreaming. With the shares this lifeless, you think it can rise? Chun Mo glanced over the comments, gave a soft chuckle, and logged out of the account without another word. He was in no hurry. Once CITIC Securities moved exactly as he had predicted, the next day these retail investors, trapped for so long and desperate to find a new belief, would naturally become his first and most loyal followers. In the capital market, reputation often equated to a money-printing machine. Putting away his phone, Chun Mo shifted his attention back to the high school textbooks on his desk. In his previous life, he had only managed to get into a 985 university after a grueling repeat year, clawing his way forward with blood and sweat at every step. Now, as he reopened his high school math and physics textbooks, Chun Mo was astonished to find that the formulas and auxiliary lines which once made his head throb now appeared incomparably clear. After more than 10 years of high-intensity battles in the financial markets, endless data analysis, and extreme logical training, his current cognitive power and comprehension had long since surpassed the dimension of an ordinary high school student. Those problems now seemed to him as simple as dissecting a financial statement riddled with obvious loopholes. As long as I maintain a steady amount of review every day and straighten out the web of knowledge, let alone an ordinary 985, even Tsinghua or Peking University might not be out of reach. Casually, Chun Mo wrote 3 different solutions beside a particularly difficult end-of-paper physics problem, his eyes shining. The day's classes slipped by in a flash. When the dismissal bell rang in the afternoon, the previously quiet campus instantly boiled over. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, Chun Mo followed the stream of students out through the school gate. The moment he stepped outside, he sharply sensed that something was wrong. At the mouth of a shadowy alley on the right side of the gate, 7 or 8 street youths with brightly dyed hair and cigarettes clamped between their lips were blocking the way. At their head stood Dao Gu, his arm inked with a tattoo of a dragon leaping across a river. Beside him, Wang Hao played the lackey, pointing toward Chun Mo as he walked out of the gate. Dao Gu, that's the country bumpkin. Wang Hao's face was twisted with venom, as if he could already see Chun Mo's miserable figure kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. Dao Gu flicked his cigarette, but to the ground, and strode over with his men in tow. In an instant, they had hemmed Chun Mo in at the alley entrance. The surrounding students, seeing this, hastily backed away in fright, afraid to get dragged into trouble. Kid, I hear you're pretty arrogant. You don't even put me, Dao Gu of South Street, in your eyes. Dao Gu swaggered up to Chun Mo, his leg bouncing cockily as he reached out about to slap Chun Mo's face. Chun Mo's eyes turned icy. He was just about to move and dislocate that paw directly. At that very moment, a thunderous shout erupted from across the street. Who the hell dares lay a finger on my brother Mo? In the next instant, it felt as though the ground itself trembled. Charging across the road was Wei Shan, towering like an iron pagoda, his muscular dust-streaked torso bare, an iron wrench clutched in his hand, his eyes bloodshot as he rushed forward. Behind Wei Shan followed 15 or 16 construction workers, all in worn work clothes covered in dust, gripping shovels and steel pipes in their hands. These men, hardened by years of grueling labor under the sun and wind at construction sites, once their eyes went red, exuded a raw, street-born ferocity that chilled the blood. Holy shit. The few punks who had been so arrogant just moments before turned deathly pale at the sight of this steel torrent that looked ready to devour them, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Wei Shan stormed up in a few strides like a god of slaughter descended. He gave Dao Gu no chance to bluster. A fan-sized hand shot out, seized Dao Gu by the collar, and with one arm alone lifted the lanky gang leader clean off the ground, his feet dangling. Who the hell did you say you were going to touch? Wei Shan's eyes bulged with fury as he roared, spittle spraying all over Dao Ji's face. Dao Gu felt as if an iron clamp were locked around his neck, his breath strangled. Staring at the iron wrench in Wei Shan's hand that could crack his skull open with a single blow, his very soul nearly fled his body. A sudden warmth spread in his crotch. He had wet himself on the spot. Be big, bro. It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Dao Gu wailed, almost in tears. Off to the side, Wang Hao collapsed to the ground with a thud, his face ashen, his whole body shivering like a sieve. He simply could not understand how a poor rustic transfer student could possibly know so many terrifyingly tough men. Pushing aside the punks blocking his way, Chun Mo walked calmly up to the paralyzed Wang Hao. Thinking Chun Mo was here to take revenge, Wang Hao hurriedly kowtowed in fright. Chun Mo, no, brother Mo. I was wrong. I won't dare ever again. Please spare me. Looking at the sobbing, sniveling Wang Hao, a trace of boredom flashed through Chun Mo's eyes. Yesterday's beating had already vented his anger. Now faced with this high school kid who only knew how to bluff and posture, he could not even muster the interest to stomp on him again. Get lost, Chun Mo said lightly, not even willing to spare him a second glance. Then he patted Wei Shan on the shoulder. Shanzi, put him down. Have the brothers put away their tools. No need to stir up trouble. Wei Shan gave a cold snort and tossed Dao Gu to the ground like a bag of trash. When he turned back to Chun Mo, however, his face immediately broke into a simple, honest grin. Brother Mo, these blind idiots didn't hurt you, did they, eh? I'm fine. Chun Mo replied with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the somewhat uneasy workers behind Wei Shan. How's the matter I asked you to handle? Any progress? Wei Shan nodded at once and pulled from his pocket a sheet of paper covered in names and phone numbers. Brother Mo, it's all here. These 15 brothers are all from our hometown, honest and steady. They all have their ID cards on them. As long as you say the word, we can get it done anytime. Beautifully done. Chun Mo took the list, a sharp gleam flickering in his eyes. He spared not another glance for the gang of thugs at the alley entrance who now looked like beaten stray dogs, and instead led Wei Shan and the others away from the school district. Half an hour later, Chun Mo asked Wei Shan and the others to order food at a small Sha County eatery, while he himself, list in hand, stepped into an old, somewhat shabby Haidong Securities branch at the street corner. The branch was close to closing time, and the lobby was almost deserted. Shan Imo did not go to the counter. Instead, after a quick scan around the room, he walked straight toward a client manager in the corner who was staring at his computer screen, clawing at his hair in frustration, his face clouded with worry. No need to tear your hair out. I'll settle this month's account opening quota for you. Pulling out a chair, Shan Imo sat down opposite him in a relaxed, commanding manner. Before the man could ask anything, Shan Imo gently slid the sheet filled with 15 names across the desk and said, "Not just for this month. I know you need a large number of clean accounts to channel the funds coming from above." Leaning forward slightly, Shan Imo locked onto the man's stunned eyes. "Starting with 50 genuine accounts with full original documents cooperating. Bring out someone who can make decisions, and let's talk. For the channel fees, I want the lion's share." The client manager at the Haitong Securities branch, surnamed Lin, was originally just a low-level employee struggling on the verge of being laid off. But at this moment, looking at the person before him wearing the uniform of one middle school, he found it both amusing and absurd. However, in the following 15 minutes, Shan Imo used extremely professional financial jargon and flawless logic to completely shatter Manager Lin's psychological defenses. In the end, through Manager Lin's application to his superiors, Shan Imo successfully sold this batch of high-quality, absolutely safe tractor accounts to a group of hot money in the city at an extremely high premium. 120,000 yuan. In this small county town in 2014, that was a huge sum that an ordinary family could only save after 2 or 3 years of not eating or drinking. And Shan Imo completed this primitive accumulation of turning nothing into something in less than 4. He faithfully paid the 1500 yuan in hard-earned wages to the workers brought by Wei Shan, and returned Wei Shan's 420 yuan plus a 120 yuan dividend. Wei Shan declined at first, but finally accepted with reddened eyes, becoming even more loyal to Shan Imo. However, for Shan Imo, this 120 yuan was just the beginning. Early weekend morning, Shan Imo brought Wei Shan and boarded the high-speed train to Suzhou and Hangzhou. On the eve of this great bull market, private capital allocation companies in Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai were springing up like bamboo shoots after rain. These financial brokers wandering in the gray zone would lend you money as long as you dared to ask, no matter who you were. They only cared about margin and risk control liquidation lines. In an upscale office building in the center of Suzhou and Hangzhou, the boss of Hengyuan Capital Allocation was smoking a cigar, looking somewhat stunned at the young man sitting opposite him. Although Shan Imo had changed into a set of mature casual, where his youthful face was still unmistakable. But when Shan Imo slapped 100 yuan in cash on the table and stated the transaction terms, the boss immediately put away his contempt. 100 principal, 110 leverage, 15 annual interest. Interest paid monthly. The boss blew out a smoke ring, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, but in this business, money was the only thing that mattered. But Shan Imo did not follow the usual rules of the capital allocation company, which required using their provided real trading accounts. Instead, he proposed an extremely harsh condition. He demanded that the allocation company directly transfer the 900 yuan of leveraged funds into the bank card under Wei Shan's name. "This is against the rules. The funds would be out of our account, monitoring too risky." The boss frowned and refused. Shan Imo did not waste words. He directly slammed the fund channel business agreement he had obtained from Manager Lin onto the table and said, "The funds will circulate within Haitong Securities system. I use the channel reputation of the city's big hot money as your endorsement. You just need to transfer the money, and I won't miss a single month's interest. If you don't agree, it'll go to the next company on the left." The boss flipped through the agreement, saw the official seal and the hot money name, weighed the options for a moment, and finally gritted his teeth and agreed. After the 900 yuan allocation was deposited into Wei Shan's bank card as agreed and fully transferred to the securities account, Shan Imo looked at the numbers on the screen and finally showed a smile. The 100 from selling accounts plus the 900 in allocation plus the remaining principal and profit from the CITIC Securities shares originally in Wei Shan's account made the available funds in the account exactly 106050 yuan. But Shan Imo's ambition clearly went far beyond this. After returning to the county town, he didn't even go home. He went straight to the Haitong Securities branch and pushed open the door of Manager Lin's office. "Help me activate margin trading and short selling for this account." Shan Imo tossed Wei Shan's ID card and account information onto the desk. Manager Lin's face immediately showed difficulty. "Master Chen, it's not that I don't want to help you. Margin trading has strict rules. You've reached the 5000 capital threshold, but the account must be open for at least 6 months. This account was only opened yesterday." Shan Imo leaned forward, slightly staring at him. "Rules are dead, people are alive. You've worked at Haitong for so many years that don't tell me you don't have the authority to grant VIP channels for big clients. Isn't the subsequent maintenance of this account and the commission from the city's hot money enough for you to take this risk?" Sweat immediately broke out on Manager Lin's forehead. He gritted his teeth. Men die for wealth, birds die for food. He would go for it. All right. He'll get special approval from the branch manager and give you the VIP channel. In less than half an hour, the broker's 1x margin limit i.e. 2x leverage was successfully approved. With the 106050 yuan principal plus the 1000 yuan margin facility from the broker, the available trading amount in Chun Mo's account suddenly exceeded 20100 yuan. Starting from 500 yuan in just a few days, the funds he could mobilize expanded to 2 million level. This was the true capital absorbing speed of a hot money big shot. Everything was ready. Monday morning, after the opening call auction had just ended, Chun Mo sat in the last row of the classroom, holding his phone, his eyes fixed on a stock code 600399 Fushin Special Steel. If the end of 2014 belonged to big finance and brokerages, then from September to October, the true demon stock king, the meat grinder, where countless hot money competed to relay, was definitely Fushin Special Steel, soaring on the themes of military restructuring and nuclear power. This stock within a few months had skyrocketed from 5 yuan all the way to nearly 30 yuan, multiplying sixfold. It was a perfect example of a pheasant turning into a phoenix. Full position buy. Without any hesitation, Chun Mo threw all 200 yuan into Fushin Special Steel. A huge buy order instantly caused a ripple on the screen. Within 10 minutes of opening, under the cover of a collective surge in the military sector, Fushin Special Steel's intraday chart shot up like a leak, pulled from the ground, soaring unyieldingly and sealing the daily limit. A full position limit up on 200 yuan meant a daily floating profit of over 200 yuan. That evening, Chun Mo logged into the stock forum again, and under the account Silent Scythe posted the trade confirmation of this heavy position in Fushin Special Steel. The dazzling 200 yuan funds and the extreme trading technique completely detonated the entire forum. Over the following days, Chun Mo, relying on his extraordinary market sense, jumped back and forth among the demon stocks of the time, such as Fushin Special Steel, Hanyuan Securities, and Changjiang Securities, eating big profits every time. His popularity on the stock forum exploded exponentially, and the private messages requesting fund distribution from local rich bosses and private equity studios nearly crashed his inbox. Meanwhile, on the campus of the county's No. 1 middle school, after the shocking incident at the school gate where Wei Shan and 15 burly men frightened off knife brother Chun Mo, had become a forbidden existence that no one in the entire senior year dared to provoke. Wang Hao kept a low profile in class every day, not daring to breathe loudly. The city classmates who used to look at him with strange eyes had not only put away their contempt, but many even began to take the initiative to chat and show goodwill. But Chun Mo ignored all of it. Every day, aside from glancing at the market during trading hours, he spent the rest of his time frantically absorbing high school knowledge. Relying on his future understanding and logical analysis skills, the difficult points in high school textbooks were quickly conquered. Time flew by. 1 week later, the results of the first school-wide monthly exam for the senior year were officially announced. During the class meeting, homeroom teacher Lu Jingi held the grade report with a dark face. This monthly exam, the overall performance of our class is acceptable. But some transfer student not only lacks diligence in usual times, but also does a perfunctory job on exams. Handed in blank papers for all subjects last in the entire grade. What a black sheep of the class. The whole class instinctively turned to look at Chun Mo, who was twirling a pen in the last row, but quickly withdrew their gazes like an electric shock, afraid to offend the ruthless man who could casually handle gangsters. Chun Mo didn't even raise his eyelids. This last place was deliberately achieved by him. In order to implement the school's spirit of one helping another, pairing up students, Lu Jingi cleared his throat, his eyes complex, as he glanced at Chun Mo and announced the decision Chun Mo had been waiting for. The seats will be rearranged this time. The last place student and the first place student will be deskmates. Chun Mo moved to the window seat in the third row. Su Qingyin, you are responsible for supervising his studies. At this, the whole class erupted in uproar. Countless boys looked at Chun Mo with envy, but dared not speak out. The window seat in the third row. Su Qingyin paused in arranging her test papers, a hint of panic flashing in her beautiful peach blossom eyes. She slightly turned her head and happened to meet Chun Mo's calm gaze. The impassable river and boundary of the past life, the mist moonlight. In this life, it was finally time to start anew. Chun Mo slowly stood up, picked up his school bag, and under the complex gazes of the whole class walked step by step toward the trajectory that fate had originally intended. Su Qingyin sat upright, her back ramrod straight. On the surface, she appeared to be studying the textbook before her, but the slightly pale tips of her fingers betrayed the turmoil within her heart. With a thud, Chun Mo casually stuffed his backpack into the desk and pulled out his chair to sit. A faint scent of soap mingled with the clean, youthful aroma, unique to a teenage boy, instantly invaded Su Qingyian's personal space. There was none of the trepidation from his past life, nor any deliberate fawning or awkwardness from the boy. After sitting down, Chun Mo merely stacked a few textbooks to the side, took out a notebook, and began scribbling and drawing with his head lowered. He didn't even offer a simple hello. Su Qingyan couldn't help but tilt her head slightly, stealing a glance at her new deskmate from the corner of her eye. The lines of his profile were exceptionally sharp and cold, his lowered eyes appearing utterly focused. What intrigued Su Qingyan even more was that Chun Mo wasn't taking class notes in his notebook at all, though instead, he was drawing some kind of line chart model she couldn't comprehend, annotated with highly professional English financial abbreviations, MACD, KDJROE. Was this really the same student who had submitted blank answer sheets for all subjects and ranked last in the grade? A deliberately gentle male voice interrupted Su Qingyan's thoughts. Lin Yu, the class monitor and academic representative, approached, holding a practice workbook. Lin Yu had a refined appearance. His family owned 2 chain supermarkets in the county town. He consistently ranked among the top 3 in the grade, and had always seen himself as Su Qingyan's most legitimate suitor and protector. Seeing Chun Mo actually sitting beside Su Qingyan, a flicker of intense hostility flashed deep within Lin Yu's eyes. Qingyan, I thought of 3 different solutions for this challenging math problem last night, but I feel there might be an even simpler approach. Could you take a look for me? Lin Yu spread his workbook open on Su Qingyan's desk, his body deliberately blocking Chun Mo's light. Su Qingyan frowned slightly, but out of politeness looked down at the problem. This derivative problem is indeed quite obscure. I've only thought of one conventional method with case analysis. Seeing this, Lin Yu felt a surge of glee and immediately seized the opportunity to raise his voice. Hey, you're Chun Mo, right? I heard you submitted a blank paper for this month's exam. Since you're a senior and sitting next to Qingyan, you should ask her for help with the basics. But this problem is probably like an alien language to you. You probably can't even recognize the symbols in it, can you? A few classmates who had been eavesdropping erupted in low snickers. This was the classic high school male rival. By belittling the other academically, he sought to flaunt his own superiority in front of the girl. The tip of Chun Mo's pen paused momentarily. He looked up, his gaze calm as he fixed it on Lin Yu. Too immature, so awkward it made him want to cringe. Chun Mo considered for a moment before speaking flatly. Excuse me, you're blocking my light. You. Lin Yu felt as if he had punched a pillow, his face instantly turning crimson. Chun Mo ignored him, letting his gaze casually sweep over the daunting derivative problem that Lin Yu treated like a sacred text. After merely 3 seconds of scrutiny, Chun Mo picked up a red pen from the desk and swiftly scribbled 2 lines of equations in the blank space of Lin Yu's pristine workbook. The conventional high school solution indeed requires tedious case analysis. But if you had a bit more flexibility and applied L'Hopital's rule to find the limit or directly constructed a Taylor expansion, this problem would be as easy as a fill-in-the-blank question. Chun Mo tossed the pen aside. The red barrel struck the desk with a crisp clatter. The answer is E superscript 2-1. Now can you take your sacred text away? I'm busy. Silence. Dead silence. Lin Yu's eyes widened as he stared fixedly at the 2 incredibly succinct equations in the workbook, feeling as if he had been struck by lightning. As a top student, although he hadn't systematically studied advanced university mathematics in high school, he could instantly recognize the sublime beauty of mathematical logic in those lines. Could the last-ranked student really have written this? Su Qingyan was also stunned. Her almond-shaped eyes widened slightly as she looked at Chun Mo in disbelief. L'Hopital's rule. How do you know that? Lin Yu stammered, grabbed his workbook, and slunk back to his seat in disgrace, not daring to look back again. Su Qingyan took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within her. She bit her lower lip lightly and took the initiative to speak. Since you can solve such difficult problems, why did you submit a blank paper for the monthly exam? Chun Mo flipped a page in his notebook, continuing to draw his Klein chart without even turning his head. Take a guess. Maybe it was to sit next to the top student. Su Qingyan's breath caught, and her earlobes flushed crimson. Since childhood, which boy had ever dared to speak to her in such a manner? The extreme contrast and mystery surrounding Chun Mo, coupled with his composed demeanor, were like a pebble thrown into a maiden's tranquil heart, stirring ripples that refused to settle. Little did she know that Chun Mo's thoughts had already flown to the Suntupan share market. At 9:30 a.m., the share market opened. Using his textbook as a cover, Chun Mo opened his second-hand Android phone with a cracked screen. Within just 5 minutes, the minute chart of Fushin Special Steel traced a perfect 90-degree line locked firmly at the daily limit. Fushin Special Steel had hit the daily limit again. At this moment, his leveraged account held a total of 243 million yuan. In late September 2014, Fushin Special Steel was at an optimal juncture for a major upward surge. The concept of military restructuring had been thoroughly hyped, and various hot money traders like sharks smelling blood were frantically testing the waters on the trading board. Chun Mo nodded with satisfaction, adeptly switched to the background, and logged into his Silent Scythe account on the East Money Stock Forum. He once again posted a screenshot of his fully invested daily limit trade accompanied by an extremely arrogant caption, "Fushin, special steal, the main upward trend begins. Those who aren't afraid to die follow and feast." As soon as the post went up, the entire forum exploded. Holy crap, Alan on one stock. Brother Scythe, you're absolutely insane. Incredible. 2 consecutive daily limits. Worship the big shot. From CITIC to Hong Yuan, and now to Fushin special steel. Brother Scythe strikes with lethal precision. I declare that from now on Brother Scythe is my real father. Fully invested following suit. Standing by Brother Scythe. Hundreds of thousands of views, thousands of frantic replies. Chun Mo's alias was building a cult-like following among share retail investors at an alarming speed. For the entire following week, Fushin Special Steel embarked on a frenzied streak of consecutive daily limits. 5 trading days, 5 daily limit boards. The funds in Chun Mo's account skyrocketed like a rocket. After deducting the interest and fees on his leveraged capital, his net assets had more than doubled. At the market close on Friday afternoon, Chun Mo stared at the string of bright red numbers on his account and let out a long, relieved sigh. It was time to improve his living conditions. This young body was still growing, and the bland, watery meals at the school cafeteria couldn't possibly provide adequate nutrition. Furthermore, this laggy, broken phone was severely hampering his trading speed. Chun Mo decisively liquidated a small portion of his position, withdrawing 2,000 yuan from the profits directly into his bank account. After school that day, instead of taking the bumpy bus home, Chun Mo took a taxi directly to the largest electronics market in the county town. He unhesitatingly purchased a newly released Apple phone costing over 6,000 yuan and a high-end Apple laptop for monitoring the markets and conducting data analysis. Subsequently, he went to the mall and bought several sets of casual, were made from excellent materials, with sharp tailoring, tossing his faded old clothes directly into the trash. When Chun Mo walked out of the mall clad in a sharply cut black jacket and jeans clutching his new phone, he was a completely transformed person. His tall, straight figure combined with his new attire drew astonishingly high turn rates as he walked down the county streets. Money truly is a man's best courage. Chun Mo weighed the flawlessly smooth new phone in his hand, glanced at the remaining cash balance of over 100,000 yuan in his bank account, and a glint of light flashed in his eyes. This game of his rebirth had only just begun. On a Saturday evening at the family building of the town's health clinic, when Chun Mo stacked a whole 50,000 yuan in cash, one bundle after another on the old dining table, the air in the living room seemed to freeze. Chen Zhangwo held a teacup suspended in midair, while Li Xiuyun, just untying her apron, stood frozen in place. Both of them widened their eyes, staring intently at the bright red banknotes on the table, unable to regain their senses for a long time. In this remote little town, what does 50,000 yuan in 2014 mean? Combined, Chen Zhangwo and Li Xiuyun could barely earn this amount if they didn't eat or drink for an entire year. Xiao Mo, where did you get this money? You mustn't go down the wrong path. Li Zuyun's voice trembled slightly, instinctively wanting to push the money away. Chun Mo was well prepared, leaning casually against the chair with a hint of excitement on his face. Mom, where are you thinking? I passed by the lottery shop on my way back from school yesterday and bought 2 scratch cards. To my surprise, I won the first prize. After paying taxes plus a bit of my savings, I put together 100,000. 100,000. Chen Zhangwo jumped up, gasping in disbelief. Yes, Chen Mo nodded. This 50,000 is for you and Mom's household expenses. The other 50,000 I've already transferred to my sister's card this afternoon, so she can have a better life in Beijing while studying at university and not have to worry about working part-time and dealing with people's faces. You child, why didn't you mention such a big thing earlier? Although Chen Zhangwo scolded him, the shock and joy in his eyes were impossible to hide. He was a traditional father, and his son's filial piety brought him more joy than the lottery win itself. Your sister just texted saying she received a large sum of money and was about to report it. Xiao Mo, your parents will keep this money for you to use for college and to marry a wife in the future. Li Xiuyun looked at her phone, both crying and laughing. Seeing the smile lines at the corners of his parents' eyes and their gradually relaxing brows, Chen Mo let out a long sigh of relief. This was only the beginning. When the time was right, he would give his parents a truly carefree old age. But for now, using the lottery as an excuse to gradually ease into it was the safest approach. The next morning, knock, knock, knock. With a cheerful knocking, the Chu family twins appeared at Chun Mo's door. Today, the Chu family's parents were still working overtime, and the 2 sisters clearly came to mooch a meal and hang out with Chun Mo. When the door opened, the 2 sisters outside were stunned. Standing before them was no longer the awkward boy in a worn-out school uniform. Chun Mo had changed into a brand new black jacket he bought yesterday, paired with a pure white t-shirt and fitted dark jeans, showcasing his tall and slender figure. Having just washed his hair, strands fell casually across his forehead. With his sharp brows and deep-set eyes, he exuded an intense sense of allure. Chun, Chun Go. The lively younger sister Chu Iran gaped, her bright eyes scanning Chun Mo up and down as if seeing him for the first time. Beside her, the quiet elder sister Chu Inua felt her heart skip a beat. She keenly sensed that Chun Mo had not only changed his clothes, but also possessed a different aura. That calm confidence was irresistibly attractive to an awakening young girl. What are you dazed about? Don't you recognize me? Chun Mo chuckled lightly, naturally reaching out to gently tap the tip of Chu Iran's nose. This affectionate gesture instantly turned Chu Iran's cheeks bright red. In his past life, Chun Mo would blush at even making eye contact with them, let alone making such a somewhat doting gesture. Come on, let's go to the county town for a stroll today. Chun Mo casually closed the door and led the way downstairs. To the county town. Are we taking that old minibus? It's so bumpy and it smells like gasoline. Chu Iran murmured behind him. Not taking the minibus today. Reaching downstairs, Chun Mo skillfully pulled off a dust cover, revealing a brand new shining black high-powered electric scooter. He had bought it at the dealership right after cashing out yesterday, intending to use it for commuting between the town and the county. Wow, what a new electric scooter. Did you buy this, Chun Mo Go? Chu Iran's eyes lit up, but then she frowned. But there are 3 of us, how can we fit? Easy. Iran, you're slim, stand on the front footrest. Chun Mo said, straddling the scooter with his long legs firmly planted on the ground, a mischievous smile on his lips. Inua, you sit in the back. In the small town, it's common for 3 people to squeeze onto a small electric scooter, but at this age of puberty, such intimate proximity had a different meaning. Huh, I stand in front. Chu Iran's face flushed as she stood on the front footrest, almost leaning her entire body into Chun Mo's embrace. Chun Mo's arms reached around her sides to grip the handlebars, as if hugging her from behind. Hold on tight. Chun Mo chuckled, turning to look at Chu Inua, who was still standing in place with a flushed face. Aren't you getting on? Do you want me to carry you up? Provoked by his straightforward and somewhat domineering words, Chu Inua bit her lip, her heart racing as she sat sideways on the back seat. The road from the town to the county was uneven in some parts. Virum. The electric scooter suddenly shot forward and the cool early autumn wind rushed towards them. Up. Due to inertia, Chu Inua, sitting in the back, exclaimed, her body uncontrollably leaning forward and crashing heavily into Chun Mo's broad back. To steady herself, her delicate hands instinctively wrapped around Chun Mo's waist. Through the thin t-shirt and jacket, Chu Inua could clearly feel the firm and powerful muscle lines of Chun Mo's back, as well as the warmth radiating from his body. The faint scent of soap wafted from his clothes. Chu Inua's cheeks instantly flushed with heat, wanting to withdraw her hands, but she heard Chun Mo's deep and steady voice ahead. The road is bumpy, hold on tight, so you don't fall off. His voice resonated from his chest to Chu Inua's cheek pressed against his back, bringing an irresistible sense of security. Chu Inua's heart raced, and ultimately, she didn't let go. Instead, she gently pressed her small face against his broad back. That boy who was always wronged in his past life had unknowingly grown into a mountain that could shield her from the wind and rain. Meanwhile, the forward-facing Chu Iran was enveloped by Chun Mo's arms, listening to the whistling wind and Chun Mo's steady heartbeat, feeling too shy to even lift her head. On a small electric scooter, carrying 2 beautiful girls blossoming with youthful feelings, they sped under the early autumn sun. Half an hour later, at the largest commercial square in the county, the weekend shopping mall was bustling with people. The Chu family's sweet-looking, almost identical twins walking through the crowd were indeed an extremely eye-catching sight, attracting many young men's gazes. If it were the old Chun Mo walking beside 2 dazzling childhood sweethearts, would certainly make him feel uncomfortable, instinctively hunching his back and lowering his head. But the current Chun Mo, he walked on the outside of the 2 sisters, blocking all those ill-intentioned gazes. His steps were steady, his back straight, and his aura was imposing without anger, causing a few youths who originally intended to approach for a chat to exchange glances and retract their steps. With Chun Mo protecting them so closely and domineeringly, both Chu Inua and Chu Iran felt an unprecedented sense of security. What do you want to drink? Passing by a newly opened milk tea shop, Chun Mo stopped and turned to ask, I want a full cup of grapefruit. Less ice and half sugar. Chu Iran immediately raised her hand excitedly, but then she touched her flat pocket, murmuring softly, but this place seems quite expensive. I just want a cup of warm water. Chu Inua, always sensible and frugal, shook her head. Chun Mo ignored their refusals and walked directly to the counter to pay. 2 full cups of grapefruit, one with less ice and half sugar, the other at room temperature. Add some honey. Chun Mo instructed the staff indifferently. He remembered clearly that Chu Inua was currently on her period and couldn't have ice, and she had mild hypoglycemia, so honey was the best option. When Chun Mo handed the grapefruit tea to Chu Inua, she was taken aback. Holding the warm paper cup, she looked up at Chun Mo's profile in a daze. He even remembered her period and hypoglycemia so clearly. A warm current surged through her body and a layer of soft light gradually appeared in Chu Yinyuo's cool eyes. She lowered her head, gently biting the straw, and a long-suppressed feeling in her heart began to grow wildly like spring wild grass. Wow, Chen Mo, you even changed your phone. It's the latest Apple model. Chu Yiran's keen eyes caught sight of the phone in Chun Mo's hand, and she exclaimed, leaning in without hesitation, her soft arm naturally brushing against Chun Mo's. Yes, I had good luck yesterday and made some money. Chun Mo casually brushed it off, but his gaze fell on a women's clothing store window ahead. In the window hung 2 dresses of the same style, one white and one pink, exquisitely tailored. He noticed that when they passed earlier, Chu Yinyuo's gaze lingered on the white dress for a full 5 seconds, her eyes full of fondness, but after glancing at the 4-digit price tag, she silently lowered her head. Let's go in and take a look. Chun Mo wasted no time taking the initiative as he directly grasped Chu Yinyuo's delicate wrist and led the 2 sisters into that upscale women's clothing store. Welcome. The salesgirl immediately greeted Chun Mo enthusiastically upon seeing his demeanor. Chun Mo, the clothes here are very expensive. Oh, let's go look downstairs. Chu Yinyuo felt a little uneasy and tried to pull Chun Mo back. Their family was strict, and they usually bought clothes at the town's market or budget stores. Chun Mo didn't stop, walking straight to the window, and pointing at the 2 dresses, he said, "Take down these 2 dresses, one white and one pink, and let them try them on." The salesgirl's eyes lit up, and she quickly moved to take the clothes and hand them to the 2 sisters. Go try them on, Chun Mo said, looking at the still hesitant Chu Yinyuo, his eyes gentle. Just consider it a back-to-school gift from your brother. If you don't go, I might just swipe my card right now. The 2 sisters were coaxed into the fitting room by Chun Mo. The fitting room curtain was pulled back. When Chu Yinyuo walked out in the pure white dress, the entire store seemed to brighten a few notches. The dress perfectly outlined the girl's slender waist and her elegant and ethereal temperament like a silently blooming lily. Following closely was Chu Yiran in the pink dress, looking even more playful and cute, like a delicate doll. Even the salesgirl couldn't help but let out a sincere admiration. Chun Mo leaned on the sofa, quietly watching the 2 girls before him. The image of them being forced to leave home and disappearing in his past life flashed through his mind, overlapping with the vibrant beauty in front of him. So beautiful, Chun Mo stood up and generously offered his praise. Chun Mo gu. Chu Yinyuo's cheeks turned slightly red from the compliment, but she instinctively glanced at the hidden price tag on her sleeve. Upon seeing the 4-digit number, she retracted her hand, as if shocked, instantly coming to her senses. No, Chun Mo gu, this is too expensive. Chu Yinyuo grabbed her sister's hand and headed towards the dressing room. Yiran, hurry and change out of it. This dress costs as much as my dad's salary for half a month. We can't take it. Though Chu Yiran looked longingly at her reflection in the mirror, she nodded in understanding. Chun Mo gu, you should save your money for college. This is too extravagant. Seeing the 2 sisters being so sensible, Chun Mo's eyes softened even more. He stepped forward and blocked the entrance to the fitting room. Now that you want to change, it's too late. Chun Mo took out a small receipt from his pocket and waved it in front of the 2 sisters. While you were trying on clothes just now, I already swiped my card and had the staff pack up the original clothes. The anti-theft tag on this dress has already been cut. It can't be returned. If you take it off, it can only go in the trash. Off. Chu Yiran was dumbfounded. Chu Yinyuo was so anxious, her eyes turned red, biting her lip, feeling both angry and wronged. How can you do this? Your money is Uncle Chun and Aunt Li's hard-earned money. You can't spend it recklessly. This money, I'll save and pay you back slowly. Seeing Chu Yinyuo about to cry, Chun Mo put away his. He leaned slightly closer, reducing the distance between them to the point where he could clearly smell the faint scent of oranges in her hair. Yinyuo, look at me. Chu Yinyuo hurriedly raised her head, colliding with his burning gaze. Money is meant to be spent. Moreover, there is no clothing in this world more valuable than what you wear on yourselves. Chun Mo extended his hand to naturally adjust the collar's wrinkles. If you truly feel guilty, then promise me one condition. What? What condition? Chu Yinyuo's heart raced, her breathing quickening. For the upcoming senior year, you 2 sisters will cover my breakfast every day. Chun Mo chuckled, taking half a step back to create some distance. 1 breakfast in exchange for 1 dress. This deal is a huge profit for you, right? The originally tense atmosphere was instantly diffused by this statement. Who calculates like that? Chu Yinyuo laughed through her tears, although the heavy burden in her heart miraculously vanished, her cheeks flushed as if they might bleed. Chu Yiran sighed in relief beside her, playfully huffing. Fine. I'll bring you 2 big meat buns tomorrow. It'll fatten you up. Chun Mo chuckled, ruffling Chu Yiran's hair. Let's go home. In the evening, as the sun set, the 3 of them emerged from the mall with large bags and small bundles, getting back on the little electric scooter. On the way back, the wind became a bit cooler. Are you cold? Chun Mo asked, slightly tilting his head to the back, where Chu Yinyuo was. Not cold, Chu Yinyuo replied softly. Bathed in the afterglow of the sunset, Chun Imo felt the hands wrapped around his waist seemed to tighten a bit more than when they came. On a Monday morning at the county's one high school, the morning sun spilled through the thin mist at the school gate, marking the peak time for students returning to school. With a soft whirring sound, a black electric scooter steadily pulled up to the parking line outside the school gate. Chun Imo swung his long legs over and steadied the scooter. Today he wore the black jacket he had just bought over the weekend, paired with a clean white t-shirt and dark jeans. His tousled hair swayed gently in the wind, and his originally angular face radiated an exceptionally captivating aura under the calmness of the moment. With a new backpack slung over one shoulder and one hand casually in his pocket, he strolled into the school gate. As he walked, a brief silence inevitably fell over the previously noisy corridor. Many passing girls couldn't help but turn their heads, repeatedly covering their mouths and whispering. Even a few girls who usually looked down on others lingered their gazes on Chun Imo for a few more seconds. Isn't that Chun Imo, the country bumpkin transfer student from our class? Did he get plastic surgery over the weekend? That outfit looks expensive. As Chun Imo stepped through the back door of the senior class, the boys who had been boasting loudly suddenly fell silent. Wang Hao in the front row, like a mouse seeing a cat, hurriedly buried his head in a pile of books, not daring to breathe. The class monitor Lin Yu looked at Chun Mo's high-quality new outfit with jealousy, feeling as if he would crush his back teeth, but remembering the dozen or so burly men at the school gate, he had to swallow back his sarcastic remarks. Ignoring the gazes around him, Chun Imo walked straight to the window seat in the third row. Good morning. He pulled out a chair and greeted his deskmate, Su Qingyan, in a flat tone. Su Qingyan was reciting English vocabulary when she heard his voice and instinctively looked up. In that brief moment of eye contact, she was taken aback. The boy before her had shed the faded, cheap, old clothes as if dust had been wiped away, revealing a brilliance that fully blossomed. Especially the faint scent of soap mixed with a clean, masculine aura which wafted into her nostrils with the gentle autumn breeze. Su Qingyan's heart inexplicably quickened. Good morning. She slightly lowered her eyelashes, trying to conceal her momentary fluster, forcing herself to refocus on her textbook, but the English words in her mind just wouldn't come together. At that moment, a small commotion suddenly arose at the front door of the classroom. Brother Chun Imo. A clear, sweet voice of a girl rang out at the classroom entrance. All the classmates turned their heads in unison to see a pair of extremely sweet-looking, almost identical twin sisters standing at the door. Both were wearing the new early autumn dresses they had bought over the weekend, one white and one pink, standing elegantly and instantly becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Unlike Chun Imo, the twins' grandfather was the owner of a chemical company in the county who valued education greatly. Since middle school, they had been driven to school in the county every day, but due to dissatisfaction with their father, they had not received much attention from their family. Aren't those the Chu family's twins from the second-year science experimental class? Who are they here for? Didn't you hear them call Brother Chun Imo? What the heck, what kind of background does this transfer student have that even the top-tier twins from the experimental class recognize him? I heard that these twins are also from the countryside. Maybe they know each other from the same village. Hearing the voice, Chun Imo set down his backpack and walked out. Brother Chun Imo, this is your breakfast. Chu Iran cheerfully handed over an insulated bag filled to the brim. My sister got up at 5:30 this morning to make you century egg and lean meat porridge along with freshly steamed meat buns. Eat them while they're hot. Beside her, Chu Yinyuo's cheeks flushed slightly as she gently tugged at her sister's sleeve and softly said to Chun Imo, You have a heavy study load in your senior year. Be sure to pay attention to your nutrition. Thank you for your hard work. Chun Imo accepted the insulated bag with a warm expression, naturally reaching out to tuck a stray strand of hair behind Chu Yinyuo's ear. Go back and study for your morning class. Chu Yinyuo's face turned bright red from this affectionate gesture. She softly replied with an and like startled deer pulled her sister back downstairs. Chun Imo returned to his seat, holding the heavy insulated bag. As he opened the bag, a rich aroma of porridge and meat buns instantly filled the air. Su Qingyan, who had been pretending to read, felt her fingers on the pen turn slightly pale. She wasn't a gossip girl, but she couldn't help but catch a clear glimpse of the scene at the door. The way the twins looked at Chun Imo with such unreserved dependence and youthful affection was something she understood all too well as a girl. What bothered her more was the stark contrast between Chun Mo's natural fondness for them and his cold ignorance towards her in the past few days. Su Qingyan bit her rosy lips, and suddenly a strange emotion surged within her. It felt like displeasure at having her territory invaded, yet also a sense of defeat she had never experienced before. For the first time, she actively put down her reserve and casually asked, Your sister. Chun Imo was biting into a succulent meat bun when he heard her turn his head to glance at her and replied, Childhood friends, neighbors. The words childhood friends pricked at Su Qingyan's heart like a tiny needle. She turned her head away, no longer speaking. Time quickly passed to 9:15 a.m. The morning reading class ended and Chun Imo wiped his mouth and took out his brand new phone from his backpack. With a 5.5-inch large screen in a high school classroom in 2014, it was simply an extravagant item that felt like a dimensional blow. Su Qingyan caught a glimpse of the phone from the corner of her eye, and her confusion deepened. A transfer student from a small town oppressed, how did he manage to acquire so much money? But Chen Mo paid no mind to his deskmate's curiosity. All his attention was fixated on the trading software displayed on the screen. At 9:05 a.m., the collective bidding ended. After 5 consecutive days of limit-up trading, the opening price of Fushan Special Steel gapped up by 7 today, and the market sentiment remained extremely fervent, with countless retail investors lining up to jump in. Yet in Chunmo's eyes, which had seen through a decade of bull and bear markets, this 7 gap up was evidently the main funds using the last wave of frenzy to execute a trap for selling high. The feast is over. Chunmo's gaze was cold. Without any hesitation, his fingers swiftly tapping on the screen. At 9:30 a.m. at the moment the market officially opened. Clear all positions, market sell. Chunmo's massive stake of over 2 million surged towards the buy orders without mercy before any major funds could react. The immense selling pressure instantly suppressed Fushan Special Steel's opening momentum, and the intraday chart began to turn down like a kite with a severed string. Just 5 minutes after Chen Mo cleared his positions, the main funds also began to flee in panic as the stock price plummeted from 7 to 3. Countless retail investors who rushed in at the opening found themselves stranded at the top of a high mountain, lamenting their misfortune. At this moment, Chen Mo's margin account had undergone a spectacular transformation. Available funds 3.24 million. In just a week after deducting all fees and interest, his net profit exceeded 1 million. Chen Mo looked at this number and let out a long breath. In this golden age, utilizing tenfold leverage and the explosive power of hot stocks, the speed of making money was simply more terrifying than a money printing machine. Chen Mo's eyes turned icy. He was just about to move and dislocate that paw directly. At that very moment, a thunderous shout erupted from across the street. "Who the hell dares lay a finger on my brother Mo?" All the messages were from retail investors asking whether they could get into Fushan Special Steel today. Chen Mo let out a cold laugh, directly posting a new thread along with a screenshot of his clearing transaction slip. "Fushan Special Steel, the tail is left for others. I have cleared all positions." The main text contained only one sentence: high position stagnation, main funds fleeing. Those who rushed in today prepare to stand guard for 3 months. I have already taken profits, total profit 1.2 million. After a 2-day break, prepare to build positions in the next big stock. As soon as the post was published, it triggered a 12-level earthquake in the entire stock forum. What the heck? Scythe brother ran away. Damn, I just rushed in at the opening. Scythe brother save me. A godlike operation. Precision top out. Scythe brother, are you even human? This market sense is terrifying. Profit of 1.2 million. Doubling in a week. I declare the only true god of the Dongfang Saifu stock forum has been born. In just half an hour, this post climbed to the top of the hot searches across the entire site. Countless funds, investment scouts, and even fund managers from formal public offerings began to list the ID Silent Scythe as a key target for monitoring and research. Su Qingyan made no effort to conceal her curiosity. Chen Mo looked at her, about to crack a joke, when a dark figure caught the corner of his eye, striding in from the front door of the classroom with an aura of fury. It was the homeroom teacher Lu Jingi. Only then did Chen Mo's mind, crammed with millions in capital and memories of a past life, jolt back to a deadly common sense. In senior year, cell phones were absolutely forbidden in class. What's more, he hadn't hidden it away like the other students. Instead, he had arrogantly placed it right in the center of his desk, all the better to monitor the stock market and post on the stock forum. Chen Mo, what do you think you're doing? Lu Jingi strode over to the third row, his eyes locking onto the phone on the desk. He was not only enraged by Chen Mo's blatant defiance, but also stunned that this country boy who had transferred in as a poor student could afford the latest Apple model, which cost 7,000 or 8,000 yuan and was scalped at even higher prices. We're in the final sprint for the college entrance exam. The whole class is racing against time, and you not only turned in a blank exam paper, but now you dare to play with your phone openly in class. Lu Jingi trembled with rage, reaching out to snatch the phone. Hand it over. I'm confiscating it. Have your parents come to school tomorrow. But Chen Mo was quicker. Just before Lu Jingi's hand touched the screen, he flicked his wrist and smoothly slid the phone into his jacket pocket. Was he insane? That phone held a leveraged trading account with 3 million yuan and the forum account Silent Scythe, which was about to become legendary. How could he let a homeroom teacher take it? Teacher Lu, Chen Mo said, not even rising from his seat, his tone as calm as if he were commenting on the weather. A phone is personal property. There's no need to confiscate it. He'll take it home. This utterly indifferent tone ignited Lu Jingi's authority as a teacher. You're rebelling. Lu Jingi pointed at Chen Mo's nose, his roar echoing through the senior hallway. Incorrigible. No respect for your elders. Since you don't want to study, don't stay here and disrupt the others. Pack your things and go home right now. 1 week of suspension. Without a thorough self-criticism and a personal guarantee from your parents, don't even think about stepping through this school gate again. At these words, the entire class fell silent. A 1-week suspension in senior year. At the county's top high school, this was the harshest punishment short of expulsion. Any student with an ounce of ambition would have been terrified into tears. Wang Hao and Lin Yu in the front row were barely suppressing their laughter, overjoyed this country bumpkin had finally dug his own grave. Su Qingjian's face turned pale. Though usually aloof, she was a good girl at heart. Hearing such a severe punishment, she instinctively stood up to plead for Chen Mo. Teacher Lu Chen was actually just. 1 week suspension, right? Before Su Qingyan could finish, Chen Mo let out a soft laugh, cutting her off. He swiftly grabbed his backpack from the desk and carelessly stuffed a few textbooks inside. Then, under the stupefied gaze of the entire class and Lu Jingi, he spread his hands. All right, I'll take this chance to have a vacation. Teacher Lu, everyone. See you in a week. With that, he slung his backpack over one shoulder, even turning back to wink at the stunned Su Qingyan with a meaningful look before walking out the back door without a second glance. Lu Jingi stood frozen, pointing at Chen Mo's retreating figure, his chest heaving with fury, unable to utter a word. And Su Qingyan, staring at Chen Mo's empty desk, recalling his utterly carefree expression, felt her frustration and curiosity intertwine into a tangled knot. And Su Qingyan, staring at Chen Mo's empty desk, recalling his utterly carefree expression, felt her frustration and curiosity intertwine into a tangled knot. Outside the school gate, the bright morning sunlight fell on Chen Mo's shoulders. He took a deep breath of the free air beyond the campus, a grin spreading uncontrollably across his face. I was just worrying about being trapped in the classroom for 8 or 9 hours a day, unable to make any moves. That old stakinthamud Lu Jingi actually did me a huge favor. Chen Mo hopped onto his electric scooter, pulled out the offending phone, and dialed Wei Shan. Shanzi, where are you? Bro Mo. I'm unloading goods at the South City Building Materials Market. What's up? Shouldn't you be in class? Came Wei Shan's gruff voice mixed with the roar of machinery. Stop unloading. Wash your face. Go to the biggest tea house on South Street and get a private room. Wait for me. Chen Mo's voice dropped low. I've got something to tell you. Half an hour later, at the Jimingshuan Tea House on South Street. It was an upscale establishment with an antique charm. When Wei Shan pushed open the wooden door of the second-floor private room, even though he had washed his face at the construction site and changed into a relatively clean old t-shirt, his 2-meter-tall iron tower-like physique still seemed utterly out of place in this elegant setting. But the moment he stepped inside and his gaze locked onto Chen Mo, who was brewing tea at the head of the table, his face instantly became reverent. Ever since he had witnessed Chen Mo casually handling the brokerage manager and making 100,000 yuan out of thin air, Wei Shan's worldview had been completely shattered. In his simple, single-track mind, Chen Mo was no longer an ordinary man, but a living god of fortune who could turn stone into gold. If Chen Mo told him to jump off a cliff, now had asked, without hesitation, whether to go head first or feet first. Bro Mo, you called for me. Wei Shan quietly pulled out a chair, perching on the edge with his hands neatly on his knees. Chen Mo slid a freshly brewed cup of pure tea toward him, looking up at this brother who had been loyal to him in both this life and the past. Wei Shan was just over 20, in the prime of his vitality and physical peak. Yet his large spade-like hands were already covered in calluses and cracks from cement burns. Shanzi, quit the construction site job. Chen Mo blew on the tea's steam, his tone calm, but brooking no argument. Wei Shan paused, then nodded firmly. All right, they'll settle my wages this afternoon. Bro Mo, tell me what to do. Should I bring a few brothers? No need. Chen Mo cut him off, his gaze turning profoundly deep. Shanzi, I'll be straight with you. My plans are going to be bigger than you can imagine. At that level, we'll be surrounded by all kinds of open and hidden threats. I need an absolutely impenetrable shield, a blade that answers only to me. And for that role, I trust only you. Wei Shan didn't fully understand, but his chest heaved with emotion, a fervent light blazing in his eyes. Bro Mo, the Chen family saved my life. Just say the word, and they'll take a bullet for you without blinking. I have money. I could hire the best bodyguards in the world, but I can't buy absolute loyalty. Chen Mo looked at him, shifting the topic. But your foundation is too weak right now. Besides brute strength and street-fighting grit, you know nothing about modern security, counter-surveillance, or tactical evasion. Against top-tier experts or complex dangers, your body alone won't be enough. Wei Shan's fervor cooled slightly, and he hung his head in shame. He knew Chen Mo was right. He hadn't even finished elementary school and knew nothing but manual labor. So I've arranged a path for you. Chen Mo tapped his fingers lightly on the table. The autumn conscription drive isn't over yet. I've pulled some strings to get you into the military, the toughest field unit. Go and train hard for a few years, shed your rough edges, and learn real tactical skills. When you're discharged, it'll give you a substantial sum of money to set up our own top-tier security team. Only then can you truly protect me. Join the army. Wei Shan's head shot up, a flicker of longing for military life in his eyes, but it was quickly overshadowed by a thick, unshakable gloom. Bro Mo. The iron tower of a man's eyes suddenly reddened, his voice turning hoarse. I dream of making a big name with you. But my mother's health is failing. She's always dependent on medicine, and she needs 4 drips at the town clinic every few days. If I leave for years, she'll be alone in the village with no one to even bring her a cup of water. If she falls ill, I might not even see her one last time, Bro Mo. By the end, Wei Shan was clutching his head in agony, his fingers buried deep in his hair. Loyalty and filial piety, the heaviest burden weighing on this man from the bottom rung of society. Chun Imo watched Wei Shan's anguish, and instead of anger, a glint of approval shone in his eyes. If Wei Shan had agreed without a second thought, abandoning his mother for fame and fortune, he would have had to reevaluate this brother's character. Lift your head. Chun Imo pulled out a delicate paper box and a white electronic device resembling a camera from a bag at his feet, pushing them toward Wei Shan. Since I'm sending you off, I won't leave you with worries. Chun Imo opened the box to reveal a brand new smartphone with a large screen. I've already contacted a home care agency in the city and hired a caregiver at a high salary. She'll live with you around the clock, taking care of your mother's daily needs and medicine. This is a smart home camera. I've already had internet installed at your place. Chun Imo pointed at the white device. Set it up at home. No matter how far you are in the military, as long as you have free time, you can use this phone to see your mother clearly anytime and even talk to her directly. Wei Shan stared blankly at the high-tech gadgets on the table, his lips trembling uncontrollably, his bloodshot eyes wide open. In this small county town where smartphones were just becoming common, the concept of remote monitoring was like something out of a sci-fi movie to Wei Shan. Not only that, but Chun Imo pulled out 2 thick bundles of cash wrapped in newspaper from his pocket and slapped them on the table. Inside was 20,000 yuan in crisp new bills. The caregiver's salary and your mother's monthly medicine costs. They'll deposit them into your account regularly. Don't worry about it. Take this 20,000 in cash for her daily nutrition and emergency funds. Chun Imo leaned back in his chair, his calm gaze fixed on Wei Shan, who was now in tears. Now do you have any other? Bro Imo. With a thud, the man who never shed tears knelt straight down in the private room, his tears splattering on the floor. A man's knees are worth their weight in gold. Stand up. Chun Imo barked, pulling him to his feet. If you trust me, take the money and the things. Don't ask any unnecessary questions. Wei Shan clutched the 20,000 yuan and the phone so tightly that the veins on his hands bulged. He was uneducated and slow, but he wasn't stupid. He could clearly sense a transformation in Chun Imo that defied common sense. A change from the high school kid who used to play in the creek with him. But so what? Wei Shan wiped the tears from his face, his eyes burning with unprecedented fervor. No matter what Chun Imo had become, he knew one thing: this man was the only brother in the world besides his mother who treated him like a human being. Bro Imo, don't worry. Wei Shan tucked the money and phone securely into his clothes. I'll tell my mother tonight. Tomorrow morning, I'll sign up at the Armed Forces office. In the military, even if it costs me my life, I won't let you down. Chun Imo patted his sturdy shoulder with satisfaction. That's the spirit. Go on. They'll be waiting for your good news. After sending Wei Shan off, Chun Imo had just picked up a teacup to soothe his throat when his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. The screen flashed 2 words, Mom. Chun Imo helplessly rubbed his forehead and pressed the answer button. Before he could speak, a voice filled with anger and tears came from the other end. Chun Imo, where the hell are you? Get back home right now. Chun Imo felt darkness cloud his eyes. He sensed trouble brewing. Half an hour later, he rode his little electric scooter back to the family building of the town's health clinic. As soon as he pushed open the door, a feather duster flew straight at him, hitting the doorframe with a sharp crack. In the living room, Li Zuyan's eyes were red with anger, and her chest heaved violently. Though his father Chen Zhangwo was not home, it was evident from Li Zuyan's demeanor that she had just received a complaint call from the homeroom teacher. So you've grown some backbone, have you? Li Xiuyan pointed at Chun Imo, tears welling in her eyes. Do you have any idea how many people I and your dad begged just to get you into the key class of County No. 1 high school? How many favors and smiles did we exchange? We were counting on you to sprint for a good university in your final year. And what happened? You barely went to school for a few days, and you turned in blank papers for all your subjects in the monthly exam. And to top it off, you dared to play on your phone in class. You actually confronted the teacher and got sent home for a week. Chun Imo, do you want to drive me to the grave? Looking at his mother, whose shoulders trembled with anger and disappointment, Chun Imo felt no annoyance at all. Instead, a deep sense of guilt surged within him. In his past life, he had failed to understand his parents' good intentions and had even resented them for sending him to the city due to his own insecurities. But having lived again, he was acutely aware of how much blood and sweat this couple from humble beginnings had poured into raising 2 college students. Chen Mo did not dodge or retaliate like a rebellious teenager. He stepped forward, helped Li Xiaoyun sit down on the worn-out sofa, and poured her a glass of warm water. Mom, take a sip of water to calm down, let me explain. Chen Mo's voice was steady, displaying a maturity that belied his age. Seeing her son so calm and composed, Li Xiaoyun paused for a moment, her anger inexplicably subdued by more than half, but she still turned her head away with a cold expression. What is there to explain? Teacher Lu made it very clear over the phone, saying you flaunted a brand new phone worth several thousand on your desk. Where did you get that phone? The phone was bought yesterday in the county, Chen Mo said, pulling up a small stool to sit opposite his mother, his tone calm. I bought it with the leftover money from my lottery winnings. He looked at his mother and presented the explanation he had long prepared. Mom, this is the first time I've ever used such a nice phone. I'm just too excited about it. I couldn't help but take it out during morning reading today to check out the new features, and unfortunately, Teacher Lu caught me red-handed. I know it's wrong. Of course, Chen Mo could never reveal the stock trading, margin financing, or the fact that he had several million in the eyes of traditional parents. A high school student dabbling in the stock market was 1,000 times worse than borrowing money at high interest from a gambling den. If you were to say that, it would surely turn the household upside down. Even if you're excited, you can't play in class. Li Xiaoyun looked at her son, who showed a willingness to admit his mistakes, her tone softening, but still filled with concern. What about turning in blank papers? Teacher Lu said you had an extremely poor attitude, and with a week of suspension, how much will you fall behind in your studies? Mom, the reason I turned in blank papers was that I knew all the answers. I was just too lazy to write them down. Chen Mo smiled faintly. Don't give me that nonsense. Li Xiaoyun glared at him. Your foundation in middle school was already poor. How could you know everything? How about this, Mom? Let's make a bet. Chen Mo leaned slightly forward, his expression turning serious. He'll stay home this week to study, not going anywhere at all. Next week, when I go back to school, it will just be in time for the school-wide monthly exam in October. If I don't place in the top 10 of my class in this exam, I'll smash this phone right in front of you, and you and Dad can handle it however you wish without a word of complaint from me. Top 10 of the class. Li Xiaoyun looked at her son in shock. The top 10 of the key class in County No. 1 high school were likely to secure heavy scholarships. As a mother, she certainly knew her son's capabilities. Yes, top 10 in the class. I mean what I say, Chen Mo replied firmly, showing no sign of joking. Seeing the unwavering determination in Chen Mo's eyes, Li Xiaoyun opened her mouth, ultimately letting out a heavy sigh. For some reason, she felt that her son in front of her had changed, becoming like a mountain that inspired trust, even making her, as a mother, want to believe in him. All right, that's a promise. Li Xiaoyun gritted her teeth and issued the final ultimatum. For these 7 days, you will stay in your room and review. You are not allowed to step out of the house except for the bathroom and meals. If you fail to make it into the top 10, you'll see how your dad deals with you when he gets back. Understood, Nurse Lee. Chen Mo smiled and gave a rather awkward salute, then swiftly dashed into his bedroom with his backpack. With a click, he locked the bedroom door. After shutting out his mother's sighs, Chen Mo leaned against the wooden door and let out a long breath. Forcing himself to act like a high school student was quite difficult, but regardless, as long as his grades improved later, his parents would definitely grant him significant autonomy due to his senior year. Studying at home was the best scenario for him. After all, he was still a minor without his own house. If he were at school, he would not only be subjected to strict discipline, but also have to watch out for teachers and classmates. If he were at an internet cafe, the noisy environment, aside the financial operations, would be extremely unsafe. This week was his best opportunity to soar in the stock market. Chen Mo casually tossed his backpack onto the bed, pulled up a chair at the desk, and turned on the computer he had just bought yesterday. The screen lit up, connecting to the wireless network. He took a deep breath and opened the stock trading software. Total account assets, 32415886. 72. After deducting the principal and interest from the margin financing companies and brokers, Chen Mo's net worth had already reached over 1.3 million. In 2014, this was an astronomical figure for a high school student. But it wasn't enough. Only 2 months remained until the epic leveraged bull market he remembered fully erupted. 7 days, 5 trading days. The conventional limit-up compound interest is too slow. If I want to break 10 million, I must resort to some extreme measures. Chen Mo stared at the dates circled in red on the calendar, pulling up the list of stocks he knew by heart. On the first day at 9:30 a.m., Chen Mo focused his attention on the restructured monster stock Mindong Electric Power. This stock had just undergone several days of declining and washing out, with retail investors despairingly cutting their losses, but Chen Mo knew that its main upward wave was set to begin today. Without a moment's hesitation, he fully invested over 320,000 in market price. At 1:30 p.m., the main force suddenly surged, shooting up like a rocket and sealing it tightly. On that day, he made a floating profit of 10, and in the following days he continued his winning streak. By the third day of the morning session, Chun Mo decisively pressed the button to clear his position at the limit up, firmly pocketing his profits. After 3 bloody days of harvesting, his net assets officially surpassed 3 million. With the funds secured, Chun Mo immediately transferred the principal and penalties from the previous private margin financing back to the financing boss in Su Hang through online banking. This type of private margin financing, which operated in a gray area and where the boss couldn't see the back-end operations, was too small and risky for him now, so he planned to completely abandon it. It's time to enter the super channel. Chun Mo picked up the phone on the desk and directly dialed Manager Lin of Haitong Securities. Young Master Chun, you are my living cash cow. Your several accounts have been. As soon as the call connected, Manager Lin's sycophantic voice came through. Cut the crap. Chun Mo interrupted him, his voice carrying an unyielding pressure. Check my main account and see what my current net assets are. After some operations in front of the computer, a shocked exclamation came through. Wah. What the hell? 3 million. Young Master Chun, when you opened your account last week, didn't you only have a few thousand in your own funds? You don't need to worry about that. Chun Mo leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping the tabletop. Manager Lin, the ordinary margin financing of 1-1 leverage no longer satisfies my appetite. I want to use the trust channel you have with Haidong to conduct umbrella trusts. Manager Lin swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Young Master Chun, the trust channel has a very high threshold. It starts at 1-3 leverage. I want 1-5. Chun Mo's gaze was sharp as a knife. 1-5. Manager Lin nearly fell from his chair. Young Master Chun, that is the extreme leverage. If your 3 million is fully invested and you hit a limit down, even a 10 drop would wipe you out. I accept the risk of liquidation. You just focus on your exorbitant commission, Chun Mo said coldly. I will provide 3 million in subordinated capital and let the trust side match it with 15 million in senior capital. A total of 18 million in transactions. Oh, I want to see the funds arrive before the market opens this afternoon. If it can't be done, I will immediately switch my account to Guitai. Wait. Young Master Chun, give me 2 hours. Even if I have to break the threshold of the branch manager, I will get you that channel approved. Faced with this enormous opportunity, Manager Lin completely lost his sanity. After securing the funding channel, Chun Mo skillfully entered the Dongfang Caifu stock forum. At this point, his account for the Silent Scythe had been completely flooded with private messages, the red indicating an astounding 999. In these 3 days, his flawless trading records, always buying on limit ups and selling at peaks, had stirred up a terrifying storm in the stock forum. Scythe brother, I sell. I'll partner with you on the deal. Please give me the code, one message pleaded. Boss, we are a private fund studio from Modu. We sincerely invite you to be the manager. Profit split 70-30. His market instinct is inhuman. 3 consecutive limit hits. This must be the guise of some top-tier speculative capital. Retail investors worshipped him frantically while institutions and scouts probed him in secret. Chun Mo sneered at those small outfits begging for codes and profit shares. Just as he prepared to clear his inbox with one click, a private message buried among the unread suddenly made his pupils tighten. The sender's ID was understated Xiaoxing Lao Zhao. The message was only a few lines penned in the humblest tone. Greetings, Senior Scythe. I am a small retail investor from Xiaoxing. These past days I have been staring at your trade statements and studying them over and over. Your execution is like a master butcher dissecting an ox. Your entries and exits are so precise they send shivers down my spine. Lately my short-term trades always miss the sentiment cycles and suffer losses. I am stuck in a bottleneck. May I add a contact? I beg for a sentence or two of guidance. I will gladly pay tuition. Reading the message, a strange smile tugged at Chun Mo's lips, and his heart quickened a fraction. Ordinary retail traders would not know what that ID would signify in the future, but as a top speculative operator who had weathered 10 years of a share storms, Chun Mo knew exactly who that was. Zhao Leoj. The very speculator who in the later great bull market would turn 100,000 into 10,000 times itself in 8 years and leave the line. 8 years 10,000-fold. Today the deed is complete on the Shomu Forum, thereby sealing an immortal legend among his share speculators. I never expected that at the end of 2014 Zhao Leoj would still be stumbling about seeking instruction like a novice. Chun Mo leaned back in his chair, his eyes bright with light. He had at first thought this was a namesake, but after clicking into the man's profile and skimming a few of his prior postmortems, Chun Mo was certain this was the very future helm of the speculative forces that would dominate the leaderboard. That innate sensitivity to sentiment cycles already revealed itself in embryonic form. What he lacked now was merely a slight nudge and the battlefield seasoning of managing large capital. This is a rare celestial-grade warrior falling into my lap, Chun Mo's mind raced. With his capital set to explode, founding a private fund or even a multinational financial group would become the inevitable path. Even if he had 3 bodies and 6 arms, he could not monitor the market depth of hundreds of stocks alone. He lacked a true razor-sharp talent who could open new territory for him on the financial battlefield. And Xiaoxing Lao Zhao before him was the perfect candidate. Chun Mo placed his hands on the keyboard, measured his tone, and replied, "Forget the tuition, I do not lack that money. I have read your recap posts. Your market feel is excellent, you were born for this work. But your vision is too small, you are trapped by retail thinking and cannot see the macro-emotional manipulation of major funds. If you truly want to learn, chatting online will not suffice. Next month I will go through the Swang area. If you have the courage, meet me in person. I can not only point out your bottleneck, I can hand you a fortune. Do you dare?" He sent the message and then closed the conversation. He knew that for a trading genius like Zhao with gambling blood and ambition in his bones, such a mysterious, irresistibly tempting bait would be impossible to resist. There was no rush. Let it simmer. When his capital truly surpassed 10 million, or even several tens of millions, an offline meeting backed by absolute financial might would crush reservations and make this future speculative god willingly utter the word boss. At that moment, the phone on the desk vibrated. "Young Master Chun, it's done." Manager Lin's voice trembled with excitement. 15 million in priority funds have been fully transferred into the trust sub-account. With your 3 million subordinated funds, there is a total usable limit of 18 million. You can trade at any time. Efficient. Your commission will not be forgotten. Chun Mo hung up and switched back to his trading interface, staring at the line showing available funds 180000. Chun Mo drew a deep breath, his gaze sharpened. Time reached 1:00 p.m. Afternoon trading opened. Chun Mo fixed his eyes on the absolute leader of the internet finance sector, Jingi. This future super leviathan was hovering about 2% below after market wobble. The tape showed fierce battle between bulls and bears, and tens of thousands of lots of panic sell orders pressed on the sell 1 to sell 5 levels. Without hesitation, Chun Mo planted his hands on the keyboard and put the entire 18 million to work. A single colossal buy order, nearly 20 million, instantly absorbed all of Jingi's sell pressure. What had been a listless share price was pushed by that overwhelming surge of capital into a brutally vertical 90-degree spike on the intraday chart. Countless retail viewers and institutional watchers barely had time to register what was happening before they were swept up by the irresistible torrent. The price rocketed straight to the limit, and then more buy orders piled in. Limit up, locked. In under 2 minutes, Jingi had been forcefully pulled from below to the limit by Chun Mo alone. Capital of all types surged in, and the stock was sealed at the cap. The forum fell silent for a heartbeat, then exploded into tsunami-like jubilation. A full 20, my god, from 2 underwater straight to 20 limit. It's as if deities themselves are trading. Chun Mo's 18 million acted like a nuclear spark. Jingi not only hit the rigid 20% cap, but produced a terrifying intraday amplitude of 22%. At 3 o'clock, the share market closed. Chun Mo watched the day's floating profit of 3.96 million rise in his account, his expression still calm as water. Including principal, the trust account's total assets had already approached the 22 million mark. At 5:30, the financial websites updated their top trader boards as scheduled. Jingi appeared on the list. Among the top 5 buyer seats, Bayonne 1 line stood out in glaring characters: Haidong Securities XX, County Shinkai Road Branch. Net by 180000. The domestic circle of speculative capital and the forums trembled again. A small county branch harboring such a river-crossing dragon. Who would have imagined it? The maneuver was so domineering and ruthless it had never been heard of. Within minutes, the phone on his desk began to vibrate like mad. "Young Master Chun, the top trader list. You are by 1 on the leaderboard." Manager Lin's voice burst through the line, excitement verging on breaking. Even across the phone, one could feel Manager Lin's fervor. For a county branch to secure the by 1 slot on the leaderboard, what pride and prestige. He could hardly contain his reverence. "Enough, don't make a fuss," Chun Mo said indifferently, as if he had done something trivial. "This is just an appetizer. Keep a close eye on the trust channel. Don't drop the ball. Rest assured, even if the sky falls, your channel will remain the highest level VP," Manager Lin promised. After hanging up, Chun Mo leaned back with a cold smile. Getting onto the leaderboard had been deliberate. The fame and the premium of the seat were invisible blades he would use to reap the market later. The next morning at 9:15, the pre-open call auction began. Carrying yesterday's miraculous surge and the by 1 leaderboard prestige, Jingi was immediately pinned to a 1 price limit up at the opening. Another 20%. Seeing the sealed orders of millions of lots, Chun Mo did not hesitate. Profits have been taken to the full, the rest you can fight over. At the instant of the 9:30 open, he hit the core button. With icy precision, he threw more than 26 million in chips onto the buy side without reservation. That massive cash out created a momentary loosen in the single price board, but but in the market's fever his chips were picked up by other retail and institutional hands in less than 10 seconds. Taking his gains to safety, Chun Mo did not linger. His fingers danced across the keyboard as he instantly switched to the next super prey he had been eyeing, Zhongxin Securities. In a great bull market, brokerages are the backbone. Zhongxin Securities was at the cusp of breaking a major platform and launching its primary ascent. On the tape, Zhongxin had just gapped up, hovering around a 2% gain. Now, the more than 26 million freshly cashed from Jingi was immediately funneled full force into Zhongxin. Though the order book for such a heavyweight stock ran deep, his concentrated hammering still carved a conspicuous upward inflection on the intraday curve. More importantly, Jingi's 2 consecutive limit-ups had already stoked market sentiment. Now that large buy orders hit Zhongxin, the bullish fervor was wholly ignited. Money began to follow in a frenzy. At 1015, Zhongxin surged and finally slammed into the limit. Chun Mo reclined and watched the glaring red cap line, exhaling a long, satisfied breath. Cashing 20% from Jingi and seamlessly linking into an 8% intraday gain on Zhongxin produced a terrifying compound single-day return of 30%. Account funds reached 285,480,000. Net assets hit 105,480,000, successfully breaking the 10 million mark. All of this had occurred within less than half a month since his rebirth, yet it was still only 2014. This occurred merely within half a month of his rebirth, and it is still 2014. He then opened the overflowing private message inbox of the Silent Side's backend. Among the flurry of messages from retail investors seeking codes, he skillfully sifted out the professional IDs with institutional suffixes. Without lengthy discussions or showing any reverence for the large institutions, he simply copied and pasted an extremely arrogant reply. Profit sharing is out of the question. If you're interested in my trading logic and methods, come to find me at 2 p.m. this weekend at the Juming Xin Tea House on South Street of Jiao County. Don't be late. After sending this mass message, Chun Mo directly shut down his computer. In this capital-dominated circle, the more one puts on airs and remains mysterious, the more the blood-sucking capital giants will pounce like hungry wolves. Visit him in the big city. Sorry, he now holds the scythe. If they want cooperation, they must come to this backward small county and see his expression. In the afternoon, Chun Mo rode his small electric scooter to a dilapidated housing area at the east end of the. As soon as he stepped into the yard, he caught a faint whiff of traditional Chinese medicine, but compared to a few days ago, the yard felt less dilapidated and more tidy with a hint of homely warmth. Go. Wei Shan, who was chopping firewood in the yard, immediately threw down his axe and wiped his hands on his apron as he approached. Chun Mo walked into the small room, where in the corner a newly installed white smart camera was blinking softly. By the bed, Aunt Wang, the caregiver hired at a high salary, was feeding Wei Shan's mother warm water. How are you feeling today, Aunt? Chun Mo stepped forward, his voice gentle. Oh, Xiao Mo is here. Wei Shan's mother's weathered face was filled with tears of gratitude as she struggled to sit up, tightly grasping Chun Mo's hand. I've heard from Shan Zi about everything you've done. Not only have you found him a proper path, but you've also spent so much money to hire a caregiver and buy medicine. I can never repay the kindness of the Chen family in my next life. Aunt, you are too kind. Shan Zi and I are like brothers, and this is what I ought to do. Chun Mo gently held the old woman's hand, soothing her. Rest assured, as Shan Zi is in the army, he can watch you every day through that camera. You need to get better quickly. There will be grandchildren to hold in the future. After a moment of warmth, Chun Mo called Wei Shan to the yard. Have you checked in at the armed forces? Yes. I passed the physical examination, and the leaders at the armed forces saw my physique and directly stamped the approval. I am definitely assigned to a frontline combat unit. Wei Shan pounded his chest, his eyes filled with anticipation for the future. Let's go. Chun Mo patted his shoulder. Before you enlist, it'll take you to get a complete set of gear. Half an hour later, they arrived at the most upscale department store in the county, a foreign brand men's clothing shop. As Chun Mo stepped out of the fitting room, even the well-versed saleswoman couldn't help but blush. A set of exquisitely tailored deep gray custom suit perfectly outlined Chun Mo's height of over 1.80 m with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. Without a tie, the collar of the white shirt was slightly open, and combined with his gaze, an overwhelming sense of pressure came rushing forward. If one didn't check his ID, no one would believe that the person before them was just a senior high school student. Wrap it up, I'll wear it out directly. After Chun Mo swiped his card, he turned and saw Wei Shan still struggling with the suit, unable to hold back a laugh. Wei Shan, towering at nearly 2 meters with a muscular build, had the largest size suit in the store, stretched tight, like a second skin. Just raising his arms slightly, seemed like the seams would burst. Good, this thing is too constricting. UID, rather wear a t-shirt. Wei Shan's face turned red, resembling a bound black bear. Suits don't suit you. Chun Mo snapped his fingers and pointed to a pure black heavy-duty trench coat in the display window. Try that one on. When Wei Shan stepped out wearing the knee-length black trench coat, paired with heavy tactical marten boots, the air in the store seemed to freeze. His massive frame was perfectly complemented by the drape of the trench coat, and that rugged aura was transformed into that of a fierce warrior. That's the one. Chen Mo nodded with satisfaction. The two walked out of the men's store looking completely renewed and were about to head downstairs when they unexpectedly encountered two familiar figures outside the coffee lounge on the second floor. Su Qingyan, and a woman dressed exquisitely resembling Su Qingyan to a great extent, clearly her mother Chen Liqin. Su Qingyan was holding a cup of milk tea listening to her mother say something with her head down. When she lifted her head, she froze instantly. Chen Mo. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Before her stood Chen Mo in a sharply tailored deep gray suit, the fabric glimmering subtly under the store's lights, with a delicate black obsidian cufflink barely visible at the sleeve. He stood tall and relaxed, one hand in his pocket, exuding an inexplicable calm demeanor vastly different from the Chen Mo in school uniform, who had his phone confiscated just a week ago. What startled her even more was the giant behind Chen Mo, standing like a tower. With a buzz-cut, a rugged face, and a simple black jacket that couldn't conceal his bulging muscles, his gaze was fierce. Just standing there, it felt as if an invisible barrier had been drawn around them. Chen Mo, is that really you? Su Qingyan's voice was dry, a realization she didn't even notice as she instinctively glanced at the mall's dome, doubting if she was hallucinating. How could someone who was suspended from class be here? And change like this? Su Qingyan, what a coincidence. Chen Mo smiled slightly calmly, meeting her gaze before turning to the poised lady beside her, nodding slightly. Hello, Aunt. Chen Liqin's gaze swept quickly over Chen Mo. The suit was custom-tailored and expensive, and his shoes were spotless. How could this possibly be an ordinary high school student? Yin, won't you introduce us? Chen Liqin said with a perfectly placed smile, her tone gentle. She stepped forward slightly, seemingly casual, yet cleverly positioning her daughter closer to her side, a subtle gesture filled with protectiveness. Mom, this is my desk mate Chen Mo, Su Qingyan introduced in a fluster, glancing at Chen Mo, unsure how to introduce the giant behind him. This is Wei Shan, my friend. Chen Mo introduced simply and naturally. At his words, Wei Shan merely nodded slightly towards Chen Liqin and her daughter, remaining silent. So you're Chen Mo, right? Chen Liqin maintained her smile, but her words concealed sharpness. With your outfit, you don't seem like a high school student who should be in class. Yin said you were suspended at home this week. How come? You're in the county. Her gaze swept over the shopping bags bearing high-end brand logos in Chen Mo's hands. Handling some personal matters and buying a few things, Chen Mo said, maintaining a poised attitude. I will take care of school matters, no need to trouble you, Aunt. Personal matters? Chen Liqin raised her eyebrows slightly, her smile fading. At this age, you should prioritize your studies. Mom. Su Qingyan tugged at her mother's sleeve awkwardly. Although she was also shocked by Chen Mo's transformation, her mother's tone made her uncomfortable. Chen Mo, however, seemed unbothered, instead deepening his smile. Aunt, you're right. Chen Mo knew well that Chen Liqin was a leader in the education bureau and thus would carry a preachy tone towards students like him, which he didn't resent. Then Chen Mo shifted his focus to Su Qingyan. Are you shopping with your aunt? Ah, yes. Su Qingyan nodded, sensing the atmosphere had subtly stagnated. Then I won't disturb you any longer, Chen Mo said, appropriately ending the small talk, and nodded again to Chen Liqin. Aunt, goodbye, Su classmate. After speaking, he led Wei Shan to pass by them calmly. Chen Liqin watched Chen Mo's disappearing figure, her brow slightly furrowed, the smile on her face already vanished. Yin. She withdrew her gaze and turned to her daughter, her tone becoming serious. What background does your deskmate have? Do you know about his family situation? He just transferred from the town, and his parents seem to be ordinary staff at the health clinic. I don't know anything else. I only started talking with him after changing seats. Su Qingyan shook her head in confusion. Ordinary staff at the town's health clinic. Chen Liqin's frown deepened. As a leader in the education bureau, her experience far surpassed that of an ordinary high school student. She recalled the texture of the suit Chen Mo wore earlier, her voice dropping. Yin, your judgment of people is still too shallow. That suit he wore earlier was at least a handmade high-end piece starting at 10,000. 10,000 starting high-end. Su Qingyan's slightly rosy lips parted in shock, her mind buzzing. She recalled the new phone that Chen Mo took out in the classroom along with his attire that day. If his family were ordinary, how could he afford such extravagance? It couldn't possibly be that he won the lottery. Yin, I've seen too many people from all walks of life within the... Chen Liqin held her daughter's hand earnestly. Some young people in pursuit of quick money or involved in some unsavory gray industries can indeed become rich overnight, but such wealth is dangerous and burdensome. This year of senior high is crucial. You absolutely cannot let someone with an unclear background affect your mindset. In the future at school, aside from necessary study interactions, try to keep your distance from him. Do you understand? Mom will talk to your class teacher and change your seats. Su Qingyan nodded dully, but her gaze unconsciously followed Chun Mo's disappearing figure at the elevator. On the other side, Chen Mo stepped out of the mall, not taking this little episode to heart. Mo, good, that girl just now looked at you like a thief. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have glared at her, Wei Shan said, tugging at the tight collar of his trench coat, sounding sullen. She's a leader from the County Education Bureau, Su Qingyan's mother. It's just her professional habit, nothing to worry about. Tomorrow afternoon, there will be a hard battle. You'll accompany me, Chun Mo casually remarked. Don't worry, Mo, go. Tomorrow, if anyone dares to disrespect you, I'll teach them a lesson with my fists. Chun Mo chuckled. You won't need to lift a finger tomorrow. Just wear this trench coat and stand at the door of the box. What I want is to seize the initiative. The next day, Sunday, at 1:50 p.m., at the Ju Ming Xian Tea House on South Street of the county. A black Mercedes S-Class with a Modu license plate and a business vehicle from Pengqing and Alfred parked in front of this somewhat rundown tea house. The car doors opened and 3 or 4 middle-aged men in suits clutching expensive briefcases stepped out. As they surveyed the backward street scenery of the county, they whispered amongst themselves, their tone laced with unabashed superiority and a hint of suspicion. Oldly, do you really think the silent scythe who's calling the shots in the stock forum is really in this godforsaken little county? It can't be just some scam artist pulling a stunt, can it? Whether it's a scam or not, we'll know when we look at his transaction records, the middle-aged man referred to as Oldly said, representing a well-known speculative position in Modu, his gaze sharp. With an immediate surge to the limit and a peak profit of 30 in a single day, such skill and decisiveness are absolutely top tier in the country. If we could bring him into our private equity camp, he would be a great asset. With an exploratory mindset, the few men followed the waitress up to the second floor. However, as soon as they reached the door to the private room, their footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Outside the room, a giant nearly 2 meters tall in a black knee-length trench coat stood like a tower. Wei Shan, arms crossed, his eyes like copper bells radiating fierce energy, coldly scanned the so-called financial elites. In just that moment of eye contact, the investment managers, who usually spoke boldly in CBD office buildings, instantly felt a suffocating pressure, their backs prickling. Gentlemen, the boss is waiting for you inside. Please go in, Wei Shan's voice boomed as he pushed open the intricately carved wooden door. Old Li and the others swallowed hard, suppressing their shock as they stepped into the room. However, when they saw the person sitting at the head of the table, they were dumbfounded. A clay teapot was emitting wisps of white smoke, and a boy who looked no older than 17 or 18, dressed in a high-end gray suit, was calmly cleaning teacups with wooden tweezers. The boy's demeanor was cold, his brow carrying a depth that was extremely incongruous with his age. Who are you? Where's the scythe, senior? The man in gold-rimmed glasses looked around in shock, even thinking this was the son of some big shot welcoming them on behalf of his father. Chen Mo didn't rise or even lift his eyelids. He pushed the several cups of pure tea he had just cleaned to the empty seats across from him, then naturally turned his Apple laptop around the screen, facing the doorway. A deathly silence reigned within the private room. Only the gurgling sound of boiling water in the purple clay pot echoed distinctly through the empty chamber. Old Li and the fund manager with gold-rimmed glasses exchanged bewildered glances, feeling as though their decades of financial experience had been utterly shattered in that single moment. A minor high school student from a county town wielding over 28 million in real capital to battle on the share market. If he hadn't witnessed it himself, anyone who heard this would scoff, saying even novels weren't this absurd. Sit. Chun Mo raised his teacup and took a gentle sip. Old Li swallowed hard, his legs trembling slightly as he pulled out a chair and sat down. The entire arsenal of negotiation tactics and high-handed recruitment terms he had prepared was instantly reduced to dust before the real account, boasting over 28 million. I never imagined that the legendary scythe master who stirs storms on the stock forum would be so young. The man with gold-rimmed glasses wiped the cold sweat from his brow, forcing a smile. May I ask how this young brother is called? My name is Chen Mo. Without waiting for them to speak, he declared directly, I called you here not to listen to your grand promises, nor will I ever become your lackey. The rules will be set by me. Chun Mo extended a finger, tapping lightly on the table as he laid out his terms. First, I want to establish my own private equity firm. But I'm still a student and find the bureaucratic process troublesome. Among your institutions, whoever can handle all the licenses, channels, and legal registration for me gets to play with me. Second, and most importantly, to board my ship, the capital threshold is a minimum of 100 million. 100 million. Oldly gasped sharply. Although their institution managed massive capital pools, handing over 100 million in cash to a miner for trading was a risk comparable to gambling in Macau. Think that's too much? Don't rush. The conditions to come might seem even crazier. Chun Mo's lips curled into a smirk as he unveiled a profit-sharing scheme that struck every seasoned financier present as utterly fantastical, Industry, standard private fund managers charge 2 management fees plus 20 of profits. But with me those rules don't apply. I take no management fee, but the base profit split is 50-50. Impossible. The man with gold-rimmed glasses shot up like a scalded cat. Young Master Chen, you're practically robbing us. No one in the entire capital market dares to offer a 50-50 split. Not only that, Chen Mo's gaze turned icy. The minimum annualized return guarantee is 30. If the annual return exceeds 50, my share goes to 60-40. If it surpasses 100, I take 70-30. Madness. This was an absolute utter madman. The investment managers in the room were all numbed by Chen Mo's arrogantly extreme terms. This wasn't just a lion's share, it was treating them like ATMs devoid of any dignity. Old Li's face darkened as he suppressed his fury and said, "Young Master Chen, your market intuition is indeed extraordinary, but do you know the difference between managing 100 million and 10 million in the share market? A big ship is hard to turn. You demand a 50-50 or even 70-30 split. Why should we entrust 100 million to you, based solely on your 20+ million account?" Faced with Old Li's resolute challenge, the air in the room seemed to freeze. The other investment managers leaned back with smirks, adopting a spectator's stance. They acknowledged Chen Mo's recent trades were genius, but geniuses still had to follow the rules. In the eyes of these institutions controlling vast capital flows without a solid background and long-term performance record, trying to seize control of 100 million with empty hands was a pipe dream, let alone the outrageous profit split. Yet Chen Mo didn't get angry. Instead, he let out a soft laugh. He picked up the purple clay pot and unhurriedly refilled his teacup, his composed demeanor inexplicably unsettling the initially aggressive Old Li. Chen Mo raised the cup, gently blowing on the steam. "I guarantee the principal." He pushed the Apple laptop, displaying total assets of 58.54 million toward Old Li. "Take a clear look at this number. You entrust me with 100 million. During the contract period, if the net value of the account drops by more than 5, meaning a loss of 5 million, a forced liquidation is triggered immediately. All cooperation terminates." Chen Mo leaned forward slightly, enunciating each word. "And that 5 million loss I will fully compensate out of my own personal account. Every cent with interest, within 1 business day." Silence. Old Li's jaw dropped. The gold-rimmed glasses man's spectacles slid down his nose unnoticed. It was as if a heavy hammer had struck their heads, leaving them stunned for a long moment. They finally understood why this youth dared to demand such an audacious profit split. 100 million in capital, a 5 stop-loss line. Chen Mo used his own tens of millions as absolute collateral. This meant that once the contract was signed, their institution's 100 million was risk-free. If they won, they'd ride alongside this stock market prodigy to claim at least 30 of the massive profits. If they lost, Chen Mo would cover the shortfall with his own money, and they wouldn't lose a single cent of principal. To date, no product yielding over 10, not even bond funds, had ever made a principal guarantee. Young Master Chen, are you serious?" The man with gold-rimmed glasses began to tremble violently, his apple bobbing frantically. "Zero risk for ultra-high returns. If this were reported to the company headquarters, even the chairman would fly overnight to sign the contract. I never joke. We can sign a gambling agreement." Chen Mo leaned back, his eyes cold and resolute. "My terms are clear. Help me secure the private equity license and shell company registration, a minimum of 100 million in capital, a 50-50 base split, and a 5 stop-loss safety net." He glanced at his phone. "Now you can start calling your headquarters. I'll give you 10 minutes. After that, whoever secures the funds first gets my signature. As for those who miss out, the door is to your right. No farewells." The moment he finished, the investment managers in the room scrambled like they'd been electrocuted, frantically pulling out phones from their briefcases. "Hello, President Wang. It's Old Li. Something huge. I've met an absolute prodigy. Chairman Zhang. It's a zero-risk principal guaranteed deal. Yes. It requires 100 million 50-50 split. Don't think it's a loss. This kid's market intuition is incredible. Hurry. Have the risk control department draft an unlimited liability gambling agreement immediately. Fax it over now." Watching these once arrogant financial elites now shouting into their phones like vendors fighting over produce at a market, Chen Mo sneered. This was the inherent nature of capital. As long as you could demonstrate absolute strength and zero-risk profits before them, even if you were a high school student, they'd worship you like an ancestor. 7 minutes later, Old Li, drenched in sweat, hung up the phone and rushed to Chen Mo, presenting his business card with both hands, his demeanor utterly humble. "President Chen, our headquarters at Shanghai Zishi Investment has approved it. 150 million in funds available for deposit into the joint account this afternoon. We'll handle all the private equity licenses and procedures. Everything will be done within 3 days. Our Shenzhen Jioding offers 200 million. Also full service, The gold-rimmed glasses man shouted, unwilling to be outdone. No rush. Chun Mo raised a hand to stop their squabbling. Since you're both sincere, each of you contributes a portion. I want 200 million in startup capital. Old Li, you put in 100 million. Old Jean, your Shenzhen firm, puts in 100 million. This. Old Li and the gold-rimmed glasses man exchanged glances. Though neither could monopolize, hitching a ride on this zero-risk express was already an incredible stroke of luck. Both nodded frantically. All right. Have your legal teams fly over with the sealed contracts. After signing, you'll only be watching for the funds to arrive. In the following time, the two top institutions demonstrated to Chun Mo an extremely terrifying capital. The legal teams from the Magic City Zushi and Pingqing Jioding took a night flight to the small county town, and a thick stack of unlimited joint liability agreements and private placement contracts was signed on Sunday night. On Monday morning at 8:30, as Chun Mo entered the classroom of Class 3 Year 3 of the county's No. 1 high school with his backpack, he had already received a notification on his phone. 200 million in initial funds had been fully transferred to the designated managing institution's account. Returning to his familiar seat by the window in the third row, Chun Mo had just sat down when he noticed an unusual gaze from his deskmate, Su Qingyan. The girl had her hair tied in a refreshing high ponytail today. Although she appeared to be focused on her English textbook, her peripheral vision uncontrollably glanced at Chun Mo, her mind flashing with images of him in a handmade suit, exuding a mature aura from their weekend at the mall. What are you looking at? Chun Mo casually asked while tossing several review materials onto the desk. Su Qingyan quickly averted her gaze like a startled kitten, her ears turning slightly red, but hesitated for a moment and lowered her voice to remind him. The old class teacher mentioned during morning reading that this Thursday and Friday will be the school-wide monthly exam before the National Day holiday. If you submit a blank paper again this time, he really will report you to the Academic Affairs Office for expulsion. Chun Mo's fingers paused slightly as he flipped through the book. The good news is that if he gets through this monthly exam, there will be a 7-day National Day holiday, providing him with ample free time to address the structural issues of his private placement company. The bad news is that the military order he made with his motherly Xiaoyun was looming closely. If he couldn't strongly break into the top 10 of the class this time, given his mother's personality, she would definitely lock him at home, confiscating all electronic devices. Top 10 of the class. Chun Mo rubbed his forehead, forcibly suppressing the complex financial leverage and macroeconomic data swirling in his mind, and opened a thick book titled 5 Years of College Entrance Examination, 3 Years of Simulations. However, for his brain, which was already filled with an overwhelming amount of information for the next decade, picking up high school knowledge again was not difficult. But right now there was something more urgent than the monthly exam. At 9:05 a.m., the collective bidding ended. Chun Mo used the high stack of books as a cover and opened the institutional trading software on his phone, which had just been delivered. On the screen, the available funds section prominently displayed 200,000, adding nearly 30 million from his personal trust account. The actual capital he held in hand had reached a staggering 2.3 billion. The scale has changed, and so must the approach, Chun Mo said, staring at the screen with a cautious gaze. When he only had a few million or tens of millions in hand, he could act like an assassin, targeting a goal and directly deploying all his funds to ignite a board. Because the market was small, the main players would ignore it even if they saw it, sometimes even going along with it. But now this was a full 200 million. In the share market, just before the National Day holiday in 2014, apart from a few supergiants with a market value in the trillions, the daily trading volume of most stocks was only a few hundred million. If he dared to deploy all his funds like before, it would immediately trigger the exchange's abnormal trading alert. Not only would he be jointly suppressed by the retail investors, but could even be directly targeted by the national team, with large funds not knowing how he would perish. Since it's difficult to turn a large ship, then I can only act like a submarine in the deep sea, quietly entering the village, avoiding gunfire. Chun Mo's brain raced as he began to search his vast database of memories for the super stocks of October 2014. Chun Mo's brain raced as he began to search his vast database of this stock was currently in an extremely long and torturous bottom box oscillation period, with daily declines as calm as a dead electric graph. But Chun Mo knew clearly that shortly after the National Day, with the preliminary expectations of the Belt and Road Initiative strategy starting to ferment, this giant would initiate a wave of surge, multiplying several times within just a few months. It's you, he thought. At 9:30, the market officially opened. Chun Mo adopted the most classic and patience-testing secret accumulation mode of institutional. He broke down the 200 million in funds into smaller pieces using the software's built-in order splitting out: 100 shares, 300 shares, 50 shares. Those extremely fragmented by orders quietly hung in the various price levels of 1 to 2 under the water, like spring rain at night. Whenever retail investors or panic funds threw out sell orders, these hidden buy orders would silently absorb the chips like a sponge. Throughout the 4 classes in the entire morning, Chen Mo was like an emotionless precision machine. On the podium, the physics teacher was passionately explaining the law of conservation of momentum, while below Chen Mo's fingers danced across the screen at an extremely terrifying frequency, with 200 million being quietly bought under his command at the Huaguijirojian's trading board. Chen Mo planned to complete the position building before the National Day holiday, injecting nearly 40 of the base funds today and entering the market successively afterward without significantly impacting the trading volume and keeping the price fluctuations to a minimum to avoid triggering the stop-loss line. Su Qingyan turned her head several times beside him and saw Chen Mo frowning tightly, beads of sweat even forming on his forehead. She had never seen Chen Mo so focused and tense that felt as if he was not holding a phone, but a detonator capable of triggering a nuclear bomb. At 1130 m, the morning session closed. Chen Mo let out a long breath, rubbed his sore wrist, and shook his somewhat stiff fingers. After a full 2 hours of high-intensity micromanipulation, he glanced at the back-end data. 200 million in funds had successfully built a position of 50 million. What pleased him most was that after absorbing such a massive amount of chips, the closing rise of Huaguijiaojin in the morning was surprisingly suppressed at 0.5. The intraday line remained calm, the trading volume moderately increased, and no retail investors or institutions noticed anything unusual. The remaining 30 million can be slowly absorbed when the market opens in the afternoon. The position before the National Day should be well established. Chen Mo pressed the phone screen off, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes to rest. Are you all right? Suddenly, a gentle voice from Su Qingyan reached his ears along with a tissue carrying a faint orange fragrance. Seeing you sweating all morning, are you sick? Chen Mo opened his eyes, looking at his deskmate's clear peach blossom eyes, filled with concern, revealing a slight smile. I'm fine, just tackled a very difficult problem that took some brain power. Chen Mo took the tissue and casually replied. Nonsense, you've been playing on your phone all morning. Aren't you afraid of being caught by the teacher again? Su Qingyan reminded him in a lowered voice. Chen Mo inhaled the faint orange scent from the tissue and chuckled softly. What's there to be afraid of? At most, there will be another 7-day break. But thanks for keeping an eye on the front door for me earlier. Su Qingyan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she stubbornly said, Who helped you? I was just looking at the With the monthly exam coming up, you should be focusing on your review. Before she could finish the class monitor, Lin Yu suddenly entered from outside. Looking at Chen Mo, a hint of glee flashed in his eyes. Chen Mo, Teacher Lu wants you to go to the office. Right now, immediately. Chen Mo raised his eyebrows, slightly glancing at Lin Yu's smug expression, instantly understanding something. Such tricks of high school students reporting each other and secretly scheming seemed childish to him, like playing. Ignoring Lin Yu, Chen Mo stood up and walked towards the office. Inside the office, the head teacher Lu Jingi sat with a grim face behind the desk. Seeing Chen Mo enter, he heavily tapped his fingers on the tabletop. Chen Mo, you returned from a week off, and on your first day back, you're already causing trouble. A classmate reported that you were playing on your phone all morning under the desk. Do you really think the school dares to expel you? Not only that, Lu Jingi took a deep breath and threw out a second decision in a tough tone. This afternoon, pack your things, and you will be assigned a new seat. From now on, you will no longer sit with Su Qingyan. Chen Mo's originally calm gaze narrowed slightly. Being reported for playing on his phone was likely Lin Yu's doing. But the matter of changing seats was definitely not simple. Su Qingyan was a top student, while he was a poor student. The teacher had no objections when assigning seats, so why was there suddenly a need to forcibly separate them today? After pondering briefly, Chen Mo's mind flashed to the woman he encountered at the mall, Su Qingyan's mother, Chen Liqin, a leader in the county's education bureau. When Chen Mo returned to the classroom, it was just the break between classes. He walked straight to the third row, ignoring the class monitor Lin Yu, who wore a face full of schadenfreude, and calmly pulled out his chair, beginning to stack the books from his desk into his backpack. Su Qingyan was holding a pen, watching Chen Mo beside her as he methodically packed his things, and a trace of disappointment visibly flashed in her cold peach blossom eyes. Are you changing seats? Su Qingyan bit her lower lip, her voice barely above a whisper. Although the two had only been desk mates for a few days and Chen Mo had even been sent home for a week during that time, this suddenly transformed transfer student had planted a seed of curiosity in her heart, which had rapidly taken root and flourished over these few days. In her life, she had never encountered such a special boy. Su Qingyan had absolute confidence in her appearance and family background. From childhood to now, the boys around her had either been childish fools trying to attract her attention with loud antics, or bookworms who stuttered in front of her, too self-conscious to even look her in the eye. But in Chen Mo, she saw not a trace of awkwardness or inferiority. The scene of their chance encounter in the mall lingered in her mind like a slow-motion film that she couldn't shake off. The one in a custom-made suit who remained calm, even in front of her mother, a leader in the education bureau. Could this truly be the high school student before her? Yes, I'll be sitting right behind you, Chun Mo replied casually as he hoisted his backpack. The class teacher said someone reported me for using my phone in class, and to maintain the class discipline, I need to be separated from you, the delicate flower. Su Qingyin's face immediately flushed bright red upon hearing this. She could guess who reported Chun Mo for using his phone, but connecting that with her mother's attitude in the mall yesterday, the astute Su Qingyin quickly understood the situation. I'm sorry. Su Qingyin turned away, her eyes filled with deep embarrassment. Did my mom talk to the principal? There's no need to apologize. Your mom is just looking out for your education, Chun Mo said as he took a seat in the single empty chair behind her, propping his chin up with one hand. His seemingly casual tease turned the guilt that had just surfaced in Su Qingyin into a blush across. She shot Chun Mo a reproachful glare, then turned away, leaving him with the sight of her elegantly curved neck and slightly reddened ears. After handling the seating arrangement, Chun Mo collected his thoughts. There were less than 3 days left until the school's monthly exam before the National Day holiday. On the stock market front, the bottom position for Huawu Jiaojin had quietly been established, and the remaining funds could be slowly accumulated later. During these few days, he no longer needed to engage in the intense monitoring and micromanaging. Chun Mo pulled out a stack of high school textbooks that he had neglected for a long time from his backpack. The top book was the senior high school English textbook. Chun Mo flipped it open casually, his gaze quickly scanning the dense words and sentences. In his past life, he was a true academic elite in college, able to stand out in a 985 university and immediately enter a top private equity firm upon graduation. His GPA was nearly a perfect 4.0. Now, looking back at this senior high school English textbook, felt like a top-level expert returning to the novice village. The so-called closed tests appeared as straightforward to him as 112. In just over 10 minutes, Chun Mo flipped through the entire English book and tossed it aside. Next, he moved on to mathematics and physics. In his previous life at university, he had a minor in financial engineering. The extremely challenging advanced mathematics, calculus, stochastic processes, and linear algebra had honed his logical thinking in the sciences to a terrifying level. For the calculus problems in high school and conic sections with the advanced dimensional reduction techniques he mastered at university, the solution steps could form instantly in his mind, even without needing scrap paper. As for the basic concepts of force analysis and electromagnetic fields in physics, they were foundational knowledge. Whoosh, whoosh. Chun Mo flipped through the pages faster and faster, almost reading 10 lines at a time, his fingers gliding over the pages. Rather than reviewing, it was more like he was reactivating the dormant foundational knowledge indexes in his mind. Sitting in front of him, Su Qingyin was seriously working on her test paper. She furrowed her brows, yet her peripheral vision was uncontrollably drawn to the rapid flipping sound coming from behind her. Unable to help herself, she slightly turned her head to glance. She saw Chun Mo flipping through the notoriously difficult Wusan mathematics set with an extremely perfunctory speed. While others took 2 hours to complete a set, he needed only a few seconds to turn a page, not even picking up a pen. Just putting on an act. The class monitor Lin Yu sitting in front also noticed Chun Mo's actions and deliberately sneered, with your history of handing in blank papers you expect to rely on last-minute cramming before the monthly exam. Flipping through that fast, do you even understand anything? Although Su Qingyin didn't speak, she felt a tinge of disappointment in her heart. She acknowledged that Chun Mo might possess some mysterious charm unknown to others in society, but in school where intelligence and effort mattered, one could not fake knowledge in the sciences. Not knowing meant not knowing. Chun Mo didn't have time to concern himself with what others thought. Since he had dared to boast to the class teacher and his mother, he aimed to astonish everyone with excellent grades that would silence all. In the following 2 days, Chun Mo completely entered a state of not hearing external affairs during. On the stock market front, his personal trust account and 200 million in the private equity account were patiently swallowing up the cheap chips of Huawu Jiaojian's bottom position without alarming any major funds. Until 3 days later, when the market closed, his positions were fully established. Everything was ready, just waiting for favorable news to be announced after the National Day holiday. However, just before the market closed, Chun Mo withdrew 1 million in cash from the available funds in the evening at the intersection leading to the county's armed forces department. Chun Mo stuffed a thick brown paper bag into Wei Shan's hands. Mo, good this is? Wei Shan asked, gripping the heavy 100,000 yuan, his eyes reddening. A poor family means a rich path. Take this 100,000 and don't be stingy with spending when you get to the army. Don't hesitate to spend on things that need attention, and make sure to buy more meat to build up your body. Send the rest home and have Aunt Wong buy some good supplements for grandma. Chun Mo patted his broad shoulder, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Wei Shan did not decline. This Iron Tower-like man took a step back and gave a somewhat unstandard military salute before turning to board the bus heading to the military camp. After seeing Wei Shan off, Chen Imo looked at the bank card in his hand, which held 900,000 yuan. This money, of course, was not for frivolous spending on luxury cars or watches. The National Day holiday was approaching, and he planned to use these 7 days to go to the provincial capital to preemptively secure a talent, and this 900,000 in cash was the fastest way to knock on the door. On Thursday morning, the 2-day, school-wide monthly exam officially commenced. The rules for the senior high monthly exam were strict, with all exam rooms reassigned based on the last test's rankings. Due to Chun Imo handing in a blank paper last time, he was naturally assigned to the last exam room in the last seat, the so-called refuge for the underachievers. The first subject was Chinese. As the test papers were distributed, Chun Imo merely glanced at his and felt, for someone like Chun Imo who had experienced countless real-life situations and grand era's high school Chinese reading comprehension, felt as transparent as plain water. What struck him as a dimensional reduction blow was the final 800-word political essay. Ordinary high school students usually piled up flowery language or engaged in pointless lamentation or attempted to elevate their themes. However, as Chun Imo picked up his pen, what emerged in his mind were the economic waves, geopolitical struggles, and historical changes that spanned over a decade. His writing was sharp and ruthless, with an extremely grand and far-reaching perspective. Every word exuded a sense of monumental force. This was hardly a high school essay. This was clearly a piece that could be directly published as an in-depth political and economic commentary. In less than 40 minutes, he stopped writing and submitted his paper. In the afternoon, it was mathematics. This was even more Chun Imo's absolute dominion. He didn't even glance at the scrap paper given out. Facing the calculus problems and conic section questions that would drive ordinary students crazy, he felt no pressure at all. He finished the entire paper in 30 minutes, and with the remaining time, Chun Imo simply laid his head down on the desk for a good nap. The proctor also knew that this was the section for underachievers, and seeing him take a nap, she wasn't surprised. Nearly half the students in the exam room were sleeping. The next day, it was English and comprehensive science. In his past life, Chun Imo had been in fierce battles between Wall Street and international investment banks, and his English had long reached a native-level simultaneous interpretation standard. It could be said to be the easiest subject. Among the 4 tests, the only one that caused Chun Imo to pause slightly was the comprehensive science in the afternoon. The mechanics and electromagnetic fields and physics posed no challenge to him due to their heavy reliance on. However, in chemistry and biology, there were some extremely trivial and rigid organic equation balancing, cellular division, and other rote memorization knowledge points that had indeed become somewhat hazy after all these years. Nevertheless, relying on his terrifying logical deduction ability and the memories he still held, Chun Imo filled out the test paper at a rapid pace, losing only a few inconsequential points due to rote memorization. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the bell announcing the end of the last comprehensive science test rang. Chun Imo casually tossed his pen into his backpack, slung it over one shoulder, and walked out of the exam room. The hallway of the senior high school instantly erupted in a frenzy, filled with voices discussing answers and lamenting. That last math question was insane. I couldn't even solve the first part. I had no clue on that electromagnetic induction question in comprehensive science. That's it, I'm going home to farm. Chun Imo strolled through the crowd, hands in his pockets, looking relaxed. When he returned to the classroom to gather his things, he happened to run into Su Qingyan, who was packing her backpack. Her brow was slightly furrowed today, evidently affected by the high difficulty of this month's exam. Lin Yu, the monitor in the front row, deliberately leaned over to Su Qingyan's desk and loudly proclaimed, "Su Qingyan, I barely managed to solve the first part of that last math question, or it was tough. Hey Chun Imo, how many days did you sleep through this time? How many blank papers did you submit?" Chun Imo didn't even pause his steps as if he hadn't heard Lin Yu's noisy comments and walked straight out of the classroom. This blatant disregard made Lin Yu's face flush a deep shade of purple, his hand awkwardly frozen. Su Qingyan also couldn't be bothered with Lin Yu's show-off. She zipped up her backpack, but for some reason a sudden impulse arose in her heart, and she quickly exited the classroom. At the corner of the staircase, Su Qingyan finally caught up to the tall, upright figure ahead. Chun Imo stopped and turned to look at her. The early autumn sun streamed through the corridor's glass, illuminating his chiseled profile, and his gaze held an incomprehensible story that momentarily dazed Su Qingyan. "What's wrong, former desk mate?" "You." Su Qingyan hesitated for a moment, unable to resist, asking, "How did you do on this test? I heard you submitted your papers early for every exam, even finishing the comprehensive science nearly. You seem well-informed, paying such close attention to me." Chun Imo joked. Su Qingyan's peach blossom eyes widened slightly, ignoring Chun Imo's joke, and continued, "Do you think you can make it into the top 10 of the class? This October monthly exam was of hellish difficulty, especially in mathematics and comprehensive science, Even she, a seasoned academic warrior, found it quite strenuous. Chun Mo raised an eyebrow. Unless something unexpected happens, I should be first in the class and top 10 in the grade. The air fell silent for 2 seconds. Su Qingyan stared at him in a daze, as if she had heard some fantastical tale. First in the class. It was known that from the beginning of high school until now, the top student in the senior science key class had always been her name, Su Qingyan, and no one had ever been able to shake her position. Even being in the top 10 in this prestigious county high school was a battlefield for the gifted. How could a person who submitted a blank paper last time and was punished for using his phone in class for a week dare to casually claim he would take first place in front of her, the eternal top student? Chun Mo, even if you're joking, there should be limits. Su Qingyan slightly furrowed her beautiful brows. A hint of pride ignited within her. You don't believe me? Chun Mo looked at her adorable defensive posture and couldn't help but laugh. Of course I don't believe you. Su Qingyan raised her chin confidently. First place can only be mine. Then how about a bet? Let's wager on this month's exam results. If I take first place in the class, you lose. Conversely, even if I get second, it counts as my loss. What's the wager? Chun Mo leaned in slightly. Su Qingyan was startled by his sudden closeness, her heart skipping a beat, and instinctively took a half step back, but her words were unyielding. What's the bet? The loser treats the other to a meal after the National Day holiday. Chun Mo straightened up. You can choose the place, and I promise I won't go back on my word. All right, I'll take you up on that bet. Su Qingyan took a deep breath, but you better prepare your wallet in advance, because I have plenty of confidence in my studies. I look forward to it. Chun Mo chuckled lightly, turning to walk toward the sun-drenched campus path, casually waving his hand. Behind him, Happy National Day, Su Qingyan. On October 1st, the National Day holiday officially began. While other high school seniors were still at home worrying about the mountain of exam papers, Chun Mo had already set off for Changhu City in the western province, carrying a simple black backpack. The high-speed train sped along, and the scenery outside quickly receded. Chun Mo leaned back in his seat, and a slightly thin, yet energetic figure emerged in his mind. His uncle Chun Liping. Chun Mo's father had 3 siblings. Chun Jingwo was the eldest, followed by his younger brother Chun Liping and a sister. In his past life, Chun Liping was the most ambitious and visionary person in the Qin family. In the era when the internet was just beginning to rise, he ventured alone to Jiang province's capital to start a business, defying the disbelief of his entire family, diving headfirst into the then extremely niche SaaS sector. Chun Mo still remembered that it was his uncle Chun Liping who without hesitation allocated a significant portion of the company's liquid assets to support him through the initial difficult period when he left the private equity firm to go solo. In my past life, you supported me with half of your fortune. In this life, I will pave the way for you in advance. 2 hours later, at a remote startup incubation center in Changhu City, Chun Mo pushed open a cramped office of less than 30 square meters cluttered with discarded cardboard boxes and tangled wires. The air was thick with the mixed smells of instant noodles and cheap tobacco as several disheveled programmers furiously typed away at their keyboards. In the corner, a young man wearing a wrinkled shirt and with bloodshot eyes was anxiously talking on the phone, forcing a smile. Mr. Wang, can you give us another week? We will definitely settle the server rent. Hello. Hello. The young man dejectedly hung up the phone, raking his fingers through his hair. Uncle, it's been a few months since we last met. Why do you look so disheveled? A familiar voice sounded at the door, and Chun Liping abruptly looked up. Seeing the young man at the entrance dressed casually, but exuding a dramatically transformed aura, he was momentarily stunned. Xiao Mo. What brings you to the provincial capital? Aren't you supposed to be preparing for the college entrance exam in your senior year? Chun Mo did not explain, but directly pulled a chair and sat down. His gaze swept across the shabby office, and he smiled. Providing SaaS enterprise-level services is a great direction, and it will be a booming sector for the next decade. But your cash flow at this startup stage is stretched too thin. Chun Liping forced a smile and handed Chun Mo a bottle of mineral water. You, a high school student, understand SaaS. It's indeed tough. The awareness of paying for enterprise software in the country is lacking. The team hasn't been paid for months, and the server is about to expire. I'm worried about where to borrow money to bridge this gap. Without much ado, Chun Mo took a bank card from his bag and slapped it on the desk. There's 500,000. The password is my dad's birthday. Chun Mo looked directly into his uncle's shocked eyes, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Use it to pay salaries, upgrade the server, and solidify the foundational structure completely. Don't go begging those short-sighted local bosses anymore. 500,000. Chun Liping jumped up as if his tail had been stepped on, his face turning pale. Xiao Mo, where did you get so much money? You didn't do anything illegal, did you? I absolutely cannot accept this money. You need to return it immediately. It's legitimate. I earned it in the stock market. I just got lucky recently catching a few hot stocks and using a bit of leverage, Chun Mo said, casually fabricating a reason. This 500,000 is my angel investment in your company. I want 20 of the initial shares. Is that unreasonable? Chen Mo felt no need to hide anything from his uncle. If anyone in the family would accept his changes the easiest, it would certainly be his uncle. After stating the truth, he could still have his uncle cover for him. Looking into Chen Mo's deep and calm eyes, Chen Liping swallowed, hard, his mind spinning. A high school student making tens of millions in the stock market. This was even more absurd than a science fiction novel. Yet looking at his nephew's extraordinarily steady aura, he inexplicably believed it. This money was like a life-saving rain for him, who was on the brink of running out of resources. Good boy. Chen Liping took a deep breath, his eyes slightly red, and heavily patted Chen Mo's shoulder. This money counts as a loan from your uncle. He'll give you 40 of the shares. Rest assured, as long as we get through this initial stage, your uncle will never let your investment go to waste. Watching his uncle's renewed fighting spirit, Chen Mo smiled slightly. He knew that with this startup capital, his uncle's company would skip at least 2 years of difficult exploration and grow at a terrifying speed. Having resolved his uncle's issues, Chen Mo declined his uncle's invitation to dinner and walked alone onto the bustling streets of the provincial capital. He still had 100,000 cash left in his account. He would be staying in the provincial capital for a few more days because he needed to find someone. Someone who in his past life was the most loyal to him aside from Wei Shan and was also his strongest weapon, Bian Shuozhang. In his previous life, Chen Mo was surrounded by numerous finance graduates from prestigious universities, but the only one who could keep up with his extremely intense trading pace and execute each of his complex instructions flawlessly was Bian Shuozhang. Bian Shuozhang spoke very little, but his comprehension and learning ability were extraordinary. No matter how complex the quantitative model or obscure the laws of multinational mergers and acquisitions, he could grasp it completely after just one look. In his past life, Chen Mo quickly achieved financial freedom, and Bian Shuozhang, this perfect assistant, played an absolutely crucial role. However, this unparalleled genius was currently trapped in the shackles of the mundane world. In a cheap cafe next to the provincial library, Chen Mo sat in a corner booth, holding a cup of Americano, his gaze calmly observing a couple not far from the window. The young man, wearing thick black-rimmed glasses and an old plaid shirt, deeply engrossed in flipping through a thick stack of civil service exam questions, was none other than Bian Shuozhang. And sitting directly opposite him was a young woman with exquisite makeup, looking quite impatient. That was Bian Zuzhang's college girlfriend, Wang Li. Bian Shuozhang, my mom urged me again yesterday. Do you have any confidence for this civil service exam at the city? Wang Li stirred her coffee with a small spoon out of boredom, her tone dripping with undisguised complaints. Although the 3-Thusandian iron rice bowl has a low salary, at least it's stable and allows for housing loans with provident funds. If you can't pass the exam, my mom will definitely not agree to our marriage. Bian Shuozhang pushed up his slipping glasses, his voice slow but tinged with exhaustion. Lily, I saw a job opening in internet finance yesterday. Actually, my abilities could fit there. Go where? Wang Li interrupted him directly, raising her voice a few notches. Those private companies open today and close tomorrow. Is there any security? We've been together for 3 years, and I've spent my youth on you. Without a stable job or a house, are you asking me to follow you and starve? What else can you do besides study? Bian Shuozhang fell silent, gripping the exam question book tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. A deep oppressive pain flickered in the depths of his eyes, but in the end he refrained from arguing and silently lowered his head, continuing to scan the tedious exam questions. In his past life, Chen Mo met Bian Shuozhang after he passed the administrator exam and was ultimately abandoned by Wang Li because he couldn't afford a wedding house, and they coincidentally encountered each other in a minor car accident. At that time, Bian Shuozhang was disheartened, and it was Chen Mo who pulled him up, showing him the true grandeur of life. But in this life, Chen Mo didn't plan to wait that long. How could a true dragon with astonishing talent be trapped in a shallow pool with a monthly salary of 3,000 while also suffering from this mundane woman's PUA? However, Chen Mo understood human nature very well. He knew that emotions have sunk costs. 3 years of youth and habits cannot be severed instantly by a stranger waving a few bills and saying a few grandiose words. If he were to take extremely radical measures to force Bian Shuozhang to break up, not only would it make him look like a nouveau riche, but it might even provoke Bian Zuzhang's typical rebellious nature, leading to counterproductive results. To deal with such a worldly genius, the most brilliant method is to plant a seed. To plant a seed called ambition in his heart, and then let Wang Li's unmistakable short-sightedness and opportunism corrode the roots of this relationship like poison little by little. Chen Mo adjusted his collar and walked over to the booth where Bian Shuozhang and Wang Li were seated with a composed stride. Sorry to interrupt you two. Chen Mo's voice was low and magnetic. Wang Li, who was looking quite impatient, frowned, about to explode, but when she raised her head and her gaze fell on Chen Mo's high-quality casual suit and handsome faced the curse she was about to utter was swallowed back, her expression instantly shifting to one of scrutiny. Bian Shuozhang also looked up slightly confused as he pushed up his black-rimmed glasses. "May I ask, who are you looking for?" Chun Mo ignored Wang Li and directly pulled out the chair next to Bian Shuozhang, sitting down effortlessly. His gaze did not rest on the thick stack of civil service exam questions, but landed on a piece of scrap paper beneath the question book covered with dense calculations. Using Markov chains combined with Monte Carlo simulations to derive the volatility errors in nonlinear asset pricing. Chun Mo's long fingers gently tapped the table twice, a glimmer of undisguised admiration flashing in his deep eyes. The entry point for algorithm optimization is remarkably stunning. However, is it not a waste to use the quantitative model designed for Wall Street to calculate probabilities for civil service exam questions? Upon hearing this, Bian Shuozhang's body jolted. He stared incredulously at this young man who was even a few years younger than himself, his hand gripping the pen, trembling slightly. That was a fragment of a derivation for a financial derivative pricing that had popped into his head while he was extremely frustrated studying. In the country, even finance professors from prestigious universities, if they didn't study it carefully for over 10 minutes, would absolutely not discern the terrifying logic hidden behind this string of unfinished formulas. Yet this young man before him, after merely glancing at it, had accurately reported the core algorithm and even discerned his derivation intentions. How did you understand it? Bian Shuozhang's voice was hoarse, but his eyes burst with a fervent glow as if he had found a kindred spirit. Because we are the same kind of people. Chun Mo leaned back in his chair, pulled out a simple business card he had printed earlier at a print shop, and slid it gently across to Bian Shuozhang. On it was just a name and a phone number. "My surname is Chun, and I am currently preparing to establish a private equity firm. I need an assistant. I learned about you from your mentor. I have seen several of the project codes you left on the school server. You have great potential. I believe someone like you should not be helping others stamp books in the library. Join me. The starting salary is 20,000 a month plus a year-end net profit dividend from the private equity. Conservatively speaking, the first year's dividend won't be less than 6 digits. Clatter. Wang Li's small spoon fell into her coffee cup, splashing a few drops of brown liquid. She widened her eyes, staring at Chun Mo, even doubting whether her ears were malfunctioning. A monthly salary of 20,000, a year-end dividend in the 6-figure range. You know, just a moment ago, I was pushing Bian Shuozhang to take that job as a librarian with a salary of only 3,000. This boss. Are you serious? Wang Li's breathing turned rapid and the impatience on her face was instantly replaced with ingratiating smiles as she even leaned closer to Chun Mo. Actually, old Bian has been particularly good at math since he was young. But he is just too honest. If he could work with you. Lily. Bian Shuozhang suddenly frowned, stopping his girlfriend from overstepping. Though he was dull, he was definitely not foolish. Wang Li's mercenary demeanor at that moment made him feel inexplicably uncomfortable. Chun Mo took in Wang Li's reaction, a playful smile forming at the corners of his mouth. The massive disparity in benefits was like a mirror revealing true colors. From today onwards, as long as Bian Shuozhang continues to prepare for that 3 Thessalian iron rice bowl, Wang Li would definitely use this 20,000 monthly salary and 100,000 dividends offer to pressure him, or even complain. The ugly faces that would emerge from missing out on money would allow Bian Shuozhang to see the essence of this relationship more clearly than any persuasion could. No need to rush your answer. Chun Mo stood up, looking down at Bian Shuozhang. I don't lack obedient employees. What I need are talents who can carve out new territories for me on the capital battlefield. Chun Mo walked to the bar, casually tossed a 100 yuan bill to pay for the 2, then left. The seed had been planted, he just needed to wait for it to sprout. After leaving the cafe, Chun Mo did not linger in Changhu City, but directly booked a car to Suzhou. At a hidden tea house by Westlake, Chun Mo met the man revered as a deity by countless retail investors in the future, Zhao Chang. At this moment, Zhao Chang was still far from the speculator leader who would later proclaim 10,000 times. He was dressed in a simple t-shirt, his eyes filled with fervor for the market, but more so with anxiety and despair stemming from frequent missteps in recent emotional cycles and consecutive capital withdrawals. When he saw Chun Mo entering and claiming to be the Silent Scythe, his first reaction was that he felt tricked. How could a 17 or 18-year-old high school student possibly be the top hedge fund player commanding the stock for him? Yet in just 10 minutes, Chun Mo completely crushed his pride. Without any pleasantries, Chun Mo directly opened his computer, pulled up his original settlement sheet, and ruthlessly analyzed Zhao Chang's recent disastrous trades. Your entry points rely too heavily on technical charts, while neglecting the liquidity of macro funds and the resonance of emotional cycles. In a market characterized by existing stakes, this isn't called hitting the boards, it's called handing over the shares to the main players. Your mindset does not match your market sense at all. Faced with such a dimensionality-reducing logical analysis and the solid fact of Chun Mo's net worth in the tens of millions, Zhao Chong was utterly convinced. Deep down, he was a gambler who admired strength. Upon realizing that this young man's vision and capital were as unfathomable as a vast ocean, he made a decision without hesitation to follow him. After bringing this formidable general under his command, Chun Mo wasted no time and flew directly to Kyoto with Zhao Chong. This was the political and financial heart of the nation, and to build a future capital empire, the starting point must be at the pinnacle. At the Industrial and Commercial Bureau in Kyoto, Chun Mo registered a company without any delays by taking the expedited route. The company named Taichu. Taichu, formless and intangible, yet the origin of all the universe and capital. Holding the brand new business license, Chun Mo took Zhao Chong to the precious Kyoto Guijin Center. Here, even a small executive office of several dozen square meters commanded a staggering rent. Chun Mo checked the balance in his bank account. He had previously funded his uncle with 500,000 and given Wei Shan 100,000, leaving him with only 400,000 in cash flow. Boss, we're just starting out, why not rent a place in a tech park a bit off the beaten path? Zhao Chong couldn't help but swallow hard at the exorbitant rental quotes of the Guijin Center. If we pour all 40,000 into a deposit and quarterly rent, we won't even have enough left to buy high-spec office computers. No need. Chun Mo's gaze was cold and hard as he swiped his card to sign the lease. Since the Taichu name is hung, it must stand in the most iconic financial center. In the capital circle, your facade is your confidence. The more you appear short of funds, the more others will see you as a piece of meat. Holding the keys to the office building, Chun Mo stood before the currently empty space with a floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the bustling CBD of Kyoto and turned to look at Zhao Chong. Old Zhao, I've spent this 40,000. Next, it's up to you. Chun Mo methodically laid out the tasks for the next half-month. You will stay here and be responsible for setting up the framework for Taichu. Recruit people, traders, risk managers, macro researchers. I don't want mediocre talents who only know how to memorize textbooks. Well, I want the top-notch ones, wolves who dare to fight in the stock market. Seeing Zhao Chong's hesitant expression, Chun Mo knew he was worried about funding. He patted him on the shoulder and offered reassurance for the initial office procurement and headhunting fees. You can negotiate for deferred payment or use your own money to cover it first. Don't worry, by mid-October, I will transfer the first 2 million directly into the company's corporate account as the initial ammunition for Tycoon's self-operated fund. Your task is to prepare a team for me by the moment my funds arrive. Can you do it? Faced with Chun Mo's trusting gaze, Zhao Chong felt a surge of blood rushing through him. From a small retail investor who had faced numerous setbacks, he suddenly leaped to become a veteran of an investment company with the authority to operate 20 million in real assets. This incredible opportunity and the gratitude for being recognized ignited an unprecedented fervor in his heart. Don't worry, boss. Zhao Chong straightened his back, his eyes gleaming like a beast ready to pounce. By mid-October, I will definitely assemble the most elite team for you. Chun Mo nodded in satisfaction. Calculating the time, the National Day holiday was already halfway through. His uncle in the provincial city Bian Shuozhang, the Taichu company in Kyoto, and the future hedge fund commander Zhao Chong. Everything had been laid out. However, Chun Mo was well aware that the timing of his rebirth was not optimistic. To grab a piece of flesh from this bloody game of capital, the current pace was far from enough. On October 5th, at 3 in the afternoon, after leaving the Guijin Center, Chun Mo hailed a cab and headed straight for the Kyoto Institute of Technology in Hadian. In contrast to the steel jungle of the CBD, filled with money and desire, the autumn campus felt exceptionally tranquil. The ginkgo leaves lining the road had turned yellow, fluttering down in the breeze, and the air was imbued with the unique purity and vitality characteristic of an ivory tower. Walking along the tree-lined path, Chun Mo took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Xiaomo. A crisp and slightly surprised female voice came from the other end. It was Chun Mo's older sister, Chun Jing. Sister, I'm under the ginkgo tree at the south gate of your school. Oh, let's meet up. Chun Mo's voice unconsciously softened. What? You ran to Kyoto? Chun Jing's voice instantly shot up an octave, filled with unmistakable shock. Are you crazy? At such a crucial time in your senior year, why are you running around? Does mom know? Did you skip class again? Hanging up, Chun Mo couldn't help but smile helplessly. In his past life, his sister Chun Jing was always the pride of the family. Admitted to a key university, and upon graduation, she joined a good state-owned enterprise. During his university years, when he ventured into the stock market, his sister lent him the 100,000 she had saved from her part-time job to test the waters. In the end, she lost everything, yet instead of blaming him, she consoled him, saying it was just tuition fees and vowing to support him as her older brother in the future. This blood bond was forever etched in Chun Mo's heart. A gentle autumn breeze swept by, sending golden ginkgo leaves swirling down. Chun Mo pulled his thoughts back and cast his gaze towards the exit of the girls' dormitory. Within 5 minutes, 2 young girls holding hands rushed out. The girl on the left was wearing a slightly faded light gray hoodie and old jeans her feet in a pair of very ordinary canvas shoes. She had her hair tied up in a neat high ponytail, and due to running too fast a few strands stuck to her slightly sweaty fair forehead. Her features were delicate and bright, resembling a lively little chili pepper, exuding a unique coolness and stubbornness. It was none other than his sister Chun-Jing. However, when Chun-Mo's gaze slightly shifted to the woman beside Chun-Jing's heart skipped a beat. If Chun-Jing was a fire filled with the warmth of human life, the woman beside her was a tranquil, deep autumn water instantly captivating. She was tall, wearing an exquisitely tailored khaki long coat that not only failed to hide her figure, but also accentuated her proud and graceful curves. Her slightly curled long hair was loosely held up with a simple ebony hairpin with a few playful strands cascading down beside her long fair swan neck. What stood out the most was the pair of thin gold-rimmed glasses resting on her delicate nose. Instead of appearing scholarly, they endowed her with an extraordinarily charming intellectual elegance. Her eyes seemed to hide an unending spring, calm and composed, yet with a clarity that could see through people's hearts. Wen Zhixia. In his past life, she was the one who never fought for anything yet shielded him from all the hidden arrows during his most difficult times, the one who quietly sat on the sofa sewing buttons on his shirts and sacrificed her own marriage prospects to support him until the age of 40. Chun-Mo, have you gotten bolder? Chun-Jing's furious shout instantly broke Chun-Mo's reverie. She rushed over, angrily grabbing Chun-Mo's ear with her fingers, her brows furrowed. With less than a few months until the college entrance examination, why are you running around instead of studying at home? Does mom know? Did you skip class again? Sister, let go. Instead of dodging, Chun-Mo actually relished this long-lost familial reprimand. He laughed and pleaded, at least I'm a big guy who's 1.8 meters tall. Can you give me some face in front of us? You still care about face? How about when you hand in blank papers? Chun-Jing snorted coldly, releasing her grip, but when she took a step back and saw Chun-Mo's outfit, she froze in place. He was wearing an exquisitely tailored high-end dark gray casual suit without a tie, the collar of his white shirt slightly open. The drape of the fabric and the stitching made it clear at a glance that Chun-Jing, even without knowledge of luxury brands, could tell this was certainly not something cheap. What was even more surprising was the aura Chun-Mo exuded. Standing there with one hand in his pocket, tall and straight, and his gaze deep, he had completely shed the former timid and rebellious demeanor of a high school student. Where did you get this outfit? Chun-Jing regarded him with suspicion, her voice tightening. Chun-Mo, tell me honestly, have you gotten into trouble outside? Or borrowed money online? Jingjing, don't panic. A gentle voice as soft as spring breeze sounded. Wen Zhixia gently tugged at Chun-Jing's sleeve, then turned her head to seriously examine the young man before her through the lenses of her thin-rimmed glasses. Before heading downstairs, she had heard Chun-Jing complain all the way about her brother being a rebellious student with poor grades who constantly made their mother angry. But the young man standing in front of her now radiated composure and control, clearly an adult, especially in his eyes. When Zhixia locked eyes with Chun-Mo, her heart inexplicably trembled. It was a gaze filled with affection and tenderness. She couldn't understand why upon their first meeting Chun-Mo would have such a reaction towards her. Hello, I'm your sister's roommate, Wen Zhixia. Wen Zhixia suppressed the odd feelings in her heart and gracefully extended her delicate right hand, her lips curling into a smile that felt like spring sunshine. Jingjing has a quick temper. Oh, please don't take it personally. Chun-Mo looked down at that hand. In his past life, this hand had endured countless overnight sessions over financial statements and had wiped away the remnants of his drunken vomit after bankruptcy. He extended his hand and gently grasped Wen Zixia's fingertips. The touch was slightly cool, akin to warm jade. Hello, Zhixia. I'm Chun-Mo. I often hear my sister mention you on the phone. Chun-Mo's voice was deep and soon withdrew. She often mentions me. When Zhixia was slightly taken aback, her smile widening. Does she say I always drag her to the library to reserve seats, that I'm a boring bookworm? Of course not. Chun-Mo looked into her eyes. She says Zhixia is a girl who takes great care of others and is very trustworthy. Seeing is believing. Zhixia is even more beautiful than I imagined. Upon hearing this, a faint blush crept across Wen Zixia's fair cheeks. She was an extremely intelligent girl, and many prominent young men pursued her at school. What sweet nothings hadn't. Yet for some reason, this high school student's words combined with his bottomless gaze stirred an unmanageable flutter in her heart. Smooth talker. Chun-Jing pulled Chun-Mo aside and glared at him. Stop buttering her up. Quickly tell me, where did you get the money to come to Kyoto? What's with your clothes? Chun-Mo put away his playful demeanor, looking at his anxious sister with an extremely serious tone. Sister, I didn't tell Mom the full amount when I won the lottery. I took the remaining money and followed an experienced industry elder into the stock market. Recently, I caught 2 hot stocks that kept rising, leveraged a bit, and made a significant profit. The stock market. Chun-Jing gasped, her face going pale with fright. You're crazy. That place is a meat grinder that chews you up and spits you out. What does a high school student know about Klein charts? Hurry and withdraw your money. I've already withdrawn it, but it's safely in my pocket. Chun Mo knew explaining to his sister would be pointless, so he simply proved it in the simplest way. He took out a brand new unopened top-spec iPhone from his pocket and forcibly stuffed it into Chun Jing's faded hoodie pocket. Here, this phone is your National Day gift. Your old Android is so slow it takes forever just to scan a code. It's time for an upgrade. Holding Chun Jing's hand that was trying to return the phone, Chun Mo continued, also the 50,000 from the lottery that went into your card after the last scratch-off. I know you haven't touched it at all. You've been saving it for me, right? Sister, look at this hoodie you're wearing. The cuffs are already faded. Chun Mo sighed softly. Our family really doesn't lack money anymore. So don't go working part-time at the cafeteria anymore. Spend all your time preparing for your graduate entrance exams. Just remember, if the sky falls, your brother will hold it up. Chun Jing stood dumbfounded, feeling the heavy outline of the hard box in her pocket. She indeed hadn't dared to touch that 50,000, even changing the password to Chun Mo's birthday, fearing he might need money one day. But at this moment, looking at her younger brother, who had suddenly matured and was now half a head taller than her, Chun Jing felt a lump in her throat, and her eyes instantly turned red. You really didn't lie to me. Can you really come out unscathed from the stock market? Chun Jing sniffled, her voice still trembling with fear. I withdrew everything cleanly, not a cent less. Both principal and interest are here. Chun Mo smiled reassuringly at her, standing half a step away when Zhixiao quietly observed this scene. As a girl from a scholarly family with a keen eye, when Zhixiao was very perceptive. Initially, she had doubted whether this high school student had gone down the wrong path, but Chun Mo's unique aura and confident demeanor made her unconsciously feel fond of him, completely unlike a typical senior. Jingjing, since Xiao Mo has said, so you should accept it. When Zhixiao spoke, gently handing over a tissue that emanated a faint fragrance, wiping the corners of Chun Jing's eyes. Your brother has grown up now. Oh, he's a man who can support you. You should be happy for him. Chun Mo turned his head, and his gaze met when Zhixiao's gentle eyes intersecting in the air. Chun Jing tightly clutched the phone box in her pocket, her fingertips turning slightly pale from the force. She gazed at her brother's familiar, yet foreign face, the words of reproach lodged in her throat, ultimately transforming into a long sigh. You? Her voice was still a bit hoarse. Where are you staying now? The National Day holiday is ending soon, and the first mock exam for your senior year is coming up. When will you go back? Tomorrow afternoon's high-speed train. Chun Mo's tone was calm. I'm staying at a hotel near the school tonight. Sister, don't worry about my studies. I have it under control. The confidence in his demeanor when he said, under control, left Chun Jing momentarily at a loss for words. The brother who once needed her to tug him by the ear to go to school seemed to have truly grown up in a moment she was unaware of. Have you eaten? Chun Jing wiped her face, forcing herself to switch to sister mode. A new grilled fish place opened on the back street of the school. The taste is decent. Let me treat you to a meal. You shouldn't be spending money on me, sister. Chun Mo smiled. I'll arrange it. I know a private restaurant nearby that has a good atmosphere and flavor. He turned towards Wen Zhixia, who had been quietly standing to the side, his tone natural and respectful. Zhixia, you should join us as well. Thank you for taking care of my sister all this time. Wen Zhixia initially intended to decline, but Chun Jing had already linked her arm with hers. Zhixia, let's go together. It's the perfect chance to give this kid a good scolding and make him spend some money. Though she said that, a hint of pride was hidden in Chun Jing's eyes. When Zhixia smiled gently and nodded, then I will join you. It's an honor that Zhixia is willing to join us. Chun Mo said, naturally raising his hand to hail a taxi. He opened the door, instinctively shielding the edge of the roof with his palm, waiting until both women were seated before closing the door. The car drove into a quiet alley and finally stopped in front of a pitch-black wooden door without any sign. Chun Mo stepped forward and lightly knocked on the door, knocker the rhythm short and distinctive. The wooden door slid open silently, revealing a middle-aged man in a gray cloth shirt who slightly bowed. His gaze lingered on Chun Mo for a brief moment before he stepped aside to let them in. Inside was a hidden paradise. After passing through a shadow wall, they entered a beautifully renovated courtyard. The bluestone path was damp, freshly sprinkled with water, and the air was filled with the crisp scent of moss and agarwood. The private room faced a small pool where several red koi swam under the dim yellow light. The environment was so private it felt almost claustrophobic. Chun Jing instinctively tugged at the sleeve of her faded sweatshirt, feeling somewhat awkward. When Zhixia quietly observed her surroundings, her gaze eventually returning to Chun Mo. The young man stood in front of an ink wash screen, his profile outlined by the lantern light, creating a serene silhouette. It was too quiet here, too expensive, and too inappropriate. It didn't seem like a place for a high school student to bring his sister. A waitress in a plain, cheap house silently presented the menu. Chun Jing opened the hard silk-covered booklet and glanced at the prices, closing it as if she had been scalded. She kicked Chun Mo hard under the table, and said in an urgent whisper, "Let's go." When Zixia's fingers also paused at the edge of the menu. Chun Imo seemed unaware of his sister's small. He took the menu, not even flipping through it, and directly spoke to the waiting waitress beside him, squirrel, fish, crab, meat, lion's head, boiled beef. And add a dish of Jiangnan flour, fermented tofu, and a tofu soup without coriander. He paused, then added, "For this lady, just a cup of warm water with a slice of lemon would be fine." After saying that, he returned the menu to the waitress and slightly nodded. "Please make it quick, my sister is hungry." The waitress, trained well, noted it down and quietly exited. In the private room, only the sound of flowing water remained. Chun Jing opened her mouth, her eyes wide in disbelief, glancing at Chun Imo and then at Wen Jixia, before finally stammering, How do you know Jixia doesn't eat coriander? And how do you know she can't sleep at night after drinking tea?" The more she spoke, the smaller her voice became, filled with incredulous confusion. "I never told you about this." Wen Jixia remained still. Her gaze fell on Chun Mo's face, filled with questioning. Chun Imo was heating the bowls and chopsticks with hot water. Hearing her, he looked up at his sister. "Do you really think every time I call you is just casual chatting? Previously you said you accidentally put coriander in your noodles and Jixia picked them out one by one. You complained to me about it over the phone afterward. And last month you said you brewed strong tea in the dormitory at night to stay awake, but Jixia could smell the tea and couldn't sleep, showing up to class the next day with dark circles under her eyes. Sister, with your loud mouth, what can you hide?" Chun Jing was momentarily stunned, frowning as she tried to recall, but only remembered that she often rambled on the phone. Maybe. I really did mention it. She was deeply suspicious of her own coarse memory. This explanation was seamless with no logical flaws. But when Jixia was holding the glass of perfectly warm lemon water that had just been served, the warmth of the glass felt soothing against her fingers, though her fingertips were a bit chilly. At first, Chun Jing's awkwardness was quickly dispelled by the delicious food, and she ate with great enthusiasm. However, when Jixia was eating slowly, she was well-mannered and elegant, but her thoughts were clearly not on the dishes. Chun Imo spoke little, but whenever Chun Jing rambled on about trivial school matters, or when Jixia occasionally chimed in, he could always follow up seamlessly. The topics occasionally drifted to broader fields, such as when Chun Jing complained about a professor in her major course criticizing macroeconomic policies. Chun Imo simply listened without comment. Until when Jixia softly said, "Policy transmission takes time. The market is sometimes more sensitive than theory." He finally raised his eyes to look at her, smiling faintly, and said, "Exactly. Theory is the map, and the market is the road beneath our feet. No matter how beautifully the map is drawn, we must see whether the road is icy or muddy." A very ordinary statement. But coming from a high school senior's lips, combined with his overly calm eyes, it transformed entirely. When Jixia lowered her gaze and picked up a piece of fermented tofu, Chun Imo excused himself midway, claiming he was going to the restroom. The private room was left with only the occasional clinking of the spoon against the bowl and the faint sound of Chun Imo excused himself midway, claiming he was going to the restroom. The private room was left with only the occasional clinking of the spoon against the bowl and the faint sound of water flowing outside. When Jixia put down her chopsticks, gently pressed a tissue against the corner of her mouth, and casually asked, "Jingjing, was your brother always like this?" "Always, eh?" Chun Jing lifted her head from the lion's head dish, puffing her cheeks as she thought. He used to be a mischievous monkey, unable to sit still, and his mind was only on games and basketball, and he got beaten up for it often. It's only in these past few months that he seems like he has changed completely. She swallowed her food side and lowered her voice. "Sometimes I look at him and feel like I don't know him anymore. But it feels good, at least he's more sensible now." "Is that all?" When Jixia asked softly, her gaze falling on Chun Mo's empty seat. "What else could it be?" Chun Jing was puzzled. When Jixia fell silent, she turned her head to gaze at the hazy reflection of the lantern in the water pool outside. There had been no major shocks, no dramatic changes. So where did this maturity, so disconnected from his age, come from? When Jixia gently stirred the lemon water in her cup, her eyes behind the lenses growing ever deeper. She came from a wealthy family, a local of the capital, with a perspective far beyond the ordinary. She knew very well that a private restaurant hidden deep in an alley without even a signboard was not something that an average person could find. How could a high school student who grew up in a remote county and just a fortnight ago was struggling to fill out his monthly test papers be so familiar with the capital? Click. The wooden door of the private room was gently pushed open, interrupting when Zixia's thoughts. Chun Imo walked in and naturally returned to his seat, taking a hot towel to wipe his hands, casually asking, "Did you eat well? If not, I can order more. I'm stuffed." Chun Jing patted her round belly, then suddenly seemed to remember something, sitting up straight. "Did you secretly go to pay the bill when you said you were going to the restroom? How much was it?" "Not much, just the cost of a meal." Chun Imo smiled, not revealing the number that would have made Chun Jing explode on the spot. "Don't give me that. I just secretly checked online. This place has an average cost of at least 3,000. Chen Jing hurriedly rummaged through her bag. No way. We agreed that this meal was my treat for Zhixia. How can I let a high school student pay? Hand me the receipt while I'll transfer the money to you. Sister. Chen Imo suddenly withdrew his smile, calling out just one word. Chen Jing's rummaging stopped instantly, looking at her brother with a hint of confusion. The money I earned was from the stock market legally and cleanly, and it's enough to spend. Looking into her eyes, Chen Mo's tone softened, but was resolute. I earned this money so that you and Mom can live with dignity in the future, not having to worry over every price on the menu. If you continue to treat me like a stranger, I'll donate all of it. Chen Jing opened her mouth, her eyes feeling a bit. She bit her lip, ultimately not voicing the rebuttal, only nodding heavily. Okay, I'll listen to you, sister. But you promise me don't push yourself too hard outside. It's senior year, and you still need to focus on your studies. I know. Chen Mo slightly nodded. When the three of them exited the courtyard, the chilly autumn night wind carried a hint of coldness. At the alley's mouth, a black Audi A6 was quietly parked there. This was the car that Chen Mo had arranged with the restaurant manager when he settled the bill. The driver respectfully got out and opened the rear door. Just as Chen Jing was about to get in, Chen Mo held her back, pulling the zipper of her sweatshirt all the way up. It's cold at night. Don't stay up late in the dorm. If anything comes up, call me anytime. Tomorrow I'll head straight to the train station and won't go to school to look for you. Got it? Stop nagging. Chen Jing rubbed her reddened nose and turned to get into the car. Chen Mo turned to look at Wen Zhixia, who stood to the side. In the night, her long khaki coat was slightly lifted by the wind as she quietly watched him like a deep, bottomless autumn water, hiding countless unspoken doubts. Zhixia, I appreciate you accompanying my sister today. In the future, when she's at school, I'll trouble you to take care. When Zhixia looked at him, not answering immediately. After several seconds, she gently pushed up her glasses and slightly parted her red lips, saying, Chen Mo, you really don't seem like a high school student. Hearing this, Chen Mo chuckled softly. He leaned forward slightly, closing the distance between them. People always have to grow up, Zhixia. Looking into her eyes, Chen Mo said, I just move a bit faster. When Zixia's heart raced uncontrollably at that moment. His gaze was too complex. I understand now. When Zhixia averted her eyes from his aggressive gaze, nodding slightly. Then I wish you a happy National Day holiday and good luck on the college entrance examination. Thank you. Goodbye, Zhixia. Chen Mo opened the car door for her, his palm still gentlemanly shielding the edge of the roof. Only after the Audi A6's taillights disappeared at the end of the alley did Chen Mo retract his gaze. Standing in the chilly autumn wind, he lit a cigarette, slowly exhaling a puff of white smoke, his eyes once again sharp. The following evening in a small county town. When Chen Mo pushed open the door of his home dragging his suitcase, what greeted him was not a steaming hot meal, but his motherly Zuyin's face frozen like ice. You've grown bold, haven't you, Chen Mo? For the 7-day National Day holiday, it was bad enough that you went to the provincial capital to visit your uncle, but you had the nerve to sneak off to the capital all by yourself. Li Xiaoyun slammed the table hard, making the water cup rattle. Seeing this, Chen Mo knew immediately that his sister Chen Jing must have ratted him out about his trip to the capital. However, his uncle Chen Liping had already covered for him over the phone, saying Chen Mo had gone to the capital to deliver important software materials for him, so his mother didn't think much of it. Mom, I just took the chance to visit my sister. Chen Mo immediately put on the obedient and well-behaved face of a high school student stepping closer. Besides, uncle is starting his own business. It's only right for me to help him run errands. Stop your grinning and joking. Li Xiaoyun shot him a glare, but her tone had softened somewhat. Clearly his uncle's endorsement had worked. Your sister told me on WeChat that you used your own pocket money to buy her a new phone. At least you've got some conscience, you little brat. She paused, then her gaze turned sharp again as she reached out and tapped Chen Mo's forehead. But don't think a little show of kindness will let you off the hook. Tomorrow when you go to school, the monthly exam results should be out right. Let me tell you, if you don't make it into the top 10 of the class this time, this feather duster of mine won't show any mercy. From now on, all your pocket money will be confiscated. On weekends, you're not allowed to go anywhere except to study. Don't worry, Mom, it'll definitely make the top 10. As Chen Mo dealt with his mother's relentless barrage, he stealthily slipped his hand into his pocket and blindly typed out a QQ message, come rescue me, AC. Urgent. Less than a minute after the message was sent, light footsteps sounded from outside the yard. Aunt Lee, are you home? Accompanied by a crisp and pleasant call, two slender tall figures poked their heads into the main room. With them came an extremely fresh, youthful scent of girls, instantly brightening the slightly worn-out room. Chu Inua and Chu Iran, the twin sisters, were wearing the dresses Chen Mo had bought them last time, with their hair tied back and neat ponytails, looking exceptionally youthful. Oh my, it's Inua and Iran. Come in. The moment Li Xiaoyun saw this pair of well-behaved and beautiful twins, her terrifying shrewish expression vanished without a trace, and her face broke into a beaming smile. Have you eaten yet? Auntie, we've already eaten. said the lively and cheerful Chu Inua, her eyes darting around. We're here to ask Chen Mo to explain some problems. We have a quiz tomorrow, and there are a few physics problems we just can't figure out, so we had to come and ask Chen Mo for help. Auntie, can we borrow him for a while? Of course, of course. Explaining problems is a good thing. Li Xiaoyun nodded repeatedly, then turned to Chen Mo with a stern face. Did you hear that? Explain things properly to the girls or else. Got it. Mission guaranteed. Chen Mo felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He grabbed his backpack from the sofa and gave the sisters a meaningful look. Mom will go outside to study, so we won't disturb you with the housework. And I won't be home for dinner. Before Li Xiaoyun could react, Chen Mo had already grabbed one sister with each hand and slipped out of the yard like greased lightning. He didn't stop running until they reached the village entrance, where he finally let go and let out a long sigh of relief. Phew. Thanks, you two warriors. If you'd come any later, I might have gotten a beating for sure. Chu Iran couldn't help but let out a sweet laugh. She stepped up to Chen Mo with her hands behind her back, her lively eyes looking him up and down. Chen Mo, where did you go for the holiday? We haven't seen you for days. My sister couldn't even concentrate on making breakfast these past 2 days. What nonsense are you talking about? The gentle-natured Chu Inua instantly blushed and quickly tugged at her sister's sleeve. She stole a glance at Chen Mo, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. Chen Mo, don't listen to her nonsense. Looking at the pair of twins before him radiating youthful vitality, Chen Mo's heart softened a little. It's not nonsense. I know you care about me. Chen Mo smiled, took out 2 exquisitely crafted jewelry boxes from his backpack, and handed one to each of them. I went to the capital and brought back gifts for you. See if you like them. Wow. It's a red bean silver bracelet from the Palace Museum's creative line. Chu Iran couldn't wait to open the box, her eyes lighting up instantly. She directly extended her fair wrist. Chen Mo, put it on for me. Chu Inua took the box gently, running her fingertip over the bracelet, her eyes filled with joy, but also a hint of worry as she asked softly. Chen Mo, this must be very expensive, right? You just bought us clothes last time. Don't worry, wear it. It's not worth much. Chen Mo chuckled softly and helped the 2 sisters put on the bracelets. Come on, let's go check out the reed marsh at the village entrance, and then we'll go to Grandma Lee's for some spicy hot pot. My treat. The 3 of them walked side by side along the rural path. The glow of the setting sun spilled over the golden reed marsh, casting a gentle halo over the tranquil village. Chu Iran chattered away like a happy lark, sharing amusing stories from their sophomore year tutoring sessions. Chu Inua walked quietly beside Chen Mo, feeling the cool silver jewelry on her wrist, occasionally glancing up at the sharp profile of the young man's face, her heart sweet. Just at this incredibly serene and beautiful moment, the phone in Chen Mo's pocket suddenly buzzed urgently. He stopped, took it out, and saw it was old Jean, the investment director from Pengcheng Juding. Inua, Iran, you two go ahead and grab a seat at Grandma Lee's. They'll take this call and be right there. Chen Mo gave the sisters a gentle smile. Walking over to a secluded spot behind the reeds, Chen Mo pressed the answer button. As soon as the call connected, old Jean's excited roar came through. Mr. Chen, it's up. We're rich. What's the panic? Speak clearly. Chen Mo frowned. China Communications Construction. They just released a hugely significant positive announcement. The restructuring has been approved, and they've officially become the core infrastructure export leader under the Belt and Road Initiative. Research reports from all the major institutions are flying everywhere. Old Jean was so excited on the other end that he was almost incoherent. Mr. Chen, it's a miracle. You're truly a miracle. Before the holiday, you had our 200 million yuan quietly build a position at the bottom without even making a ripple. Now with this announcement, tomorrow's market is definitely going straight to the limit up. Millions of hands in by orders can't stop it. This isn't stock trading, this is just picking up money. As soon as old Jean finished speaking, another call came through on Chen Mo's screen. It was old Li from Moduzashi. Chen Mo directly pulled old Li into a 3-way call, and old Li's ecstatic voice came through. Mr. Chen, the good news has landed. Your insight is nothing short of divine. Our risk control department just ran a simulation, and the main upward wave for China Communications Construction has at least 5 limit-up boards in store conservatively. With a 200 million yuan base position, that's a pure profit of 10 million in just 5 days. Faced with the almost manic praise from these 2 seasoned investment managers, Chen Mo's expression remained utterly calm, as if everything had been within his precise calculations all along. He took a deep breath of the crisp autumn air and spoke. Only expecting 5 boards. Your vision is still too narrow. At least 15 limit-up boards. Just wait to count the money. The next morning at the teacher's office of the first high school in the county. The atmosphere in the office was particularly eerie and silent on the first working day after the National Day holiday. Old Lu, come take a look at this essay. Wang, the head of the Chinese research group for the third-year students, held a somewhat crumpled Chinese answer sheet that had been passed around by several teachers. His fingers trembled slightly, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The essay on economic cycles written here. How could it possibly be the caliber of a high school student? This is practically a report that could be published directly in a financial weekly. Wang swallowed hard, pointing at the flowing script on the paper. If it weren't for the constraints of the college entrance examination grading standards, I would want to give a perfect score. With a total score of 130 in Chinese, he secured the highest score in the entire school with just this. Class teacher Lu Jingi was staring at the summary table of the entire class total scores on the computer screen, completely unaware of what Wang was saying. He felt a wave of darkness before his eyes, his heart pounding like a drum in his chest. Gulp. Lu Jingi struggled to swallow, looking at the solitary name at the top of the table, his voice hoarse, like sandpaper rubbing together. Mr. Wang, it's not just the top in Chinese. Look at his other scores. Several other teachers leaned in to take a look, instantly gasping in shock. Mathematics 150 points full marks. English 150 points full marks. Chinese 130 points. Comprehensive science 245 points. Total scores 675 points. Class first. School third. The mathematics teacher exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out. This kid clearly left several major questions in comprehensive science unanswered. Just relying on his scores in Chinese mathematics and English has brought him to this terrifying level. If he had put in a bit more effort in comprehensive science, he would definitely be the absolute first, far ahead of the second place by several points. Lu Jingi slumped in his chair, frantically recalling the bet Chen Mo made with him in the office before the holiday at 9:05 a.m. in the key science class for third-year students. The morning reading session had just ended, and the classroom was filled with the tense atmosphere of the impending announcement of the monthly examination results. In the front row, class leader Lin Yu was loudly discussing the solution to the final mathematics problem with a few classmates brimming with confidence about the results, occasionally glancing back at Chen Mo with a look of someone watching a show. Chen Mo was oblivious to the noise around him. He used a tall stack of textbooks as a shield, glancing down at the screen of his phone resting on his thigh. At 9:30 a.m. the shares officially opened. Just as he had predicted last night, Huagujiao, this giant in infrastructure, was instantly sealed on the limit up with over 8 million hands of terrifying buy orders under a significant restructuring news. A straight line marked 1 spanned the very top of the candlestick chart. There wasn't even a hint of struggle or turnover on the board. Chen Mo's 200 million base assets saw an immediate surge of 20 million in account value at the moment the market opened. His personal account also perfectly hit the limit up. Chen Mo felt refreshed and calmly turned off his phone screen, leaning back in his chair. In his past life, Huagujiao had seen 15 consecutive limit-ups after announcing good news before starting adjustments, followed by another streak of 10 limit-ups. In these last 2 months, just this single stock had filled his pockets. Clang. The classroom door was pushed open and class teacher Lu Jingi walked in with a thin score report, his expression extremely complex. The once noisy classroom instantly fell silent to the point where a pin drop could be heard. Su Qingyan in the front row also slightly straightened her back, her pale fingers gently twirling a fountain pen. As a perennial top student, she was not worried about her own scores. What flashed through her mind at this moment was the ridiculous bet she made with Chen Mo at the corner of the staircase before the holiday. Students, everyone can see the difficulty of this citywide joint examination, but our class has witnessed there has appeared a miracle. Lu Jingi took a deep breath, his gaze extremely complicated as it passed over the crowd, landing directly on Chen Mo in the last row. Now I will announce the results. Let's start with the top 10. 10th place, A Zhaochong, 580 points. 3rd place, Lin Yu, 635 points. Hearing his name, Lin Yu proudly raised his chin, intentionally sitting up straight. Although the questions were difficult, he had still managed to maintain a spot in the top 3, which made him feel extremely inflated. 2nd place, Lu Jingi paused, his voice carrying a hint of disbelief. Su Qingyan, 658 points. School ranking 5th. Wow. The entire class erupted in an uproar. Su Qingyan's pen fell with a thud onto the desk, her clear peach blossom eyes filled with shock. She actually dropped to 2nd place, and only ranked 5th in the entire school. How could this be? Who surpassed her? Lin Yu was also dumbfounded. If even Su Qingyan was pushed down, could there be a hidden genius in the class? Lu Jingi pressed his hands down to signal for quiet, then spoke in a tone almost reverent, loudly announcing the name. The first in the class, Chen Mo. Total scores 675 points. School ranking 3rd. Silence. The 50 or so people in the class felt as if they had collectively hit the mute button at that moment. Everyone turned around as if they had seen a ghost staring intently at Chen Mo, who was idly spinning a pen in the corner of the classroom. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Yu suddenly stood up, his face flushed. Mr. Lu. Last time he submitted a blank paper for the monthly exam. How could he possibly be 3rd in the entire school this time? Cheating. Why don't you show me a full score then? Lu Jingi slammed the score report onto the podium, his voice stern. Chinemo this time perfect score in mathematics. Perfect score in English. 130 points in Chinese, achieving the highest score in the entire school. If it weren't for him leaving several major questions in comprehensive science blank because he found them troublesome, he would currently be the first in the entire school. This paper was uniformly graded by the city. Tell me where he cheated. This powerful declaration struck each person's heart like a heavy hammer. Perfect scores in mathematics and English. Highest score in Chinese. Scoring 245 points even with major questions left blank in comprehensive science. Is this even human? This is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Lin Yu deflated like a punctured ball, his face pale, as he collapsed back into his chair, feeling like the proud moment he had just experienced was that of a complete clown. Sitting directly in front of Chun Mo, Su Qingjian's mind was also buzzing. She turned around to look at the boy, who remained calm amidst the class' shocked gazes, as if everything was perfectly natural. Her heart surged with waves of emotion. She suddenly recalled how Chun Mo had previously guided her through a math problem before the holiday. It turned out he had never been joking when he said he would take first place. He truly did it effortlessly, pulling her down from her pedestal. The class bell rang. The class bell rang. Lu Jingi called Chun Mo out of the classroom, patting his shoulder with a smile that was brighter than flowers. Chun Mo, ha, the teacher is willing to accept the bet. As long as you don't disturb others, whatever you do in class, the teacher will definitely turn a blind eye. Keep it up. Tsinghua and Peking University are beckoning to you. Just as he finished speaking, several subject teachers gathered in the corridor. Chun Mo, where did you learn the advanced vocabulary and inverted sentence structures for your English essay? The English teacher's eyes sparkled. Chun Mo, why did you leave 3 major questions unanswered in comprehensive science? I noticed that your solution to the mechanics problem was extremely advanced. Did you find it tedious to write, or did you simply run out of time? The physics teacher wore a pained expression, as if the lost points were a cut into his flesh. Facing the fervent gazes of the teachers as if he were a national treasure, Panda Chun Mo simply maintained a polite smile, casually deflecting with phrases like, good luck, and, I studied on my own before, without any flaws. At that moment, a cough echoed from the end of the corridor. Principal Wang of the first high school, surrounded by several instructional directors, actually came personally to the door of the key science class. Seeing this, the surrounding teachers quickly made way. Principal Wang approached Chun Mo, scrutinizing the tall young man from head to toe, his heart filled with mixed feelings. He had a particularly deep impression of the name Chun Mo. Just before the holiday, Director Chen Liqin of the County Education Bureau had even personally called him, subtly suggesting that there was a transfer student named Chun Mo in class 1 of the 3rd year, whose background was unclear, a troublemaker who was not academically inclined and needed to be separated from her precious daughter Su Qingyan. At the time, Principal Wang had readily agreed and immediately issued a strict order to class teacher Lu Jingi to forcibly separate their seats. But what was the outcome? The student turned around and achieved a perfect score in both mathematics and English, the first in the entire school in Chinese, and an incredibly terrifying total score. Is this what one calls academically disinclined? This is a genius who could be coveted by Tsinghua and Peking University at any moment. Now, looking back at Director Chun Liqin's words, Principal Wang felt a burning embarrassment. You must be Chun Mo, right? Seeing is believing. You truly are an exceptional talent. Principal Wang instantly donned an extremely amiable smile, stepping forward to pat Chun Mo's arm enthusiastically, then turned to Lu Jingi with a serious instruction. Mr. Lu, students like Chun Mo who possess a strong ability for independent learning must be given the utmost support and freedom by the school. Whether it's review materials or schedule arrangements, it should all be smooth sailing. As he said this, Principal Wang lowered his voice, casting a somewhat flattering glance at Chun Mo. Chun Mo, regarding the seat adjustment earlier, the school did not consider it thoroughly. If you feel it's inconvenient to sit in the back, I can have Mr. Lu move you back next to Su Qingyan. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the surrounding teachers were stunned. No need, Principal. Chun Mo smiled and replied, the current seat is quite good with a clear view. My only requirement is for the school to give me freedom. It doesn't matter where I sit. Correspondingly, I will ensure that I remain in the top 3 of my grades. Principal Wang detected the confidence in Chun Mo's words, nodded repeatedly in agreement, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then left with satisfaction along with the school leaders. After dealing with the school leaders and teachers, Chun Mo turned back to the classroom. The once noisy class instantly fell silent the moment he stepped through the door. The gazes of everyone had completely transformed from initial disdain and contempt to a reverent awe, as if regarding a monster. Lin Yu, the class leader in the front row, kept his head down, not daring to breathe, afraid that Chun Mo would tease him about his grades. But Chun Mo didn't spare him a glance and walked straight to the back of the classroom. Chun Mo pulled out a chair and sat down in the single seat directly behind Su Qingyan, casually tossing the score report that indicated his first-place rank with a total of 675 points onto the table. Su Qingyan's back slightly stiffened. Her fingertips gripping the pen turned pale from the pressure. After what felt like a full minute, this proud and lofty academic goddess, who always looked down on her peers, finally slowly turned around. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes were fixed on Chun Mo with a complex expression revealing shock, unwillingness, but more than anything a sense of open-hearted acceptance at being defeated. She gently bit her moist lower lip. "You win." Chun Mo leaned back in his chair looking at her slightly flushed, exquisite face. "Accepting a bet is a good habit," Su the talented girl. "Let's do it this weekend." Su Qingyan took a deep breath, struggling to calm her racing heart, as she forced herself to meet his gaze with composure. "He'll pick the place. But I'm warning you, I'm not as wealthy as you are, so don't bleed me dry." "No problem, I'll follow your lead." Chun Mo chuckled lightly, agreeing readily. At dusk, the sunset bathed the old residential compound in the county town in a fiery glow. Chun Mo pushed open the door of his home, where several home-cooked dishes were already laid out on the octagonal table in the main room. His father Chen Zhangwo was sipping erguotu while watching the news broadcast, and his mother Li Xiaoyun, still in her apron, watched their newly arrived son with the intensity of facing a formidable adversary. "You got your report card, didn't you?" Li Xiaoyun tapped the table. "Show it. If you're not in the top 10, you'll be standing in the yard for dinner tonight." Chun Mo said nothing, directly unzipping his backpack and pulling out the slightly crumpled report card that had been passed around the entire grade. With a sharp slap, he placed it on the dining table. "Here, take your time." Chun Mo pulled out a chair and helped himself to a bowl of rice. Li Xiaoyun cast him a suspicious glance, picked up the report card, and held it under the light bulb. Chen Zhangwo also came over with his wine glass in hand. 2 seconds later, thud. Chen Zhangwo's glass crashed onto the table, spilling liquor everywhere. Li Xiaoyun was frozen as if struck by a spell, her eyes locked onto the thin sheet of paper as her lips trembled violently. This. Math 150. English 150. Total score 675. First in the class. Third in the whole school. Li Xiaoyun jerked her head up, staring at Chun Mo with a look of utter shock as he wolfed down his rice. "You little brat, confess. Did you steal the answers from the dean's office? You turned in a blank paper last time." "Mom, this was a citywide exam. Where would I steal the answers from? The City Education Bureau." Chun Mo picked up a piece of braised pork, his tone utterly calm. "Besides, look carefully. I left 3 big questions blank in the science comprehensive. If I'd stolen the answers, would I deliberately skip worth dozens of points?" Chen Zhangwo snatched the report card, scrutinizing it over and over. After confirming the bright red official seal from the dean's office, he suddenly burst into a thunderous laugh. "Ha! Good lad. It's a case of it may not have cried out, but once it does, it startles the world." Chen Zhangwo's face flushed with excitement as he patted Chun Mo's shoulder vigorously. "I knew my son couldn't truly be a failure. With these scores, Tsinghua and Peking University are practically a sure pick." Li Xiaoyun finally snapped out of her daze, her eyes reddening instantly as she stammered with excitement. "Ancestors' blessings, truly the ancestors' blessings." "Xiao Mo, did your mind suddenly open up?" "You could say that. I used to think high school stuff was too easy to bother with, but now the college entrance exam is near, so I put in a little effort." Chun Mo casually made an arrogant yet irrefutable excuse, then put down his chopsticks and looked at his parents. "Dad, Mom, I've brought back my grades. From now on, can you worry less about my affairs? We won't bother. From now on, we'll leave everything to you." Chen Zhangwo waved his hand grandly. "With grades like this, I'd even treat you like an ancestor. Xiaoyun, throw away that feather duster. From now on, anyone who dares lay a hand on my son will answer to me." Li Xiaoyun nodded repeatedly, her tears turning into a smile. Time flew like a white horse passing a gap, in the blink of an eye 15 trading days had passed. At the end of October, the share market experienced an unprecedented frenzy. Stimulated by the super macro-level benefits of the Belt and Road strategy, Huagua Communications, and construction, the infrastructure giant soared, just as Chun Mo had predicted, 15 consecutive trading days of either consecutive limit-ups or instant limit-ups. The short-term sentiment of the entire market was ignited, with off-market funds rushing in like bloodthirsty wolves. Until the morning of the 15th trading day. On Chun Mo's phone, Huagua Communications and construction stock price was once again sealed at the daily limit by millions of buy orders. But beneath the surface, a subtle sign of stagnation and capital divergence had begun to emerge. The sentiment has peaked. Chun Mo sat in the last row of the senior high school science key class, idly fiddling with his iPhone, his eyes reflecting the glaring red intraday chart on the screen. At this moment, the physics teacher on the podium was passionately explaining an extremely complex electromagnetic field problem. The chalk tapped loudly on the blackboard, and the entire class was furiously writing, not daring to breathe. The physics teacher's peripheral vision naturally caught Chen Mo, who was blatantly scrolling on his phone at the back of the room. But he only paused briefly before casually looking away, as if the student were nothing more than a patch of air. After all, who would bother disciplining a freak who could score 245 on the science comprehensive even after leaving 3 big questions blank, ranking 3rd in the entire school? As long as Chen Mo didn't set the classroom on fire, he could do whatever he pleased. This absolute privilege made Chen Mo feel like an outsider in the oppressive exam-focused classroom. The tail of the fish has the most bones. It's time to flip the table. In this brutal zero-sum game, Chen Mo felt no hesitation. With a light tap of his thumb, he logged into the joint operation backend of 2 private equity firms and his personal trust account. Without a second thought, Chen Mo typed in the bone-chilling liquidation order. Full position at the limit, down price, 1-click liquidation. With a single tap of his thumb, the next second the share market experienced a terrifying earthquake. The formerly impenetrable daily limit on Huagua Communications and Construction, held by millions of buy orders, froze for a fraction of a second. Then countless massive sell orders like a river breaching its banks slammed into the buy orders. Bang! The unyielding limit-up board, faced with Chen Mo's enormous holdings of over 900 million yuan, didn't even last 3 seconds before shattering into dust. The intraday chart representing the stock price plunged like a cliff diver, plummeting from the 10 peak straight down into the red. It all happened so fast that retail investors and trend-following hot money across the market had no time to react before being buried alive in this massive capital grinder. Meanwhile, the instigator Chen Mo calmly turned off his phone screen, casually pulled out a high school Chinese textbook from his desk drawer, and flipped through it with boredom. Su Qingyan, sitting directly in front of him, seemed to sense a shift behind her. She quietly turned around, only to see Chen Mo propping his chin on one hand, lazily gazing at the autumn leaves drifting past the window. At 3 in the afternoon, the market closed. The bell for the end of class and the closing bell of the stock market rang almost simultaneously. The 2 phones in Chen Mo's desk drawer suddenly began vibrating violently, as if possessed. The screens lit up, flooded with missed calls and frantic text messages from Old Jean of Pingqing Jioding and Old Li of Majizishi. Old Jean, Mr. Chen, my God, your nuclear button moved, just crashed the entire sector. All account funds are cashed out. 35 billion. A full 35 billion in pure cash. Old Li, miraculous. Mr. Chen, the risk control department has verified everything. 0 loss on capital withdrawal. Your decisive escape at the peak is textbook material for domestic hot money. Chen Mo glanced at the messages without replying, silenced his phones, and tossed them back into the desk drawer. He opened his personal account. After deducting interest on the initial margin financing, leverage costs, and various fees, the net assets settled perfectly at a precise figure. 102 million yuan. In just over a month since his rebirth, he had earned a cool 100 million. Chen Mo, what are you spacing out about? Su Qingyan turned around to face him. Didn't we agree I'd treat you to dinner this weekend? Have you decided where to go? Anything works, I'll follow your lead. Chen Mo hid the sharpness in his eyes and smiled warmly at her. But for now, I need to get some sleep. Even with the advantage of rebirth, such massive capital operations had drained his mental energy. With that, Chen Mo lay his head on the desk and closed his eyes. Su Qingyan was exasperated, but seeing the boy's peaceful profile, she couldn't bring herself to disturb him and turned back. At 4:30 p.m., while the senior high students were still struggling in a sea of exam questions, the exchange published the day's Dragon and Tiger list data. On the list for Huagua Communications and Construction, the sell-side seats were completely dominated, and the data sent shockwaves across the internet. Sell rank 1, Guotai Junin Securities Kyoto branch. Sell amount 35 billion. Sell rank 2, Haitong Securities XX County Xian Kai Road Business Department. Sell amount 150 million. These 2 seats on the same day liquidated nearly a billion yuan with a ruthless cost-bedamned approach, crushing this super volatile stock from its limit up. The entire domestic financial circle exploded. Posts on East Money's stock forum refreshed at a terrifying rate of hundreds per second. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. The top 2 sellers unloaded nearly a billion. Which celestial being descended to Earth? Cashing out a billion in one day. This isn't ordinary hot money. It's a super oligarch dumping shares. Wait. Look at that sell rank 2 seat. Haitong Securities XX County Xian Kai Road Business Department. Isn't that the legendary seat? This comment brought the entire forum to a brief half-second halt before erupting into an even more terrifying uproar. It's the Scythe. Silent Scythe. Definitely him. Good heavens. Just a few months ago, when he was stirring up Yinziji and CITIC Securities, his capital was only around 10 million, right? How long has it been? And his personal seat is dumping 150 million. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. That's a solid 150 million in cash. Did he rob a bank? Wait, think about it. The scythe on sell rank 2 dumped 150 million. Then who's the one on sell rank 1 ruthlessly dumping 835 million from the Kyoto seat? These two seats sold at the exact same second. No way that's a coincidence. Is there a super private equity firm of unimaginable scale behind the scythe? Stop analyzing. I chased the limit up this morning, and now I'm buried alive. Master Scythe, I beg you show mercy tomorrow. Don't let it hit the limit down. The entire ultra-short-term ecosystem of the share market was thrown into a frenzy of lamentation by Chun Mo's one-click liquidation. All hot money players were frantically investigating the background of the Kyoto branch, trying to unearth the terrifying backing behind the silent scythe. In the eyes of the industry's top professionals, the name Chun Mo had now prominently landed on the desks of the heads of major private equity and public funds. Among them, the first to go insane were undoubtedly the two giants Pengcheng Jioding and Modu Zishi. At this moment, the trading rooms of both companies were silent, with only the heavy breathing of Old Jean and Old Li breaking the stillness. When they first signed Chun Mo, the extremely gamble-like contract terms were now laid out in black and white on the table. Minimum annualized return guaranteed to start at 30. If the annual return exceeds 50, I want a 6,040 split. If it exceeds 100, I want a 7,030 split. At the beginning, they had only thought that this young man was excessively arrogant. But now reality had dealt them a resounding slap that left them trembling with shock. With an initial capital of 200 million, in less than a month the total assets in the account had surged to 835 billion. The net profit reached 635 million. The return rate surpassed 300. According to the terrifying profit-sharing ratio of 7,030 for over 100, Chun Mo would personally take home 444 million in profit dividends. Despite the dividends, Jioding and Zishi could still take nearly 400 million, including both principal and interest. In less than a month, the principal had doubled. This was already a legendary achievement in the institutional. However, before Old Jean and Old Li could fully digest this legendary report, a phone call from Chun Mo was like a bucket of ice water dousing their hearts. Gentlemen, it has been a pleasure working together. According to our contract, the profit settlement and clearing means our agency trading cooperation ends here. Chun Mo's voice on the phone was calm, as if he were discussing a mere cabbage rather than a substantial cake worth over 400 million. And our cooperation. Upon hearing this, the behind-the-scenes bosses of Jioding and Zishi could no longer sit still. What a joke. Letting go of someone who could accurately predict the macroeconomic trends and had been akin to a god of death in the stock market was nothing short of wasteful. That very night, two private jets almost simultaneously took off from Pengcheng and Modu, flying directly to the provincial city where Chun Mo was located. Subsequently, the big bosses of both institutions personally sat in a hastily arranged Rolls-Royce racing towards this little-known county. The next morning, in the only star-rated hotel in the county, the top-floor suites meeting room, Wang Dong of Jioding and Su Zong of Zishi, two financial tycoons whose mere presence could cause tremors in the domestic capital circle, were sitting straight, their expressions extremely complex as they looked at the young man sitting on the opposite sofa. Chun Mo, dressed in a simple white shirt, sat with his legs crossed holding a cup of black tea. His confident aura even seemed to overshadow the two financial giants. Just as this undercurrent was surging, the doorbell of the suite was cautiously rung. Su Zong's bodyguard opened the door, revealing two figures that appeared particularly reserved and respectful standing at the entrance of the meeting room. The leader was a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle, dressed in a suit and clutching a black leather briefcase tightly. Despite the cold weather, beads of sweat dotted his forehead. Following him was a young female assistant dressed in professional OL attire, tall and beautiful. Excuse me. May I ask which one of you is Chun Mo, Mr. Chun? The middle-aged man swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he searched the spacious suite with his gaze. I am Chun Mo said, putting down his cup of tea and glancing at him casually. The middle-aged man seemed to have seen a living Buddha and hurriedly stepped forward, giving a very standard 90-degree bow. Hello, Mr. Chun. I am the president of the county branch of Huagua Bank, Sun Jian. This is my personal assistant, Xiao Lin. The reason for this impromptu visit is, Sun, the president raised his voice in excitement, even breaking slightly, is because just half an hour ago the head office's large interbank system sent the highest level of alert. A massive cash amount of 444 million has been directly deposited into the savings card you opened at our branch. Upon hearing this, the female assistant Xiao Lin, who stood nearby, suddenly looked up, her beautifully made-up eyes widening in shock as she stared intently at the seemingly youthful boy in the white shirt on the sofa. 444 million. In pure cash. As a bank manager's assistant who has handled countless high-end clients, she was well aware of what 400 million in cash meant. In our small county, let alone 400 million, even a client with 40 million in cash would be treated like a living god by the president. And this exceptionally handsome boy in front of her who looked like a high school student actually possessed such terrifying financial power. Xiao Lin felt her heart racing like a wild deer, her breathing becoming rapid. The look in her eyes as she gazed at Chun Mo was instantly filled with undeniable shock. The efficiency is quite high, Chun Mo remarked, disregarding the assistant's starry-eyed gaze, and turned his attention to Wang Dong and Su Zong across from him. Mr. Chen, the profit share you are entitled to is fully in order. Since we agreed on a 7,030 split, our two institutions have even arranged for the highest level of expedited processing overnight. Wang Dong immediately spoke with a beaming smile, eager to show off. President Sun, following his lead, finally noticed the two individuals sitting beside him. When he recognized the faces of Wang Dong and Su Zong, who frequently appeared on the covers of financial magazines, his legs suddenly went weak, almost causing him to kneel. Wang Dong of Jioding, Su Zong of Zushi. These two titans of the domestic capital circle worth billions were actually sitting across from this boy, with smiles like subordinates. What terrifying background does this boy have? Sun exclaimed, due to the sheer volume of your funds, the original ordinary savings card will have strict transfer and daily limits. President Sun wiped away the cold sweat, frantically trembling hands, pulling out a dark gold card and a thick stack of documents from his briefcase. I have personally come to deliver the highest level Supreme Black Card issued by the head office and to facilitate the highest privileges for private banking for you. In the future, I will personally handle any business you have with Huahua Bank available on call 247. We also provide exclusive private banking services. This is Lin Weiner, a master's student in finance from Jiangnan University. From today on, she will be your 247 exclusive personal financial life assistant. President Sun hurriedly brought the tall beauty forward, speaking with great respect. Lin Weiner suppressed the tumult within her heart and stepped forward slightly, bowing slightly. Her excellently tailored professional suit accentuated her graceful figure. Holding a gilded authorization letter and a customized Mont Blanc pen, she spoke softly and gently. Mr. Chen, this Supreme Black Card not only provides unlimited real-time transfer channels domestically and internationally, but also matches the highest specifications of American Express Black Card rights for you globally. This includes, but is not limited to, priority dispatch of top private jets and yachts, VIP passage through major global airports, special medical green cards at top hospitals domestically and internationally, as well as qualifications for various top auction events. As long as you have any financial or life management needs in the future, just one call. My team will be at your service around the clock. As a top finance graduate from Jiangnan University, she found herself willingly lowering her stance before an 18-year-old high school student. Not for any other reason, but because this boy in front of her had over 400 million in pure cash sitting in his account, enough to make countless listed company chairmen blush. The benefits are decent enough, Chun Mo said, his expression unfazed as he took the pen Lin Weiner handed him and signed his name fluidly, casually pocketing the dark gold black card. All right, as long as the money arrives. Remember, my account is set to the highest confidentiality, and don't bother me with your bank's garbage financial products that only yield a few percentage points. Understood. Absolutely understood. Mr. Chen, you are busy, and we will not disturb you and the two gentlemen in your serious discussions. President Sun, like a treasure found, tucked the documents away and, accompanied by the awestruck Lin Weiner, respectfully exited the suite. As the door closed, the meeting room fell into a heavy atmosphere once again. Chun Mo picked up his black tea, his sharp gaze sweeping toward Wang Dong and Su Zong across from him. Since the money has been settled, let's discuss what comes next. Since you both flew over here overnight, it surely isn't just to see me open a bank card. Mr. Chen speak. Su Zong from Zushi's side, looking somewhat anxious, yet sincere as he said, regarding the cessation of the agency trading, is it that our fund size has limited your performance? As long as you speak up, Jioding and Zushi can immediately add another billion, no, 20 billion for you to manage. You can set any conditions you want. Yes, we can make further concessions on profit sharing. Wang Dong from Jioding chimed in eagerly. Chun Mo gently shook his head and set down his cup. Gentlemen, you misunderstand. Right now, I don't lack funds, Chun Mo said, his hands clasped together. I don't have a habit of being someone else's long-term worker. I have registered a company in Kyoto named Tycoon. From now on, I will only manage my own affairs. Upon hearing this, both Wang Dong and Su Zong felt a jolt in their hearts. You should understand what that means. You probably already know about this company's situation. Although the Tycoon company has been registered, the private placement record and public offering license approval go through the normal process too slowly. Looking at these two entrenched giants in the financial world, Chun Mo threw out a bait that was simply impossible to refuse. Both of you are titans in the industry. Securing a private placement license should only take a few phone calls for you. as long as you can help me get the private placement qualifications and issuing channels for Taichu and the public offering license as quickly as possible. In return, I will issue a private placement product to the public. Taichu no. 1. I will give you both a total exclusive subscription quota of 2 billion. Moreover, I can make concessions this time. Chen Mo leaned back in his chair no matter how many times Taichu no. 1 ultimately profits. I want sign a tiered gambling contract. Profits will be split 50-50. The lockup period is 1 year, and we will settle and clear accounts punctually after 1 year. But the premise is that you can only provide the funds and absolutely must not interfere with any of my trading instructions. In the presidential suite, a dead silence fell. Only the gradually heavier breathing of the two tycoons could be heard. With just a bit of administrative resources and connections, they could exchange for a 2 billion trading quota and a 50% profit share. Given Chen Mo's previously demonstrated capabilities, this 2 billion could at least double in a year, resulting in nearly 1 billion in profit share for them, which was faster than robbery. Currently, private placement qualifications were hardly worth anything, while public offering licenses were somewhat more challenging, but even a fool could do the math. Let's do it. Wang Dong slammed his thigh. Mr. Chen, you're straightforward. The private placement filing and public offering license for Taichu will definitely be delivered to you within a week. Izushi will subscribe to 1 billion. Mr. Chen, from now on we are brothers on the same front line. Su Zong was even more excited, his face glowing as he raised his teacup, drinking it all in a single gulp. Chen Mo looked at these two capital giants, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Given Taika's current foundation, it was unrealistic to handle a 2 billion deal all at once. However, leveraging the connections and funds from Jioding and Zushi as stepping stones, when Taichu no. 1 closed with an astonishing return rate, a year later Taichu Company would achieve legendary status, becoming the undisputed king of the domestic private equity industry. Having finalized all the details, Chen Mo declined the two bosses' extravagant invitation for a lavish lunch, striding directly out of the suite. At that moment, his phone screen lit up, displaying a WeChat message tinged with a hint of girlish arrogance. Su Qingyan, 6 p.m., Peninsula Restaurant, don't be late. As he stepped out of the star-rated hotel, a gentle autumn breeze carried a hint of chill. Chen Mo stood by the roadside, taking out the supreme black card that shimmered with a dark golden hue and directly dialed the exclusive VIP customer service hotline of Huagua Bank's headquarters. Without any cumbersome verification or waiting, utilizing his highest authority, he directly transferred a massive sum of 100 million yuan to the corporate account of Taichu Company located far away in Kyoto. He then called Zhao Chong. Boss. As soon as the call connected, Zhao Chong's voice trembled with excitement, clearly just having received the bank's notification of the large deposit. 100 million in cold hard cash just arrived in the corporate account. Are we starting the stockpiling plan now? Not in a hurry, I have other plans for this 100 million, Chen Mo replied calmly. Go to the Kyoto Wealth Center and purchase a top-tier office space of about 1,000 square meters on 1 floor. Keep the budget around 50 million and pay in full. The remaining funds will be allocated for high salaries to attract talent and daily operational expenses of Taichu. Buy an entire floor in the wealth center. Zhao Chong gasped, his breath catching. That was the core financial district of Kyoto, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Exactly. Taika's facade must be the finest in the country. Chen Mo continued, methodically issuing further instructions. Additionally, regarding the setup of the research and trading team, keep the number strictly around 20 people. Remember quality over quantity. What I need are top-tier financial blades that can seize opportunities amidst the wolves of Wall Street. Better to be fewer than to settle for mediocrity. Understood. Rest assured, boss, I will make sure Taika's foundation is as solid as a rock. Zhao Chong vowed excitedly. After hanging up, Chen Mo glanced at his watch. There was still an hour until his appointment with Su Qingyan. He casually dialed the phone number of his private assistant Lin Weiner, provided by the bank. Mr. Chen, this is Lin Weiner. How may I assist you? Lin Weiner's voice was soft and sweet on the other end, clearly in a state of readiness. I'm at the entrance of the star-rated hotel in the county. Arrange a special car and driver to pick me up. I need to visit the Peninsula Restaurant. Chen Mo instructed lightly, then added, also help me find a set of high-end furnished apartments in the county with the best environment and strictest security, spacious enough to move in with just luggage. If there's a suitable option, buy it directly. Yes, Mr. Chen, the special car will arrive within 5 minutes. I will organize the property information and email it to you tonight, and once everything is settled, I will hand over the keys to you personally. Lin Weiner didn't even ask about the budget. That was the efficiency of a top-tier private assistant. In less than 5 minutes, a brand-new black Mercedes S-Class smoothly came to a stop before Chen Mo. In a small county town in 2014, such a Mercedes S-Class worth over $1 million was undoubtedly a mobile symbol of status, extremely rare. Passers-by couldn't help but slow down, casting curious and amazed glances. Even the top bank in the county, Huahua Bank, likely had only one such vehicle used to receive the most important guests or handle the most urgent affairs. At this moment, it was dispatched for Chen Mo's use. Even more eye-catching was the license plate. 5 consecutive 8s, silently proclaiming an extraordinary level of nobility and power against the simple blue backdrop. Then a gloved professional driver respectfully opened the rear car door. Chen Mo sat into the spacious, luxurious back seat. Just as the car smoothly started up, Chen Mo's phone vibrated again. The caller ID showed Haitong Securities County Branch Manager Lin. Mr. Chen. Hello. It's me, Xiao Lin. As soon as the call connected, Manager Lin's voice, almost ingratiating to the bone, came through, and one could even imagine him bowing continuously on the other end. What's the matter? Chen Mo leaned back against the leather seat, his tone relaxed. Mr. Chen, the funds in your personal account. 1,002 billion. My goodness. Manager Lin stuttered in excitement, nearly going crazy. He never expected that the high school student who had only a few tens of thousands when opening the account a few months ago was actually the silent scythe causing a storm in the shares. Because Chen Mo's personal account was under his name, with this astonishing trading volume and capital scale, the headquarters had just directly issued him a mandate. He was about to be promoted to the general manager of Haitong Securities in this city. Chen Mo was the biggest benefactor in his life. All right, calm down, Chen Mo interrupted his rambling. Since the capital has reached this level, the ordinary channel can no longer satisfy me. Before the market opens tomorrow, upgrade my account to the highest VIP exclusive position at Haitong. I need a dedicated independent trading channel. Can this be arranged? Absolutely. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, I will go to the headquarters right away to apply for special approval. I guarantee that you will have the highest specification channel bandwidth in the entire company. The speed of your keyboard will definitely be faster than the exchange's servers. Manager Lin patted his chest, promising wholeheartedly. After hanging up, the car fell into complete silence. Chen Mo tossed his phone aside, placing his hands crossed on his abdomen, and slowly closed his eyes. With hundreds of millions in personal funds alongside the upcoming issuance of a 2 billion private placement backed by Jiuding and Zishi. As the capital scale experienced a terrifying surge in geometric proportions, he knew very well that merely stirring up the secondary market was no longer enough. True top-tier capital tycoons are never just about profiting from the stock market. They must deeply entrench themselves in the foundation of real industries. With his eyes closed, his brain functioned like a sophisticated supercomputer, rapidly retrieving his past business memories related to this small county. Suddenly, a name crystallized in his mind. Deer Technology. This was a local startup primarily focused on electrochemical materials. In his previous life, this inconspicuous small factory, starting in a small county, broke the technological monopoly of overseas giants after years of technological accumulation, constructing a terrifyingly comprehensive fluorochemical industrial chain. And 10 years later, it successfully went public, with its market value soaring to hundreds of billions, becoming a super unicorn in the domestic new energy and high-end materials sector. Chen Mo carefully calculated the timeline. It was now late October 2014. If he remembered correctly, Deer Technology had just been registered in June of this year. Currently, it was in the most cash-burning and challenging startup research and development stage, unable to even pull in a decent angel round investment. A newly established potential unicorn worth nearly 10 billion. Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes in the dimly lit car, a glint of ambition flashing in his gaze. Based on Deer Technology's current valuation, he only needed to casually leak 30 million in funds to effortlessly secure an absolute core equity stake of 30 or even more. Vroom. The Mercedes S-Class came to a smooth halt, and the driver's voice respectfully came from the front. Mr. Chen, we have arrived at the Peninsula Restaurant. The Peninsula Restaurant stood at the busiest intersection of the county town, its vast floor-to-ceiling windows casting a warm, high-end amber glow. With a low hum, a Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan glided to an exceptionally smooth halt directly before the restaurant's main entrance. In this small county, where even a BMW 5 Series was considered a luxury car, this top-tier, Maybach-grade Mercedes S-Class was already eye-catching enough. But when passers-by noticed the license plate with 5 consecutive number 8s, a brief, stunned silence fell over the entire intersection. Holy crap! A black plate Benz with 5 8s. Which provincial tycoon has descended upon our little county for an inspection? This is way too imposing. Look at the driver's uniform and white gloves. This is definitely the private car of some top-tier big shot. Quick look, someone's getting out. Amid the awed whispers of the surrounding onlookers, the professional driver nimbly jogged around, respectfully pulled open the rear door, and even carefully shielded the top edge of the doorframe with his hand. A long, slender leg stepped out of the car. Chen Mo, wearing a thin black trench coat with one hand in his pocket, stepped out with a calm, detached expression. He didn't so much as raise an eyebrow at the dozens of shocked or awestruck gazes around him. Meanwhile, Su Qingyin, seated by the window of the Western restaurant, took in the entire scene. Today, Su Qingyin had dressed up deliberately. Shedding her usual loose school uniform, she wore a light blue fitted knit sweater. It not only accentuated her slender waist and the graceful budding curves of her youthful figure, but also made her porcelain white skin seem to glow. Her jet black silky hair cascaded like a waterfall over her rounded shoulders. Her long straight legs were crossed, and she exuded a cool, ethereal charm with a hint of delicate allure. But at this moment, the usually unruffled girl's beautiful peach-shaped eyes widened slightly in sheer astonishment. A private car with 5/8. With a chauffeur. Chen Mo. Under Su Qingyian's bewildered gaze, Chen Mo had already pushed open the restaurant's heavy glass door. He keenly spotted the beautiful figure by the window, walked over calmly, and naturally pulled out the chair opposite Su Qingyin to sit down. "Genius, Su, you look lovely today. Sorry the traffic was a bit heavy. Hope I didn't keep you waiting too long," Chen Mo said, looking at the pleasing sight before him. Su Qingyin stared at Chen Mo for a good few seconds before forcibly suppressing the turmoil in her heart. With a complex expression, she pointed at the Mercedes-Benz S-Class that hadn't yet driven away. "Chen Mo, tell me honestly, what is that car with 5/8 all about? Don't tell me a relative just happened to drop you off." Su Qingyin stared at Chen Mo for a good few seconds before forcibly suppressing the turmoil in her heart. With a complex expression, she pointed at the Mercedes-Benz S-Class that hadn't yet driven away. "Chen Mo, tell me honestly, what is that car with 5?" His tone was light and airy, leaving no flaw. Su Qingyin bit her soft lower lip, gently, her eyes fixed on Chen Mo's, trying to find a trace of panicked lying. But she failed. Those eyes revealed nothing but composure. "Chen Mo, I feel like I understand you less and less." Su Qingyin folded her hands on the table. "You changed from the day you handed in a blank paper and made that bet with me. Perfect scores in math, perfect scores in English. And this aura you carry, it's not something a high school student can fake. Just how many secrets are you hiding?" Looking at the girl's adorable, inquisitive expression, Chen Mo leaned forward slightly. "Su Qingyin, has anyone ever told you that when a woman gets curious about a man, it's often the beginning of her downfall?" The word struck Su Qingyian's heart like an electric shock. Her fair cheeks flushed crimson instantly. She straightened her back and averted her gaze. "Don't flatter yourself. I lost the bet fair and square, so am here to treat you to a meal as promised. Order." With that, she shoved an exquisite menu forcefully toward Chen Mo and added, feigning calmness, "But let me make it clear first. I'm just a high schooler saving up my allowance. If you order something too expensive, I'll have to leave you here to wash dishes." Chen Mo looked at her reddened ears, his smile deepening. He didn't open the menu, but simply called the waiter over. 2 orders of beef Wellington medium rare. 1 bowl of black truffle mushroom soup, 1 serving of foie gras. Also prepare a tiramisu for the lady. No red wine. Bring a pitcher of freshly squeezed warm corn juice. "Thank you." The order was smooth and effortless. After the waiter respectfully withdrew, Su Qingyin looked at Chen Mo, her confusion deepening. "Do you come here often?" "Secret." Chen Mo leaned back in his chair, his gaze quietly admiring the beautiful girl before him. "I have many secrets, genius Su. If you really want to know, 1 meal won't be enough." "Fine, keep your secrets." Su Qingyin snorted lightly. At that moment, a melodious piano piece flowed softly through the restaurant. Su Qingyin held her warm water cup, looking at the boy across from her, whose profile was sharply defined under the light. Chen Mo waved his hand, interrupting Su Qingyian's daze. "Stop staring. I'm curious. What does a top student like you usually like to do?" The question caught Su Qingyin off guard. She paused, her long lashes lowering as she thought for a few seconds. "Read," she said softly. "All kinds of books. Novels, essays, history. Sometimes random magazines too." She paused, looking up at Chen Mo. "What about you? A guy who can hand in a blank paper and still get perfect scores. Surely you're not spending your free time on practice problems." "Me?" Chen Mo leaned back, slightly relaxed. "I like to observe trends." "Trends?" "Yeah. For instance, right now everyone is using Nokia's and Motorola's, thinking keyboard phones are the future." Chen Mo tapped his fingertips lightly on the table, his gaze drifting to the somewhat dated streetscape outside the window. "But I think it won't be long before everyone uses touchscreen smartphones to go online, shop, pay, and even open an app to hail a car." His tone was flat, as if stating the most ordinary fact. But to Su Qingyin in 2014, it sounded almost like science fiction. She knew about touchscreen phones. iPhones, right. Very expensive, almost no one at school had one. But using it to pay. Hail a car. How? Do you know? Su Qingyin couldn't help asking, her beautiful peach-shaped eyes sparkling with curiosity, momentarily overriding her earlier shyness. "Just a guess." Chen Mo withdrew his gaze and looked back at her, a smile in his eyes. "Just like I guessed that a girl like Su Qingyin probably doesn't favor 5 years of high school, 3 years of simulation, but rather Gone with the Wind or Pride and Prejudice." Su Qingjian's hand holding the cup trembled slightly, a flicker of genuine surprise in her eyes. She truly loved Pride and Prejudice the most. The hardcover copy on her bookshelf was already worn from being read so many times. A secret not even her closest best friend knew. You? Guessed that too. Her voice carried a softness she hadn't noticed. Perhaps, Chinim, I didn't explain, simply looking at her slightly widened eyes, finding her far more vivid and adorable like this than in her usual cool, distant demeanor. I also guessed that on the surface you're calm, but inside you're more sensitive than anyone. You have your pride. And your loneliness. The words fell like a small pebble into the tranquil lake of Su Qingjian's heart, stirring ripples. She had never been seen through so accurately, especially by a seemingly flippant deskmate. A flutter of being understood mixed with a trace of panic left her momentarily speechless. Fortunately, the waiter arrived just then with the appetizers and soup. The exquisite porcelain dishes and enticing aroma temporarily eased the subtle tension. Su Qingyan lowered her head, sipping the black truffle mushroom soup, its rich flavor melting on her tongue. She stole a glance and saw that Chun Mo's dining posture was natural and his movements were practiced, nothing like a kid from the countryside. You seem skilled at many things, she said softly. Just survival skills. Chun Mo cut a small piece of foie gras, tone casual. A person has to learn to present themselves appropriately in different environments. Sounds like you've experienced many different environments. Su Qingyan seized on the opening in his. Chun Mo looked up, meeting her probing gaze without flinching, just smiling. They'll tell you sometime. Always. Su Qingyan realized Chun Mo was adept at using that word to create suspense and expectation. The main course beef Wellington was served, golden puff pastry encasing tender juicy pink steak. As they ate, their conversation gradually drifted to more mundane topics. They chatted about the math teacher who always loved to drag out class, the basketball games the boys in the back rows were obsessed with, and the possible seating chart changes after the monthly exams. These trivial, ordinary topics, accompanied by the soft lighting and delicious food, created an oddly warm and cozy atmosphere. Su Qingyan discovered that Chun Mo wasn't always so inscrutable. He could also complain about the homeroom teacher, critique the students' basketball games, and even tell obscure jokes she had never heard, making her purse her lips in a suppressed smile. Her tense shoulders relaxed unconsciously, and she shifted her crossed legs to a more comfortable position. The look in her eyes when she glanced at Chun Mo gradually gave way to a sense of pleasure. Seriously, Su Qingyan said, gently prodding her dessert with a fork, if you put half your effort into studying, being top of the grade might not be my thing anymore. Top of the grade, eh? Chun Mo shook his head. That title matters to you, but to me it's not significant. The world is vast, Su Qingyan, much vaster than a rank on a report card. His words again plunged Su Qingyan into thought. She had always been a follower of rules, a pursuer of standard answers. Being top of the grade was a milestone in her clear goals. But Chun Mo's words felt like opening a window, letting her glimpse a broader landscape outside. Dinner was drawing to a close. Chun Mo signaled for the check. I said ID treat. Su Qingyan immediately pulled out her wallet, silently calculating how much of her allowance this meal, far exceeding her budget, would cost. Next time, Chun Mo had already handed his card to the waiter. Letting a lady pay isn't my habit. Besides, he looked at Su Qingyan, a teasing glint in his eyes. I wouldn't want you to be stuck here washing dishes. You. Su Qingjian's face reddened again, this time mostly from embarrassment. Stepping out of the restaurant, the cool night air washed over them. The black Mercedes-Benz S-Class with the 5/8 license plate was still quietly waiting in its spot. You. Su Qingjian's face reddened again, this time mostly from embarrassment. Stepping out of the restaurant, the cool night air washed over them. The black Mercedes-Benz S-Class. Su Qingyan looked at the car, so luxurious it seemed out of place in the county's night, then at the composed boy beside her. She hesitated for a moment. Finally, she nodded and bent down to get into the spacious, comfortable back seat. Chun Mo followed, got in, and closed the door. The car glided smoothly into the night. Outside the window, the county's lights sped past. Neither of them spoke. A quiet atmosphere flowed within the cabin. Su Qingyan watched the familiar streetscape recede from this different perspective, then spoke softly. Chun Mo. Moi. Thank you. For dinner today. She turned to look at him. It's just a meal, no need to be so polite. Chun Mo tilted his head slightly. But Miss Su, business is business. Since I paid today, the meal you owe me still counts. Hearing his unyielding tone, the vague emotions Su Qingyan had been feeling dissipated instantly. She shot him a light glare, but couldn't stop the corners of her mouth from lifting. I knew you weren't that generous. Her gaze flickered over the luxurious leather interior, and she mumbled softly, don't drive such an ostentatious car next time. It's too flashy. All right, as you wish. Chun Mo chuckled lightly. Next time I'll ride a bicycle to pick you up. You said that. About 10 minutes later, the Mercedes-Benz S-Class pulled up smoothly at the main gate of the County Education Bureau's residential compound. Su Qingyan stepped out of the car, the late autumn evening wind brushing through her hair. She stood under the hazy yellow streetlight, turning to look at the boy inside the car. I'm here. She pressed her lips together, her eyes bright. See you at school tomorrow. See you at school. Good night, Su Qingyan. Chun Mo's voice was warm from the dimly lit car interior. Watching the Big Ben slowly turn around and eventually disappear into the night, Su Qingyan stood there in a daze for a long time. Only when she felt a chill from the night breeze did she hug her arms and turn to walk into the residential area. Meanwhile, inside the Mercedes-Benz, Chen Mo took out his phone and dialed his personal assistant Lin Wan. Mr. Chun. The call was picked up almost instantly, Lin Wan's professional and gentle voice coming through. Lin Wan, look up a company for me. Chun Mo rubbed his brow with one hand. It's called Deer Technology, mainly in electrochemical materials and fluorine chemistry. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a startup registered in the industrial park on the southern outskirts of our county this past June. I need all the core information on that company: legal person, background, equity structure, financial status, and their current RD progress. I want a detailed report in my inbox within 3 days. Understood, Mr. Chun. He'll mobilize the team for due diligence immediately. Lin Wan responded crisply without any unnecessary words. Hanging up, Chun Mo watched the street scenes blur past the window. To ordinary eyes, this obscure backward county town seemed lifeless. But in Chun Mo's eyes, it harbored a hidden treasure capable of igniting the nation's new energy and new material sectors. Deer Technology. On a Monday morning at County High School No. 1, the warmth of the weekend had yet to dissipate, and the classroom was filled with the unique clamor before the morning reading session. As Chun Mo walked into the classroom through the back door, casually carrying his backpack, the previously noisy back row instantly fell silent. Mo Gu, good morning. Mo Gu is here. Have you had breakfast? Several boys, usually quite lively in class, awkwardly greeted him at that moment. After the shocking announcement of grades last week, Chun Mo had completely transcended the realm of his peers in their eyes, becoming an untouchable deity. In the final year of high school, those with good grades held the most power. Even the class monitor Lin Yu, who had once enjoyed being sarcastic, handed over the weekend exam paper to Chun Mo, with both hands avoiding eye contact and forcing a smile that was more pitiful than a cry. Chun Mo, here's your paper. Just put it there, Chun Mo replied casually, without even looking at him. Su Qingyan in the front row turned slightly to see what was happening. Today she had her hair tied up in a refreshing high ponytail, and when she saw Chun Mo, her beautiful peach blossom eyes involuntarily curved with a smile. Recalling the dinner from last night and that extravagant Mercedes, she cleared her throat and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Good morning, Chin, the big boss. Did you not take your special car with 5/8 to school today? A tall tree catches the wind. One must remain low-key." Chun Mo replied, propping his chin with one hand and winking at her. Su Qingyan rolled her eyes at him and turned back to continue memorizing her English vocabulary. The morning reading session soon ended, and the first class was Chinese. The Chinese teacher passionately analyzed ancient poetry on the podium, while Chun Mo, sitting in the last row, calmly took out his phone. Over the weekend, manager Lin from Haitong Securities had opened the highest level of VIP independent trading channel for him. Chun Mo opened the trading software and immediately focused on the stock code Lan Shichong Zhuang. This was a newly listed stock that had just hit the market after the National Day holiday. The issue price was shockingly low at only 1.24 yuan. However, in his memories from his past life, this stock would stage an extremely rare myth in the history of the share market over the next month, with its price soaring all the way to 17.5 yuan by early December. With an astronomical rise of several times, it would definitely be the top-performing stock of the year. Currently, this stock was in the initial phase of continuous price increases after its listing. For ordinary retail investors, or even typical speculators facing this newly listed stock with millions in buy orders every day, they could hardly even get a taste. But in front of the VIP channel at Haitong Securities, Chun Mo's personal account, with 100 million yuan in available funds, was already at the front of the queue. Based on the current trading situation, it would only take 3 days to fill the shares completely. Watching the continuous trading notifications pop up on the screen, Chun Mo satisfiedly turned off his phone. From then on, he just needed to wait for the trades and the high points. As for the 344 million cash remaining on his Supreme Black Card from Huahua Bank, Chun Mo had already made plans in his mind. From then on, he just needed to wait for the trades and the high points. As for the 344 million cash and the remaining 300 million, he was waiting for Zhao Chong to finalize all the private placement and public offering qualifications for the Tycoon company in Kyoto, then use institutional channels to directly open overseas investment accounts. The domestic share pool was still too small for him. The real stars and C's were always in Nasdaq. At noon, a school was dismissed. Chun Mo did not go to the cafeteria, but went straight to the office of his homeroom teacher Lu Jingi. "Teacher Lu," Chun Mo knocked on the door. Seeing that it was Chun Mo, Lu Jingi, who was sipping goji berry tea from a thermos, immediately set down his cup and smiled widely. "Oh Chun Mo, why didn't you go eat? Are you looking for the teacher for something? I have some personal matters to attend to this afternoon and would like to ask for a half-day leave," Chun Mo said calmly without any of the awkwardness a typical student would show in front of a homeroom teacher. "Leave?" Lu Jingi was taken aback for a moment, but thinking of the principal's previous strict orders and Chun Mo's impressive city exam results, he waved his hand generously. "All right, no problem. No need to write a leave note, I'll just inform the gatekeeper. But Chun Mo, even though your grades are good, the midterm exam is coming up, so you must not slack off. Rest assured I know what I'm doing." Chun Mo nodded and left the office with an air of nonchalance. 10 minutes later, outside the gate of County High School No. 1. It was the lunch break, and people were coming and going outside the school gate. Across the street, a black Mercedes S-Class was parked discreetly under the shade of a tree. As Chun Mo walked out of the school gate with his backpack slung over one shoulder, the rear door of the Mercedes was immediately pushed open. Dressed in a meticulously tailored Armani business outfit that accentuated her tall and sexy figure, Lin Wan stepped in black high heels and walked briskly to Chun Mo. In the astonished and envious gazes of several passing high school boys, this exquisite beauty, exuding elite charm, respectfully bowed slightly and handed him a document bag with both hands. "Mr. Chen, I have completed all the due diligence materials regarding Deer Technology that you requested." Lin Wan's voice was gentle yet competent. "Additionally, I have formally sent a meeting invitation for this afternoon to the founder of Deer Technology in your personal name. They are taking it very seriously, having already been waiting in their factory's meeting room." Chun Mo took the document bag, his gaze lingering on Lin Wan's exquisite face for a moment, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. He didn't expect to find such a high-efficiency talent hidden in this small, insignificant county. In just one night, not only had the due diligence report been completed, but the groundwork for the business negotiation had also been laid out in advance. "Very efficient, well done." Chun Mo did not hesitate to offer his praise. "It's my honor to serve you, Mr. Chun." Receiving the acknowledgement from this young tycoon worth billions, Lin Wan's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of joy. She naturally turned around to the driver's seat and opened the door, saying, "Mr. Chun, if you don't mind, let me be your driver and secretary today." "Let's go." Chun Mo nodded, not sitting in the spacious back seat, but instead opening the passenger door and taking a seat. As the door closed, the top-notch soundproofing of the Mercedes S-Class instantly isolated them from the outside noise. Inside the cabin, a scent of Joe Malone Bluebell perfume belonging to Lin Wan lingered. Lin Wan skillfully shifted gears and began to drive, her movements precise. Chun Mo leaned back against the leather seat, casually turning his head to observe Lin Wan, who was focused on driving. "I must say this assistant Lin's physical attributes are exceptional." The exquisitely tailored Armani business suit perfectly enveloped her tall and slender figure without a hint of excess. Especially when she buckled her seatbelt, the black strap tightly wrapped around her chest, instantly accentuating the alluring curve of her cup figure. With her fair swan neck, delicate collarbone, and those long legs elegantly clad in ultra-thin black stockings gracefully pressing the accelerator and brake, this captivating beauty exuded an aura of maturity and workplace allure, standing in stark contrast to the naive girls at school. "I just glanced at your resume." Chun Mo casually broke the silence in the car, a master's degree in finance from Jiangnan University with a double major in advanced secretarial studies and business management. Such a top-tier education, there must be a plethora of premier investment banks in Lujiazui, Shanghai vying for you. How did you end up assigned to our poor county branch? Lin Wan tightened her grip on the steering wheel, slightly a hint of helplessness flashing across her fair cheeks, as she softly replied, "Mr. Chen, please don't laugh at me. I don't have much of a background. Although my education is decent, it's hard to stand out in a place like the headquarters where the elite compete without resources and connections. So I voluntarily applied to be transferred to a grassroots branch to gain experience, hoping to slowly climb up through performance." "I see." Chun Mo nodded, slightly calculating in his mind. Although he currently held vast amounts of capital and was dominating the capital market, the Tycoon company had just been established, and what he lacked the most was a versatile confidant who understood finance, business operations, and executive secretarial work. If Lin Wan performed excellently in the upcoming evaluations, he would definitely not mind directly recruiting her from Huagua Bank. Just then a bicycle ran a red light and suddenly darted out from the intersection ahead. Lin Wan was startled and instinctively slammed on the brakes. Screech. The tires made a screeching sound against the asphalt, and the immense inertia caused both of them to lurch forward. The few supplementary documents that Lin Wan had placed on the center console slid off and scattered onto Chun Mo's lap. "Sorry, Mr. Chun. Are you all right?" Lin Wan, still shaken, hurriedly unbuckled her seatbelt and instinctively leaned over half her body to pick up the scattered documents. At the same time, Chen Imo reached out to help her gather the papers. In the narrow cabin, their hands accidentally brushed against each other. Lin Wan's soft, cool fingertips unwittingly pressed against the broad, warm back of Chun Mo's hand. Lin Wan's movements suddenly froze. Due to the posture of reaching for the documents, the distance between them was drawn extremely close at that moment. The fragrance of her perfume mingled with a hint of feminine allure wafted around Chun Mo's nose. And beneath Lin Wan's slightly open white shirt, an extremely enticing curve of snow-white skin was also faintly visible in Chun Mo's lowered gaze. From Lin Wan's perspective, just by slightly raising her eyes, she could see the sharp, mature side profile of the young man far beyond his peers right in front of her. The air in the cabin seemed to thicken at that moment. Lin Wan felt her heart skip a beat uncontrollably, a strange tingling sensation spreading from her fingertips. I can manage, she flusteredly attempted to withdraw her hand. Chun Imo naturally gathered the documents at his feet and handed them back to her, saying gently, "It's all right, safety first, no need to rush." Thank you, Mr. Chun. Lin Wan took the documents, quickly sat up straight, and buckled her seatbelt again. Although she pretended to be calm and restarted the car, the back of her fair ears had turned slightly red. For the remainder of the journey, the cabin fell into a quieter but subtly charged atmosphere. Half an hour, the black Mercedes S-Class left the main road of the county and turned into a somewhat desolate industrial park in the southern suburbs. The car slowly stopped in front of a red brick factory with a simple sign reading Deer Technology. Chun Imo pushed open the car door and looked up at the rather shabby factory in front of him. Instead of feeling disdain, a fiery determination ignited in his eyes. "Mr. Chun, this is the place." Lin Wan took a deep breath, quickly walked to Chun Mo's side, and naturally fell back half a step, saying, "The founder of Deer Technology, Lu Ming, and his core team have been waiting in the makeshift meeting room on the second floor for quite some time." "Let's go," Chun Imo said with one hand in his pocket, surveying the factory before stepping towards the entrance. Stepping onto the slightly worn concrete stairs, Chun Imo and Lin Wan arrived at the simple meeting room on the second floor. Pushing open the door, a wave of tobacco smoke greeted them. Inside the meeting room, a massive whiteboard was densely covered with various chemical equations and molecular structure diagrams. Seated at the conference table were two middle-aged men with hair like bird nests and dark circles etched deep under their eyes. Seeing the two enter, especially Chun Imo, who looked like a high schooler at the front, both middle-aged men froze. It wasn't until they noticed Lin Wan following behind, radiating an extremely professional and capable aura, that they snapped out of it. "Hello, you must be President Chun and Assistant Lin, right? I'm Lu Ming, founder of Deer Technology, and this is my partner Zhang Hai." Lu Ming, wearing thick-rimmed glasses and a slightly yellowed lab coat, quickly stubbed out the half-smoked cigarette in his hand and strode forward to extend his hand. "President Lu, President Zhang." Chun Imo smiled as he shook their hands, then sat down in the host's seat with remarkable ease. Lin Wan, with swift efficiency, pulled several confidentiality agreements and supplementary due diligence documents from her briefcase, placing them neatly on the table. The entire process was seamless. "President Chun, Assistant Lin mentioned on the phone that you're interested in our Deer Technology project." Zhang Hai rubbed his hands together, his expression revealing undisguised anxiety. "To be honest, we're currently facing a severe funding bottleneck. If we don't secure the money by the end of this month, the pilot production line in the southern suburbs will have to shut down, and we won't even be able to pay the electricity bills." Lu Ming adjusted his glasses, quickly opened a battered laptop on the table, and pulled up a PowerPoint presentation. His voice was urgent yet passionate as he began, "President Chen, although we're in a tough spot now, our technical direction is absolutely solid. Our current focus is on high-purity electronic-grade hydrofluoric acid and basic fluorine-based fine chemical materials. These are widely used in semiconductor cleaning and panel manufacturing. Currently, the high-end domestic market is almost entirely monopolized by overseas giants like Tycoon and 3M. As long as we can achieve mass production, we will definitely." "President Lu." Chun Imo gently raised his hand, interrupting Lu Ming's somewhat dry commercial pitch. He didn't look at the rough PPT, but instead fixed his gaze on the complex molecular formulas on the whiteboard. "Your situation is clearly documented in the due diligence report Lin Wan gave me. The fact that you two have even mortgaged your own homes for RD. I personally deeply admire that dedication to technology." Chun Imo clasped his hands on the table and leaned forward slightly. "But if your vision is limited to the domestic substitution of a basic material like electronic-grade hydrofluoric acid, then your perspective is still too narrow." Lu Ming and Zhang Hai exchanged glances, both stunned. "What era will the next 5 to 10 years be?" Without waiting for their answer, Chun Imo delivered it directly. "It's the era of new energy, the era of the lithium battery boom." Tapping the table lightly, Chun Imo spoke deliberately. "The track that can truly catapult Deer Technology to prominence is fluorine-based new energy materials. the positive electrode binder for power batteries, PVDF, and the core solute for electrolytes, lithium hexafluorophosphate. These are the lifelines that will choke the global new energy sector in the future. And your current technical reserves and broad fluorine direction are the perfect foundation to break into these two golden tracks. At these words, the entire meeting room fell into a deathly silence. Lu Ming's hand holding the laser pointer trembled violently. His bloodshot eyes locked onto Chun Mo as if seeing an alien, and his breathing became heavy and labored. PR President Chun, you actually understand this? Lu Ming's voice was shaky with excitement. The technical path Chun Mo had just described was precisely the ultimate blueprint Lu Ming had hidden deep in his heart. But he had never dared to include it in his fundraising PPT because in 2014, pitching new energy and a complete high-end fluorine chemical industry chain to investors who only cared about short-term returns would have made him look like a scammer. Yet this 18-year-old youth had not only seen through the veil, but had envisioned even further and more thoroughly than the technology fanatic himself. That's not all. Chun Mo leaned back in his chair and continued, I'm investing in you not to have you do low-end OEM work for overseas giants. I want you to build a fully autonomous fluorine chemical industry chain, from fluorite mining to hydrofluoric acid to fine fluorine chemicals and fluoropolymers. Completely shatter the overseas technology monopoly. I've shown you the path. Now let's start negotiating the price. Chun Mo's gaze sharpened as he looked at Zhang Hai. President Zhang, how much funding were you originally seeking? Zhang Hai swallowed hard and raised one finger with difficulty. We're willing to give up 20 equity, hoping to raise 10 million. With 10 million, we can get the pilot line running. 10 million won't build a full industry chain, UITLL, only keep you alive. Chun Mo shook his head decisively, then raised four fingers. I'll offer 40 million. 40 million. Lu Ming and Zhang Hai gasped simultaneously, jolting up from their chairs in shock. To them it was an yes, 40 million in pure cash. After the contract is signed, the full amount will be wired to your corporate account within 24 hours. Chun Mo spoke calmly as if mentioning just 4,000. But in exchange I want 40 equity in Deer Technology. Seeing their hesitation over the large equity stake, Chun Mo smiled faintly and delivered the final reassurance. Don't worry. I believe in letting professionals handle professional matters. I only want the equity and a veto right on the board. I won't interfere with daily operations RD direction or personnel appointments. You will still be the absolute leaders of this company. Moreover, if you need to scale up massively in the future, even hundreds of millions, the capital behind me will unconditionally back you up. All you need to do is follow the technical path I've laid out. Lu Ming and Zhang Hai exchanged glances, seeing the blazing fire in each other's eyes. President Chun. Lu Ming's eyes reddened as he reached out and firmly grasped Chun Mo's hand. You're not just our investor, you're Deer Technology's guiding light. We'll give you that 40. From now on, Deer Technology's fate is in your hands. Pleasure doing business. Chun Mo nodded with satisfaction. Things went smoother than he had anticipated. By outlining Deer Technology's future development path and offering substantial funding, the two tech founders had no reason to refuse. It was a godsend. Standing nearby, Lin Wan watched the youth who had captivated two technical experts with just a few words and secured 40 equity. The admiration and awe in her eyes had reached an overwhelming intensity. She took a deep breath, pulled out a blank equity investment agreement and a pen from her briefcase, and stepped forward with a smile. President Lu, President Zhang. If everything looks good, we can sign the draft agreement now. The 40 million investment will be deposited into your company account by 9 a.m. tomorrow. Pleasure doing business. As the signatures were affixed and the red official stamps pressed onto the two agreements, this epic angel investment, destined to reshape the domestic fluorine chemical industry, was sealed. Stepping out of the dilapidated factory, the late autumn evening breeze brushed against their faces. Chun Mo took a deep breath and glanced back at the humble facility. A sense of fulfilling joy swelled within him. Intercepting a future super unicorn. The thrill of controlling destiny was intoxicating. And he knew this was just one of his aces. Reborn, he would claim everything wealth power. You've worked hard today. Chun Mo stopped and turned to Lin Wan. The due diligence report and agreement were perfectly prepared. Save me a lot of talking. Are you free tonight? Let's grab a casual dinner. Consider it a celebration for me. Faced with the mysterious youth's personal invitation, Lin Wan paused for a moment, then a radiant smile bloomed on her delicate face. It would be my honor to have dinner with you, President Chun. Back in the car, Lin Wan started the Mercedes. The small county town had few upscale restaurants worth mentioning aside from the Peninsula restaurant Chun Mo had visited the night before. When the eye-catching Mercedes S-Class with the license plate full of eights pulled up at the Peninsula restaurant again, the lobby manager even jogged out personally to welcome them, escorting them to a private VIP booth. Under the warm yellow lighting, soothing saxophone music drifted softly. Lin Wan shed her somewhat stiff jacket, leaving only a fitted blouse that accentuated her stunning curves in the light. After a few glasses of red wine, a captivating blush spread across her fair cheeks, and the atmosphere shed its workday formality, becoming warm and relaxed. As they ate, Chun Mo casually started a conversation. You mentioned earlier that you don't have much family background. Are your parents both local? With how hard you work, don't they ever worry about you? At this question, Lin Wan's hand, cutting her steak, jerked to a halt. Her slender fingers unconsciously tightened around the silver knife and fork. Her long lashes lowered, masking a flicker of bitterness that flashed through her eyes. She bit her moist lower lip lightly, her voice turning slightly hoarse. Yes, they're both local. It's just, the situation at home is complicated. It's hard to explain in a few words. Chun Mo keenly caught the shift in her mood. He didn't indulge in the distasteful habit of prying due to his status. Instead, he naturally raised his wine glass, toasting lightly in the air with a gentle smile. Every family has its troubles. Since you'd rather not talk about it, let's drop it. Dining out is about enjoying ourselves. Try the foie gras here. It's passable. This thoughtful consideration and sense of boundaries instantly relaxed Lin Wan's taut nerves. She looked up at Chun Mo, and besides reverence, gratitude now shone in her eyes. By the way, back to business. Chun Mo set down his knife and fork. Tomorrow, expedite the registration of a new company called Star Technology. I can't hold that 40 equity in Deer Technology under my personal name. I need a clean corporate shell. Tomorrow, I'll transfer the 40 million investment to Star Technology's account first, then use Star to fully fund Deer Technology. Can you handle the fund transfer's legal processes and corporate account procedures? Lin Wan immediately composed herself and nodded firmly. No problem, President Chun. I'll use the bank's VIP channel to ensure Star Technology's business license, and the 40 million corporate funds are in place simultaneously by tomorrow morning. Chun Mo leaned back in the leather chair, quietly observing the woman before him. Flawless in figure appearance, emotional intelligence, and professional skill. Lin Wan, I don't like beating around the bush. Chun Mo clasped his hands. You're aware of my assets, but this is just the start. My industrial matrix will be enormous in the future. Right now, I desperately need an assistant who can coordinate everything for me. The county branch of Huaxia Bank doesn't do justice to your talent. Chun Mo locked eyes with her beautiful eyes widening in shock, and extended the offer decisively. Resign. Come work for me. If you agree, your starting salary will be 10 times your current annual pay. As the business grows, I guarantee you'll achieve financial freedom. Lin Weiner listened to Chun Mo's extremely domineering and enticing promise. Her breath momentarily halted. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Chun Mo as waves of emotion surged violently within her, causing the proud contours of her chest to rise and fall dramatically. A tenfold annual salary, core options, financial freedom. Each of these words precisely struck at the ambition she had hidden beneath the halo of her prestigious university. After a full half-minute, Lin Weiner managed to suppress the turbulence in her heart, a hint of difficulty appearing on her stunning face as she softly spoke. Mr. Chun, to be honest, I am very tempted. But I just got assigned to the county branch by the head office, and I am bound by a high-level targeted talent cultivation contract. If I were to forcefully resign now, the legal department of the bank would present significant resistance, and President Sun likely wouldn't let me go easily. The process would take at least 2 to 3 months at best. Resistance? With me, there is no such thing as resistance. Chun Mo chuckled lazily. In front of Lin Weiner, he took out his phone and dialed the personal number of Sun Jian, the president of the county branch of Huaxia Bank. As soon as the call connected, before Sun Jian could utter a polite greeting, Chun Mo spoke. President Sun, I have my eyes on Lin Weiner. I want her to resign and start working for me full-time tomorrow. What? President Sun on the other end was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. What a joke. This was the living cash cow that had just deposited over 4 billion in pure cash, setting off alarms at the head office. Rest assured, Mr. Chun, I will personally expedite Lin Weiner's resignation through the head office's green channel tonight. All contract penalties will be borne by our branch. President Sun promised on the phone, his tone exceedingly flattering. Tomorrow morning, I will immediately arrange for our branch's most senior account manager to bring a team as the new liaison, ensuring not a second of your time is wasted. The new liaison is fine, but remember, for all my private banking asset allocations and corporate business, I will only recognize Lin Weiner as the sole contact point. Chun Mo added casually. Understood. Completely understood. From now on, Ms. Lin Weiner will be our bank's highest-level strategic partner, and we will fully cooperate with all her arrangements. While Sun Jian agreed readily over the phone, he felt a pang of regret inside. He had originally planned to use some tactics to secure Lin Weiner for himself. Hanging up the phone, Chun Mo tossed his phone onto the table and shrugged at the stupefied Lin Weiner. See, the resistance has vanished. Lin Weiner stared at Chun Mo, unable to describe the shock that surged deep within her. In the eyes of employees like her, the head office contracts and the barriers of president-level positions loomed like mountains, yet in front of Chen Mo, it was merely a phone call lasting a few seconds that had the other party gratefully offering their hands. Is this the terrifying privilege of capital? At that moment, the hint of restraint in Lin Weiner's eyes completely crumbled. Mr. Chen, from tomorrow onward, this life of Lin Weiner belongs to you. Lin Weiner raised her wine glass, her beautiful eyes gazing at him with intense heat, and drank it all in one go. Very well. Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction. Tomorrow morning, you will promptly assist the bank's new liaison in securing the license for Xingchen Technology and complete the 4 million investment connection with Deer Technology. After that, go to the recently developed and most expensive Guolan Yujing Villa district in the county. Choose the largest standalone villa to purchase as our temporary office for Xingchen Technology. Chen Mo looked at her, his tone calm. With the establishment of the new company, you will be the general manager of Xingchen Technology. A provisional annual salary of 8,000. In the initial stage of the company, we won't need too many people. You should first recruit around 5 administrative, legal, and financial staff locally to establish the framework for the company's daily operations. As for the next steps for Xingchen Technology, wait for my instructions. Tomorrow morning, in addition to the 4 million investment, I will transfer an additional 10 million into the corporate account of Xingchen Technology. This will be used for purchasing the villa, hiring staff, and the company's daily operations. Hearing the annual salary of 8,000 and the casually allocated 10 million for daily expenses, Lin Weiner felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. To put it into perspective, her current salary was merely 4,000 a month. Even though Huagua Bank's compensation was already top tier in the industry, adding in various subsidies, she could barely earn 6,000 to 7,000 a year, and that was conditional on meeting all performance assessments. Yet now this young man opposite her had directly multiplied her annual salary by more than 10 times with a single careless remark. He had also unreservedly handed her the authority to manage 10 million in funds. Even though she was a master's graduate accustomed to the flow of numbers in the financial sector, she was now a bit unsteady, overwhelmed by this immense wave of happiness. What? Is it too little? Seeing her in a daze, Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, looking at her with a half smile. No, not at all. Lin Weiner hurriedly shook her head, her usual composure in the workplace completely shattered at this moment, revealing a hint of youthful shyness. Mr. Chen, this is too much. I fear my current qualifications do not match the figure you have given. I believe in you. Chen Mo took a sip from his teacup, his gaze falling on her chest that was slightly heaving with excitement. What I offer you is not just a high salary, but also pressure. I want Xingchen Technology to be formalized in the shortest time possible and to hold the shares of Deer Technology tightly in our hands. This is just the first step. Grow quickly, and the subsequent tasks will only increase. Hearing this, Lin Weiner took a deep breath, trying to calm her wildly beating heart. She looked at Chen Mo's excessively youthful profile, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. This was the greatest leap in her life. If she missed this young man, she might spend her entire life scheming for the position of vice president at a branch office within the bank system. Mr. Chen, you can rest assured. Lin Weiner finished the remaining wine in her glass, a flush appearing on her beautiful face. She walked to Chen Mo's side, her posture, while pouring wine, even more respectful than before. Tomorrow at 9, I will be at the bank on time to finalize the corporate account for Xingchen Technology. Within a week, the standalone villa at Guolan Yujing and the core administrative and legal team will all be in place. All right, tomorrow I have to return to school for classes. If there is anything, just call me or report via WeChat. Chen Mo set down his knife and fork, elegantly wiping his mouth. Okay, Mr. Chen, Lin Weiner quickly replied. By the time dinner ended, it was already 8:30 in the evening. The night in the small county town lacked the flashing neon lights of big cities, and the streets were gradually becoming sparse with pedestrians. Lin Weiner followed Chen Mo out of the restaurant. The autumn night breeze awakened her slightly from her intoxication, but looking at the tall figure of the young man ahead, the heat in her heart not only did not extinguish, but flared up even more. The Mercedes-Benz S-Class smoothly drove back on the road. With no need to consider the bank's rigid regulations, Lin Weiner had completely shifted her mindset in front of Chen Mo, who sat in the passenger seat. She focused on the road ahead while softly reporting the details. Mr. Chen, regarding Guolan Yujing, I know the manager in charge of sales. As far as I know, there is a standalone villa by the lake that has remained vacant, fully furnished with a private garden, which the developer originally intended for their own use. After we finish the license tomorrow, I will directly go and secure that villa. Sure, just take care of it. Chen Mo leaned against the car window, his gaze fixed on the rapidly passing old street scenery, his tone casual. Additionally, the 5 new hires must have clean backgrounds. You can use your connections from the finance university to find a few capable but backgroundless juniors. People from small places tend to be simpler-minded and easier to work with. Understood. Lin Weiner secretly admired Chun Mo's experienced approach to hiring, which was far from that of a high school student. The car quickly stopped again at the entrance of the family quarters of the township health clinic. Mr. Chun, we have arrived. Lin Weiner unbuckled her seatbelt, turning to watch Chun Mo with her beautiful eyes quietly. From tomorrow onward, it's up to Manager Lin. Chun Mo smiled gently at her, not saying much else. He opened the car door, slung his backpack over one shoulder, and got out of the car with remarkable ease. Watching the young man's figure gradually disappear into the shadows, Lin Weiner leaned against the leather seat, sitting alone in the car for a long time. The heat from his palm during the sudden break earlier seemed to linger on her wrist. She glanced at the scattered documents on the center console, unable to suppress a slight smile. When Chun Mo pushed open the door, the quartz clock hanging inside marked 9 o'clock. As soon as he stepped in, Li Zuyan's high-pitched voice came from the kitchen, holding half-washed green onions in her hand. This afternoon, Teacher Lu called me and said you took leave. Not coming home for dinner at such a late hour without any notice, and your phone is unreachable. Do you think you can do whatever you want? Chun Jingwo, sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper, also put down the paper. Although he didn't glare like before, his expression was still somewhat grim. Xiao Mo, you've been out a lot lately. What have you been busy with? Don't think that doing well on one citywide exam can serve as a free pass. The college entrance examination is like crossing a narrow bridge with a multitude of people. You must not be careless. Facing his parents' overwhelming scolding, Chun Mo showed no sign of impatience and said, Dad, Mom, I really had an urgent matter this afternoon. Chun Mo changed into slippers and quickly walked to the table to pour a cup of tea for Chun Jingwo. He then casually took the green onions from Li Zuyan's hand, smiling and assuring them, Don't worry, I haven't missed a single assignment at school. Let me make a military pledge with you. If I fall out of the top 3 in the next monthly exam, I will stay home every day to study and won't step out of the door, okay? Seeing her son's earnest attitude and his promise regarding grades, Li Zuyan's anger subsided significantly. She snatched the green onions from his hand and muttered, You said it. If you fall behind, next time just wait until I bring out the feather duster again. Hurry and wash your hands. I heated up some rib soup for you. Chun Mo responded with a smile and sat down at the dining table with the soup. As he drank, he casually glanced towards the next door and asked, Mom, why has the neighbor's house been dark at night lately? It's been a while since I've seen those 2 girls, Inua and Iran. Li Xiaoyun sighed, putting down her work and sitting at the table. I almost forgot to tell you until you mentioned it. Didn't you go out during the National Day holiday? Their grandfather came from the provincial city and took the 2 children away. They were taken away. Chun Mo paused slightly while holding the spoon. Yes, I heard their household registration has already been moved to the provincial city. Li Zuyan's tone was somewhat reluctant. Their grandfather has good connections in the provincial city and believes that the education resources in the county can't compare to those up there, so he transferred the 2 sisters to a key high school in the provincial city, saying they need to prepare for the college entrance examination. They left in such a hurry. The day before they left, the 2 girls came to our house with red eyes looking for you, but you weren't here. Chun Mo nodded silently. In his past life, it seemed that this was indeed the case. After finishing high school in the provincial city, due to their solid foundation and the resources of a key high school, both were admitted to prestigious universities. At that time, everyone in the county envied the Chu family for producing 2 golden phoenixes. However, the good times didn't last long. In the year they just started university, their grandfather's family seemed to have encountered a disaster. Overnight, the Gu family not only had their grandfather fall ill, but also incurred a staggering debt of tens of millions, even billions, which was impossible to repay. He only remembered that in his past life, the last news he heard about them was that the 2 sisters, in a desperate attempt to repay their family's debt, dropped out of school and were hastily sent abroad, after which they completely lost contact and their fates were unknown. Provincial city. Massive debts. Chun Mo slowly withdrew his gaze and took a sip of warm rib soup. No matter what kind of disaster befell the Chu family in his past life and this life, he would never allow such a tragedy to repeat itself. After dinner, Chun Mo returned to his bedroom, sat in front of the computer, and opened the VIP trading platform of Haitong Securities. Looking at the nearly 10 million capital that had been successfully established, he exhaled slowly. Still too slow. It wasn't entirely Chun Mo's fault for being anxious. The time he was reborn in was 2014, and many opportunities for overnight wealth and wild growth had already been lost. The future era would develop extremely rapidly in the next 5 years, with the internet, mobile payments, and the new energy revolution sweeping in like a tsunami. If he couldn't accumulate absolute capital within a very short time, even with his rebirth and the memories of his past life, it would be difficult to keep up with the express train heading towards the peak of the era. A week later, in early November, the chill of late autumn grew stronger, but the bloody scent of the capital market became increasingly pungent. During this time, Chun Mo's life appeared calm on the surface, attending school on schedule every day. But secretly, the two major cores he controlled had quietly undergone transformation. The first was about the layout of the stock market. The 100 million cash in Chun Mo's personal account, along with the 100 million he had borrowed totaling 200 million, had completed full positions in the minuscule trading gaps of launcher heavy equipment every day. With a 200 million base position, he would wait for the bloom. The second matter was about the placement in the real industry. Under Lin Wan's terrifying execution abilities, Xingchen Technologies' business registration and public account were all approved and completed within 3 days. The 40 absolute core equity of Deere Technology was officially transferred under Xingchen Technology. Not only that, but Lin Wan also demonstrated strong negotiation skills, utilizing her connections in the bank to purchase a 500 square meter lakeside villa in the Guanlan Yujing community, which was originally priced at over 4 million and had a private garden for 3.5 million, paying in full and temporarily using it as the office area for Xingchen Technology. Subsequently, she recruited 5 clean background administrative, legal, and financial graduates from prestigious universities through her network at the Finance University, offering high salaries since the office was located in the county. During this time, Bian Shuazhang from the provincial city personally contacted him once. On the phone, his tone showed clear signs of wavering and hesitation. Although he successfully secured a stable job in the system, his girlfriend was not satisfied with his meager salary and demanded an exorbitant bride price of 200, along with a house in the provincial city, forcing Bian Shuazhang into a hopeless predicament. While the iron rice bowl in the system was stable in the face of the rapidly rising housing prices in the provincial city in 2014 and the exorbitant bride price, it was no more than a drop in the bucket. On the phone, Chun Mo only listened to Bian Zuzhang's exhausted complaints without rushing to offer advice, only casually saying, "Paths are forged by people. Come to me whenever you have thought it through," before hanging up. Chun Mo understood very well that a top talent like Bian Shuazhang inherently possessed the pride of an intellectual. Only when reality completely shattered all his retreat paths would he willingly become the sword in Chun Mo's hand. On Friday afternoon, the school bell rang. Chun Mo casually took his silenced phone out of his desk pocket, and on the screen a number from Kyoto was flashing. Caller ID Zishi Investment, Mr. Su. Chun Mo raised an eyebrow, pulled out a chair with one hand, and walked to the quiet end of the corridor outside the classroom, pressing the answer button. "Good afternoon, Mr. Su," Chun Mo said in a flat tone, revealing no signs of emotional fluctuation. "Haha, President Chun. I hope I'm not interrupting your class." On the other end of the line, Mr. Zu's extremely excited voice came through. "Great news. The financial licenses for Taichu Company's private placement registration and public issuance that you requested were approved by the Securities Regulatory Commission and the Asset Management Association this afternoon at 3. Old Su and Director Wang from Jiuding went to Kyoto personally to work on this matter. It was handled specially with green lights all the way." Mr. Su's tone carried a hint of undisguised pride and flattery. "Our team in Kyoto has already completed comprehensive coordination with your Tycoon head Zhao Chong." "Thank you, Mr. Su. I'll remember this favor." Chun Mo couldn't help but smile. "You're too polite, President Chun. From now on, we'll share profits 50-50. We are all brothers in this boat of fortune." After a few pleasantries, Mr. Su hung up the phone at the right moment. Almost a second after Mr. Su hung up, Zhao Chong's call from the wealth center in Kyoto came in. Boss, the license has come through. The public offering qualifications have been approved." On the other end of the line, Zhao Chong's voice was so excited that it was slightly out of control, his breathing heavy. "I'm holding the freshly stamped document and my hands are shaking. In my whole life, Old Zhao have never seen a top-level license approved this quickly." Taking a deep breath, Zhao Chong forced himself to calm his racing heart, standing in front of the 1,000 square meter floor-to-ceiling window with a great view in the wealth center. He said reverently, "As per your instructions, Taichu Investments' first Sunshine private placement product, Taichu No. 1 has now completed all pre-sale preparations. The total exclusive subscription funds of 2 billion promised by Jiuding and Zushi have all been gathered in their custody accounts, ready for immediate transfer and entry. Everything is ready. Taichu is about to set sail. President Chen, please give your instructions." Listening to Zhao Chong's fervent report on the other end of the phone, Chun Mo stood in the slightly outdated corridor of the county's #1 high school, watching the setting sun in the distance. With a 2 billion private placement mothership, a 200 million personal share base, and 300 million ready to attack overseas, his capital empire was completing its first stage of accumulation today. Chun Mo squinted slightly and issued the command into the phone. "Tell Jiuding and Zushi that next Monday the 2 billion funds will be fully transferred, and Taichu No. 1 will officially open for trading." "Understood, boss." The target for building positions and the specific allocation of funds. Zhao Chong swallowed hard and quickly picked up the fountain pen on the table. Leaning against the cold corridor wall, Chun Mo's mind erupted with memories of the manic bull market at the end of 2014 from his past life. 8 targets: CITIC Securities, CRRC, Hithink Royal Flush, East Money, Yanji, Inxing Baofeng Technology, and Chinese All. Use 2 billion yuan to buy evenly. Remember, you only have 1 month. By early December, all 2 billion must be fully positioned. Only Zhao Chang's heavy breathing and the frantic scratching of the pen on paper echoed from the other end of the CITIC, CRRC, East Money. These behemoths that still seemed to be lurking at the bottom in November 2014. Only Chun Mo Reborn knew the insane frenzy they were about to unleash. Got it, boss. Mission guaranteed. Zhao Chang felt his blood boil. There's one more thing. Chun Mo's tone dropped, tinged with seriousness. After Tycoon, no. One is fully positioned. Go immediately in the company's name to apply for an overseas investment account with the State Administration of Foreign Exchange and the Bank of Beijing. Boss, you mean? Zhao Chang paused. The domestic market is big, but the rules are too many. I want to legally move the 200 million yuan from my personal account overseas. Hearing this, Zhao Chang gasped, his tone turning extremely troubled. Boss, that's not easy at all. The State Administration of Foreign Exchange has a tight grip on large personal and corporate capital outflows. The annual limit of 5,000 per person is untouchable. If it's a corporate ODI overseas direct investment, it requires approvals from the Ministry of Commerce, the National Development and Reform Commission, and SAFE. It won't go through in less than half a year to a year. Besides, Tycoon is a new company with no real overseas project to support it. Zhao Chang's concerns were spot on. In 2014, China's scrutiny of large capital outflows was almost paranoid to prevent capital flight. For an ordinary person, moving 200 million yuan abroad, aside from underground banks, gray channels ripe for fraud or legal trouble, was nearly impossible. But what kind of person was Chun Mo? Since he dared to use this money, now he had already calculated the 2014 financial policy dividends down to the bone. Who told you would take the traditional ODI route? Chun Mo sneered. Have you forgotten what licenses Jioding and Zushi helped us secure this afternoon? A bolt of lightning struck Zhao Chang's mind: the private equity qualification and the public fund issuance license. Exactly. Chun Mo, hands in pockets, eyes cold. To promote cross-border capital flow, the top brass just approved a policy dividend. QDI, qualified domestic institutional investor, and QDLP, qualified domestic limited partner qualifications. Tycoon now holds both top-tier private and public fund licenses. With these shells, we can legally apply to the bank for a dedicated overseas investment quota. This is the ultimate legal white glove. Not only that, Chun Mo lowered his voice. This afternoon, Chairman Wang of Jioding and President Su of Zushi just dumped 2 billion into our hands. Now they're begging us to help them get rich. Jioding has a fully licensed brokerage subsidiary in Hong Kong, and Zushi has secret foreign exchange channel. Go to both of them tomorrow. Say Tycoon needs to conduct cross-border stress tests for a global hedge fund and needs to borrow their and used QDI special channel quotas for this year. As long as Tycoon is willing to give them a cut on future overseas products, they'll use the fastest route to transfer that 200 million through a legal domestic guarantee for foreign loans into a Cayman Islands offshore trust account. After hearing Chun Mo's seamless, earth-shattering plan, Zhao Chang was utterly dumbfounded. Domestic guarantees for foreign loans, QDI, quota borrowing, cross-border capital pools. These top-tier cross-border capital levers that even seasoned financial veterans might struggle with were casually wielded by an 18-year-old high school student over the phone, even using giants like Jioding and Zushi as bridge tools. Boss, you're not human. I mean, you're a genius. Zhao Chang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice filled with near superstitious awe. Enough flattery. Get the job done, Chun Mo said calmly. By next Monday, I want 200 million yuan in an overseas account at Hang Seng Bank or Merrill Lynch. Understood. They'll contact Chairman Wang and President Zu's secretaries tonight. I know the process now. They'll get it done. Hanging up, Chun Mo slowly pocketed his phone. At that moment, the school bell rang from the teaching building, and a flood of high school seniors poured out of the classrooms with their backpacks. Chun Mo walked against the noisy crowd. Before he reached the school gate, light footsteps came from behind. Chun Mo. A clear, pleasant voice called out. Chun Mo stopped and turned. Su Qingyan was jogging up to him, a few strands of hair swaying with her movement, her beautiful peach blossom eyes tinged with curiosity. You skipped the evening study session again, and Teacher Lu didn't even bother you. Su Qingyan walked beside him, her high ponytail tracing an elegant arc in the air. Come clean, did you feed old Lu some love potion? Not at all, Chun Mo said with a lazy smile. Old Lu is just reasonable. I told him I've mastered all the senior year material. Sitting in class would just waste precious educational resources better left for classmates who need it more. Keep bragging. Su Qingyan rolled her eyes at him, but a smile tugged at the corners of her lips. They walked out of the school gate chatting and laughing. The autumn night wind blew and Su Qingyan instinctively shrank her neck, pulling her light blue knit cardigan tighter. My parents are both at a provincial meeting tonight, so no one's cooking at home. Su Qingyan paused slightly, lifting her chin with a hint of pride. Someone mentioned I owed him a meal, didn't they? No time like the present. Tonight, I'll graciously treat you to clay pot noodles on the back street. What do you say? When the school beauty invites, turning it down would be a sin, Chun Imo chuckled, pulling keys from his pocket and heading to an electric scooter parked in the school bike shed. He got on one foot on the ground and tilted his head toward the slightly startled Su Qingyan. Hop on. I'll take you for a ride. Su Qingyan looked at the electric scooter, so different from the luxury car with license plate ending in 88888 from that day, but a deeper smile lit up her eyes. Without any disdain, she found this Chun Imo more real. The girl sat gracefully sideways on the back seat, her hands awkwardly clutching the hem of Chun Mo's shirt. With a hum, the scooter started and slowly drifted into the night. Meanwhile, countless senior students still at the school gate witnessed this scene, and the entire one high school entrance exploded. Holy crap! Isn't that Su Qingyan from the science class? She got on Chun Mo's scooter. Crazy. My aloof goddess. She barely talks to guys, and today she's holding on to Chun Mo's clothes. Who is this Chun Imo? Last time he ranked third in the school, and now he's taken the school beauty. Amid the heartbroken wails and jealous glares of countless male classmates, Chun Imo and Su Qingyan had already disappeared around the corner of the back street. That night the clay pot noodles were piping hot. The back street was thick with the aroma of life, and Su Qingyan smiled sweetly in the steaming air. Chun Imo quietly accompanied the girl, savoring the purest youth of late autumn 2014. Time flew like a white horse past a gap, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye, fast-forwarding to late. During these 2 weeks, laundry-heavy equipment, just as Chun Imo remembered, stunned the entire market with daily limit-up after limit-up. Chun Mo's 200 million yuan base position snowballed, swelling like a rolling snowball. Meanwhile, at the Jingdu Fortune Center, Tycoon one frantically absorbed chips from brokerages and infrastructure leaders. The 200 million yuan for overseas deployment had already legally landed in the Cayman Islands, waiting for the next move. The second joint provincial monthly exam for the county's one high school results were posted that day. Early in the morning, the bulletin board was packed with people. As everyone craned their necks to look at the first line of the science honor roll, the entire school fell silent again. First place, Chun Imo, Class 1 his senior year. Total score, 738, provincial first. 738 points. Not only did he crush the second place by a landslide, but he also claimed the top spot in the entire province. The entire one high school erupted. The principal's office phone was nearly blown up by major provincial media and high schools. Meanwhile, at the center of the storm, Chun Imo sat calmly in the principal's office. Homeroom teacher Lu Jingi and the principal sat across from him, staring at the unervingly composed young man, their eyes burning with the fervor of gazing at a national treasure. Chun Imo, you've done a great service for our one high school in our county. The principal, beaming with wrinkles, personally poured Chun Imo a glass of water. If you have any academic requests, just say the word. The school will fully support you. Chun Imo took the cup and spoke. Principal teacher Lu, I'm here today to apply for a temporary leave of absence. What? Lu Jingi nearly bit his tongue, slapping his thigh in panic. Chun Imo, you just scored first in the province. How can you take leave at this critical time? Don't take the college entrance exam lightly. Teacher Lu, please don't rush. Chun Imo leaned back, speaking softly. You know my situation best. The school's test cramming tactics offer me no room for improvement. I have better private tutoring outside to learn advanced knowledge. Staying in the classroom will only drain my focus. The principal and Lu Jingi exchanged glances, hesitating. But I can make a pledge to the school. Chun Imo laid out his terms calmly. First, I'll return for the 3 citywide mock exams before the college entrance exam. Second, if my score drops below first place in the school in any exam, I'll come back to class immediately. Hearing this arrogant yet irrefutable pledge, the principal gritted his teeth and slammed the table. Schools were always lenient with true prodigies. Fine. Chun Imo, since you have such confidence, the school grants special approval. I'll sign all the leave forms and paperwork myself. As long as you maintain your form one high school will be your strongest support. Thank you, principal. Chun Imo smiled slightly, stood up, and took his leave politely. Half an hour later, with his backpack on, he strode out of the school gate with remarkable ease under the envious and awestruck gazes of countless students. Outside the school gate, a black Mercedes-Benz S-Class had been waiting for some time. Lin, one who had resigned from her bank post and officially assumed the role of general manager of Star Technology, sat quietly in the driver's seat. She wore a sharp black suit, her long legs crossed, exuding efficiency. Seeing Chun Imo emerge, her eyes lit up. She immediately got out, opened the passenger door for him, and bowed slightly, speaking with respect. President Chen, the villa office area at Guanlan Yujing is fully prepared. All 5 employees of Star Technology have reported for duty. Chun Mo tossed his backpack into the back seat and settled into the car. Let's go. Take me to see our headquarters. The moment the sedan entered the Guanlan Yujing, the clamor outside the car windows was instantly cut off, replaced by a serene landscape surrounded by mountains and water. As the top affluent area in the county, each villa here has adopted an architectural style that combines traditional Chinese gardens with modern minimalism. Lin Weiner purchased this lakeside villa covering an impressive 500 square meters with a vast private garden carpeted in evergreen imported high-quality grass. Opening the terrace window on the second floor offers a breathtaking view of the shimmering natural lake. The interior was designed by top domestic designers, transformed into a private space that blends light luxury and stable Italian minimalist style, exuding an omnipresent sense of capital quality. Mr. Chen, this Guanlan Yujing villa area was developed and constructed by our county's Longshin Group. Lin Weiner trailed half a step behind Chun Mo, guiding him while softly introducing the local power dynamics. Longshin Group started by mining coal and refining iron, producing glass and fine resource extraction. It is no exaggeration to say that nearly 1/3 of the county's fiscal revenue and the employment of over 10,000 people relies solely on this one enterprise. Their output value ranks among the top in the province, making them a true local powerhouse. Chun Mo stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the lake view outside, nodding slightly. In his past life, Longshin Group indeed held immense power in the local area. However, at this critical juncture, the news of Shingshan Technology registering with a high profile and casually investing 40 million in cash into the South Suburb Industrial Park, or revitalizing the nearly bankrupt Deer Technology, had already made a huge splash, like a boulder thrown into calm waters, stirring up massive waves in both the political and business circles of the entire county and city. 40 million in pure cash. In a small county at this time, many real enterprises valued over $1 billion may not be able to produce that amount all at once. Mr. Chen, this morning, when the Industry and Commerce and Taxation departments specially fast-tracked the Green Channel, the news had already reached above. Lin Weiner picked up her incessantly ringing phone from the bright marble table, a strange smile appearing on her face. Just half an hour ago, the chairman of Longshin Group, Lu Jingi, and our county's deputy county head in charge of investment promotion and economic construction, deputy county head Wang, personally called me. They were frantically inquiring about the background of the investors behind Shingshan Technology and very politely extended an invitation to meet with the hidden big boss. Deputy County Head Wang, the head of Longshin Group. Hearing these two names that could shake the local ground, Chun Mo felt no tension whatsoever. They are quite well informed. Chun Mo pulled out a chair from the marble table and sat down, unscrewing a bottle of mineral water and taking a sip. But that's normal. 40 million cash can't be hidden in a county like this. Investment promotion is a hard indicator for the government. As the local resource leader, Longshin Group naturally cannot remain idle upon seeing incoming capital. Lin Weiner put away her phone, obediently standing aside, and quietly asked Mr. Chen, how should we respond to these two parties? If we don't meet with Deputy County Head Wang, Shingshan Technology and Deer Technology will inevitably face some troubles in land acquisition, factory construction, and approvals in the South Suburb. Moreover, Longshin Group has deep roots locally, and if we sour our relationship with them, Deer Technology's future needs for fine chemical raw materials may be choked off. Of course we must meet. Chun Mo leaned back in his chair, his expression calm. This will be my foundation here. Interacting with local political figures and leading enterprises is a necessary course. There is no need to act aloof. Since they want to probe, let's straightforwardly show them our cards to put them at ease. He thought for a moment and then instructed Lin Weiner, cancel the dinner invitation from Lu Jingi. Longshin Group is in their home turf, and if we go, we will inevitably fall into their rhythm. Deputy County Head Wang is a government official who focuses on the actual results and achievements of investment promotion. So in your capacity as General Manager of Shingshan Technology, prepare a refined private dining experience here in this villa tonight. Invite Deputy County Head Wang, General Lu from Longshin Group, Director Sun from Huagua Bank, and Lu Ming from Deer Technology to come and have a seat. Let's call it the South Suburb Fluorochemical Industry Chain Coordination Symposium, making it sound a bit more formal to give the government some face. Upon hearing Chun Mo's astute arrangement, admiration deepened in Lin Weiner's eyes. This is the true style of capital, neither blindly arrogant nor obsequiously humble, but using the most compliant business rules to firmly hold the initiative in one's own hands. I understand, Mr. Chun. Lin Weiner immediately nodded. Deputy County Head Wang has always wanted to invigorate the South Suburb Industrial Park. The technology of Deer Technology combined with our 40 million is exactly the achievement he desires. Longshin Group is currently also facing resource transformation. Pulling them into the supply chain of the fluorochemical industry is something Lu Jingi cannot refuse. As for Director Sun, there's no need to mention. He is our funding custodian, eager to be involved in such matters. Go ahead. Chun Mo waved his hand. And please help me prepare a set of fitting casual clothes. Okay, I will arrange it immediately. Lin Weiner smiled sweetly and quickly walked downstairs to prepare. At 4 in the afternoon, inside the office of the county's largest coal washing plant, a middle-aged man with a crew cut and a heavy gold chain around his neck sat imperiously in a carved Wang Wali chair, a thick cigar pinched between his stout fingers. He was the head of Longshin Group, Lu Xian. Lu Xian was pure street-born, having risen through the mining district by brawling and brute force. He had never observed much restraint. He held sway over both the underworld and respectable circles locally, and carried about him an indelible aura of rough frontier bravado. That Lin Wan actually said so. Lu Xian exhaled a plume of smoke and squinted at the secretary standing before his desk. Yes, Mr. Lu. The secretary answered respectfully. Manager Lin said she has prepared a modest banquet at a villa in Guanlan Yujing and invited you and Deputy County Magistrate Wang to discuss the supply of raw materials for the fluorochemical operations in the southern suburbs. Lu Xian twisted the corner of his mouth into a knowing smile. He had learned of this when Xingqian Technology first began scouting offices at Guanlan Yujing. That lakeside showpiece building had been one he had intended as a gift. Upon learning Xingqian Technology wanted it, he had probed discreetly through the sales manager and quietly conceded a few points to test the waters. He had already discovered that Xingqian Technology's general manager was Lin Wan, who had just resigned from Huaguo Bank. For that reason, he had specially called his close contact President Sun Jian at Huaguo Bank. But Sun Jian, who usually called him brother over drinks, behaved as if drugged this time. No matter how Lu Xian tried to coax, Sun only muttered a vague warning. There are powerful people behind this, not to be trifled with, and would say no more. Interesting. A newly formed company plunges 40 million in cold hard cash into Deer Technology without blinking, and still has the gall to set a trap and invite me and Magistrate Wang. Lu Xian stubbed out his cigar, rose a feral glint in his eyes. Prepare the car. I want to see who this mysterious boss is. Meanwhile, in the county government building inside Deputy County Magistrate Wang's office, Deputy County Magistrate Wang was flipping through 2 newly delivered documents with a grave expression: a copy of Deer Technology's equity transfer agreement and a brief business registration for Xingqian Technology. Wang was 40 this year, a product of a prestige university's economics department, a textbook technocratic official. He wore frameless glasses, his features were lean, and his manner carried the cultivated courtesy peculiar to those within the system. Since assuming responsibility for countywide investment promotion and economic development, the stagnant pall of the southern suburb industrial park had been a persistent worry for him. He had only learned of the lightning acquisition after the fact, when his secretary reported a cash injection of 40 million yuan directly into Deer Technology. Wang sat stunned in his office for a full minute. He understood better than anyone what such a financial lifeline meant in a county starved for capital. Had it not been for a provincial poverty inspection team visiting these past days and his overflowing workload, he would have considered paying a personal visit to this mysterious investor. Mr. Wang, Xingqian Technology has replied. The secretary pushed the door open gently and handed over an invitation from Lin Wan. Their Lin has arranged a banquet tonight at the Guanlan Yujing Villa under the title Southern Suburbs Fluorochemical Industry Chain Coordination Forum. They've invited you, Lu Xian and President Sun. Wang took the invitation, read the printed title, and the severe frown that had been on his brow smoothed to a flash of approval crossed his eyes. An industry chain coordination forum. Indeed, what a forum. He removed his glasses and rubbed the ache between his brows. A rare smile brightened his fatigued face. It seems the boss of Xingqian Technology is not merely a deep-pocketed benefactor, but someone who understands politics and possesses vision. He glanced at his watch, neatly put the documents into his briefcase, and ordered in a low voice, "Tell the driver to prepare the car." Tonight's gathering would be one where Lu Xian tried to probe the other side's depths. Wang decided he must preside. Any enterprise that could materially transform the county's real economy deserved government protection. The 2 local titans, one leading the county's political wing, the other dominating business, both set off for the Guanlan Yujing Showpiece Villa at speed after receiving Lin Wan's call, each with different calculations on their minds. At 6:30 that evening inside the Guanlan Yujing Showpiece Villa, Lu Ming of Deer Technology and President Sun Jian of Huaguo Bank had arrived early. Soon 2 black Audi sedans rolled into the forecourt in sequence, and Deputy County Magistrate Wang and Lu Xian of Longshin Group stepped down together. The 4 were ushered into a spacious reception hall on the first floor by Lin Wan. She wore a tailored suit with a silk blouse that accentuated her tall, lithe, and gracefully contoured figure. Beneath a brilliant crystal chandelier, her every movement exuded a poise that caused a subtle note of admiration to flicker across the newcomers' faces. President Sun, Mr. Lu Magistrate Wang's senior brother Lu Ming, please sit. Lin Wan smiled as she arranged places, then turned slightly to draw everyone's attention to the young man descending the staircase. Chun Mo wore an understated black cashmere sweater and straight-cut dark trousers entirely free of adornment. Yet his composed gaze and measured stride emitted a presence that could not be ignored. Allow me to introduce this as Mr. Chun Mo, chairman of Xingchen Technology, Lin Wan announced crisply. What? Mr. Chun so young. Deputy County Magistrate Wang adjusted his glasses in surprise, though his political training quickly restored. Only Lu Xian of Longxin Group, upon seeing Chun Mo's almost youthful face, let the practiced smile on his lips thin out. A disdain glittered in his eyes. Lu Xian had clawed his way up through mining territory with aggression. In his mind, commerce was warfare, and only ruthless operators deserved his equal footing. To him, the green youth before him likely looked like some trust fund scion let loose by a provincial clan to gain experience, an heir leeching on family privilege while posing grandly in public. Ha, a hero born of youth indeed. Lu Xian swaggered onto the sofa, tugging at his gold chain with a tone of half-hearted flattery. Once everyone was seated, Chun Mo wasted no time and went straight to the point. The gathering's name is a forum, but my intention is simpler: to set the tone before you all. Xingchen Technology's investment in Deer Technology is only the first step. He continued, our plan is to use Deer Technology's expertise as a nucleus to establish in the southern suburbs industrial park a domestic high-precision fluorochemical value chain encompassing fluoride extraction, hydrofluoric acid refining, and fluorinated materials for next-generation power batteries. Excellent. Grand vision. Deputy County Magistrate Wang's eyes lit up. He even could not help but lightly tap the table, looking at Chun Mo with evident admiration. Mr. Chen, to be frank, transforming the southern suburbs industrial park has been my top priority. He went on, if Xingchen Technology truly brings this high-tech chain here, the county government will greenlight you on policies, land allotments, and tax matters. We will marshal all available resources to support you. While Wang's excitement and Lu Ming's fervor warmed the room, Lu Xian sat peeling his nails with bored indifference. As a coal magnate anchored in traditional resource industries, Lu Xian lacked any long-term technological vision. Fluorochemistry, high-tech, new energy. These were to him ethereal notions far less tangible than a shovel unearthing coal or ore. He thought Chun Mo's decision to spend 40 million on a tiny plant that might not recoup its investment for a decade bordered on lunacy. Yet it was not the fluorochemical venture that piqued Lu Xin's interest, but the vast liquidity Chun Mo had. Although Longxin Group had reaped plentiful profits from resources in recent years, Lu Xin's ambition was ravenous. He planned aggressive expansion to swallow neighboring private mines, and even dreamed of preparing the company for listing. To accomplish such a leap in capital scale, he faced an enormous funding gap. A kid who could nonchalantly deploy tens of millions in cash suggested a family or consortium of terrifying financial strength. Seizing the opening, Lu Xian leaned forward and fixed Chun Mo with a stare. Mr. Chun, fluorochemical projects take too long to pay back. Why not do something that turns cash quickly? Longxin has deep roots here. I have been planning to join with the neighboring county to co-develop several new resource mines. The permits and relationships are in order, but we need a sizable infusion of capital. If you're flush with funds, would you be interested in a joint venture? I guarantee you recoup your capital within a year and double the profit. Isn't that better than holding on to that shabby chemical plant? Lu Xin's words, both a probing and a bribe to test Chun Mo's financial depth, did not anger Chun. Instead, a smile flickered in Chun Mo's eyes. A joint mining venture. This casual suggestion from Lu Xian had in an instant tugged at a colossal secret from Chun Mo's memories of his former life. If he recalled correctly, not long from now, around the turn of the year, in a month or two, the chain of barren hills to the east of the county hugging the border with the neighboring county would be bought by Longxin Group as a source of crushed glass rock. But during an ordinary hill-blasting operation, an extraordinarily rich or vein would be uncovered by. It was no ordinary coal seam or quartz deposit. Beneath that wasteland lay a vast, staggering natural primary gold deposit worth billions. In his previous life, Longxin Group had serendipitously swallowed that gold mine and used it to complete a dramatic surge in original capital accumulation, vaulting into a provincial powerhouse. Chun Mo lifted his teacup and took a quiet sip. A joint mining venture. Since Lu Xian had now offered the idea openly and put it within reach, Chun Mo regarded the chance to lay hands on that billion-yuan treasure as a matter he would accept without hesitation. Mr. Lu, your proposal interests me. Chun Mo set down his cup and smiled with a simple He glanced at President Sun Jian, who sat at the side as a backdrop, and asked casually, President Sun, I believe my private black card still holds some idle funds, does it not? At the direct mention, President Sun straightened instantly and hurriedly smiled. Yes, Mr. Chun. Besides the funds already transferred to Xingqian Technology, your card presently has 100 million yuan in cash available at any time. Hearing the figure of 100 million, Lu Xin's eyelids twitched violently, greed flared in his gaze. To produce another 100 million on the spot, this young man's resources were more formidable than Lu had imagined. Very well then, take 50 million to play with. Chen Mo withdrew his gaze, and in an even tone proposed terms. If we are to form a joint venture, let us speak as businessmen. I will take the lion's share, 70% of the core equity. The new company's registered capital will be 60 million. Xingqian Technology contributes 50 million in cash. Longshin Group contributes 10 million in cash. He continued, Longshin Group will be responsible for providing manpower, equipment, and securing all preliminary mining approvals. You will hold 30% of the shares. How does that sound, Mr. Lu? Lu Xian immediately began to calculate in his head. He had expected the trust fund heir to maybe invest a few million. Instead, the other party had let 50 million in cold cash fly, squeezing Longshin into the position of minority shareholder. But on reflection, paying only 10 million in cash, while covering the rest with labor and equipment, meant he could walk away with 30% of the equity without much outlay. Most importantly, if development lost money, the big loss would fall on that youth. He would not lose a cent. Mr. Chen, generous. This plan has gusto. I accept. Lu Xian slapped his thigh, his coarse face cracking into a raucous grin. Since the contract is set, I have a small request about the extraction site. Chen Mo leaned back slightly. I invest by instinct. When I went traveling over the National Day holiday, I noticed that chain of barren hills to the east of the county, right on the border with the neighboring county. I'd like the company's first development point to be there. Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback at Chen Mo's oracle-like choice. He knew that stretch of hills too well, barren and inhospitable. Longxin's survey team had indeed probed the fringe and reported only ordinary coal deposits of mediocre yield, so he had never placed much value on it nor sent teams to explore deeply. Lu Xian snorted inwardly. The pampered scion chose by instinct. That godforsaken place would hardly yield a few tons of coal. Yet the more desolate the land, the lower its acquisition cost. A few million could circumscribe the whole hill, and the funds saved could be used elsewhere to his advantage. No problem. Since Mr. Chen has set his eye on that plot, he'll have people apply for the mining rights tomorrow. He'll make sure everything is handled properly. Lu Xian agreed, eagerly fearful Chen might change his mind. Chen Mo turned to Lin Wan and instructed, Manager Lin, please coordinate with Longshin Group on establishing the new mining company and the specifics of the fund transfers. Understood, Mr. Chen, Lin Wan replied with professional efficiency. With Lu Xian secured, Chen Mo lifted his cup again and turned to Deputy County Magistrate Wang with a solemn look. Magistrate Wang, as you can see, mining will only be Xingqian Technology's sideline. I assure you the fluorochemical industry chain in the southern suburbs will be our strategic core. With subsequent technological breakthroughs, Xingqian Technology will continue to invest in the hundreds of millions. We will not let the county down. With the right policies, I can have the southern suburbs' industrial output multiply many times by next year. Excellent. With Mr. Chen's promise, I can finally rest easy. Deputy County Magistrate Wang exhaled and beamed. This evening had been exceedingly worthwhile. Not only had they drawn a tech investor capable of committing hundreds of millions, but they had also bound the rough and ready Longshin boss into their web of interests, achieving a consolidation of the county's resources. The warm private banquet felt like a unanimous celebration. Lu Xian could not contain his grin. He had only come to probe, and within the span of a meal had secured 50 million in real currency and a connection to a scion with world-reaching backing. Mr. Chen, this has been a most pleasurable conversation tonight. As they were about to depart, a slightly tipsy Lu Xian slapped a set of keys heavily on the table with conspicuous generosity. Guanlan Yujing was developed by Longshin. Since Xingqian Technology has moved in, I cannot be without a token. The adjacent fully furnished standalone villa has yet to be sold tonight. I, Lu Xian, hereby give it to Mr. Chen as a private residence. He added with a conspiratorial wink and lowered voice. Also in that villa's garage sits a custom bulletproof Hummer H2 I just imported at great expense. It's fully loaded, and the plate, arranged through connections, will be 51's Jiang A11111. Small town roads are rough, sedans feel stifling. That Hummer suits Mr. Chen's status perfectly. The keys are here. Please don't reject it. Chen Mo smiled faintly as he took the keys without protest. Mr. Lu, your generosity is overwhelming. I hardly deserve it, Chen Mo said before seeing off the grateful Deputy County Magistrate Wang and the flushed-faced Lu Xian. The villa hall returned to its earlier calm. Silence settled again in the reception hall after the visitors left, the evening's transactions and promises hanging in the air. Chen Mo stood on the terrace, playing with the key to the Hummer in his hand. This was his first drink since his rebirth. In his past life, he had an impressive tolerance for alcohol, able to down several investment bank executives without batting an eye. However, he had overlooked that the body he now inhabited was only 18 years old. The young shell of a high school student clearly lacked the enzymes to process alcohol. At this moment, the after-effects of half a gene of white liquor surged like a tidal wave. Chun Mo felt a throbbing in his temples, and the lake view before him seemed to shimmer with double vision. His body swayed slightly, and a wave of long-lost dizziness compelled him to steady himself with one hand against the wooden railing of the terrace. "Mr. Chen, you seem a bit drunk." A cool breeze infused with the scent of wood brushed past him, and Lin Weiner quietly appeared behind him. She looked at Chun Mo, whose form seemed slightly unsteady, and a hint of concern flashed in her eyes. Naturally, she extended her hands to gently support his arm and guided him to sit on the rattan chair on the terrace. Then Lin Weiner moved behind Chun Mo, her delicate hands as soft as if they had no bones, gently pressed against his temples. As Lin Weiner's fingertips kneaded softly, the cool touch and a hint of feminine fragrance stirred Chun Mo's somewhat muddled mind, bringing him back to clarity. "Mr. Chen, there were outsiders just now, so I couldn't ask much." While massaging him, Lin Weiner spoke with some confusion. "You just pointed out the future trajectory of fluorochemical industries. Why did you then agree to invest in Lu Xin's traditional resource mining?" That Lu Xin has connections in both the black and white markets of the county with a group of ruthless underlings and is definitely not to be underestimated. The internal assessment of the Longshin Group by Huahua Bank has always been high risk and heavy asset. Chun Mo leaned back in the chair and let out a light laugh, saying, "Lin Weiner, running a business and managing capital are two different matters. Since we want to develop the county into a foundational entity for the future, we inevitably have to deal with the local big shots. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. We are visible while they are hidden. Rather than be undermined by them daily during construction in the southern suburbs, it is better to use some idle funds to get on good terms with them, now tying our interests together. Regardless of whether they operate in the shadows or in the light, no one will turn down money." Chun Mo's voice was calm, but the hint of dominance in his words made Lin Weiner's fingertips tremble slightly. In fact, what Chun Mo didn't tell Lin Weiner was that this investment would not only avoid losses, but would in the future yield returns 100-fold. Moments later, Chun Mo opened his eyes. He gently patted Lin Weiner's hand to signal her to stop and turned to look straight at her, saying, "However, for the newly established mining company, we must hold a 70% absolute controlling stake. The core financial and legal seals must all be in the hands of Xingchen Technology. Lin Weiner, you need to keep a close watch on the accounts. Every transfer of funds and decision for the new company must receive my signature approval. We absolutely cannot allow Lu Xin and his roughnecks to marginalize us, do you understand?" Looking into Chun Mo's sharp eyes, Lin Weiner felt a shiver run down her spine and solemnly replied, "Rest assured, Mr. Chun, the 5 finance graduates I brought over are all adept at accounting and risk control. Lu Xin's people won't be able to pull any tricks with the accounts." Chun Mo nodded and leaned back against the rattan chair. He wasn't particularly worried about Lu Xin. To the locals, the Longshin Group might still seem like an unattainable behemoth, but to Chun Mo, it was nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well. The speed of Chun Mo's development was akin to riding the rocket of the era. It wouldn't be long before the little funds slipping through his fingers would be enough to buy the entire Longshin Group. "Let's go see the Hummer that President Lu sent me." Chun Mo pushed open the back door of the villa and walked along a path carefully separated by shrubs, arriving at the neighboring villa with Lin Weiner. The layout of the two villas was similar, but this one clearly leaned more towards luxurious living. Lin Weiner took out a new key specially arranged by Lu Xin and opened the electric rolling door of the garage. As the headlights flickered on, a pitch-black, ferocious steel beast lay silently in the center of the garage. A custom Hummer H2. The originally bulky body had been fully reinforced, and the matte black bulletproof armor gleamed. The widened off-road wheels, the robust winch at the front, and the eye-catching digital license plates, Jiang A11111, hung at the front and back. Inside, the vehicle had been extravagantly modified into a first-class configuration featuring a large area of Alcantara suede stitched with Napa leather, a built-in refrigerator, and independent sound systems. Chun Mo walked around the car, opened the door, and sat in the driver's seat. Placing his hands on the rugged steering wheel, he felt a surge of masculine control for the first time since his rebirth. Though Lu Xin is a rough man, he certainly put thought into this gift. Chun Mo smiled in satisfaction, turned off the ignition, and got out of the car. Lin Weiner stood beside him, smiling, her beautiful eyes twinkling. "Mr. Chen, do you intend to drive this car home tonight? Given your age, driving this back might raise some questions with your parents." "Not tonight." Chun Mo shook his head, tossing the keys to Lin Weiner. "Leave the car and villa with you for now, or just make sure someone comes to clean regularly." It wasn't yet the time to confront his parents. Chun Jiangwo, and Li Xiaoyun had worked at the small hospital in the county for most of their lives. Stability and security were their defining traits. If he suddenly told them that he was holding several hundred million in cash and had bought several million worth of standalone buildings in the county, with even the deputy county head and the richest man seeking to curry favor, it would not bring them comfort. Instead, it would shatter their rhythm of life, leaving them in a constant state of fear and anxiety. Everything must wait until after the college entrance examination next June. He planned to gradually help his parents accept the changes through his uncle's gentle approach. Thinking of his uncle, a hint of warmth flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. He turned to Lin Weiner and instructed, "Lin Weiner, my uncle Chun Liping runs a software company in the provincial city. Keep an eye on his company's developments. If he encounters any cash flow bottlenecks or is squeezed out by local competitor Xingshan Technology, can lend him funds interest-free at any time or directly assist him in the form of investment." "Understood, Mr. Chun. I will personally follow up," Lin Weiner replied solemnly. By the time they returned to their cozy little home of just a few dozen square meters, it was already late at night. As soon as Chun Mo entered the door, he took out a report card stamped with the school seal, proudly declaring, "First in the school, first in the province," with a total score of 738. The newspaper in Chen Jiangwo's hands fell directly to the floor, and Li Xiaoyun rubbed her eyes, trembling her lips for a long time before bursting into a thunderous cheer. Taking advantage of his parents' moment of joy, Chen Mo immediately threw out the pre-prepared explanation. "Mom, Dad, my first place this time is largely thanks to my uncle's connections in the provincial city, who helped me get in touch with a recently retired top-level teacher. This teacher specializes in the key strategies for the major questions on the college entrance examination. This afternoon, Teacher Lu and the principal approved my request for leave precisely because of this. Until the college entrance examination, except for statutory holidays, I would basically stay in the provincial city for intensive training, living at my uncle's house." Li Xiaoyun, who yearned for her son to succeed, had no understanding of the complexities within the business world. Her mind was filled with thoughts of provincial city top teacher and the champion is secured, and she immediately trembled as she called her uncle, who was doing business in the provincial city. On the other end of the line, upon receiving the good news from his sister-in-law, the uncle was also stunned when he heard "first in the province." When he heard Chun Mo's earlier text message hinting at the training class explanation, although he was confused, his unconditional trust in his nephew made him pound his chest and guarantee over the phone, "Sister-in-law, rest assured. Xiao Mo is the literary star that our Chun family has cultivated for generations. I will cover all expenses in the provincial city, and I will absolutely arrange everything perfectly with the top teacher. Just wait at home for the good news." With his uncle's perfect cover, Chen Mo smoothly passed through the situation. The next morning, Chun Mo headed to the provincial airport. He had booked a first-class ticket for a direct flight to Kyoto and entered the VIP lounge. Dressed in a sharp black trench coat, Chen Mo stood quietly by the leather sofa in the lounge holding a cup of coffee. Lin Weiner had already handled all his luggage check-in and boarding procedures. Due to the critical phase of the collaboration between Xingshan Technology and Deer Technology, she had to stay local. "Mr. Chen, boarding for first class to Kyoto has started." Lin Weiner approached him reluctantly, adjusting the collar of his trench coat. "I leave the family and the company in your hands." Chen Mo gave her a deep look before turning around and directly boarding the flight to Kyoto. The flight attendant gently escorted Chen Mo to seat 1A in first class. Just after Chen Mo sat down, a middle-aged man in his 30s wearing black-rimmed glasses and a plain, somewhat faded gray sweatshirt walked into seat 1B. The man held a printed document regarding mobile internet algorithm distribution, his brow furrowed as he scribbled notes with a fountain pen. Chen Mo casually glanced over, but when he recognized the man's face, his heart skipped a beat. Zhang Ming, the future global tech giant founder of the Byte Group, valued at $1 trillion. In 2014, Zhang Ming's company had just completed a 100 million Series C funding led by Sequoia Capital. Although there was money on the books with a valuation of 500 million, his company was still a small player in the bustling internet scene, just scraping the threshold of 30 million renminbi in monthly ad revenue. Byte's current long and short video lines are not fully established, and the shadows of Douyin and Huashan haven't even appeared yet. Chen Mo leaned back in his chair, a glint of passion flashing in his eyes. Although it was too late to chase after angel round shareholders with cash, with giants like Sequoia and Sina controlling the board, if he could plant a seed in Zhang Ming's mind at this moment, when Byte truly transformed into a trillion-dollar monster, he, Chen Mo, and his Taichu capital would definitely carve out a core piece of that pie. The plane roared as it surged into the sky. As the flight attendant served drinks, Chen Mo casually glanced at the document in Zhang Ming's hand and remarked, "Mr. Zhang, this algorithm model for personalized content is indeed logically sound. However, in 2014, relying solely on image-text algorithm distribution to compete against Tencent's news client and Sina's NetEase will leave you with at most another year of profit. Hearing such a youthful voice while deeply contemplating future strategies, Zhang Ming abruptly looked up. Seeing that the speaker was an exceptionally young boy, Zhang Ming was momentarily taken aback, then adjusted his glasses and curiously smiled. "Oh, do you also have research on algorithm distribution? I'd love to hear more." Chun Mo shifted to a more comfortable position and replied, "Not research, just a sensitivity to human greed. Mr. Zhang, the 4G network era has fully rolled out. The image-text medium, which requires mental effort to read, will soon be completely replaced by the visually impactful short videos." Chun Mo's words resonated in Zhang Ming's mind, and surprisingly, their viewpoints aligned. Zhang Ming dropped his casual demeanor, leaning slightly toward Chun Mo, his eyes behind the black-rimmed glasses sparkling with intensity. "What do you go by, young brother? Do you know me?" Zhang Ming took a deep breath, his tone filled with surprise and In the 2014 internet circle, Alibaba was busy embracing wireless. Tencent secured its first ticket into the mobile internet with WeChat, while today's headlines had only torn a small hole in the image-text domain through machine recommendations still viewed as a mere courier by traditional portal sites. As for short videos, while Kuaishou and Meipai existed in the market, most people regarded them as novelty entertainment tools, hardly elevating them to the strategic height of replacing image text. Chun Mo, the silent Mo. Facing Zhang Ming's scrutinizing gaze, Chun Mo remained calm, saying, "As for knowing Mr. Zhang, it's not difficult." The news of Sequoia Capital leading a 100 million Series C funding made quite a splash in the investment circle. "I've seen the PPT from your presentation in Silicon Valley. Your algorithm's logic is quite forward-thinking. However, as I mentioned earlier, the ceiling for image text is too low." Zhang Ming fell into deep contemplation. 2 minutes later, he looked up at Chun Mo with a serious expression. "Young brother Chun, to be honest, our team is indeed evaluating the short video business. But I have a concern. Text has information density, while most current short videos are meaningless gags and life snippets extremely fragmented in information. What makes you think this shallow medium can completely replace image text?" Hearing the question from this future internet mogul, Chun Mo felt a surge of wicked amusement. He was acutely aware of Zhang Ming's limitations at this time. As a tech-savvy individual from an engineering background, Zhang Ming was still measuring internet products with information density and rational value. "Mr. Zhang, you've made a logical error. You are using the perspective of an elite intellectual to gauge the fundamental needs of hundreds of millions of ordinary netizens." Chun Mo's tone was calm, but piercing. The vast majority of people after a long day's work do not open their phones to gain knowledge, much less seek information density. They simply need to be satisfied, craving low-cost, instant gratification. Text requires the brain to decode to think, whereas short videos only need the retina to receive. With the power of algorithm recommendations, as long as you continuously feed them what they want to see, their thumbs will swipe across the screen for hours, much like a gambler on a slot machine. Zhang Ming's fingers twitched. "Gambler on a slot machine." He softly repeated the phrase. This metaphor was too precise. Moreover, the commercial value of short videos will far exceed your imagination. Chun Mo continued to elaborate, throwing out commercial myths validated countless times in future text can only carry hard ads and simple e-commerce links. But what can short videos carry? A visually impactful 15-second video can instantly trigger impulsive purchases from users. In the future, short videos will be the largest traffic entry point, evolving into an industry chain that spans entertainment, social networking, and even directly disrupts Taobao's e-commerce. A soft thud resounded as Zhang Ming's fountain pen fell from his hand onto the small table. If Chun Mo's previous theories about short videos were still confined to product logic, then the current notions of disrupting Taobao and live streaming e-commerce closed loop shattered Zhang Ming's existing business views into pieces. In 2014, the e-commerce world belonged to Jack Ma, who would dare to arrogantly discuss disrupting Taobao on a plane. Yet here was this young man in a black trench coat speaking casually. "Young brother Chun, how old are you?" Zhang Ming's throat felt dry as he stared at Chun Mo. "High school senior, not yet 18. Chun Mo replied casually. Zhang Ming stared dumbfounded for a full half a minute without speaking. An 18-year-old high school student sitting in first class on a flight from Jiangxing to Kyoto, showcasing insights about the core strategies for the future of a conglomerate that surpassed the times. Genius. This is absolutely a monstrous level of strategic vision. Zhang Ming took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumult of shock within, and grasped Chun Mo's arm, speaking with utmost sincerity. "Young brother Chun, no Mr. Chun. The theory you just shared has illuminated a path to success for me. Name your price." 2 million annual salary plus 0.5 equity options of today's headlines. If you nod, you can be the strategic vice president of my company, fully responsible for the entire video line. In 2014, 0.5 equity in today's headlines may not seem much, but for a company valued at $500 million now, it was worth over $2 million. Not to mention, when today's headlines grow into a multi-hundred-billion-dollar giant, this equity will swell into an astronomical figure. However, Chun Mo merely smiled faintly. Mr. Zhang's salary and working for someone no longer hold any meaning for me. I am going to Kyoto this time to finalize the launch of my first private equity fund with an initial scale of... Chun Mo took a sip of his now lukewarm coffee, watching Zhang Ming, who was left speechless by the figure of 2 billion, as he put forth his own condition. However, I can spare time to draft a foundational product architecture plan for you regarding future short videos and live streaming e-commerce. My request is straightforward. When today's headlines initiate Series D or any future global financing, my Tycoon capital must secure an exclusive entry slot. What I want is the investment, right, not options. At this point, the plane began to descend slowly, and the flight attendant's gentle voice echoed in the cabin. Zhang Ming gazed at the 18-year-old boy radiating top-tier capital charisma, before him, his eyes shifting from shock to awe. All right, it's a deal. Zhang Ming nodded emphatically, pulling out a private business card from his pocket and solemnly handing it to Chun Mo with both hands. Mr. Chun, today's conversation in the air is worth 10 years of study. I'll wait for this product plan from you, and when Series D financing comes, I will personally endorse and recommend Tycoon. Chun Mo slightly nodded, retrieving a textured business card box from the inner pocket of his trench coat, and the card was recently customized in a hurry by Lin Weiner, featuring a pure black background with only the embossed gold letters of Tycoon Capital Chairman Chun Mo and a personal phone number. Both men took out their phones and quickly added each other on WeChat. Zhang Ming stared at the weighty business card in his hand, a storm brewing in his heart. He thought to himself that he must leverage all his connections to investigate this Tycoon capital thoroughly. Upon an 18-year-old can issue a 2 billion private equity fund and possess such keen insights about the future internet landscape and product ecology. Who is this remarkable person? Why haven't I heard of Chun Mo in the circles of top-notch families and tycoons, despite mingling in the investment scene for so many years? The sense of oppression from this unknown even made this future internet mogul feel a shiver down his spine as he disembarked. Mr. Chun, thank you for your hard work on the journey. As soon as he stepped out of the corridor bridge and entered the arrival hall, a middle-aged man in a sharp suit approached. It was Zhao Chong, the executive president of Tycoon Investment, who had crawled through the financial circles in his previous life and was now entrusted with important responsibilities by Chun Mo. Behind Zhao Chong were 4 burly bodyguards in black suits, along with 2 black Maybachs that had long been waiting quietly outside the VIP passage. Unlike the low profile he maintained in a small county, Zhao Chong, fully aware of the principle of the troops are not yet in motion, but supplies must be prepared first, had pulled out all the stops in terms of grandeur and security in the capital city, where various financial giants gathered. Old Zhao, long time no see, you look well. Chun Mo casually tucked his hand into his pocket, the corner of his trench coat fluttering slightly with his steps, and shook hands with Zhao Chong with an indifferent expression. Thanks to the boss, I've been running around for licenses in Kyoto these past 2 weeks, feeling like I've been injected with adrenaline every day. Zhao Chong fell half a step behind Chun Mo, leading him toward the VIP car lane, while lowering his voice, barely able to contain his excitement and reverence. Jiu Ding and Zhe, she have been moving quickly in Kyoto. The independent seat, independent server, and high-frequency quantitative trading interface for Tycoon No. 1 all completed their final stress tests last night. 2 billion in subscription funds are already immobilized in the custody account, and come Monday at 9:30 in the morning, as soon as you give the command, the funds can start entering the market. Chun Mo got into the back seat of the Maybach, and Zhao Chong followed suit in the front passenger seat, lowering the soundproof glass to present a detailed investment plan and timeline. The car smoothly entered the bustling second ring road of Kyoto with scattered skyscrapers and the unique chill of early winter visible outside the window. What about the overseas accounts? Chun Mo did not rush to check his watch, but closed his eyes, leaning back against the comfortable leather seat, and asked calmly. It's all set. Zhao Chong turned his head. Mr. Wang from Jiuding personally reallocated their special quota for QDI from their fully licensed brokerage subsidiary in Hong Kong to curry favor with you, coordinating with us for internal guarantees on external loans. Yesterday afternoon at 200 million was transferred to the offshore independent trust accounts at Hang Seng Bank and Merrill Lynch. You can control it at any time. Very good. Chun Mo nodded in satisfaction. Zhao Chong's efficiency and execution in recent matters truly lived up to his reputation from his previous life. Half an hour later, the Maybach came to a steady stop in front of the Kyoto Wealth Center. This is the core of financial activity in all of Kyoto, surrounded by luxury cars with the logos of top investment banks and multinational conglomerates shining on the glass facade. Zhao Chong led Chun Mo directly to the upper floors of the building, pushing open the heavy glass door, revealing an entirely new office area of over 1,000 square meters. The view here is excellent with a minimalist black and gray business decor exuding quality and the entire view of the Guamao business district visible through the floor-to-ceiling windows. In the office area, over 30 employees dressed in suits looking sharp had already lined up to wait. They were all elites that Zhao Chong had recruited with high salaries during this period from major public funds and top brokerage firms. "Hello, Mr. Chun." More than 30 voices greeted in unison, their eyes showing varying degrees of shock. They had long heard that the young boss behind Taichu Capital was young, but seeing a young man in a black trench coat, whose face still carried a hint of boyishness walk in was an overwhelming shock. Chen Mo did not make any emotional speech. He stood with one hand in his pocket, slowly scanning the room, and the silent atmosphere instantly quelled the restlessness among the elites. "You all are seasoned professionals in the financial circle, so I won't waste time on trivialities. At Taichu I have 3 requirements. First, zero-tolerance compliance. By the end of today, the administrative department, in coordination with property management, must install all-day zero-dead-angle monitoring and network review systems in all areas of the company except the restrooms. Ensure that every transaction order and every report from Taichu is conducted entirely in the open. Second, we operate as a transparent private equity. All investment strategies, trading limits, and risk control lines must strictly follow the dual directives from the risk control department and me. Anyone who dares to mix personal emotions or make unauthorized adjustments in operations will be directly fired and blacklisted from the industry. Third, confidentiality. On Monday, I will personally send the 20 billion investment targets for Taichu No. 1 to the terminals of various traders 1 minute before the market opens. Any information regarding these targets is strictly prohibited from leaving this office. Additionally, let me add this: in our line of work, skills can improve over time, but if I find any evidence of insider trading, the company will sue directly and I will show no mercy. Chun Mo's words were weighty, and the once self-important elite graduates and senior traders now had cold sweat subtly beading on their foreheads as they responded in unison. "Understood, Mr. Chun." After explaining all this, Chun Mo turned to Zhao Chong and quietly added, "As for the overseas account matters, you and the risk control department just need to ensure the daily compliance reporting for the outbound funds. For specific investments and hedging operations involving U.S. stocks and foreign exchange, I will personally operate from my terminal without going through the company's public network." "Understood." "Understood, boss. I have already separately locked down the legal interfaces for Hong Kong and the Cayman Islands, and there will absolutely be no mistakes," Zhao Chong solemnly reported. After arranging the company's framework, Chen Mo chose not to stay in a crowded and noticeable 5-star hotel suite, but had Zhao Chong rent a 2-bedroom apartment at Eugene Terrace, located not far from the Wealth Center, as a temporary residence in Kyoto. As one of the most prestigious luxury apartments in Kyoto, Eugene Terrace stands at the golden intersection of Chang'an Street axis and Guamao Business District, adjacent to various embassy districts. Here there is not only extremely stringent 24-hour security and English-style butler service, but also an unbeatable view overlooking the entire central business district. The high-intensity, bulletproof, double-glazed windows completely isolate the noise of the metropolis, providing excellent privacy. For Chen Mo, who needed to maintain a clear mind and high-frequency remote control at all times, this was the perfect temporary residence. After briefly inspecting the understated luxury of the apartment's decor, Chen Mo stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, pulled the heavy blackout curtains shut, leaving only a dim desk lamp on. He sat down at the computer and opened the dedicated terminal provided by the Blue Shield legal team. This dedicated terminal has a very high level of confidentiality, bypassing all public gateways in the country and connecting directly to the offshore trust accounts at Hang Seng and Merrill Lynch through an encrypted satellite network. The cold light from the screen illuminated Chun Mo's face, and the hours of high-intensity transitions and travel had caused a hint of bloodshot in his eyes. Zhao Chong utilized the QDI quota misappropriated by Wang Dong from Jioding to transfer his 200 million RMB from a bank in Huaguo overseas. In 2014, during this period when the Foreign Exchange Bureau was rigorously guarding against such actions, it was indeed a grand maneuver. However, converted at the year-end exchange rate of around 6.15, the 200 million RMB deposited into the independent offshore trust accounts at Hang Seng Overseas and Merrill Lynch actually amounted to $32.5 million. Chun Mo's slender fingers flew over the keyboard, issuing several commands that swiftly opened the trading interface for WTI crude oil futures. At this moment, his account had a maximum leverage of 10 times, and with the backing of $32.5 million in base assets, it was sufficient to maneuver a staggering $3.25 billion in nominal asset scale. In the New York Mercantile Exchange NYMEX, where the daily trading volume often exceeded $100 billion, this substantial amount of capital was perfectly balanced, ensuring it wouldn't attract too much attention. At this time in the international crude oil market, both bulls and bears were engaged in a fierce tug-of war around the $80 mark. Due to the imminent OPEC meeting, smoke screens filled the market. The bulls generally believed that Saudi Arabia, in order to maintain fiscal balance, would never tolerate oil prices falling below $80, and were frantically placing orders on the left side. Converted at the year-end exchange rate of around 6.15, the 200 million RMB deposited into the independent offshore trust accounts at Hang Seng Overseas and Merrill Lynch actually amounted to $32.5 million. Over $30 million USD. The pool is a bit small, but it's sufficient. Chun Mo leaned back against the chair, rhythmically tapping his fingertips on the table. Merrill Lynch Overseas position WTI crude oil, main contract 1501, open a short position. 10 times leverage, fully shorting. As his slender fingers pressed the return key on the terminal, the channel for the Merrill Lynch Overseas position was instantly activated. The green waterfall on the screen began to refresh at a frenzied pace measured in milliseconds. $25 billion into tens of thousands of smaller orders of several hands, or a dozen hands discreetly entering the market through dozens of $25 billion into tens of thousands of smaller orders of several hands, or a dozen hands discreetly entering the market through dozens of different dark pools around the globe. Sell 10 hands. Sell 50 hands. Sell 25 hands. It was the morning session of Eastern Time, and trading in New York was extremely active. The buying pressure from the bulls was like a greedy, bottomless pit. Every short chip thrown by Chun Mo was instantly devoured by those bullish hedge funds who fancied themselves bottom fishing. For a full 2.5 hours, Chun Mo sat quietly in the apartment bedroom on the 35th floor of Ujintai, fixated on the Klein that oscillated violently around the $80 mark. The risk defense line pulled up by 10 times leverage was extremely solid. No matter how the bulls frantically counterattacked during the session, his position remained as stable as a mountain. Until 1:45 a.m. In the holding section of the independent encrypted account, all pending orders were completed. Average price $80.15. Total position 4,050 hands, approximately 4,050 barrels of WTI crude oil, main contracts. Chun Mo closed his laptop, slowly stood up, and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, opening a gap in the blackout curtains. Outside, the night in Kyoto was deep. The traffic on the streets had thinned, but the neon lights of the Guamao business district still flickered in the distance. He was very aware that in a week's time, when the results of the OPEC meeting in Vienna were announced on November 28th, the moment Saudi Arabia flipped the table, the entire world would tremble. Oil prices would plummet more than 10 in a single day, cascading down to $66.15. By that time, this 200 million RMB that crossed the sea would yield astonishing profits. Chun Mo exhaled a breath of turbid air, rubbing his slightly swollen temples. A day's fatigue and the intense high-frequency cross-border operations made even his 18-year-old body feel somewhat overdrawn. He casually pulled a blanket over himself, not even bothering to take off his clothes, and closed his eyes, plunging into a deep slumber. The next morning, the morning sunlight of Kyoto pierced through the gaps in the curtains into the bedroom. Chun Mo opened his eyes promptly at 8. Although his body was still a bit fatigued, his spirit had completely recovered. The first thing he did upon sitting up was to grab his phone and dial his uncle Chun Liping's number, who was far away in the provincial city. Previously, he had fabricated a story for his parents. Although his uncle had already provided cover, he needed to thoroughly ensure his alibi before his parents visited the provincial city or discovered the truth. The phone rang 3 times before it was quickly connected, and the background noise of Chun Liping on the other end was somewhat chaotic. Hello, Xiao Mo. You finally called your uncle. Last night, my sister-in-law nagged me for a while about being first in the province and whatnot regarding closed training, leaving me utterly confused. I was wondering what exactly you're up to in that gourd of yours. Where are you now? Really, in the provincial city? Chun Mo leaned against the head of the bed, smiled, and relaxed his tone. Uncle, thanks for last night. Am not in the provincial city. Am in Kyoto for some personal matters. You have to stick to the script I told my parents no matter what. You went to Kyoto? Chun Liping's voice suddenly rose a few degrees, then lowered again, his expression somewhat serious. Xiao Mo, be honest with your uncle. What exactly are you up to lately? Your sister-in-law said you ranked first in the province. Am genuinely happy for you. But you suddenly skipped classes to run to Kyoto and used me as a shield. If you mess up your college entrance exam or go astray, how am I supposed to explain this to your parents? Chun Mo held the phone. Warmth surged in his heart. Uncle, don't worry, I'm on the right path, and it definitely won't affect my studies. Chun Mo's tone was steady. As for the college entrance exam, although I can't claim to be the top student, I am fully confident in being accepted by Qingbei next June. Right now, I'm doing some long-term investment internships with several industry veterans to broaden my horizons. After the college entrance exam next year, I will choose a suitable time to explain everything to you and my parents. There was silence on the other end for a while, and Chun Liping sighed. He could sense that his nephew on the phone seemed to have changed, becoming more composed and seasoned than him, a middle-aged man who had been through the business world. All right, then you've always been opinionated. Since you assure your uncle that it won't hinder your studies, he'll back you up with this. Chun Liping laughed and scolded on the phone. However, you better pay attention to your safety. If you run short on money, feel free to let your uncle know. If my sister-in-law checks up on you, I'm ready to vouch for you anytime. Don't worry, uncle. If your company encounters any business or funding difficulties recently, let me know anytime. He'll give you a surprise in a while. Come on, did you win the lottery or something? All right, I won't keep you, clients are coming. Be careful in Kyoto. Chen Mo was speechless, then hung up the phone, changed into a clean black outfit, and left Ujintai after a simple wash. In the following 3 days, Chun Mo remained stationed at Taichu Investment in the Wealth Center. After all, it was the first private equity product of Taichu, and he had to take it seriously. More than 20 top traders under Zhao Chong's direct supervision were following Chun Mo's instructions to sweep up stocks in the share market. In the accumulation channels of CITIC Securities CRRC and Dongfang Caifu, tens of millions of funds were being discreetly injected daily. Chun Mo sat in an independent office, coldly observing the entire process of stock building advancing in an orderly manner through the all-angle monitoring screens. He could rest assured to leave once the $2 billion funding of Taichu No. 1 completed its initial construction and locked in the bottom risk. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, just as the last intraday line was drawn on the market, Chun Mo's phone on the desk suddenly vibrated violently. Zaishi Investment, General Su. Chun Mo raised an eyebrow and pressed the answer button. Good afternoon, General Su. The construction progress of Taichu No. 1 today. Your risk control should have seen the daily report, right? Haha, President Chun. I saw the daily report. Wang Dong from Jioding just called me saying that your algorithm for breaking down orders is even more artistic than those quantitative traders on Wall Street. With $2 billion in play, it didn't even distort the turnover rate curve of the market. Impressive, truly impressive. On the other end of the phone, General Zu's laughter came through, then the tone shifted, becoming more cordial. I've heard from people here in Kyoto that President Chun is personally overseeing things. Hey, how come you didn't say hello to your brother when you arrived in the north? Let's get together tonight. I've organized a private gathering over here in Guomao with a few directors from Jioding attending for dinner. How about it? Facing the personal invitation from this top private equity mogul in the country, Chun Mo remained calm, not even raising his eyelids, casually twirling the signature pen in his hand, and declined mildly. I appreciate your kindness, General Su. However, the company has just opened for trading, and I need to personally monitor several of the fund's risk control lines. There will be plenty of opportunities for gatherings later. Oh. General Su paused on the other end, clearly not expecting Chen Mo to refuse so straightforwardly, but he wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed heartily. President Chen, you truly are a person of great ambition. Your composure is commendable. No wonder you can help us reap such significant returns. But for you to come all this way to Kyoto and not even have a meal, it seems like old Su and Wang Dong don't know how to treat guests properly. Chun Mo slowly leaned back against the chair and replied, General Su, it's too early to have this meal now. In a year's time, during the celebration banquet for the liquidation of Taichu No. 1 fund, I expect General Su and Wang Dong to treat me along the Huangpu River in Modu. Upon hearing Chun Mo's audacious words, General Su on the other end of the phone paused slightly in his breathing. Good. A celebration banquet a year from now. General Su liked Chun Mo's unwavering confidence. President Chen, will be waiting in Modu for that toast. If you need anything in Kyoto, just have Zhao Chong contact my people. Anyone who dares to slight Taichu is disrespecting me, old Su. Thank you, General Su, I won't disappoint you. Chen Mo lightly hung up the phone. At that moment, Zhao Chong knocked on the office door. Only after Chun Mo's voice sounded did he walk in, his expression noticeably relaxed. Boss, the 20 billion funds for Taichu No. 1, the 40 base position has been fully established. As for the remaining positions, the traders can automatically place orders according to the predetermined procedures, so you can rest assured. Chun Mo stood up, adjusted his coat, and patted Zhao Chong on the shoulder. You've worked hard these 3 days. For now, I will leave Taichu to you. Report any situations to me at the first moment. The fund's net value daily report must be sent to my email on time. Understood, boss. They'll call you immediately if there are any abnormal fluctuations. Zhao Chong nodded repeatedly, his expression solemn, as he promised. With you in charge, I can also feel at ease. Chun Mo skillfully packed the terminal on the table into his bag. As he left the wealth center building, the cold wind of early winter in Kyoto rushed into his collar, invigorating Chun Mo. He took out his phone to check the balance. There was currently around 50 million in idle funds lying in his wallet. At this moment, the domestic stock market Lancey heavy industry was experiencing a daily limit on the upward trend, while the overseas Merrill Lynch positions oil short was waiting under 10 times leverage for the Vienna meeting's outcome, and Kyoto's Taichu No. 1 was already on track. All major battlefields were executing according to the established trajectory, And for a moment, this 18-year-old high school student who controlled astonishing wealth actually had a bit of leisure time. How about going to the International Trade Center to buy a few decent outfits? Chun Mo chuckled self-deprecatingly and was just about to head toward the commercial district when his phone in his pocket rang urgently. Caller ID Lin Wan. Chun Mo pressed the answer button and casually adjusted his collar. Lin Wan, has there been any movement in the county? Mr. Chin, great news. On the other end of the line, Lin Wan's crisp voice was filled with uncontainable joy. The efficiency is faster than we imagined. With Vice County Chief Wang's special approval all the way, our joint venture with Longxin Group, Xingxin Mining, has officially registered this morning. 60 million in funds has all been received. We have 7 Lu Xin 3 and absolute controlling rights and financial seals are all in Xingxin Technology's hands. The actions were indeed quite fast. Did we secure that stretch of barren mountains? Yes, we did. Lin Wan's voice lowered a bit. According to your instructions, we used the new company's name to directly acquire that continuous barren mountain to the east of the county, right next to the border with the neighboring county, at a premium. Lu Xin used his connections locally to hard-press the price down to 5 million, acquiring all the mining rights and a 50-year land transfer contract. However, Lin Wan paused slightly. Lu Xin just found me in person. He said that the stretch of barren mountains spans over 10 miles. Although the land is cheap, the mountain depths vary significantly. His old exploration team has identified 2 or 3 plots they consider valuable and wants to discuss with you face-to-face about which plot to invest in first. After all, this involves the first project of the new company. Although he thinks it's a worthless coal mine, he is still quite cautious. Hearing this, a hint of mockery flashed in Chun Mo's eyes. Those rough men like Lu Xin who look at mountains with traditional coal perspectives would never know that beneath that seemingly worthless rocky wasteland lies a colossal natural gold vein worth tens of billions. All right, I understand. Standing on the streets of Kyoto, Chun Mo pondered for a moment and decisively said, "Tell Lu Xin to have his construction team and exploration team stand by at the original site. All the land plot plans must be locked in the company's safe. I will take tonight's flight back to Jiangcheng and head directly back to Jiangxing first thing tomorrow." Understood, Mr. Chen. I will reply to him right away. I will wait for you at the company tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mo took a deep breath. The thought of shopping at the International Trade Center was directly extinguished by him. Jiangcheng is the foundation of his rebirth in this life. Geographically, Jiangcheng is located at the southeastern gateway of Changhu City in Xixing. It seems to be an unremarkable small county, but in fact it is a treasure trove. Not only does it border neighboring provinces, serving as an important transportation and logistics hub, but it also possesses extremely unique resource endowments. In Chun Mo's memories from his past life, the future Jiangcheng will transform from a poor county heavily reliant on traditional coal and iron into a nationally renowned hub for new energy and new materials. This place will not only give rise to a complete fluorochemical industry chain centered on virtue and technology, but it is also an untapped land of lithium batteries and rare earths. Chun Mo knew very well that in a few years, with the explosion of the new energy vehicles and power battery revolution, the lithium spodumene mines, with astonishing reserves hidden underground in Jiangxing, along with ion-type rare earth resources ranking among the top in the province, will become strategic materials that global giants covet. Whoever can secure land and build walls here in advance will be able to firmly grasp the destiny of the entire era in the future global new energy wave. However, wanting to seize this immense resource dividend locally cannot be achieved solely with his current capability. To break ground in this profit-laden and complex mining area, one must have a ruthless character capable of flattening everything on the ground. Lu Xin is the perfect choice. In Jiangcheng, and even in Changhu City, many people's first reaction when mentioning Lu Xin is that he is the mining tycoon who does business without taboos, mixing black and white, and started with wild methods. But as a reborn individual, Chun Mo knows that Lu Xin values loyalty and emphasizes brother. In his past life, when Longxin Group faced a debt crisis and was on the verge of bankruptcy, Lu Xin, to prevent the brothers who had followed him for over 10 years from ending up on the streets, took on all the joint liabilities himself, enduring sleepless nights without harming a single brother. This kind of brotherhood that is nearly extinct in the capital market is, in Chun Mo's view, precisely the precious investment value Lu Xin possesses. Rough and fierce, but with principles and rules at heart. Chun Mo's lips curled slightly upward. To deal with clever people, one must use profit and contracts. But to deal with a wild man like Lu Xin, the most effective method is friendship. In this life, he will not only use the upcoming astonishing gold mine to stun him, but also use the grand blueprint of the fluorochemical and lithium battery industry chain to transform him from a traditional coal boss into a mining giant in the future global new energy supply chain. The path to ascend to the heavens and the grace to rebuild. As long as enough respect and benefits are given, Lu Xin will surely become his most loyal pioneer in Jiangxing and even the entire Xixing in the future. Thinking of this, Chen Mo no longer hesitated, picked up his backpack with one hand, directly hailed a taxi on the street, and headed straight for the capital airport. The flight from Kyoto to Chenghu City in Xixing landed in the deep of night. As Chen Mo walked out of the arrival hall with a backpack in one hand, dressed in a black trench coat, he spotted a breathtaking sight that was hard to look away from, standing in the most conspicuous spot at the reception area. Today, Lin Weiner was clearly dressed to impress. Her long hair cascaded in soft waves over her shoulders, and with a touch of makeup on her delicate features, her skin appeared fair and flawless under the bright airport lights, resembling a piece of unblemished white porcelain. A fitted khaki cashmere coat enveloped her tall and curvaceous figure, gracefully paired with a black bodycon skirt and black stockings, her feet adorned in high black heels, making her long and straight legs exude an irresistible allure under the lights. Male travelers passing by couldn't help but steal glances, with some almost colliding with luggage carts due to their distraction. Yet to others, this seemingly untouchable and aloof beauty was filled with anticipation in her beautiful almond-shaped eyes. The moment Lin Weiner saw Chen Mo's figure, her cold expression melted like ice and snow. "Mr. Chen." Lin Weiner jogged over in her high heels, bringing with her a pleasant, subtle fragrance. She reached Chen Mo and naturally stretched out her hands to take the backpack he had draped over his shoulder. "Thank you for your hard work on the way here, Mr. Chen." Lin Weiner slightly bowed, her bright eyes sparkling as she gazed at Chen Mo. Feeling the gentle warmth radiating from her, Chen Mo, who had been tense for several days, finally relaxed and smiled gently. "Did I not ask you to wait for me in Jiangxing? Why did you personally drive here to Chenghu Airport at this late hour?" Lin Weiner playfully blinked, a tinge of shyness flowing in her eyes. Since she started working beside Chen Mo, leaving behind the serious and hierarchical environment of the bank, the suppressed nature within Lin Weiner began to blossom vibrantly. After all, she was just a 22-year-old freshly graduated master's student, and her youthful energy should have been her natural essence. Now earning a salary far exceeding her peers and engaging in a job she loved that was full of challenges, more importantly being in an atmosphere of trust and value, she felt as though she were a leaf washed clean by gentle rain, radiating a bright sheen under the sunlight. "You have a lot of reasons." Chen Mo chuckled, his tone even gentler than before. Lin Weiner turned to guide Chen Mo towards the VIP parking lot of the airport, saying, "The vehicle Mr. Lu sent for you has just completed all the transfer and registration procedures. The road back to Jiangxing from the provincial capital isn't easy, so I thought it would be perfect to take the Hummer, allowing you to travel comfortably on the way back." The two walked side by side out of the terminal through the slightly cool night breeze, arriving at the VIP parking space. At that moment, a fully customized black Hummer H2 lay quietly under the lights. The pure digital license plate, Jiang A11111, stood out vividly in the night. Lin Weiner approached the passenger door, slightly raising herself on her toes in her high heels, and opened the door for Chen Mo. "How about I drive?" Chen Mo looked at the open door, suddenly pressed down on the edge, and turned to smile at Lin Weiner. "I've been sitting on that plane for so long my bones are about to rust. This vehicle has plenty of power, just what I need to wake myself up." Lin Weiner paused for a moment, hesitatingly tugging at her clothes. "Mr. Chen, I remember you're not yet 18, right? Do you even have a driver's license? The road back to Jiangxing from the provincial capital is not that easy to drive. Don't worry, my driving skills are much steadier than you think." Chen Mo calmly took the driver's seat, his hands lightly gripping the sturdy steering wheel. In his past life, he could drive not just heavy-duty off-road vehicles, but even supercars on the racetrack and modified monsters in the uninhabited areas of Tibet with ease. Chen Mo adjusted his seat and turned to Lin Weiner, who had just sat in the passenger seat, saying, "Also, when you get back, please have the legal department at Xingchen Technology contact the vehicle management office or reach out to connections in the county and city to help me expedite the process for getting a driver's license. No need to waste time in driving school, just make sure it's compliant and legal to get the license. It's inconvenient to handle things without a car in the future." Hearing Chen Mo's casual tone, Lin Weiner felt a bit skeptical, but she had already developed a near-blind trust in this young boss. "Understood, Mr. Chen. They'll have the legal team contact the vehicle management office first thing tomorrow morning, and in a few days the license will be in your hands," Lin Weiner said, deftly fastening her seatbelt. "Vroom." Chen Mo pressed down on the accelerator, and the V8 engine erupted with a low growl. This fully customized Hummer H2 modified by Lu Xin had an extremely sensitive clutch and throttle response, completely devoid of the heaviness often associated with traditional American trucks. Chen Mo deftly turned the steering wheel, the iron giant carving an arc on the road with a powerful push that quickly left the parking lot's lights behind. The power is indeed impressive, and the chassis is tuned quite rigidly suitable for the two rough roads in the southern outskirts of Jiangxing. Chen Mo held the steering wheel with one hand, skillfully merging onto the expressway. His actions were fluid, overtaking changing lanes and hugging the lines. Every detail was so polished it resembled the driving of a veteran who's been behind the wheel for 20 years, even down to the precise timing of slowing down for curves. Lin Weiner's previously anxious heart completely settled down. She turned her head, gazing at Chun Mo's side profile, sharply defined and unusually calm, illuminated by the cool blue light of the dashboard, her admiration deepening. Outside the car, the night was as dark as ink, and Jiang, a 11111, raced down the expressway like a bolt of black lightning. Mr. Chen, I casually browsed the provincial news today. Lin Weiner sank into the comfortable leather seat, her hands folded in front of her face turned slightly towards Chun Mo, wearing a teasing smile. There's a headline in the education section saying that in this year's province-wide college entrance examination, Jiangxing No. 1 high school produced an exceptional student ranked first in the province with a total score of 738. Moreover, the student's name is also Chen Mo. At this point, Lin Weiner couldn't help but chuckle, her beautiful almond eyes curving into crescent moons. I didn't expect your school's top student to share your name. Is there a possibility that it's me? Chen Mo held the steering wheel with one hand, staring straight ahead into the vast night. I took this score to ask my parents for leave, saying I found a top-tier teacher in the provincial capital for closed-door training, and I won't be going back much before the college entrance examination. Screech. Lin Weiner instinctively pushed down on the empty passenger side with her black high heels as if she had been struck by a freezing spell, instantly petrified in her seat. Her stunning face was filled with shock. Her mouth slightly open, eyes fixed on Chun Mo's profile, her pupils flickering wildly, her mind seemingly exploding with countless bolts of thunder. Mr. Chen, you're not joking with me, are you? Lin Weiner's voice had even become distorted. When she previously worked at Huahua Bank, she indeed saw Chun Mo's ID number in the files and knew he was not yet 18 this year. But in her subconscious, she thought of Chun Mo either as the heir of a hidden sect or a commercial prodigy raised by a gifted mentor. She simply couldn't reconcile the person before her with the top student of the province. What would I gain from lying to you? The report card is still in my bag. Chun Mo turned his head to glance at her, a hint of a smile on his lips. Lin Weiner took several deep breaths, trying to calm her racing heart. She prided herself on graduating from a prestigious university and had seen many self-important young talents during her years at the bank, even interacting with second-generation rich kids with billion-dollar backgrounds. Yet those people in front of Chen Mo were not even worthy to carry his shoes. Mr. Chen, you are no longer just a genius. Lin Weiner leaned back wearily against the seat, her gaze filled with not only the admiration she initially held, but also a newfound awe and fervor as she murmured, "You must be a monster disguised in human skin. Compared to you, I feel like us mortals are merely here to make up the numbers in this world." Chun Mo chuckled silently, his right hand applying slight pressure on the steering wheel, the Hummer H2's brutal engine roaring even louder. He thought to himself, if it weren't for his rebirth, he would still be struggling for the college entrance examination at this moment. In the Guolan Yujing Villa area of Jiangxing County, the moment the Hummer's engine died, the surroundings returned to silence. At this time, the Star Technology headquarters in Building 18 was dark, while a few sensor lights had quietly turned on in front of the adjacent Building 16. Mr. Chen, we have arrived. Lin Weiner unbuckled her seatbelt, pushed open the car door, and found that Chun Mo had already stepped out of the driver's seat. She immediately took the lead, using her key to unlock the door of Building 16. With a hint of pride, she turned slightly and said softly, "As soon as I got the keys a couple of days ago, I had the cleaning company come over to thoroughly disinfect the place inside and out. Your master bedroom is located on the second floor facing south, offering the best view. I have prepared all the necessary items for daily changing formal attire, slippers, as well as your razor and toiletries, all washed and dried ready for use." Chun Mo stepped onto the soft pure wool carpet, observing the immaculate furnishings in the living room and a pair of brand new men's slippers by the entrance. He smiled appreciatively and said, "Lin Weiner, you are becoming increasingly thorough in your work. It seems that bringing you over from the bank was indeed my most correct decision." To receive praise from Mr. Chen makes the hard work of these past few days worthwhile. Lin Weiner smiled sweetly, her eyes glimmering with uncontainable joy. After several hundred kilometers of long-distance travel combined with the cold night wind, Chen Mo indeed felt somewhat fatigued. He changed his shoes and made his way up the spiral staircase to the second floor, pushing open the door to the master bedroom. The room's temperature was just right, and the air was faintly filled with a subtle, cool wooden scent reminiscent of Lin. "Mr. Chen, you should wash up first. They'll go downstairs and make you a cup of milk to help you sleep," Lin Weiner said softly by the door. "Sure, thank you for your hard work." Chun Mo unbuttoned his trench coat and hung it on the rack, turning to enter the master bathroom. This bathroom was quite large with a sunken, soaking massage bathtub in the center. As Chun Mo was about to take off his collar to grab the new towel on the sink, his gaze swept past a large marble stool beside the bathtub, and he paused slightly. On that stool, several pieces of intimate clothing were stacked, obviously still not collected. A hint of black lace was barely visible, accompanied by a thin silk nightgown. Chun Mo raised an eyebrow, suddenly realizing Lin Weiner must have hurried away in the afternoon, leaving her private clothing behind in the bathroom. Meanwhile, in the kitchen on the first floor, Lin Weiner was standing by the stove, watching the milk in the pot gently bubble. Just as she was lost in thought, a detail suddenly flashed through her mind. This afternoon, before picking up Chun Mo at Chenghu Airport, she had specially run back to Building 16 to take a shower and change her clothes after working late in the office. At that time, she had casually left her changed intimate clothing on the stool in the largest bathroom on the second floor. Oh no! Lin Weiner's originally porcelain-white face turned crimson to the roots of her neck in an instant. She forgot about the milk simmering in the pot. Hurriedly running up to the second floor in her high heels, forgetting to knock on the door, she turned the doorknob and rushed into the master bedroom. Mr. Chun, I forgot something. Lin Weiner's voice trembled with intense embarrassment. However, when she burst into the room and saw the frosted glass door of the bathroom ajar with Chun Mo holding a stack of freshly unpacked towels turning around, her gaze inevitably fell on the marble stool. Their eyes met. Lin Weiner felt as if she were on fire, wishing she could burrow into the ground to hide. Biting her red lip tightly, she darted forward in her high heels like a startled rabbit, snatching the stack of black silk and lace into her arms, holding them tightly. Due to the sudden movement, her ample bosom heaved violently under the pressure of the silk garments, and her eyes glistened with tears of extreme shyness, utterly endearing. Chun Mo looked at the blushing, flustered beauty of a general manager before him, and instead of teasing her, there was a hint of amusement in his gaze. He took a half step forward, his height giving him an inherent sense of pressure, slightly lowering his head, casually observing the earlobes of Lin Weiner that were nearly bleeding from embarrassment. Manager Lin, I remember this villa has 5 rooms, right? Are you living on the same floor as me? Lin Weiner felt a wave of masculine aura enveloping her as soon as Chun Mo spoke. Instinctively, she took a step back, tightly clutching the intimate clothing in her arms, stammering to explain, Mr. Chun, please don't misunderstand. The master bedroom has a bathtub, and I prefer taking baths. I am staying in the adjacent guest room. I didn't know you would suddenly return tonight. I left in a hurry this afternoon, in my clothes. Her voice grew softer as she spoke until it resembled a mosquito's buzzing, and her beautiful apricot eyes dared not meet Chun Mo's gaze. That's quite nice. Chun Mo looked at her rare bashful demeanor, a gentle smile forming on his lips. He suddenly reached out, naturally pinching Lin Weiner's slightly flushed cheek, chuckling. You even remembered to prepare the fragrance for me, indeed thoughtful. His fingertip was warm, and the moment it touched her cheek, Lin Weiner shivered lightly, as if being electrocuted. The clothing she held tightly becoming the only support for her at that moment. That fleeting touch quickly parted, yet it cast a boulder into her heart's lake, causing ripples to surge endlessly. I'll go heat the milk for you right away. She almost squeezed out this sentence from her throat, not daring to linger for another second, turning around and hurriedly walking out her steps, feeling somewhat unsteady. The clothing in her arms was held tightly, as if it were a shield to cover her overwhelming embarrassment and panic at that moment. Until she closed the master bedroom door and leaned against the cool door panel, Lin Weiner finally dared to take a deep breath. The place on her cheek that had been touched still retained a distinct warmth, mixed with the faint scent of her own fragrance on the silk clothing in her arms, intertwining into a dizzying sense of ambiguity. She raised her hand to cover her face, her skin beneath her palm burning hot. In the kitchen downstairs, the milk pot had already boiled over, making a faint hissing sound on the stove. She hurriedly turned off the heat, frantically cleaning up, her movements lacking the usual neatness, tinged with a distracted panic. Meanwhile, in the master bathroom upstairs, Chun Mo turned on the faucet, and the warm water flowed with a rush. He looked at himself in the mirror, the smile on his face gradually subsiding into a gentle expression. In the air, that faint, cool wooden scent seemed not to have fully dissipated. He was not a dull person. He was well aware of Lin Weiner's changes during this time, the extraordinary attentiveness and closeness beyond that of an ordinary subordinate, and even the adorably shy demeanor at this moment. He sensed the feelings quietly growing within. However, he scooped up a handful of water to splash on his face, interrupting his thoughts. Now was not the time to dwell on romantic feelings, let it unfold naturally. 20 minutes later, Chun Mo changed into the gray pure cotton loungewear specially prepared for him by Lin Weiner and opened the door to go downstairs. The hall was very quiet, with the moonlight outside the floor-to-ceiling windows spilling onto the polished marble floor, glistening. On the yellow pearwood table in the center of the living room sat a cup of perfectly warmed milk. Shan Mo walked over, picked up the cup, and took a sip, the rich, creamy aroma filling his senses. He walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the pitch-black night view of Jiangxin County. Lu Xin. After finishing the milk in his cup, Chen Mo turned and went upstairs. In the adjacent guest room, Lin Weiner pressed her entire body against the door, her chest heaving violently. She slowly slid down the door to the soft carpet, clutching a stack of black intimate apparel tightly against her chest, as if it were the only barrier against shame. Yet despite the air conditioning blasting in the room, the heat on her face refused to subside. Lin Weiner, how could you embarrass yourself so thoroughly today? She pressed her forehead against her knees in frustration, emitting a barely audible whimper. As a top graduate from the Financial University of the West Province, who had also trained at Huagua Bank, she was always seen as a cool, capable elite by others. But now she had made such a fool of herself in front of her boss. Immediately, a lethal thought surged into her mind, tightening Lin Weiner's body. Would he think I did it on purpose? The moment that thought emerged, Lin Weiner's heart skipped a beat. She understood all too well what this job meant to her, not just because of the exorbitant salary that far surpassed her peers, but because at Xingqian Technology beside Chen Mo, she had finally found a stage that suited her. If he thought she had ulterior motives because of such a trivial matter, Lin Weiner buried her face in her knees, letting out a muffled wail. But in the next moment, the scene from the bathroom uncontrollably flashed back into her mind. The half-step he took forward, the clean aura emanating from him, and the glint of amusement in his eyes when he looked down at her, along with his low teasing tone, replayed endlessly in her mind. The sensation of his fingertips seemed to linger on her skin. Lin Weiner buried her face in her clothes, her heart in turmoil. She prided herself on having seen many remarkable peers, yet those men seemed utterly mediocre compared to Chen Mo. Chen Mo's calm demeanor, unflinching even in the face of adversity, along with his innate air of authority, always made people involuntarily overlook his age. But he's only 18. I'm 4 years older than him. A hint of bitterness welled up in Lin Weiner's heart as she thought about their age difference. In traditional Chinese culture, being 4 years older carries a connotation of an older sister taking care of a younger brother. Yet in front of Chen Mo, it was the 22-year-old her who felt completely suppressed. That half-step he had just taken, that inherent sense of male dominance, still made Lin Weiner's legs feel a bit. So what if I'm 4 years older? Lin Weiner muttered to herself, startled by her own thoughts, quickly slapping her flushed cheeks. Lin Weiner, wake up. What are you thinking? He's your boss. She stood up, haphazardly stuffed the clothes in her arms deep into the wardrobe, and lay back on the bed in a star shape, staring blankly at the ceiling. Listening to the sound of the door closing next door, Lin Weiner's emotions slowly settled. Tomorrow, when I see him in the morning, I must appear natural. I absolutely cannot embarrass myself again. Lin Weiner pulled the quilt over her head, repeatedly warning herself in her mind, gradually drifting off into a chaotic sleep. In the master bedroom, Chen Mo, though a bit tired, did not immediately lie down. He walked to the desk, opened the encrypted terminal screen, and quickly typed on the keyboard, bringing up the real-time chart for WTI crude oil on the New York Stock Exchange. On the screen, the WTI crude oil 1501 main contract fluctuated weekly within a narrow range between $80.10 and $80.20. His short position's average cost was firmly at $80.15, attracting little attention. In a few days, once the meeting's outcomes are settled, this place will become a meat grinder. Shan Mo casually glanced at his account balance, confirming that the risk control line was normal before conveniently cutting off the futures interface. Then he created a new encrypted document and began typing. Chen Mo started to fulfill his promise to Zhang Ming personally, drafting a strategic framework for short videos and live e-commerce products that could completely reshape the global internet landscape for the next decade. In his past life, Byte Group relied on the algorithmic information flow of Jinri Tushio to gain prominence, only launching Douyin in 2016 after many detours. In this life, Chen Mo planned to personally expedite that process. In a lengthy document spanning tens of thousands of words, Chen Mo generously used an unparalleled God's perspective to dissect the 3 core killer features that would lead to Byte's fame in the future, leaving no stone unturned. Chen Mo's typing speed was incredibly fast, with lines of core secrets that would earn the admiration of countless product managers and capital tycoons pouring from his fingertips like a stream. He intended to seize the largest piece of the internet pie from Byte, aiming for the most critical part. As for whether Zhang Ming might take this plan and then kick him out afterward, Chen Mo sneered, confident in himself. On one hand, Zhang Ming, being purely a techie, had an intrinsic rigor and contractual spirit typical of engineers and was fundamentally upright. On the other hand, even if he took 1,000 steps back in the face of absolute strength, any betrayal would be a dead end. The 2 billion Tycoon one he issued had already established its position in the share market. A year later, when this round of the spectacular share Super Bull market reaches its peak the day Tycoon No. 1 is liquidated, will see Chun Mo's name become an undeniable myth in the investment community of Huagua and even Asia, accompanied by terrifying net values that could reach multiples or even tens of times. In this capital-centric world, when you become the god of wealth, who would dare offend the financier? Who would dare to kick out a capital magnate capable of wielding billions or even trillions in the global financial market from the board? By then, Zhang Ming would only come with the entire Byte executive team respectfully seeking investment from Taichu Capital. Before he knew it, it was already 4 in the morning. At 8 in the morning, the gentle light of early winter streamed through the floor-to-ceiling window and cast a glow in the living room. A white porcelain plate held perfectly fried eggs and bacon alongside a cup of warm coffee. Lynn Weiner had already changed into a dark blue business suit, her long, beautiful legs encased in flesh-colored stockings, stepping confidently in black high heels, exuding a crisp and cold elegance. "Good morning, General Chun." Seeing Chun Mo slowly descending the stairs, Lynn Weiner greeted him with a composed demeanor. If one did not notice her slightly reddened earlobes, the absurd incident that occurred in the washroom yesterday seemed as if it had never happened. "Morning." Chun Mo pulled out a chair to sit down casually, sipping his coffee, noncommittal to Lynn Weiner's act of ignorance. While handing over a neatly organized itinerary, Lynn Weiner reported, "General Chun, I've already scheduled a meeting with Lu Xian. We'll meet at Yulong Manor at 11 a.m. at the foot of the county town." Yulong Manor. Chun Mo raised an eyebrow. Yes, it's a private manor that Lu Xian invested heavily in a few years ago. It's not open to the public and is specifically used to host distinguished guests. Lu Xian has also invited the heads of the county's Land Bureau and Mining Bureau. He intends to finalize all the exclusive mining rights and land planning lines for Xingxin Mining at the banquet before commencing work. Chun Mo nodded, unfazed by this. In 2014, in a small place like Jiangqing, far from the core circles, many matters were indeed settled over banquets filled with toasts and brotherly camaraderie. Lu Xian was a local tycoon, well-versed in these ways. Chun Mo finished his last sip of coffee, leisurely pulled out a napkin to wipe his mouth, and smiled lightly. "Let's go meet this local tycoon. I also want to see how grand his banquet is." At 10:40, the dark and powerful Hummer H2 smoothly drove out of the Guanchuan Yujing. Chun Mo rested one hand on the steering wheel, headed straight for Yulong Manor at the foot of the county town. Meanwhile, at the imposing ancient iron gate of Yulong Manor, the wind howled loudly. Lu Xian, clad in a shiny black mink coat, holding a cigarette at a slant, paced anxiously back and forth at the entrance. Behind him stood 2 middle-aged men in dark jackets, both over 50, with their hands tucked in their sleeves, occasionally exhaling warm breath into their palms. These 2 were Director Ma of the County Land Bureau and Director Zhou of the Mining Bureau. In Jiangqing, they were the ones wielding real power, sought after and flattered by many. However, today they had been standing there for nearly half an hour without daring to show even a hint of impatience. This was because last night Lu Xian had privately tipped them off. Even now, the memories of what he uncovered still sent shivers down Lu Xin's spine. During the few days when Chun Mo was in Kyoto, Lu Xian had used all his connections and resources to dig into Chun Mo's background. But when the half-page investigation report landed on his desk, Lu Xian nearly popped his eyes out. His parents worked at a township health center, and he was just a senior student at Jiangqing No. 1 high school. That night, upon seeing the report, Lu Xian broke out in cold sweat in his office, immediately berating his trusted aides. "Damn those township doctors. Damn that senior student. Are you kidding me? A kid from an ordinary doctor's family can casually toss out tens of millions without batting an eye. Can he make the president of Huagua Bank serve him like a grandson?" Having navigated the underworld for half his life, Lu Xin's mind instantly filled with the dramatic notion that this was undoubtedly the illegitimate child of some influential big shot, or even a super wealthy family from the coastal regions. The cleaner and more ordinary the public records were, the deeper the hidden waters behind them. Not to mention the secret revealed by the president of Huagua Bank's Jiangqing branch after a night of drinking, who confided, "Old Lu, I treat you like a brother." A few days ago, the top 200 billion private equity firms in the country, Jinding and Zishi, had their big bosses personally call the senior management to collaborate with General Chun on a fund to get internal operating capital. That involves tens of billions, even hundreds of billions. Just a single hair from them could crush your Longxin group into dust. At this moment in Lu Xin's and the 2 directors' eyes, what was about to come was no longer just a simple business. Boom! From afar, the sound of a V8 engine roaring like thunder echoed down the winding. Lu Xian shivered all over, quickly tossing the small stub of his cigarette to the ground and stomping it out with his leather shoe, his face instantly plastered with a forced smile. "They're here. The 2 directors have arrived." The vehicle came to a steady stop at the manor's entrance. The door swung open and Lynn Weiner stepped out first from the passenger seat, her dark blue suit paired with her long stocking-clad legs, exuding an air of cold beauty that was hard to look at directly. Then Chun Mo exited the vehicle clad in understated black casual, where the hem of his coat, slightly lifted by the wind, his expression calm. "Ah, General Chun. Thank you for your hard work on the way here." Lu Xine hurried over, slightly bending at the waist, his hands extended straight. Chun Mo was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected display. Last time they met, Lu Xine had been all haughty. What had changed in just a few days? He even had two leaders waiting at the entrance to greet him. Though Chun Mo was internally surprised, he maintained a composed exterior, shaking hands with Lu Xine, then saying, "General Lu, it's good to see you. I must thank you for this Hummer. I really like it." "No need for pleasantries as long as you like it." Lu Xine laughed heartily, then turned to the two men behind him. "General Chen, let me introduce you. This is Director Ma, the head of our Jiangxing County Land Bureau, and this is Director Zhou, the head of the Mining Bureau. They are here specifically to celebrate the establishment of Xingxin Mining and to meet you, our esteemed boss." At this moment, both Director Ma and Director Zhou dropped their usual bureaucratic airs and stepped forward with friendly smiles. "Classmate Chen Mo." "Oh no, General Chun, it's truly a pleasure to finally meet you in person." Director Ma chuckled, extending his hand, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. "Deputy County Head Wang has been singing your praises in meetings these past few days, saying that our county has produced an extraordinary young entrepreneur. Seeing you today, it's indeed true that heroes emerge from youth." Directors Ma and Zhou, "Just call me Xiao Chun." Chun Mo shook hands with both directors, his demeanor neither arrogant nor humble, just a small endeavor. "I hope I didn't embarrass the two directors. It's windy outside, shall we talk inside?" Yes, how could I forget? "General Chen, please, after you." Lu Xine quickly led the way, inviting everyone into the main hall of the manor. Once inside, the underfloor heating instantly dispelled the early winter chill. A large round table made of Wangwali wood was set in the center, already laid with cold dishes and tea. As they were seated, Lu Xine insisted on pushing Chun Mo to the head of the table, while Directors Ma and Zhou chimed in, half-jokingly insisting that Chun Mo take the seat of honor. Chun Mo found it somewhat amusing, but did not refuse, excessively pondering if they had also heard about Taichu capital. Thinking of this, Chun Mo discreetly glanced at Lin Weiner, who was seated beside him, her long legs encased in stockings, slightly crossed, hands clasped over the folder resting on her knees. It was probably not the case, Lin Weiner had only a vague understanding of Taichu capital, at most knowing that she was involved in stock trading. Come, General Chun, let me toast you with the first cup." After several rounds of drinks and dishes, the atmosphere at the dining table quickly warmed up under Lu Xin's guide. Lu Xine raised his cup filled with Maodai, lifting it with both hands. "In the past half-month, all procedures for our joint venture, Xingxin Mining, have been officially completed. 60 million in startup capital is sitting in the account, and we have successfully acquired the land in the eastern suburbs of the county, worthy of celebration. I shall drink to that." Nearby, Directors Ma and Zhou quickly raised their cups in agreement. "Yes, wishing General Chun great success. This plot of land will surely yield substantial profits." Chun Mo smiled and took a sip from his small wine cup. "General Lu, since we've secured the land, let's get straight to the point. Do you have the planning map?" I do. How could I not bring it?" Lu Xine, upon hearing them discuss business, quickly signaled to his aides behind him. Soon a tumterlong panoramic planning map of the wild mountains in the eastern suburbs of Jiangxing County, marked with various red lines and contour lines, was gradually unfurled on the Wangwali wood round table. Lu Xine pointed to the highlighted areas A and B, puffing out a smoke ring with a glint of excitement in his eyes. "General Chun, my old exploration team, along with geological experts from the provincial capital, worked overnight to survey that rocky area. In the end, we discovered something significant in these two areas. The thickness of the coal seam here is even deeper than we anticipated, and it's all top-grade coking coal. As soon as we dig, we can directly engage in open-pit mining. It's time-saving and labor-saving. Within 3 months, a steady stream of high-quality coking coal will turn into real gold and silver." He truly did not expect that the land Chun Mo casually mentioned would yield coking coal. This was indeed a big jackpot. Chun Mo did not deny his plan. Coking coal is indeed a good thing, with a short spot cycle and quick. "Since the experts and the exploration team have given their approval, we will proceed, as General Manager Lu suggested, starting the first phase of the project with these 2 plots to yield benefits as soon as possible." Seeing the major shareholder nod, Director Ma and Director Zhou beside him let out a sigh of relief and promptly expressed their agreement. "Haha, General Manager Chen truly has insight. Since the first phase has been set, our land bureau will expedite the process, and we will provide you with the red line map for the mining rights by Monday, ensuring there is no delay for Xingxin Mining to commence operations." Director Ma pounded his chest in assurance. Director Zhou from the Mining Bureau also smiled broadly, raising his glass. "I will personally lead a team to the site on Monday for joint operations, And for the safety and environmental registration procedures, I will ensure a green channel is established. With General Manager Chin's capital support combined with General Manager Liu's experience, this project will definitely be the benchmark for Jiangxing County this year. The banquet gradually reached its conclusion in an exceptionally harmonious atmosphere. After the banquet, the two directors were flushed from drinking and walked a bit unsteadily. Lu Xian had already made meticulous arrangements, calling over a few clever subordinates, whispering a few instructions, and then personally accompanying the two leaders to the luxurious suite behind the manor to have tea and rest. In the local business circle of 2014, everyone present knew what this arrangement meant. After settling the two leaders, Lu Xian rubbed his somewhat stiff face and quickly returned to the main hall. At this moment, only Chen Mo and Lin Weiner remained in the hall. Lu Xian leaned closer to Chen Mo, wearing a hint of a knowing smile that men understand, and lowered his voice. General Manager Chen, a private hot spring has been built at the back mountain of Yulong Manor with water drawn directly from underground. A few days ago, I specially invited a few clean and well-mannered young ladies from the provincial capital to wait in the back. You see, after a long day, why not stay and enjoy a bath to relieve your fatigue? I have reserved a room just for you, and there will be no disturbances. Lin Weiner, sitting beside them, paused momentarily in her task of sorting documents. Although she tried to maintain her composure, her ears subtly perked up. Chen Mo glanced at Lu Xian and smiled faintly. I appreciate your kind offer, General Manager Lu. However, with my studies in my third year of high school demanding my attention, I have to return to catch up on my homework before dawn. The hot spring and the ladies can be enjoyed by General Manager Lu himself. This reason caused Lu Xian to twitch his lips momentarily, at a loss for words. He almost forgot that the person he was cooperating with was still a third-year high school student. However, throughout the entire dinner, Chen Mo's demeanor bore no resemblance to that of a high school student, especially not with his attire. Lin Weiner, take out the map I asked you to prepare. Chen Mo set down his teacup and tilted his head to give the instruction. Sure, General Manager Chen. Lin Weiner inexplicably sighed in relief, deftly pulling out a map of the eastern suburbs of Jiangxing from her briefcase. Chen Mo placed this map directly over the planning map, marked with coking coal red lines. He took out a black marker from his pocket and let the tip glide slowly over the map, directly bypassing the A and B coking coal areas, and finally, at the far eastern edge, right next to the boundary with the neighboring county, he drew a heavy circle around a rocky fracture zone. You are fully responsible for the coking coal project in the first phase and proceed according to the original plan. Chen Mo pointed at the black circle with the pen tip, raised his head, and fixed his gaze directly on Lu Xian. You need to arrange several construction teams as well. Remember to use your most obedient subordinates. Bring heavy drilling equipment and dig down from this foundational position I marked. Lu Xian, puzzled, leaned over to take a look and furrowed his brow. General Manager Chen, this place. My senior experts went to inspect it a few days ago. It's just a rocky fracture zone, and beneath it there's nothing but waste granite and a thick layer of shale, not even a few coal scraps to be found. If we throw a team here, it would be like throwing money into water. General Manager Lu Xingxin, mining holds 70% of the shares of our Xingxin technology, right? Chen Mo spoke in a calm tone. Lu Xian suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine, recalling what the president of Huahua Bank had said last night. The awe he felt towards Chen Mo's mysterious background immediately took over, and he nodded vigorously. Yes, General Manager Chen, you are the major shareholder. I will listen to you. Then follow my orders. Chen Mo put away the marker and casually tossed out a sentence. Trust me, dig deeper. Within half a month of starting work, you will find an unexpected surprise here. As for what it is, you will understand in due time. Watching Chen Mo exude confidence as if he had everything under control, Lu Xian suppressed the questions that were on the tip of his tongue. He increasingly felt that the young man before him was unfathomable. Could it be that there was a gold mine beneath this rocky beach? All right, you have spoken, General Manager Chen. I will send people over first thing in the morning. Lu Xian gritted his teeth and slammed his thigh. Let's go. If anything happens, have Lin Weiner contact me right away. Chen Mo did not linger any longer, turning with Lin Weiner to head out of the manor. Lu Xian, looking at the map that Chen Mo had circled with a black pen, had a conflicted expression in his eyes. After a moment, he spoke to his trusted aide beside him. Go bring old 3 over. Have him pick 20 reliable brothers to transport our company's 2 imported drilling machines over. We start work on Monday, and I want to personally oversee it to see what treasure this young general manager Chen wants to unearth from that rocky gully. The massive tires of the Hummer H2 rolled over the fallen leaves on the winding mountain road, emitting a muffled rustling sound. Warm air circulated inside the cabin, and a faint woody fragrance permeated the sealed space. Since Chen Mo had consumed alcohol at the banquet, Lin Wan took the wheel on the way back. Chen Mo turned his head to glance at Lin Wan, who was driving attentively, and spoke up. how is the progress at Deere Technology coming along? Turning to business matters, Lin Wan paused briefly to think before reporting with practiced ease. With the initial capital injection, Deere Technology is now developing at a remarkably rapid pace. Lu Ming and Zhang Hai are now living and working at the plant. The day before yesterday, they signed the equipment import contract with the technical team from BASF in Germany. The county government places great emphasis on the fluorochemical industrial park. Deputy County Mayor Wang even specially approved 300 mu of industrial land in the southern suburbs, and they are currently recruiting high-level technical personnel from Japan and South Korea with lucrative salaries. Not bad. Both of them come from technical backgrounds. Now that they have money in hand, they're more eager than anyone to prove themselves. Chen Imo nodded, showing no surprise at this progress. Mr. Star Technology still has a substantial portion of its funds reserved. Lin Wan pursed her lips with a hint of confusion. We have very ample cash flow right now. How do you plan to use it next? Chen Imo gazed out the window at the vast stretches of barren land and the somewhat dilapidated edges of the county town. Lin Wan, I need you to discreetly spread some word lately and keep a close eye on the local real estate developers in Jiangxing County. Chen Imo abruptly shifted the topic. Real estate developers. Lin Wan was taken aback, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes blinking. Are you planning to enter the real estate market? But isn't the current property market rather sluggish? As an elite professional from the banking system, Lin Wan had a keen sensitivity to macroeconomic data. In the first half of 2014, the real estate market was a scene of widespread lamentation, with news of various ghost cities and market collapses appearing frequently. In a small county like Jiangxing, property sales offices were on the verge of shutting down entirely. Chen Imo let out a soft laugh. That was the past. You're in Jiangxing, so you might not have noticed the notice jointly issued by the Central Bank and the Banking Regulatory Commission at the end of September. You mean the September 30th policy? Lin Wan, with her solid foundation, caught on instantly. Exactly, the September 30th policy. Chen Imo spoke calmly. Once the gate of recognizing the property, but not the loan, is opened and the restrictive loan policies are relaxed, it's like pouring water into a dried-up pond. On the surface, the market still seems to be in winter, but beneath it the undercurrents are already boiling over. Before long, top-tier real estate giants like Vanke, Evergrande, and Country Garden will floor the accelerator and soar, ushering in a crazy period of massive profits lasting several years. Then we should be grabbing land in the first-tier cities, not in Jiangxing County. The big fish eat the small ones. The feast belongs to the giants. For the small and medium-sized developers below, things won't be so easy. Chen Imo interrupted Lin Wan, explaining, the aggressive expansion of large real estate companies will drain all the bank credit limits and off-balance sheet funds from private channels. The local small and medium-sized real estate developers in Jiangxing County who rely on unorthodox methods and high-interest private fundraising will soon face the dire situation of a capital chain rupture. The high leverage they hold will become the last straw that could crush them at any moment. Chen Imo turned his head to look at Lin Wan. I'm asking you to keep an eye on them, not to build commercial housing for the county's residents. I plan to find a local developer on the verge of collapse and acquire the entire company shell and all directly. Acquiring our own development company. Lin Wan took a deep breath, feeling she could barely keep up with Chen Mo's wildly leaping strategic thinking. Exactly. Use their hands to claim territory in Jiangxing, even throughout Changhu City. Then Chen Imo pointed out the window at the vast neglected barren lands, speaking slowly. Besides the developers, shall you also need to use Star Technology's name to contact the Land Bureau and the Planning Bureau. Whether it's for investment attraction or technical support, as long as it's factory land or storage land in the southern and eastern suburbs, if you can get it, do everything possible to throw money at it and secure it. Don't worry about whether the land prices are cheap now. As long as it's within the red line, swallow it all up. Lin Wan's heart pounded with alarm. 50 million invested in mining, tens of millions in fluorochemicals, and now pouring money into land. Chen Imo had laid out such a vast chessboard from the start that it already felt overwhelming to her as the general manager. Mr. Chen, the fluorochemical industrial park doesn't need that much land, does it? Hoarding so much industrial land might face tough scrutiny from the authorities. Lin Wan cautioned with some concern. Lin Wan, your vision is still too narrow. Deere Technology's full fluorochemical industry chain is in the future. Jiangxing County won't just become the strategic core of global fluorochemicals. There's much more development you can't even imagine. Chen Mo's voice was low. Within 5 years, a trillion-level industrial cluster will undergo a complete fusion in this small county town. By then, land here won't be sold by the mu. It'll be fought over by the inch. A flood of multinational corporations and hundreds of thousands of high-tech skilled workers will pour into this place. Listening to Chen Mo's grand blueprint, Lin Wan sat frozen in the driver's seat. A trillion-level industrial cluster. In this small county town surrounded by barren mountains. She looked out at the dry, desolate wastelands and hills, utterly unable to connect the dots. Mr. Chen, I understand. Lin Wan took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in her chest. She now unconditionally believed in Chun Mo's words. After I get back to the company, I'll handle it personally. I'll compile a detailed report on the debt profiles of all local real estate developers in Jiangxing County and the inventory of industrial land. Chen Mo acknowledged, then fell silent. The car pulled into the courtyard of Building 16 in Guanlan Yujing and came to a steady stop in front of the entrance. After the engine was turned off, the cabin fell into a momentary quiet. Lin Wan's hands were still resting on the steering wheel, her pale knuckles whitening slightly from the tension. She turned her head to look at Chun Mo in the passenger seat, her chest rising and falling gently. The words she had heard from Chun Mo today had a tremendous impact on her. What are you scared? Chun Mo unbuckled his seatbelt and turned to face her. Lin Wan engaged the handbrake, let out a resigned sigh, and smiled wryly. Mr. Chen, your thinking is too erratic. I'm really afraid I might not be able to keep up with your pace sometimes. Despite her words, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were now sparkling with excitement. I believe in you. Chun Mo pushed open the car door and stepped out casually, pulling up the collar of his trench coat to shield himself from the cold wind. The two pushed open the villa's front door, and the warmth inside rushed over them, instantly dispelling the chill. Chun Mo walked over to the living room sofa and sat down, sinking into the soft leather. He rubbed his slightly throbbing temples, his voice a bit hoarse. Lu Xn will move fast. While the coking coal project is under construction, the barren rock gully I marked out will also start drilling. Keep an eye on it. Besides the financial seal of the new company, all the exploration data and core excavated materials from that barren rock gully must be sealed and sent to Building 18 immediately. No outsiders should handle them. Understood. I'll assign the most reliable people to guard the site. Lin Wan stood by, slightly bowing in acknowledgement. Perhaps because she was close, Chun Mo caught that faint woody fragrance on her again. Lin Wan clearly recalled the scene from last night as well. Her usually stern expression stiffened slightly, and her pale earlobes unconsciously flushed with a hint of pink. Flustered, she hugged the folder in her arms a little tighter and awkwardly changed the subject. Well, Mr. Chen, you should rest. I'll head to the company next door to send an email to legal to outline the framework for the real estate developer and land reserves. Go ahead. Don't stay up too late. Chun Mo waved his hand. Watching Lin Wan's slightly flustered figure exit the door, Chun Mo leaned back on the sofa and shook his head with an amused smile. He rested his head against the cushion, closed his eyes, and his mind began rapidly filtering through every upcoming time point. Just as Chun Mo was contemplating his next move, a phone call rang out. Chun Mo opened his eyes and glanced at his phone screen, recognizing Bian Shuozhang. The moment he saw that name, Chun Mo's pupils slightly constricted. Did he figure things out so quickly? Chun Mo pressed the answer button. Mr. Chun. It's me, Bian Shuozhang. We met at the library. I know, Chun Mo replied. Then came a voice filled with despair from the other end. Mr. Chun, I'm at my wit's end. Could you lend me 200,000? I'm begging you, as long as it saves a life, I would be your servant for life. A top genius in quantitative finance from his past life was now so humble, over 200,000. Chun Mo's expression darkened instantly. What was going on? He didn't remember Bian Shuozhang borrowing money in his past life. Did his sudden appearance change his fate? He hurriedly asked. Money is not a problem. 200,000, just send me the account number, and I will transfer it directly. But you need to tell me what happened. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds before a wave of sobs erupted. Bian Shuozhang was gripping his thigh tightly, intermittently spilling out the absurdities of these past 2 months. After they met at the library, he got a position, and to marry Wang Li, he sold his family's old house to gather the bride price and down payment. But Wang Li was not satisfied, constantly arguing with him about money and even ridiculing his honest mother. Until the day before yesterday, when they went to try on wedding dresses. Wang Li insisted on choosing a custom dress that cost several tens of thousands. His mother, feeling sorry for her son's stress, offered a word of advice, and as a result, Wang Li publicly scolded her with harsh words for over 10 minutes. Having been honest her whole life, his mother had never encountered such a scene. She was so furious that she fainted on the spot, suffering an acute heart attack. Bian Shuozhang stared at his mother on the ground, his mind blank, and with red eyes, he slapped Wang Li. As a result, Wang Li called the police, accusing him of intentional harm. I was locked up in the detention center for 3 whole days. I was just released this morning. Bian Shuozhang mocked himself bitterly over the phone, tears dropping heavily onto the cold floor of the hospital. When I rushed to the hospital, the doctor said my mother missed the optimal thrombolysis time. That despicable Wang Li took all the tens of thousands I had saved for our wedding and didn't even return the bride. My mother is now lying in the ICU of the First People's Hospital in Chenghu City, and the doctor said if the payment isn't made tonight, they will stop the medication. Mr. Chen, I really have no way out. I've asked everyone I could find, but no one is willing to lend money to a recently released convict like me. I can't just watch my mother die." Listening to that almost blood-curdling confession over the phone, Chun Imo sat on the sofa, his expression icy enough to freeze the air. No wonder in his past life, Bian Shuozhang turned into that kind of person. In his past life, without his intervention, Bian Shuozhang likely wouldn't have borrowed the money and would have watched helplessly as his mother died in the ICU, which was what ultimately twisted him into a cold-blooded creature obsessed with money and revenge. "Listen to me." Chun Imo suddenly stood up. "Send me the account number. Within 5 minutes, I will transfer 500,000 to you so your mother can have the best medication with all the top specialists available. You stay by the ICU door and don't go anywhere. Mr. Chenai." Bian Shuozhang on the other end was stunned. "No more nonsense. Your mother's life is the most important. From now on, wipe your tears and stay at the ICU door." After saying that, Chun Imo hung up the phone. He took a deep breath, then opened his phone and transferred 500,000 to the bank account Bian Shuozhang provided. That damned Wang Li, how selfish and cruel. She was pushing an honest person to the brink. In his past life, Bian Shuozhang told him that they broke up because he couldn't afford a house, and he never mentioned anything about his mother. Who would have thought there was such a hidden reason? No wonder he always felt that Bian Shuozhang had periods where his eyes looked frightfully dark, as if he were a soulless walking corpse. It turned out he had been harboring a sea of blood and deep-seated hatred. Since he intervened in this life, he would not let this tragedy unfold again. Chun Imo looked at the successful transfer notification on his phone, then pulled up Chun Liping's number. He dialed the number, and after 4 or 5 rings, Chun Liping's slightly dazed voice came through. "Hello, Xiao. A close friend of mine, his mother, is now in the ICU of the First People's Hospital in the provincial capital suffering from an acute heart attack. A close friend of mine, his mother, is now in the ICU of the First People's Hospital in the provincial capital suffering from an acute heart attack. Her condition is very critical." Chun Imo walked to the window. He has 500,000 in his account, so the medical expenses aren't a problem. But he just got out of the detention center, and he's in a very fragile state. "Please go to the ICU entrance of the city hospital and keep an eye on him for me. Offer some advice." Chun Liping listened on the phone, feeling his head spinning. However, Chun Liping was always a man of loyalty, and knowing that Chun Imo was not joking, he immediately got out of bed, putting on his clothes as he replied, "All right. Uncle understands. I'm grabbing my car keys and heading out. Xiao Imo, please send me his phone number so I can contact him." "Thank you, Uncle. Once you get there, please tell the doctors that no matter the cost, they must use the best medication and bring in the top cardiology and chest pain specialists from the province. If the money isn't enough, I can transfer more at any time. We must save my mother's life." "Got it. Don't worry, I'll call you as soon as I arrive. Thank you for your hard work tonight, Uncle. Let's talk about other things when I arrive in the provincial capital tomorrow morning." After hanging up, Chun Imo casually placed the phone on the table. With 500,000 injected into the city hospital, his mother's life would likely be saved. Now it was time to deal with that despicable Wang Li. Chun Imo turned and went upstairs, a flash of rage crossing his eyes. Bullying Bian Shuozhang, an honest person, was not something Chun Imo would allow. He had plenty of methods and means. If he didn't bring her down to ruin, then he would have wasted his rebirth. Please leave a good review, a little nudge for updates. The author assures the following will be even more exciting. Late at night, in front of the ICU of the First People's Hospital of Changhu City. The air was thick with the pungent smell of soda and disinfectant. Bian Shuozhang slumped on the plastic bench, clutching his hair with both hands, his eyes bloodshot, his fingernails almost digging into his scalp. Suddenly, the sharp sound of hurried footsteps on the floor shattered the deathly silence of the corridor. "Excuse me. Are you Bian Shuozhang?" Bian Shuozhang lifted his head in a daze and saw a middle-aged man in a jacket drenched in sweat standing before him, panting heavily. The visitor was none other than Chun Liping, the younger uncle, who had rushed over after receiving Chen Mo's call. "I'm Bian Shuozhang. And you are?" Bian Zuzhang's voice was hoarse. "I'm Chen Mo's uncle," Chun Liping said, not bothering to wipe his sweat as he pulled Bian Shuozhang up from the bench. "Xiao Mo called me. I know the situation. Has the money arrived?" It has. Boss Chun transferred 500,000 to me." Bian Shuozhang pulled out his phone, his hands trembling so much he could barely hold it. The screen showed a bank transfer notification. "Good, it's here. Let's go to the payment counter first." Chun Liping grabbed Bian Shuozhang and ran downstairs. At the ATM, Chun Liping glanced at the long payment slip and said in a low voice, "Xiaozhang, listen to me. Don't just use the card to pay off the 200,000 debt now. Go to the counter and urgently withdraw 100,000 in cash." Though Bian Zuzhang's mind was in a fog, his absolute trust in Chun Imo made him follow Chun Liping's instructions without question. He immediately went to the counter and withdrew the full 100,000. With the cash in hand, Chun Liping used his business connections in the provincial capital to navigate through the hospital and eventually found the office of the director on duty that night. "Director Zhang, I'm terribly sorry to disturb you so late at night. As soon as he entered, Chun Liping discreetly slipped the black plastic bag containing the 100,000 in cash deep into the director's drawer while offering a cigarette and lowering his voice. The patient in the ICU is a family member of a senior executive at my company. The 200,000 in medical fees have been fully paid. This 100,000 is a token of appreciation for the experts working overtime tonight. Please do us a favor and summon the top cardiology and chest pain specialists from the province for an emergency consultation tonight. Director Zhang looked at the heavy bulge in his drawer and then at Chun Liping's impeccable demeanor. His stern expression instantly softened as he took the cigarette. Boss Jin, you're too kind. Saving lives is our duty. Rest assured, Professor Lu from Changhu Medical University happens to be at the hospital for an academic exchange tonight. They'll personally ask him to perform the surgery. With the 100,000 in cash paving the way, Director Zhang immediately sprang into action. Saving lives was the hospital's duty, and Professor Lu was a close friend. A simple request could earn him 100,000. Why wouldn't he take the opportunity? Within 20 minutes, 2 provincial-level experts whose appointments were usually impossible to secure rushed to the ICU. The green surgical light flickered on in the dead of night. Throughout the rest of the night, Bian Shuozhang and Chun Liping waited by the door. Bian Zuzhang's gaze was fixed on the tightly shut door, his heart overflowing with a myriad of emotions. At 4:45 a.m., the red indicator light finally went out. A weary Professor Lu pushed open the door, took off his mask, and exhaled deeply. Fortunately, the patient had been on the highest grade imported thrombolytic drugs all along. The vascular blockage caused by the acute myocardial infarction has been largely cleared. Her condition is completely stable. After 48 hours of observation in the ICU, she can be transferred to a general ward. With a thud, Bian Shuozhang collapsed to his knees, tears and mucus streaming uncontrollably. The next morning at 9 a.m., at the entrance of the inpatient building of the First People's Hospital of Changhu City, a conspicuously flashy Hummer H2 pulled into the hospital's crowded courtyard. The license plate, a pure numeric Jiang A11111, instantly drew the attention of countless patients and medical staff passing by. The door swung open and Chun Mo stepped out with a stern expression, adjusting the collar of his trench coat as he strode against the morning breeze toward the inpatient building. 5 minutes later, in the hall outside the ICU, Bian Shuozhang, who had kept vigil all night with bloodshot eyes, turned and saw Chun Mo approaching with long strides. At that moment, without a hint of hesitation, the future genius of quantitative algorithms in front of dozens of patients, families, and nurses in the hall sank to his knees and knelt heavily before Chun Mo with a resounding thud. Boss Chun, you've given me a new lease on life. They'll serve you like a beast of burden for the rest of my days. My life is yours. Bian Zuzhang's voice was hoarse as he thumped his head against the marble floor. The air in the corridor fell silent. Chun Mo quickly stepped forward and pulled Bian Shuozhang to his feet. A man's knees are made of gold. I value your talent. If you want to repay me, there will be plenty of opportunities. Yes, Boss Chun. Bian Shuozhang wiped his tears fiercely, the cowardice and despair in his eyes vanishing completely. After settling Bian Shuozhang, Chun Mo and his uncle Chun Liping, who had kept watch all night, went to a secluded spot on the hospital rooftop. Chun Mo pulled out a pack of cigarettes, offered one to his uncle, and lit it for him. After exhaling a plume of smoke, his gaze turned icy. Uncle, you worked hard last night. Now it's time to deal with that bitch named Wang Li. Chun Liping took a deep drag from his cigarette, his face dark with anger. Xiao Mo, I heard the whole story from Xiao Zhang last night. That woman is utterly despicable. Not only did she verbally abuse an elderly woman in public, triggering an acute heart attack, but she also had Xiao Zhang locked up in the detention center. Worst of all, she took all the savings, over 100,000, that the couple had set aside for their wedding and house, and refused to return the bride price. This is premeditated murder and extortion. Extortion? No, that would be too easy for her. Chun Mo leaned against the cold iron railing. They'll make her spit out every cent she took. She thought she could bully the honest Bian family. This time I'll teach her a lesson. Chun Mo stubbed out his cigarette and spoke. The 100,000 in savings that Wang Li took was money Bian Shuozhang raised by selling his house for the wedding. It was in her account, but it's his. Find a lawyer. Tomorrow morning, file a lawsuit directly with the Changhu City Court. Skip civil mediation and sue her for illegal appropriation of another's massive assets and malicious possession of premarital property. As for Auntie's acute heart attack, call the police immediately. Have them retrieve the surveillance footage from the bridal shop and charge her with indirect intentional injury and malicious deprivation of another's right to life. The medical expenses Auntie incurred in the ICU must be fully compensated by Wang Li. Chun Mo narrowed his eyes, a flash of brutality fleeting across them. Didn't she sue Bian Shuozhang for intentional injury and have him locked up in the detention center for 3 days? But it was she who maliciously abused the elderly first, and Bian Shuozhang lost his temper only out of urgency to stop the crime. That's a false accusation. Hire someone to expedite the process with the legal and prosecutorial authorities. Send that bitch Wang Li to prison on criminal charges of public prosecution. Listening to Chun Mo's meticulously orchestrated and thunderous measures, Chun Liping couldn't help but shiver. He looked at his nephew, an 18-year-old still in high school, and felt a deep sense of awe. Xiao Mo, how do you know so much about the law? Chun Liping asked instinctively. Chun Mo gave a faint smile. I read some legal books in my spare time. Then he changed the subject. Uncle, that's not important. What matters now is making sure Wang Li pays for what she... Chun Liping nodded unconsciously. I know some lawyers and my company has partners. They'll take care of the arrangement. Chun Mo pushed open the rooftop door. Then let's proceed, as I said. They'll go downstairs to check on Bian Zuzhang's mother. After finishing with his uncle, Chun Mo turned and walked down the safety passage from the rooftop, returning to the outside of the ICU ward. Through the thick glass window inside the ward, the aunt lay quietly on the hospital bed, the rhythm of the ventilator steady, and the waveforms on the ECG monitor gradually approaching normal and stable. Several nurses from the cardiology department specially assigned by Director Zhang were tense as they recorded various data. Seeing this scene, Chun Mo felt completely relaxed. At the door, Bian Shuozhang stood up straight upon seeing Chun Mo come down, feeling somewhat awkward. Although the young man before him was several years younger, he had helped him escape during his most desperate moment. Your aunt's condition is stable now. The doctor said she has passed the most dangerous phase, so you can put your heart in. Chun Mo walked to Bian Zuzhang's side and patted his somewhat stiff shoulder. Regarding Wang Li, with me and your uncle here, you don't need to worry. Whatever she has taken in, I will make sure she pays back double. Hearing Chun Mo's words, Bian Shuozhang took a deep breath, tears welling up in his eyes, and nodded heavily. Thank you, Mr. Chun. I will follow your lead. Chun Mo nodded slightly, then looked at him. Once everything is settled here in the provincial city and your aunt is fully taken care of, go directly to Jiangsheng Guanlan Yujing to find me. Don't keep me waiting too long. Rest assured, Mr. Chun. Once my mom is settled, I will rush over immediately. Bian Shuozhang gritted his teeth, his gaze revealing an unprecedented determination. Subsequently, Chun Mo did not linger in the hospital and walked out of the inpatient department building. Chun Mo opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. With a dull roar from the V8 engine, the Hummer sped onto the highway back to Jiangsheng. The early winter scenery outside the car window raced past. Chun Mo casually put on his Bluetooth headset and dialed Lin Weiner's number. Bian Zuzhang's situation had arisen too suddenly. Chun Mo had not had time to explain to Lin Weiner before hastily leaving. The phone rang only once before being picked up, and Lin Weiner's concerned voice came through. Mr. Chun, you left so hurriedly this morning. Is there a big problem? Where are you now? Do you need me to come help? Hearing the panic and concern in Lin Weiner's tone warmed Chun Mo's heart, and he slowed his voice. It's nothing, don't worry. Yesterday, a friend of mine had some trouble at home. The situation is basically stabilized now. Chun Mo leaned back in his seat, watching the road ahead, while briefly explaining the general situation about Bian Shuozhang to Lin Weiner over the phone. Upon hearing Chun Mo's account, Lin Weiner on the other end of the line became so angry that her breath was slightly uneven. Her prominent chest heaved violently, and she gritted her teeth, saying, how could this woman named Wang Li be so malicious? This is simply extortion and attempted murder. Mr. Chun, how do you plan to punish her? My uncle has already contacted a law firm in the provincial city for both criminal and civil lawsuits. They will submit a pre-litigation property preservation application tomorrow morning to freeze all her assets. However, we still need to pay attention to the over 100,000 yuan in savings that Wang Li took. Lin Weiner, please contact President Sun Jian and ask him to use his connections within the bank to freeze Wang Li's bank card for now. Though Sun Jian is merely the president of a branch of Huagua Bank, Chun Mo is a client that even the head office has been alerted to, making this preemptive property freeze request not too difficult. Lin Weiner swiftly noted this down in her memo, responding earnestly, understood, Mr. Chun. I'll take care of it right away. In the center of Chenghu City, in an elegant and expensive French restaurant, Wang Li, heavily made up, was reclining on a comfortable sofa, leisurely swirling a glass of red wine, her newly bought gold bracelet sparkling under the light. On the table lay an exquisite French feast, black truffles, expensive steak, and high-quality caviar, with this meal easily costing thousands. Her best friend Zhou Ting was cutting her steak, while looking enviously at the stack of high-end cosmetics peeking out from Wang Li's bag, unable to help but gossip. Lily, why have you suddenly become so rich recently? By the way, what about your fiancé, Bian Shuozhang? Didn't you say a few days ago that you were going to try on wedding dresses? Why haven't you mentioned him lately? As soon as she heard the name Bian Shuozhang, Wang Li's previously triumphant face instantly fell, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes as she coldly snorted, don't mention that worthless wretch to me. Talking about him makes me nauseous. Zhou Ting was taken aback. What happened? Did you two have a fight? A fight? That useless man actually dared to hit me. Wang Li raised her voice. Is it just because the customized wedding dress costs a few thousand yuan? His mother was nagging him next to me. I merely argued a bit. As a result, that waste Bian Shuazhang actually slapped me. I called the police on the spot, accusing him of intentional injury, and had the police take him to the detention center. Zhou Ting gasped hesitantly, asking, huh? Something like this happened? He dared to hit you before marriage. What if you get married? That would be even worse. Wang Li spat fiercely, gritting her teeth. Exactly, that damned Bian Shuazhang. I thought he was quite honest before. I didn't expect him to dare to lay a hand on me. I transferred all the tens of thousands of yuan he had saved for our wedding and house to my account as compensation for my emotional distress. Don't mention him again. Zhou Ting echoed. That's right, Lily, you're right. These people seem honest on the surface, but we don't know what they are like behind our backs. You deserve that money. Of course I Wang Li am not a soft persimmon. Wang Li proudly raised her chin. After finishing the meal, Wang Li elegantly waved her hand. Waiter, check please. The waiter quickly approached and politely presented the bill. Hello, ma'am. Your total is 3,800 yuan. Charge it. Wang Li generously pulled out a Huagua bank card from her bag and handed it over. This card contained the hard-earned money she had taken from Bian Shuazhang for their wedding and house. However, a minute later, the waiter returned with a troubled expression, handing the card back with both hands. I'm sorry, ma'am, your card was declined. The POS machine shows transaction restrictions. Wang Li furrowed her brows and impatiently shouted, how is that possible? There are over 100,000 in it. Is your machine broken? Try it again. The waiter could only attempt again, but the result was still a failed transaction. What a useless machine. Used this one. Wang Li pulled out another card under her name. However, Sun Jian had already locked down all her accounts through internal connections. After trying 3 different bank cards, the POS machine repeatedly displayed account frozen. At that moment, many diners in the restaurant turned their gazes toward her, filled with strange expressions. Wang Li's face instantly turned red, and she screamed, is your restaurant deliberately causing trouble? I clearly have money in my account. How can it all be frozen? Just as she was throwing a fit in the hall, her phone in her bag suddenly rang violently. The caller ID showed her mother. Wang Li answered the phone angrily. Mom, what's wrong? I'm eating, and my card has a problem. Before she could finish, her mother's wailing voice came through. Lily, what kind of huge disaster have you caused in the provincial city? Just now, people from the court and several police officers rushed into our house. They said you are suspected of illegally occupying another's huge property, false accusations, and indirect intentional injury. Now, not only have all your bank accounts been frozen, but even our only house back home has been sealed by the court and forcibly frozen. Boom. Like a thunderclap in her mind, Wang Li froze in place, and her phone fell to the ground with a thud. Her face turned pale, her legs went weak, and she slumped onto the chair, finally showing a hint of panic in her eyes. What on earth was happening? Was it that honest and impoverished man Bian Shuazhang who did this? Impossible. If he had such power, could she have kept him under her thumb all this time? Suddenly, Wang Li seemed to remember something, but before she could react, 2 police officers had already entered the restaurant, apprehending the collapsed Wang Li and taking her away. As for Zhou Ting across from her, she was already in shock. The cruel reality was now that Wang Li was gone, she still had to pay the exorbitant bill. Please leave a good review, give a nudge for updates. The author promises more exciting content ahead. With the law firm intervening rapidly, Wang Li not only faced criminal prosecution for illegally occupying a significant amount of someone else's property and false accusations, but also had a civil lawsuit for indirect intentional injury added due to her malicious insults directed at an elderly person in a wedding dress shop, which triggered a heart attack. The hundreds of thousands she had taken from Bian Shuazhang meant for buying a house and getting married, along with her parents' only property back home, were all forcibly frozen by the court before the lawsuit. What awaits this malicious woman will be the systematic trial by the judicial and prosecutorial authorities, as well as the cold iron bars of a high prison wall. On Monday morning, the late November sunlight streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows of Villa No. 16 in Jiangcheng's Guanlan Yujing. Chen Mo was dressed in comfortable gray home attire, quietly sitting at the desk in the master bedroom. The room was very quiet, with the floor heating completely isolating the chill of early winter. At 8:50 a.m., his uncle Chun Liping sent a text. Xiao Mo, the law firm and the court have completed all communications. The lawsuit for your aunt's medical expenses, which Wang Li will fully compensate, has been officially accepted. Your aunt is being transferred to a regular ward today and is in good condition. Chun Mo glanced at it and casually placed his phone on the table. Shortly after, Zhao Chang's call came in. Boss, according to your instructions, all 8 major targets, including CITIC Securities CRRC and Dongfang Caifu, have been fully established. Very good, Lao Zhao. Keep an eye on the risk control line, send me the daily report to my email on time, and then we just wait for the winds to rise. Chun Mo spoke in a calm tone, giving a few instructions before hanging up. After finishing the discussions regarding Kyoto, Chun Mo rubbed his slightly dry eye corners and leaned back in his chair. He casually switched the interface on the terminal and opened his personal independent share trading account. The screen flickered as a long string of numbers representing his funds jumped into view. Currently, his base asset of 200 million leveraged at 1-1 through Haidong Securities VIP channel was fully invested in Longshore Heavy Industries, the first stock to surge in the new year. Since this new stock was continuously hitting the limit up, there was no need for any adjustments. Chun Mo glanced at the current holding data, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Currently, his personal account had already seen a nearly 50 floating profit. The base of 200 million had inexplicably ballooned to nearly 300 million in terrifying scale. It's almost time. Chun Mo supported his chin with one hand, recalling from his past lives memories that Longshore Heavy Industries would soar to its peak in early December. However, he did not intend to hold on until the end. Chun Mo planned to clear his position the moment the account's assets doubled, that is when the floating profit reached 100. Although Longshore Heavy Industries would still have significant upward potential afterward, he didn't plan to chase the tail end. In the capital market, the worst mistake is to eat everything clean. By leaving some profits for those Latitotha game speculators and retail investors to take over, not only could he secure his funds safely, but it was also a way to train his mindset. Looking at the limit up board on the screen, Chun Mo smiled, then opened the largest stock exchange forum in the country, Taoguba. He logged into a long dormant account with the ID prominently reading Silent Scythe. Upon entering his personal homepage, messages and comments exploded in the inbox, practically overwhelming him. Scythe God, where have you been? Everyone is waiting for your guidance. Ever since the battle with CITIC Securities before the National Day, Scythe brother has completely vanished. Many people in the stock forum are urging you to update daily. Please come back, Scythe boss. We need you to update the recap diary. Looking at the countless retail investors and short-term traders in the forum who revered him as a deity and urged for updates, Chun Mo smiled indifferently, opting not to reply and conveniently pressed the screen off. In a week's time, when Longshore Heavy Industries peaked, he would reappear in the public eye holding a personal account with several billions of real cash after doubling his investment, exposing it forcefully on the leaderboard, which would likely cause a sensation throughout the entire Taoguba and even the short-term trading circle in the country, leaving a mark in history. At that time, the 5 words Silent Scythe would become an unapproachable myth. Just as Chun Mo leaned back in his chair, quietly closing his eyes to rest. Buzz, buzz. The phone placed on the marble table rang again, the harsh vibration shattering the tranquility of the room. Chun Mo opened his eyes and glanced at the screen. Caller ID Longshin Group, Lu Xin. Chun Mo raised an eyebrow, just pressing the answer button without having time to speak. Huff, huff, huff. On the other end of the line, Lu Xin's heavy breathing came through instantly. President Chun, you're amazing. You've truly descended from the heavens. The explosion at that poor stone ditch has really caused a huge commotion. Where are you right now? It's urgent. Come to the rock-strewn area now. Listening to Lu Xin's frantic voice, Chun Mo was not. The memories from his past life matched perfectly. The super-large natural gold or vein buried beneath the waste shale and rocky fault zone and worth tens of billions was about to see the light of day again. Lu, stay calm. Chun Mo leaned back in his chair, speaking in a calm tone. I'm on my way. Before I arrive, have the core work team seal off the scene and prevent any outsiders from approaching. Understood. Understood. I'll personally guard the warning line. President Chun, please hurry. After hanging up the phone, Chun Mo did not rush to leave, but sat at his desk, slightly squinting his eyes, his long fingers gently tapping on the tabletop. Although Lu Xin was loyal and valued brotherhood, he was after all a rough man who operated in both the underworld and legitimate business. Now that the gold mine was emerging, facing wealth that could drive anyone insane, relying solely on a joint venture contract might not be secure enough. Moreover, he held 70 of the shares. With this in mind, Chun Mo picked up his phone again, skillfully dialing the private number of Director Ma from the County Land Bureau. The call was quickly connected and Director Ma's amiable laughter came through. Oh, President Chun, why are you calling me so early in the morning? Is there an issue with the red line map for Shinshin Mining? Good morning, Director Ma. Chun Mo smiled as he spoke, his tone neither arrogant nor impatient. There's no issue with the red line map. It's just that during the exploratory blasting of the first phase at Dongjio's rockstrewn area today, there was an anomaly in the drilling data. I was wondering if Director Ma, being an expert in land planning, has time this morning to accompany me to the site to guide. Director Ma was quite experienced, and upon hearing anomaly and site guidance combined with Chun Mo's mysterious background, his nerves instantly tensed up. How could he refuse such a door-to-door opportunity? He immediately patted his chest and agreed, I have time. Since President Chun has spoken, I will make time. I'm on my way to Dongjiao right now in the Bureau's car. After hanging up Director Ma's call, Chun Mo did the same and called Director Zhou, the head of the Mining Bureau. Upon hearing that Director Ma from the Land Bureau had already set off, Director Zhou was even more eager not to fall behind, repeatedly expressing his desire to personally lead the team to the site for a joint safety and environmental inspection. Chun Mo put away his phone and changed into his coat, bringing both directors along. On the surface, it was to witness the birth of a benchmark project, but in reality, it was to prevent Lu Xin from monopolizing the gains and to eliminate any thoughts of him wanting to take everything for himself. However, this time Chun Mo was clearly overthinking. At this very moment, at the site of the shattered Rocky Mountain in the eastern suburbs of Jiangqing, the entire rocky area was surrounded tightly by dozens of Longshin Group's dump trucks and more than 20 fierce-looking individuals wielding steel pipes, not allowing even a fly to enter. And beside the German-imported heavy drilling rig in the center, a massive pit over 10 meters deep had been dug out from the soil and shale. At this moment, Lu Xin was not wearing his shiny black mink coat, but instead was covered in yellow mud, kneeling unceremoniously at the edge of the pit. His two strong hands tightly cradled a few core excavated items just brought up from a depth of 100 meters. They were not ordinary coal, nor were they common waste granite. Under the scorching sunlight, the broken surfaces of those heavy ores were glaringly exposed with vast swathes of brilliant golden yellow particles. Gold dust, natural gold, or with an utterly outrageous gold content. Gold. It's really gold. An entire or vein. Lu Xin murmured to himself, slapping his meaty face hard. The crisp sound of the slap made him gasp in pain. At this moment, all his speculations and doubts about Chun Mo deep in his heart were completely turned. Lu Xin suddenly turned his head, looking at the shabby map of the rocky area that Chun Mo had casually circled with a black marker the night before. The old exploration team had checked this place countless times and said it was a barren stone ditch that couldn't yield anything, but that high school student had merely drawn a circle and pinpointed the basic drilling position accurately. With one shovel, he directly unearthed a gold mine worth at least 10 billion right next to the coal area. How could this be something an ordinary tycoon's illegitimate child could achieve? The rumbling of the engine drew nearer as the massive Hummer H2 surged up the highest barren slope. Following closely behind were two Volkswagen sedans from the county's Land Bureau and Mining Bureau. As soon as the vehicle came to a halt, Lu Xin, accompanied by more than 20 members of the Longshin Group, quickly surrounded it. The car door swung open, and Chun Mo stepped down from the driver's seat. At the same time, Director Ma and Director Zhou also opened their car doors and hurriedly walked over, stepping on the scattered gravel. Before the two directors could exchange pleasantries, an astonishing scene unfolded. Led by Lu Xin, over 20 powerful figures from the Longshin Group, known for their dominance in Jiangqing County, all spoke in unison as Chun Mo stepped out. "Greetings, President Chun." The thunderous chorus of over 20 men shook the very stones of the mountain. Directors Ma and Zhou were taken aback, exchanging glances filled with disbelief. Lu Xin, who usually merely offered a forced smile and a cigarette to the two directors, had never shown such deference to a young man before. Chun Mo remained composed, stepped forward, and glanced at Lu Xin. "President Lu, I heard that our Xingshin mining has made a significant discovery, so I called Director Ma and Director Zhou to join us." "You are wise, President Chen. It is an honor for our Xingshin mining to have Directors Ma and Zhou personally come to guide us on site." Lu Xin beamed with flattery, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he looked at Chun Mo. "President Chun, Director Ma, Director Zhou, let's not stand in this wind. Please follow me." Lu Xin gestured and then led the way. Directors Ma and Zhou, suppressing their astonishment, followed closely behind Chun Mo. They knew Lu Xin too well for this rough man to lower himself. So much could only mean one thing. The discovery underground was undoubtedly extraordinary. Crossing through the security line of the Longshin Group, they arrived at the edge of a deep pit dug out by a heavy... "Gentlemen, please take a look." Lu Xin's voice trembled as he unveiled the red silk covering a nearby aluminum tray. Inside the tray lay several hefty, freshly unearthed core rock layers from deep underground. The scorching sunlight of early winter shone down, illuminating the brilliant golden particles exposed on the fractured surface of the ore, refracting dazzling rays of light. "Is this a gold mine?" Director Zhou, the head of the Mining Bureau, instantly raised his voice in a sharp tone. He lost his composure, crouching down, pulling out his glasses and a magnifying glass from his pocket, leaning over the tray. "Heavens! With this gold content and crystallinity, this is highly likely an extraordinarily large primary natural gold vein." Director Ma of the Land Bureau was also completely stunned, his head buzzing. Having served as a Land Bureau chief for most of his life, he had a clear mental map of the county's geological red lines. This eastern suburban rocky fracture zone had been thoroughly explored by past survey teams, with reports clearly stating waste shale mixed with worthless granite, a barren wasteland with no potential. Yet now, on the very first day of work, Xingshin Mining had unearthed an incredible gold mine right next to the coking coal area. What extraordinary luck and skill was this? President Chun. Director Ma suddenly turned his head and looked at Chun Mo, his eyes filled with shock and a deep-seated reverence. Did you already have news about this? Hearing this, Lu Xian nearby could not help but elevate Chun Mo to an almost divine status in his mind. He was ready to wager that this young President Chun must have utilized state-of-the-art geological spectrometry technology unheard of by ordinary people. Otherwise, how could he possibly pinpoint such a discovery in a ravine that even seasoned experts had overlooked? Everyone, it's just a coincidence. I simply found this land appealing. Despite Chun Mo's words, no one present believed him, considering him merely modest. Chun Mo looked at the two directors and continued. Jiangxing County is the soil where Xingqin technology has taken root. The fact that Xingqin Mining struck gold on its first shovel is thanks to the county's long-standing support. Therefore, I personally decide to allocate 15 of the total profits from this gold mine directly to the county's finances and special construction fund. Of course, for the future development of Xingqin Mining's mining area and surrounding security support, I hope to receive the government's strong backing. Upon hearing this, the breaths of directors Ma and Zhou suddenly caught in their throats, overwhelmed by the enormity of this unexpected fortune, their faces flushed with excitement. This was a primary natural gold mine valued at least $1 billion. A 15 profit share meant tens of millions, or even over $100 million in pure cash for the finances. In this small county lacking large-scale projects, such funds and the accompanying political achievements would allow the entire county administration to walk proudly in the city. President Chun, what a grand vision. You are truly a businessman with a genuine sense of social responsibility. Director Ma exclaimed excitedly, his face flushed, eager to award Chun Mo an honorary medal on the spot. Director Zhou of the Mining Bureau was equally ecstatic, nodding in agreement. Rest assured, President Chun, with your 15 profit share support, the government will be the most solid backing for Xingqin Mining. Director Ma and I will rush back to the county immediately to report this astounding news to the county mayor and Deputy Mayor Wang. Expect good news. The county will definitely greenlight our gold mine in the highest level standing committee. Standing nearby, Lu Xian grinned widely upon hearing Chun Mo casually offer 15 of the profits, not feeling any pinch. For a mine of this caliber, attempting to keep it all to oneself would eventually attract the attention of larger. By sharing 15 with the local government for protection and privileges, even if Chun Mo did not mention it today, Lu Xian would certainly bring it up later at the dinner table. He had not expected that this high school graduate boss could possess such insight. While the three leaders discussed serious matters, Lu Xian wholeheartedly support this. Lu Xian clapped his thigh, chiming in. Everyone was delighted. Directors Ma and Zhou, having gained tremendous political capital, eagerly hopped into the Volkswagen sedan and hurried back to the county government to seek credit with the county mayor. After sending off the two directors, Lu Xian brushed the dust off his hands, approached Chun Mo, and quietly said, President Chun, to be honest, I heard from Manager Lin that local real estate developers are seeking to find a shell company for an overall acquisition. Chun Mo tilted his head slightly to look at him. President Lu, you have your ear to the ground. What does Longxin Group want to dip its toes in real estate? Not exactly. Lu Xian chuckled and slapped his thigh. But President Chun, this is quite a coincidence. My cousin Lu Fei runs Feiyu Real Estate in the county. To be honest, the villa complex you are currently residing in, the Guanlan Yujing, was developed by my cousin Lu Fei and his team. Hearing the name Guanlan Yujing, Chun Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. The planning and construction of that villa area were indeed commendable, and even with his discerning eye from his past life, it could be considered a project that stood out in a small county in 2014. Lu Fei is a straightforward person. He has no room for compromise when it comes to construction quality. He is also extremely experienced in land acquisition approvals and construction in the local real estate circle. Lu Xian sighed almost regretfully, but this kid is out of luck, having hit the real estate winter this year. He is stubborn and insists on using high-leverage private loans to acquire new land in Changhu City. As a result, his funding chain completely broke, and now he faces daily harassment at the sales office to repay debts on the verge of bankruptcy and liquidation. Lu Xian rubbed his nose. To be honest, I planned to let him fend for himself and give up on him entirely when I saw him begging me for funds the other day. But who would have thought, President Chun, that you are interested in entering the real estate market? Lu Xian looked at Chun Mo, his eyes filled with anticipation. Although Feiyu Real Estate is not large in scale, it is very clean, and the core construction and design team is all there. If you're interested, I can bring that kid back from the provincial city this afternoon. As long as you're willing to give him a hand and let him serve as your assistant, the entire Feiyu Real Estate will follow your lead. After a moment of reflection, Chun Mo spoke. Anyone capable of building a project of Guanlan Yujing's quality must have some real skill. Fine. This afternoon, set up a meeting and bring him over. Got it, Boss Chun. He'll arrange it right away. Lu Xian cheerfully pulled out his phone and began making calls. Inwardly, he marveled that this young boss Chun was truly his lucky charm and cash cow. That afternoon in the reception hall of Yulong Manor, Chun Mo changed into a crisp black casual outfit and arrived with Lin Wan. Before long, Lu Xin entered leading a gaunt middle-aged man. The man wore a slightly wrinkled suit, exuding an air of dejection. This was Lu Xin's cousin Lu Fei, the head of Feiyu Real Estate. Boss Chun, this is my worthless cousin Lu Fei, Lu Xin announced as he stepped inside. Boss Chun. Hello. Lu Fei extended his hand, nervously, his voice hoarse. For days he had been besieged by loan sharks and creditors from private fundraising. His sales office had been vandalized, his company teetered on the brink of bankruptcy, and his prime land parcels were about to be forcibly auctioned by the court. Before coming, he had heard from his cousin Lu Xin that this young boss Chun was a tycoon who could red land veins and mobilize hundreds of millions in capital. Now meeting him in person, his heart was filled with trepidation. Have a seat. Chun Mo nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over Lu Fei. President Lu, I hear you're sitting on a pile of troubled assets and can't even pay back the loan sharks. One sentence cut straight to the heart, leaving Lu Fei no room for face. Lu Fei's face turned pale. He bowed his head in shame and smiled bitterly. To be honest, Boss Chun, the real estate winter in the first half of this year was brutal. I was too aggressive. Last year, I acquired 2 plots on the outskirts of Chenghu City at high prices, hoping to play the high-leverage game. But then credit tightened, the non-standard funding chain snapped, and now the company can't even scrape together a single yuan. The debt, it's a crushing 40 million. Chun Mo ignored his lament. Instead, he took a map of Chenghu City from Lin Wan, spread it on the table, and tapped it with his index finger. Let's set aside the debt for now. Lu Fei, the 930 policy has been implemented. Where do you see the lifeline for the real estate market going forward? Mentioning his own field, a glimmer of light shone in Lu Fei's despondent eyes. He took a deep breath, instinctively straightened up, and pointed to the fringe areas on the map. Boss Chun, outsiders think the 930 policy is just a bailout for first-tier cities, and that second- and third-tier cities like Chenghu and Shizhou province won't get a piece of the pie. But I disagree. With the recognized house not loan gate wide open, capital will inevitably spill into private markets. Big developers will fight for prime city center land, but Chenghu's only path to growth is to expand east and south. The 3 plots I've been clinging to, even taking out high-interest loans to hold, are currently ignored suburban mudflats. But they sit precisely at the core intersection of Chenghu's future high-tech industrial park and subway line. If I can get a bridge loan to start construction and weather these darkest 2 months, these plots will become lucrative gold-paved land in Chenghu by next year. I swear it on my life. Watching Lu Fei's fervent eyes before the map, Lin Wan's beautiful eyes flickered with surprise. She had thought he was just a gambler cornered by debt, but his vision for real estate development was unexpectedly far. Yet Chun Mo, seated in the main chair, was filled with emotion. In his past life memories, Chenghu City had indeed launched an eastward and southward expansion strategy during the boom from 2015 to 2018. And the plots Lu Fei held had multiplied over tenfold in a few years, becoming prime high-tech development zone. You've got good instincts and your foundation is clean. You're cut out for real estate. Chun Mo leaned back in his chair, flicked his finger, and continued. 50 million in cash. Once the contract is signed, Stellar Technology will fully inject the funds into Feiyu Real Estate within 24 hours. That money will be enough to wipe out your loan shark debts and private fundraising mess. But I want 60 of Feiyu's absolute core shares with veto power and controlling rights on the board. You'll still handle daily construction and land development, but Stellar Technology will take over all finances and seals. If you're willing to sign, stay. If not, I won't force you. 50 million in pure cash for 60 equity. These words struck Lu Fei like a lifeline to a withered tree. He had come this afternoon prepared for the worst, filing for bankruptcy protection and watching his hard-won land parcels be auctioned off by creditors. But he never dreamed that this 18-year-old young boss would throw down 50 million at a stroke, not only resolving his debt crisis, but also leaving him with 40 equity to continue running the show. I'm willing. 1,000 times willing. Without a second's hesitation, Lu Fei leaped to his feet, nearly bursting into tears from sheer ecstasy. He gripped Chun Mo's hand tightly. Boss Chun, thank you so much. From today on, Feiyu Real Estate bears your name. Whatever you say goes, and it'll follow without question. Pleasure doing business. Manager Lin, draft the contract. Chun Mo smiled faintly. Lu Xin, seeing his cousin saved and aboard Chun Mo's ship, was beaming with joy, showering Chun Mo with endless gratitude. 10 minutes later, after seeing off the grateful Lu Xin and Lu Fei, the reception hall fell. Lin Wan approached with a stack of freshly signed equity agreements, her beautiful eyes full of admiration, though her tone carried a hint of teasing. Boss Chun, your spending speed is truly eye-opening. You just approved 50 million for Xinjiang mining and now another 50 million into Feiyu Real Estate. Our account is running a bit low. Hearing this, Chun Mo slowly opened his eyes, pulled out a black card from Huagua Bank from his coat pocket, and toyed with it between his fingers. How much is left in the account? Chun Mo asked. Lin Wan shifted slightly, crossing her long, elegant legs in nude stockings, and replied softly, Boss Chun, after deducting essential operating costs for stellar technology and dear technology, plus the risk control funds for legal and administrative departments, we have about 30 million in cash on hand. Hearing this figure, Chun Mo nodded, then took out his phone and opened Huagua Bank's private settlement gateway. He tapped the screen a few times, and in the next second Lin Wan's phone vibrated faintly. The notification read successful transfer of RMB 300,000 to Stellar Technologies corporate account. There's still 20 million left on the card. Chun Mo pocketed the black card, clapped his hands, and stood up. I've transferred 30 million to you. Tomorrow morning, have the finance department wire it to Feiyu Real Estate's account. Let Lu Fei clear all external debt risks. Assign some people to oversee it, then take control of the company's accounts and seals. As we acquire more companies, you can expand the staff accordingly. Understood, Boss Chun. He'll handle it right away. Just then, Chen Mo's phone rang. He raised an eyebrow and pressed the answer button. Boss Chun, I've arrived. On the other end came Bian Zuzhang's hoarse voice. The car my uncle arranged brought me to Jiangxing County. At the main gate of Guanlan Yujing Villa District. Wait there. He'll be right over. Chen Mo instructed calmly before hanging up. He grabbed his coat from the sofa, slipped it on, and glanced at Lin Wan. Let's go. Back to Guanlan. Yes, Boss Chun. Lin Wan efficiently gathered the documents on the table and followed Chen Mo. They drove to the main gate of the Villa District, where a plain black sedan was parked. Bian Shuizhang in a plaid shirt and black-rimmed glasses stood waiting. The security guard recognized the Hummer H2 and its familiar license plate, hurried over to salute. Chen Mo got out, tossed him a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, then waved at Bian Shuizhang. Get in the car. Upon hearing the voice, Bian Shuizhang felt a jolt through his body and hurriedly opened the heavy back door of the Hummer H2, sitting in with a hint of awkwardness. His gaze subconsciously flickered to the front seat, momentarily fixating on Lin Weiner in the passenger seat for a fraction of a second. In that instant, a glimmer of astonishment flashed in Bian Zuzhang's eyes. At that moment, Lin Weiner was dressed in a professional suit, her white shirt taut against her ample bosom, while her long, elegant legs wrapped in ultra-thin black stockings were gracefully crossed. She merely turned her head politely and nodded slightly at Bian Shuizhang. Flustered, he quickly averted his gaze and awkwardly adjusted his black-framed glasses. President Chun. As the car slowly drove into the Guanshan Yujing, a serene silence enveloped the cabin. Bian Shuizhang took a deep breath and broke the silence. My mother's condition has stabilized completely. If it weren't for you, my mother would truly have. As he spoke, Bian Zuzhang's throat tightened once more. He turned his head, his eyes reddening, and spoke with a trembling voice. The life-saving grace of you and my uncle, Bian Shuizhang, will repay in this lifetime through hard work. President Chen, thank you. Money can solve anything, that's not a problem. Chun Mo calmly held the steering wheel, his tone indifferent. Since the old lady is fine, let's refocus. It's time to get down to business. Vroom. The car slowly stopped at the fork in the road between the Xingchen Technology Headquarters and Building 16. Chun Mo turned to Lin Weiner and said, Lin Weiner, you should head back to the company to handle the follow-up. All right, President Chun, Lin Weiner replied, then pushed open the door and got out. Chun Mo took Bian Shuizhang back to the study in Building 16. The underfloor heating in the study was quite sufficient. Please sit. Chun Mo gestured to the chair across from him. Bian Shuizhang sat upright, his hands resting on his knees. Chun Mo wasted no time and spoke directly. I previously mentioned that I've reviewed the quantitative algorithm codes you've run on the school server. Using Markov chains combined with Monte Carlo simulations to deduce the volatility errors in nonlinear asset pricing. This concept is currently in an absolute blank stage in our country. Chun Mo crossed his arms over his chest, staring intently into Bian Zuzhang's eyes. In traditional financial markets, it's about market intuition, insider information, and the brutal collision of capital scale. However, within the next 5 to 10 years, the global financial battlefield will fully transition into a microsecond-level systematic game. I need you to develop comprehensively towards quantitative investment and high-frequency trading with the computational power you have. The future of investment will undoubtedly be dominated by quantification. Listening to Chun Mo's words, Bian Shuizhang felt his blood boiling. This was the vast ocean of stars he truly loved and was even willing to dedicate his life to studying. Compared to this, that monthly salary of 3,000 as a librarian was nothing but a humiliation to his life. President Chun, I can definitely make it work. Bian Shuizhang clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. I have never doubted your abilities. Now I'm offering you a monthly salary of 10,000. Additionally, the public account of Xingchen Technology will separately allocate 1 million in cash tomorrow for you to practice with. You can freely test your algorithm's volatility. Don't fear any losses. The most important thing is to develop a solid quantitative strategy and model. Of course, if the account is profitable within these 3 months, all profits will belong to you. A monthly salary of 10,000. 1 million in real cash for independent testing. Bian Shuizhong was utterly dumbfounded. He never expected Chen Mo to trust him so much. President Chen, this isn't compliant, the risks of product testing. Bian Shuizhong flailed his hands in a bit of panic. I am the rule. Chen Mo directly interrupted him. Your next task is to go to the adjacent Xingchen technology office. Lin Weiner has already cleared out an independent bedroom for you. In the next 3 months, I will not interfere with your operations. Perfect this quantitative algorithm model and run thorough stress tests for me. Chen Mo slowly stood up. 3 months later, I will take you to meet someone for a more important task. Bian Shuizhong hurriedly stood up, bowing deeply without any hesitation. Please rest assured, President Chen. I will comply with all your arrangements. I will definitely perfect the quantitative model. Go on, don't keep me waiting too long. Chen Mo waved his hand. Bian Shuizhong eagerly turned and pushed the door, quickly heading towards the Xingchen Technology headquarters in Building 18. For a mathematical genius who had just risen from the brink of despair, an absolutely quiet independent bedroom, a top-notch setup, with full computational power and 1 million in unrestricted testing funds, was simply the most perfect paradise. His mind was filled with those flickering codes and complex quantitative models eager to pound on the keyboard every single minute. The study returned to silence. Chen Mo took out his phone and casually clicked on the flickering penguin icon on the desktop. As soon as he logged in, the QQ notification sound began to ring incessantly. On the screen, the account with a cool landscape profile picture noted as Su Qingyan had a conspicuous red indicating a message. This girl had sent him a dozen messages during the past period. Chen Mo, did you really go to the provincial city for that close training? Why can't I reach you by phone, and why haven't you replied to any QQ messages? Today the math teacher gave us a set of province-wide joint exam simulation papers, and they are really difficult. I'm the only one in the class who barely managed to solve the last 2 questions. If you don't practice problems now, be careful, I might surpass you next time. Hey, is the training exhausting? It's gotten colder in the provincial city these past few days. Do you have enough clothes? The last message was sent last night, carrying a hint of unmasked loneliness. After the National Day holiday, you haven't come to school for almost a month. When will you return to class? Looking at the long string of messages on the screen, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile, casually pulling over the calendar on the desk to take a glance. Unknowingly, it was already late November. There were less than 2 days left until the 3rd full school joint monthly exam at Jiangqing One High School. Although he had previously obtained the privilege of temporary leave from school due to his top score of 738 in the province, it was still not good for him to stay away for too long. Moreover, the plans for Deer Technology and Xingxin Mining had already been rolled out in Jiangqing County, and the accounts were in the midst of being laid out. There really wasn't much busy work at the moment. It's time to go home. Chen Mo turned off the phone screen, stood up, and hailed a taxi outside, heading towards the family building of the health center. Please give a good review and urge for updates. Recently, the stock market has been tough. It's really difficult. The early winter night breeze carried a chill. After Chen Mo got out of the car, he could faintly smell the aroma of dishes from various households. Creak. Chen Mo pushed open the door to his home, where warm yellow light illuminated the interior. Hey, son, why are you suddenly back? Seeing Chen Mo's figure, Li Xiaoyun hurriedly got up from the living room, her face full of undisguised joy. You've been in the provincial city for half a month of special training, and you didn't even call home. Do you still care about me and your dad? Chen Zhangwo, sitting on the sofa, also put down his teacup, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Mom, the discipline of the special training in the provincial city is strict. We have to hand in our phones every day. I just finished the training and came straight home. Chen Mo casually hung his trench coat on the rack, walked into the living room with familiarity, and cheerfully poured Chen Zhangwo some hot water. Dad, how have you been lately? You look healthy. The dental clinic must be quite busy these days, right? You little brat, stop your chit-chat. Chen Zhangwo jokingly scolded, taking a sip from his teacup, his tone brimming with pride. I heard from your teacher Lu that the school will hold the 3rd citywide joint exam in 2 days. How did you do with that special teacher in the provincial city? Are you confident in maintaining your first place this time? Li Xiaoyun also looked at Chen Mo, saying, Yes, Xiao Mo, your uncle praised your special training class to the skies over the phone, saying that you will definitely surprise everyone when you return this time. Be honest with Mom, how prepared are you? Facing the expectations and anxiety in his parents' eyes, Chen Mo pulled out a chair and sat down, saying, Mom, don't worry. In the past half month, I basically reviewed all the comprehensive sciences and mathematics. I've fully integrated all the knowledge points. I'm confident I can keep my first place in this month's exam. This kid has really hit a breakthrough all of a sudden. Chun Jangwo happily stood up, patting Chun Mo on the shoulder. If you maintain first place this time, it'll double your allowance. Li Xiaoyan looked at her son with such confidence and immediately felt relieved, saying, "Have you eaten yet? Mom will make you some ribs." Hearing this, Chun Mo realized he was indeed a bit hungry, nodding repeatedly. "Sure, Mom, I love your ribs the most." "I love them too. When you're not here, your mom won't even make them for me." Chun Jangwo interjected. "Go away, what does that have to do with you?" Li Xiaoyan rolled her eyes at Chun Jangwo and turned to the kitchen. The dinner was lively and warm, and Chun Mo cherished this atmosphere, which was worth more than any amount of money. The next morning, the morning sun broke through the thin mist, casting a golden hue over the campus of County 1 High School. It was the time for morning self-study, and the classroom of Class 1 Senior Year Science was filled with the sound of reading. The class monitor Lin Yu stood at the podium, holding the English mock exam paper that was distributed over the weekend, loudly explaining the grammar points. Since Chun Mo had suspended his studies, he felt he had once again become the center of the class, even often seizing the opportunity to chat with Su Qingyan about questions, though she did not seem to take him seriously. Clatter! Suddenly the back door of the classroom was gently pushed open. When Chun Mo, dressed in black casual clothes and carrying a shoulder bag, calmly stepped into the classroom, the once noisy back row instantly fell silent, as if a collective mute button had been pressed. What the hell? Chun Mo, the top student in the province, is back. Several boys who usually sat in the back row and were quite rowdy rubbed their eyes nearly popping out. Lin Yes's voice abruptly halted, and the chalk in his hand fell to the ground with a snap, breaking into two. He stared intently at Chun Mo, who walked in confidently, his face shifting from green to pale. The fear of being overwhelmed by Chun Mo's prowess half a month ago surged back within him. Wang Hao even crouched down, afraid that Chun Mo would see him. Chun Mo felt indifferent to the gazes around him, casually walked to his seat, and stuffed his bag into the desk. Although he hadn't been here for nearly a month, the desk was still quite clean with hardly any dust. Outside the corridor, a hurried sound of leather shoes echoed. Lu Jingi hurriedly made his way to the classroom with a thermos. When he saw Chun Mo sitting in the back row through the window, he nearly slipped and dropped the thermos. "Chun Mo, why did you come back today?" Lu Jingi, even forgetting to maintain the authority of the homeroom teacher, rushed through the front door like a gust of wind to Chun Mo's desk. "Did your uncle not say you were in special training in the provincial city? Why are you suddenly back in the county?" Chun Mo stood up, politely smiled, saying, "Teacher Lu, don't worry, everything is fine in the provincial city. I specifically took leave to come back because I heard the school is holding the third joint monthly exam tomorrow. To reassure you and my parents, I've decided to take this exam." "Great. Ambitious. Let's see how you perform." Lu Jingi immediately smiled broadly, his old face filled with wrinkles as he patted Chun Mo on the shoulder repeatedly in praise. With the top student from the province around, his title as an outstanding homeroom teacher this year was as solid as a rock. After advising Chun Mo to take care of himself and not to stress too much, Lu Jingi finally left, contentedly clutching his thermos. As soon as the homeroom teacher left, Chun Mo was about to sit down when Su Qingyan, sitting directly in front of him, immediately turned around. Today she wore an extremely refreshing light blue knitted sweater, her long straight black hair tied into a neat high ponytail. At this moment, her usually cold peach blossom eyes were fixed on Chun Mo, a hint of joy and resentment flashing deep within, weaving a complex mix of emotions. "Boss Chun, were you having too much fun in the provincial city that you finally remembered the way back to Jiangqing?" Su Qingyan snorted lightly, her two long snowy hands crossed in front of her chest, turning her head away to avoid looking at him. "What are you talking about? I was bombarded by someone on QQ every day. If I hadn't come back, I feared my seat would have ignited from your grievances." Chun Mo propped his chin with one hand and winked at her teasingly. "Don't be so self-righteous. That was out of concern for your studies." Su Qingyan's delicate face flushed slightly, a charming shade of red, as she somewhat shyly retorted. Then Su Qingyan took a deep breath, pulled out a physics mock exam paper filled with dense calculations from her desk, and firmly slapped it down in the middle of Chun Mo's desk. This final question, combining the conservation of momentum and electromagnetic induction, I discussed 3 situations, but got stuck at the last step of calculating the limit fluctuation rate. Su Qingyan bit her moist lower lip, her bright peach blossom eyes fixed on Chun Mo, and pouted. "Help me take a look. Don't tell me that after half a month of special training you can't even understand this question." Boom! The classroom of Class 1 Senior Year erupted into a chorus of gasps. The class monitor Lin Yu, who was always paying attention to this side, nearly had his eyes pop out from shock, his jealousy making him want to grind his back teeth. Who in the school didn't know how aloof Su Qingyan was? Usually, aside from Chun Mo, no boy could chat with her for more than 2 sentences. But now this top student was actually taking the initiative to turn around and ask a boy for help with a question. This was definitely not just seeking help. Chun Mo casually took the paper and amused looked at the cold goddess before him, not exposing her, but patiently explaining two different solutions. The early winter sunlight streamed through the mottled glass window, perfectly illuminating the intertwining corners of their clothes. In the following days, Jiangcheng one high school unexpectedly welcomed a rare period of calm and peaceful time. Chun Mo seemed to have truly transformed back into an ordinary senior high school student, attending classes on time every day and joking around with Su Qingyan during breaks, their lives filled with joy and harmony as their tacit understanding and unspoken affection quietly spread across the campus in early winter. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, the introduction of Deere Technologies equipment was proceeding in an orderly manner, and Xingxin Mining had officially begun comprehensive excavation. Everything was moving along the trajectory Chun Mo had set. Soon the third school-wide joint monthly exam arrived as scheduled. For ordinary students, this was a decisive drill before the college entrance examination. Inside the entire teaching building of one high school, one could hear a pin drop, and the air was thick with tension. However, for Chun Mo, these high school exam papers posed no challenge at all. He wrote each subject with fluidity, without any hindrance. On November 27th, in the afternoon, the final comprehensive science exam of the monthly test was halfway through. In the classroom, Chun Mo casually capped his pen and glanced at the filled exam paper in front of him. Then he turned his head to look at the yellowing leaves outside the window and caught a glimpse of Su Qingyan, who was frowning and anxiously biting her pen. Chun Mo smiled lightly, stood up, and grabbed his exam paper and answer sheet. "Teacher, I'm done." His voice abruptly broke the silence in the quiet classroom. The supervising teacher was taken aback, glancing at the clock. There was still a whole hour left until the exam, and the students in the examination room all raised their heads in unison, their eyes filled with disbelief. Lin Ye's hand trembled, almost drawing a deep line on the draft paper. Su Qingyan bit her lip in frustration, raising her beautiful peach blossom eyes to give this unruly guy a fierce glare. Couldn't this person be a little more low-key in school? Chun Mo faced the crowd's gazes, swung his backpack over his shoulder, and elegantly turned to walk out of the examination room. It wasn't that he was deliberately showing off, it was because today marked a day of wealth reshuffling that would be recorded in the annals of global finance for the world's top capital giants and hedge fund sharks. Vienna Black Waterfall. Stepping out of the gate of County one high school, Lin Wan had already sent the Hummer H2 to a shady spot by the road. Chun Mo opened the door and sat in the driver's seat, stepping on the gas and heading towards the Guanlan Yujing Villa. Although his driver's license hadn't arrived yet, this license plate had long been registered in the public security system, and there was no one foolish enough to stop him. 20 minutes later, inside the 16 villas, Chun Mo pulled down the heavy blackout curtains and activated the encrypted terminal. At this moment, the real-time climb of the WTI crude oil 1501 main contract was stubbornly hovering around 80, showing slight fluctuations. At this time in the international oil market, bullish hedge funds and major resource barons were frantically protecting their positions, buying up countless chips. They were all betting wildly, wagering that Saudi Arabia would never allow oil prices to fall below the 80 mark to maintain its fiscal balance. Chun Mo kept his eyes glued to the screen, not even noticing when Lin Wan came in to pour him tea until deep into the night in Beijing. Far away in Vienna, Austria, the OPEC ministerial meeting, which had been held behind closed doors for an entire day, finally released the final red-headed announcement. No production cuts. Saudi Arabia has fully overturned the table. In order to completely crush the rapidly rising shale oil industry in America, Saudi Arabia even announced that it would spare no expense to expand its daily crude oil exports, using a ruthless price war to turn the junction between global new energy and traditional energy into ruins. The moment the news broke, Chun Mo finally let out a sigh of relief. Instantly, the global commodity market erupted in chaos. The oil climb plummeted like a waterfall. 80 was breached in an instant. 78, 75. The short hedges liquidation and forced liquidation orders were wildly trampled in the exchange's pool. 70. Breached. 68. Breached. The bulls were left bleeding profusely, desolation everywhere. Until the early morning, under extreme release, oil reached a historical bottom of 66. 15. Chun Mo finally moved. His long fingers began to click continuously. In his overseas independent trust account at 80. 15. He had perfectly taken profit of the 4,050 oil short positions, fully leveraged at 10 times after it dropped to 66. 15. A staggering profit margin of 14. 40-50 positions, each with 1,000 barrels of oil. Under the madness of 10 times leverage, this wave of shorting directly earned Chun Mo a pure profit of 56.7 million. After one night, the total assets of his offshore account instantly surged to 89.2 million. According to the official fixed exchange rate of about 6.15 at the end of 2014. This sum of money had already reached 550 million renminbi in just half a month. Huh. Chen Mo closed the terminal, slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air as he walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the night in Jiangxing County was as dark as ink. Facing the early winter night wind, Chen Mo took a few deep breaths, his racing heartbeat gradually calming down. The long string of numbers in his offshore account would be enough to ensure any ordinary person a lifetime of comfort, but for Chen Mo, it was still far from enough. As someone who grasped the future of the financial world, he desired far more than this. Chen Mo turned around and sat back down in front of the terminal. He propped his chin with one hand, his gaze fixed on the oil climb that had settled down on the screen. The oil would continue to decline, but for him, it was still too slow. Oil plunged from 80 to 66 overnight, and the bulls on Wall Street are bleeding profusely. But in this energy tsunami, the first to buckle under pressure is definitely not the American shale oil merchants, but the polar bear that relies heavily on energy exports with a singular economic structure. Chen Mo clearly remembered that in December of his previous life, there was another sensational black swan event, the ruble crisis. The cruel economic sanctions imposed by the Western world due to the Crimea incident, coupled with tonight's oil avalanche under the double blow, Russia's foreign exchange reserves would be instantly drained. The ruble was about to face an epic-level credit bankruptcy and crazed devaluation. In Chen Mo's memory at this time, the exchange rate of the dollar to the ruble was still hovering around 50. But as long as December arrived with the adverse effects of the oil plunge completely fermenting, the ruble would crazily depreciate like a kite with a broken string until that fateful Black Tuesday on December 16th, when the dollar-to-ruble rate would be smashed close to 80 by the shorts. It wasn't until the Russian central bank announced an extraordinary measure raising the benchmark interest rate from 10.5 to a staggering 17 that this avalanche was barely stopped. In other words, from now until around December 16th, there exists a staggering profit margin of nearly 30 between the dollar and the ruble. Thinking of this, Chen Mo hesitated for no moment, his fingers flying over the keyboard as he directly brought up the foreign exchange derivative trading interface of Merrill Lynch's overseas desk. With 10 times leverage, he fully went long on the dollar to ruble. He leveraged the 89.2 million he just earned from the oil market at 10 times, deploying nearly 900 million in nominal foreign exchange assets, and began to operate frantically. Although the international foreign exchange market is the largest liquidity pool in the world, with a daily trading volume reaching trillions of dollars, pouring 900 million into it is just a drop in the ocean. However, to avoid drawing the attention of Russian foreign exchange giants and top Western hedge funds, Chen Mo did not choose to dump a single large order. He skillfully activated the terminal's internal split order algorithm, breaking down this nearly 900 million position into tens of thousands of completely irregular small buy orders, and began to nibble at the forward long contracts of Ustrub through dark pools in several overseas financial centers such as London, New York, and Singapore. Tap, 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 tap. In the quiet study, with the underfloor heating providing warmth, only the rhythmic sound of Chen Mo's keyboard could be heard. The night grew deeper. At 3:45 in the morning, after nearly a whole night of vigil, Chen Mo quietly sat in front of the screen, his eyes bloodshot, yet his spirit was extraordinarily excited. This kind of investment, knowing the future trends, was incredibly addictive, with each of your orders ultimately yielding exponential returns. Until the first light of dawn appeared. A hint of fatigue finally flashed in Chen Mo's eyes as the screen showed that his position had reached 100. After nearly a whole night of vigil, he finally completed all the long positions. Next, it was just a matter of waiting for the flowers to bloom. Knock, knock, knock. A soft rapping echoed at the door. The study door creaked open a crack, and Lin Wan entered bearing an elegant tray. When she saw Chen Mo's bloodshot eyes, a pang of tenderness instantly softened her expression. "Mr. Chen, did you stay awake all night?" She approached, setting down steaming chicken and wonton soup and delicate pastries with gentle care. Bending slightly, she murmured in a tone laced with mild reproach, "Mr. Chen, though you're still young, you must cherish your health. Look at those dark circles. You'd fool anyone into thinking you were the employee, not the boss." Chen Mo inhaled the fragrant aroma, and the tension that had coiled through him all night finally began to unwind. He lifted the bowl and took several bites, then smiled. If the boss doesn't work hard, how can he possibly afford such outstanding employees? Once sated, exhaustion swept over him like a tide. With no pretense of formality toward Lin Wan, Chen Mo briefly outlined the day-to-day operations of Starlight Technology before retreating straight to the master bedroom and falling asleep almost instantly upon sinking into the vast bed. As for his parents, he'd already called home the previous day, claiming he would be taking an overnight long-distance bus back to the provincial capital, leaving them utterly unaware that he was sequestered in a villa district deep within the county town. He slept as if the world had ceased to turn. When Chen Mo opened his eyes again, it was 2:30 p.m. Just 30 minutes remained until the share market closed at 300 p.m. Pressing his temples, Chun Mo drank a mouthful of icy mineral water to jolt his mind fully awake. Then, still clad in his pajamas, he returned to the study and unlocked his phone. The screen flickered to life, revealing the real-time intraday charts of both the share markets. Fueled by the bullish sentiment from recent interest rate cuts, the broader index was exhibiting the first unmistakable signs of a raging bull market. And Longshore Heavy Equipment, the stock he held in massive size, remained locked solidly at its 10-daily limit-up unchanged. Day after day, volumeless limit-ups. Chun Mo glanced at the floating profit line on his account. Total floating profit 98.7. Factoring in leveraged capital, that initial 200 million yuan account had ballooned, astonishingly, to nearly 400 million yuan. Doubling was now within arm's reach. Time to exit. Let the market have its share. Chun Mo's fingers flew across the screen. Single order 30 million yuan, sell. Single order 20 million yuan, sell. Single order 50 million yuan, sell. With stoic composure, Chun Mo tapped relentlessly, each multi-million yuan order slamming directly into the 300 million yuan buy wall stacked atop the limit-up price. Market surveillance software across both exchanges and proprietary research terminals at major brokerages flashed instant alerts for abnormal large order activity. Under this barrage of colossal sell orders, Longshore's impenetrable wall of buy-side liquidity dissolved completely in just 10 seconds. Holy hell, a mega sell-off. A top-tier institutional player has just flipped the table. Orders in the tens of millions devoured in 1 second. Who is liquidating this fast? The entire A-share ultra-short-term trading community erupted. Confident institutions and agile hedge funds, still patiently queuing at the top, watched in horror as their once unshakable buy wall collapsed like a cliff face. Panic spread like wildfire. Retail investors and opportunistic traders, belatedly grasping the gravity of the shift, scrambled to withdraw their orders and dumped shares en masse in a stampede. At 2:38 p.m., a Longshore Heavy Equipment's unbroken string of limit-up days, spanning over a dozen consecutive sessions, shattered with a thunderous crash. Its intraday chart plunged like a waterfall, 9, then 8. 5. Chun Mo's remaining multi-million yuan core position exited cleanly at around the 8-gain level, riding the downward momentum to full realization. All holdings fully monetized. Minutes after Chun Mo stepped away, secondary hedge funds and renowned trading desks, having shaken off their initial shock, suddenly recognized the opportunity. Longshore's fundamentals remained pristine, though a mysterious heavyweight had dumped heavily. The stock status as a cross-year monster stock endured, making this a golden window for strategic position rotation. Brothers, the main force is done selling. Time to pile in. A flood of bargain-hunting capital and institutional bids surged back in. What had moments earlier teetered on collapse now stabilized firmly at 8, and by 2:52 p.m., the stock slammed shut once more at its daily limit-up. By session's end, Longshore's turnover rate had soared to an extraordinary near 30, leaving behind a massive high-volume doji candlestick on its Klein chart. Meanwhile, Chun Mo reclined calmly in his chair, gazing at his final settlement statement. The nominal 400 million yuan asset base had been fully converted to cash via VIP channel. He repaid Haitong Securities 100 million yuan margin loan, including accrued interest. His account balance displayed available cash 3024500000. His personal equity in listed stocks had officially breached the 300 million yuan threshold. When he first entered the market, that figure had stood at only 5000. In just 3 months, his capital had multiplied 60,000-fold. An unprecedented feat, and likely unsurpassable unless others too had walked the path of rebirth. At precisely 5:00 p.m., 2 hours post-market close, the exchange's official servers pulsed, refreshing the Dragon Tiger list, the authoritative public record of elite institutional trading activity across the entire market. There, atop Longshore Heavy Equipment's record-breaking Dragon Tiger list sat the top-selling seat, long dormant, now resurrected. Haitong Securities Jiangqing's Inkelu branch. Net sell 395 million. Jiangqing's Inkelu. The scythe has returned. 400 million in ready cash. Wasn't his last Dragon Tiger appearance just 200 million? Has he doubled in mere weeks? Before top-tier domestic hedge fund managers could even process this seat's reappearance, an ID long buried for over half a month suddenly lit up on the stock forum. Silent Scythe. Chun Mo uploaded a screenshot of his account's performance. At the top of the post, he inscribed 12 characters. Longshore cleared, yielding ground to the market. Farewell, friends, until we meet again in the rivers and lakes. Boom. The forum's servers overloaded instantly under the avalanche of likes and replies. The scythe had reemerged, forging in just 3 months a mythic ascent from 100 to 300 million. That 300 million cash reconciliation slip from Haitong Securities became the undisputed, unassailable pinnacle legend of the entire ultra-short-term trading realm. After repeated server expansions, the post was pinned by moderators and began drawing the attention of the titans who lurked behind the Dragon Tiger list itself. Below, comments gradually appeared from legendary pseudonyms that had once struck fear across the market in 2014. Leong Rhodes' brother-son, truly formidable this younger generation. 3,000 times in 3 months. I've traded shares for decades, yet never witnessed a net value curve so terrifying. Brother Scythe, when time permits, I invite you to Shanghai for a quiet cup of green tea. Foshan Gang flawless foresight, 100 win rate. Foshan bows and reverence. Etienne Rhodes Sr. Sue Brother Scythe next month's elite Shenzhen Trader Summit. We humbly beg your presence. Brother Sun, today's undisputed king of hedge fund capital, rarely deigned to reply publicly, and Foshan and Senior Sue were legends long established in the trade. Chun Mo's private message inbox collapsed entirely beneath a tidal wave of offers: domestic top-tier private equity firms proposing profit-sharing arrangements or multi-million yuan annual salaries to recruit him as chief investment officer. Just then, an unknown Beijing area number flashed onto his screen. Chun Mo arched a brow and answered. Hello, may I speak with Silent Scythe? A deferential male voice came through. I'm the head administrator of the stock forum. Brother Scythe, your return has shattered our site's all-time traffic record tonight. Here's the matter: several of China's most elite hedge fund leaders are convening an exclusive invitation-only summit, and they've asked me to serve as intermediary, extending their sincerest invitation for you to attend. Chun Mo leaned back in his chair, thoughtful. Revealing himself too soon would hinder his growth, especially while his influence remained still in ascendance. He replied, now isn't the right time, but perhaps another day. Without waiting for a response, he ended the call with decisive finality. Before he could lower the phone, the screen lit up again. Zishi Investment, President Su. Chun Mo smiled faintly and accepted the call. President Su. Up late admiring my reconciliation statement. Haha, Mr. Chun. The commotion you stirred up made it impossible not to notice. President Su's exuberant laughter boomed down the line. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. To be frank, the moment the Dragon Tiger list dropped today, calls poured in from several top-tier market leaders and brokerage chairmen, all asking who stood behind the Jiangqing's and Kayla's seat. But rest assured, I'm your partner. I personally shielded you from many probing inquiries. Moreover, I've already pulled strings at Haitong Securities headquarters. Any leak of your identity will trigger immediate termination of their entire annual fund custody channel by both Zishi and Jiuding. President Su paused, his voice lowering with sober gravity. Still, brother, you must remain vigilant. This capital arena honors no ethics. Envy runs deep. A frontal assault may be dodged, but hidden arrows strike true. Tread carefully. Hearing that counsel, Chun Mo's grip on the phone tightened almost imperceptibly. President Su might be a ruthless market manipulator, but in this moment his actions carried undeniable sincerity. Thank you, President Su. This debt of gratitude, Chun Mo will remember it well, he said softly, exhaling slowly. After hanging up, a timeline surfaced in Chun Mo's mind. November 2015. President Su, then in a share titan commanding storms, would be arrested on Hangzhou Bay Bridge in Shanghai, descending from legend into imprisonment. Tycoon, one's nearly 2 billion yuan fund, was undeniably real. Though he'd proven his mettle, only President Su possessed such audacity in 2014 to go Allen on him. Perhaps he deserved a timely hand. Gathering his thoughts, Chun Mo redirected his gaze to his account. 302.45 million in liquid cash. The imminent 2015 epic leveraged bull market would dwarf the capital-raising capacity of any physical industry, its velocity unmatched by anything outside the hyper-leveraged secondary markets. 6 months remained until the June 2015 market crash, the golden window. Chun Mo retrieved his notebook and began outlining his next move. With 300 million at his disposal, and leveraging his assets and credit standing at Haitong Futures, he could secure margin far exceeding a 1:3 ratio. Yet deploying billions into mid and small cap momentum stocks would inevitably distort price action, drawing fire from entrenched market makers or other sharp-eat hedge fund principals, inviting unwelcome complications. More critically, his private equity fund, Tycoon 1, was currently being seeded by Zhao Chong. Tycoon Company was wholly owned by him, using his personal account to accumulate identical positions, as the fund would raise red flags. If detected, it would constitute a serious conflict of interest. In today's tightening regulatory climate, such exposure would be reckless self-sabotage. Futures market. Chun Mo wrote the 4 words emphatically in his notebook, clarity crystallizing instantly. Going long on index futures would elegantly sidestep regulatory risk while maximizing leverage on his vast capital. His fingers raced across the page, sketching complex derivatives, hedging logic. Ordinary traders chase stocks. Elite oligarchs read the macro tide. Chun Mo knew precisely what these coming 6 months portended. With interest rate cuts now finalized long dormant, a share blue-chip giants would ignite en masse. The Shanghai Composite and CSI 300 indices surging with near-manic velocity toward their June 2016 peaks. In the fathomless futures market, where daily turnover routinely eclipsed hundreds of billions, his multi-billion yuan deployment, even at maximum leverage, would stir no ripple. No single market maker possessed the firepower to manipulate or ambush him in index futures. Moreover, buying long index futures aligned with the nation's broad market tailwind, not individual stocks, rendering it legally pristine with zero overlap or conflict with Tycoon. One's equity portfolio. Having finalized his plan, Chun Mo closed the notebook. Lin Wan entered swiftly, her eyes alight with excitement, forgetting even to knock. Mr. Chun, how did you rest? Deputy County Governor just called. Reclining, Chun Mo tucked the notebook away and asked, judging by your expression, it's about the gold mine. Yes, Mr. Chun. The entire county party committee was stunned. Lin Wan covered her mouth, laughing. This is news that shakes the provincial capital, let alone the fact that you pledged 15 of the mine's revenue on site. The county party secretary slammed his desk and postponed the standing committee meeting outright. He personally ordered Deputy County Governor Wang to contact us. On behalf of the full county party committee, he formally invites StarXion Mining's 2 major shareholders, Starlight Technology and Longshin Group, to attend a top-tier closed-doors special development coordination meeting tomorrow morning in the county party committee building. After delivering the report, Lin Wan stepped half a pace forward, her slender legs sheathed in sheer beige stockings gracefully converging. As she hesitated, Mr. Chun, this meeting is convened by the county party secretary himself. Lu Xian of Longshin Group has already accepted and is awaiting our response. Shall we attend? We'll attend, absolutely. Chun Mo replied. He'd orchestrated the dramatic summoning of 2 bureau directors and offered 15 of the mine's yield to achieve precisely this outcome. In a county-level ecosystem where interests intertwined like tangled roots, a 10 billion yuan gold deposit couldn't be secured by mere shareholder agreements between Starlight Technology and Longshin Group. Only by binding the county party secretary and the entire local treasury to his cause, transforming that 15 yield into an irresistible political achievement, could the government willingly become his shield. Rising, Chun Mo instructed Lin Wan, bring StarXion Mining's joint venture charter and Starlight Technology's credit certification from legal affairs. Tell Deputy County Governor Wang that Starlight Technology will attend punctually tomorrow. Understood, Mr. Chun. I'll arrange it immediately. Lin Wan departed radiant with exhilaration. The next morning, Jiangshan County Committee Building. A fleet of official vehicles with county direct agency license plates filled the courtyard early. Heads of nearly all departments related to mining development, including the Land Bureau, Mining Bureau, Finance Bureau, Development and Reform Bureau, Public Security Bureau, and Safety Supervision Bureau, arrived half an hour early at the county committee meeting room. No one dared to be late, because today's meeting was a closed-door coordination meeting personally called by the county's top leader. The theme of the meeting contained only 4 words. Dongjiao Gold Mine. 8:20 in the morning. A Hummer H2 smoothly drove into the county committee courtyard. Lin Weiner, sitting in the passenger seat, was dressed extremely formally in a black business suit, her long hair tied up, exuding a competent and cool demeanor. She was holding a thick stack of documents which included the shareholding regulations of Xingshin Mining, the credit certificate of Xingshin Technology, the investment contract of Deer Technology, and the intention letter for acquisition from Feiyu Real Estate. The car door opened. Chun Mo stepped out. He was wearing a simple dark jacket and black trousers, looking clean and neat. Standing on the steps to welcome him, Deputy County Mayor Wang looked at Chun Mo getting out of the car and hurriedly stepped forward to extend his hand with a warm smile. Good morning, Mr. Chun. The leaders are already waiting in the meeting room, and Mr. Lu has also arrived. You're too kind, County Mayor Wang, Chun Mo said as he lightly shook his hand. Today is about the county guiding Xingshin Mining. We certainly cannot be negligent. His words were respectful yet relaxed. A hint of appreciation flashed in Deputy County Mayor Wang's eyes. This young man truly did not resemble a high school student. If it weren't for the documents lying there, he might have thought he was facing the boss of a certain consortium from the provincial capital. The two walked into the county committee building one after the other. Lin Weiner quietly followed half a step behind Chun Mo, clearly sensing that today's meeting was different from all previous business negotiations. Whether it was Deer Technology, Feiyu Real Estate, or Longshin Group, they were essentially all businesses. But today was directly facing the political arena. Every word spoken here, every expression, and even every seating arrangement carried different significance. On the 3rd floor in the first meeting room, the heavy wooden door was pushed open. Instantly, the meeting room fell silent. On both sides of the long conference table, dozens of influential figures from the county had taken their seats. Seated in the main position was Zhou Mingyuan, the county party secretary of Jiangxing. In his early 50s, with a square face, meticulously combed hair, and sharp eyes. At this moment, this top leader of Jiangxing County did not put on airs, but actively stood up, his gaze fixed on Chen Mo. Mr. Chen, welcome. As Zhou Mingyuan stood up, the others in the meeting room naturally followed suit. Lu Xian, positioned further back, felt a jolt in his heart upon witnessing this scene. Having been in Jiangxing for so many years, he understood very well what kind of authority Secretary Zhou held. This man, who usually would only nod at local entrepreneurs, was now proactively greeting Chen Mo. It seemed that from today onward, the dynamics of Jiangxing County would change. Hello, Secretary Zhou. Chen Mo stepped forward and said, I am Chen Mo from Xingxin Technology, and I appreciate the county's emphasis on Xingxin mining. It is only right to show our emphasis. Zhou Mingyuan shook Chen Mo's hand, looking deeply into his eyes. If the exploration results of the Dongjiao gold mine are confirmed, it will not only be a significant matter for Xingxin mining, but also a major issue for Jiangxing County's finances and industrial structure over the next decade. Chen Mo smiled slightly. That's why I am here today. This brief statement deepened the smile in Zhou Mingyuan's eyes. After sitting down, the meeting officially began. The director of the Mining Bureau, Zhou, was the first to speak. He opened the preliminary mineral sample analysis report submitted for inspection, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. According to the results of the 3 mineral samples submitted for inspection, the gold element concentration in the rock cores unearthed from the Dongjiao rubble far exceeds the standard of ordinary ore veins. Although the final reserves still require further exploration and confirmation by the provincial geological team, based on the current geological structure and drilling data, there is a high probability of a large primary gold deposit in this area. Large scale? Zhou Mingyuan asked. Director Zhou swallowed and replied, conservatively estimated the prospective resource value will not be less than 1 billion. If subsequent deep drilling results are favorable, even higher values cannot be ruled out. A suppressed gasp filled the meeting room. 1 billion as a baseline. For a small county like Jiangxing, which had long been financially strained, the weight of those 2 words was immense. The finance director even instinctively sat up straighter, his eyes beginning to shine. This represents not just mining. It signifies tax revenue, political achievements, infrastructure development, and a major boost to the county's finances. Zhou Mingyuan did not speak immediately, but looked at Chen Mo. Mr. Chen, I have reviewed the current shareholding structure of Xingxin Mining. Xingxin Technology holds 70%, while Longxin Group holds 30%. Yesterday, you also proposed to reasonably transfer 15% of future mining profits to the local government for the construction and industrial fund of Dongjiao. He paused, his tone becoming serious. Is this truly your intention? All eyes in the room suddenly focused on Chen Mo. Lu Xian held his breath. That 15% had troubled him throughout the night. Yet he also understood that without this 15%, they might not be able to securely hold onto the gold mine. The wealth was too great and would inevitably attract attention. Without a shield from the political side, no one could protect it. Chen Mo leaned slightly forward, his hands clasped on the table. Secretary Zhou, Xingxin Technology believes in win-win cooperation. The Dongjiao gold mine is buried under the land of Jiangxing County. Mining requires the county's support, transportation requires the county's road, security relies on the county's order and future tax revenue, employment, and supporting industries all depend on the coordination of the local government. Xingxin Technology eats the meat, while Longxin Group drinks the soup, yet leaves the county to watch. This is neither realistic nor sustainable. The meeting room fell silent with a pin drop audible. Chen Mo continued. Thus, this 15% is Xingxin Technology's initiative to bind the finances of Jiangxing County, the infrastructure of Dongjiao, and the future of Xingxin mining together. The better the mine operates, the higher the county's returns, the more stable the county's security, the faster Xingxin mining develops. I hope the Dongjiao gold mine is not a one-time deal, but the first cornerstone of Jiangxing County's industrial upgrade. Zhou Mingyuan's expression finally changed. He was more aware than Lu Xian of Chen Mo's background, even knowing that Chen Mo had started with a tractor account. In Jiangxing County, he was the county's highest official, and the next day's information would appear on his desk. Now, hearing Chen Mo's words, he first regarded Chen Mo as a strategic partner. This young man saw things too far ahead, far beyond an ordinary businessman. An ordinary businessman would see a gold mine and immediately think of hoarding, monopolizing, and transferring profits. But Chen Mo's first reaction was to share profits, bind interests, and turn the local government into a stakeholder. This was not mere cleverness. This was a great vision. Just then, at the end of the conference table, an elderly official with graying hair frowned and spoke up. Secretary Zhou, may I interject? The speaker was the former director of the county's People's Congress, invited today to listen in. He had a long history in Jiangxing County, and even Zhou Mingyuan had to give him some respect. Mining development is no small matter. I have no doubts about Xingqian Technology's financial strength, but Mr. Chen is still too young. Is it too risky to hand over such a large concession project to a newly established private enterprise? Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the meeting room tightened slightly. Lu Xin's face darkened, but he did not dare to speak. Lin Weiner also instinctively tightened her grip on the documents. Chen Emo, however, merely smiled faintly. He had anticipated this question. The concerns of the old director are entirely reasonable. Chen Emo glanced at Lin Weiner. Lin Weiner immediately stood up and distributed several documents to the meeting table in quick succession, her movements crisp and efficient. Chen Emo calmly spoke. First, Xingqian Technology has sufficient cash flow on the books and no bad debts with any banks. Secondly, Xingqian Technology has completed a strategic investment in Deer Technology with the initial funding of 40 million already in place, and the Nanjiao fluorochemical industry project is underway. Thirdly, the overall acquisition of Feiyu Real Estate is currently in the legal due diligence phase. Once completed, Xingqian Technology will possess a mature local engineering construction team and land development qualifications. Fourth, Xingqian Mining is not a shell company. Longxin Group has a complete setup in local mining, earthworks, transportation, and construction, and Mr. Lu is willing to act as the executive shareholder responsible for on-site mining. At this point, Chen Emo looked up at the old director. We have funds, technology, construction, and local coordination. If the county still has concerns, I can promise that all major funds or shipments and tax declarations of Xingqian Mining will be subject to special supervision by the county. I only want the development rights, not any gray areas. As this last sentence fell, many faces in the meeting room shifted slightly. No gray areas. This phrase held significant weight in the deep and murky waters of mining development. Zhou Mingyuan gently tapped the table with his fingers and finally spoke. I see that Mr. Chen's attitude is quite sincere. Gold mine development requires both efficiency and regulations. It must allow enterprises to make money while also benefiting the locality. He looked around the room, his voice steady. My suggestion is to establish a special coordination group for Dongjiao mining development led by Deputy County Mayor Wang, with participation from the land mining, public security, safety supervision, environmental protection, and finance departments. Xingqian Mining will serve as the project entity responsible for early exploration, basic construction, and development applications. The county will coordinate with the provincial geological team for verification and ensure on-site order, prohibiting any unrelated enterprises and individuals from interfering with the project's progress. The Finance Bureau and Xingqian Mining will jointly study the compliant implementation of the 15% local industrial revenue, ensuring no future problems arise. Zhou Mingyuan then looked at Chen Emo. Mr. Chen, do you think this arrangement is acceptable for Xingqian Technology? Chen Emo did not hesitate at all. Completely acceptable. Lu Xian immediately patted his chest to show support. Secretary Zhou, rest assured. Longxin Group will fully cooperate with the county's work. Anyone who dares to cause trouble on-site, Lu Xian, will be the first to object. Zhou Mingyuan glanced at him, his tone neutral. Mr. Lu, on-site order is the responsibility of the Public Security Bureau, who just ensure your people follow the rules. Lu Xian felt a chill down his back and quickly nodded. Understood, understood. I will absolutely adhere to the rules. A low chuckle echoed in the meeting room, the tense atmosphere finally easing slightly. For the next hour, the meeting delved into details. How to construct the temporary road. How to approve blasting procedures. When the provincial geological team would enter the site. Who would be responsible for on-site security. How the mineral samples would be sealed. Each item was clarified with specific responsible persons and timelines. Lin Weiner sat beside Chen Emo, rapidly recording the meeting minutes. The more she noted, the more apprehensive she became. Because she clearly realized that from today on, Xingqian Technology's status in Jiangxing County had fundamentally changed. Previously, they were merely wealthy outsiders. Now they were the key project entity officially endorsed by the county committee. The difference between these two statuses was like heaven and earth. By the time the meeting concluded, it was nearly noon. Zhou Mingyuan did not rush to leave, but personally escorted Chen Emo to the meeting room door. Mr. Chen, Zhou Mingyuan lowered his voice, speaking meaningfully. Jiangxing County has been poor for too many years, and I hope you won't let me down with this hard-won opportunity. Chen Emo took a moment to assess this county leader. The reason for his appearance today was largely due to this secretary, whose background was not as simple as he had imagined. In his past life, this secretary's career flourished, quickly rising from Jiangxing County to become the deputy mayor of Changhu in 3 years, and then promoted every 3 years until he became the second-in-command of the provincial party committee. Establishing a good relationship with this county party secretary and linking his political achievements with his own enterprise would yield unexpected benefits in the future. After a brief pause, Chen Emo spoke. Secretary Zhou, rest assured. The Dongjiao gold mine is merely an unexpected gain. What I value most is the fluorochemical industry chain, which will absolutely surprise you in the future. Zhou Minjiwan's pupils constricted slightly. He did not have a deep understanding of fluorochemistry, but who would take the words of this 18-year-old lightly? It seemed he would need to delve into fluorochemistry. Meanwhile, in the second-floor corridor of the county committee building, Chun Liqin, the head of the Education Bureau office, was holding a stack of materials just coming out from a meeting in the annex building. Today she was there to attend the winter safety work meeting for the county's education system. After the meeting concluded, she was preparing to head downstairs when she suddenly heard a flurry of hurried footsteps coming from the third floor. She instinctively looked up. Deputy County Mayor Wang was walking in front, beaming, conversing quietly with a young man beside him. The young man was dressed in a dark jacket, tall and upright with calm eyes, followed by a capable and beautiful female secretary. Chun Liqin's footsteps came to a sudden halt. Chinemo. She could hardly believe her eyes. She was certainly familiar with this name. Not long ago, her daughter Su Qingyan had mentioned this transfer student who suddenly excelled. His grades shot from the bottom to first in the city, and his personality was entirely different from that of an ordinary high school student. More importantly, she had previously approached the principal of County No. 1 high school to subtly suggest adjusting the seating arrangement since her daughter was seated next to Chinemo. After all, at this crucial juncture in senior year, any hint of early romance could influence her daughter's future. But now that male classmate was actually walking down from the third floor of the county committee, and it was Deputy County Mayor Wang personally escorting him out. Chun Liqin stood in place, her heart stirred. Chinemo seemed to notice her gaze. He turned his head, saw Chun Liqin, and gave a polite nod with a smile. Chun Liqin managed to return a nod, but her gaze lingered for a long time. Until Chun Mo and his party descended the stairs, she let out a soft breath. What exactly is going on with this Chun Mo? After the group left the county committee building, Lu Xin was still in an excited state. He stood at the bottom of the steps, vigorously rubbing his face, and said in a low voice, "Mr. Chun, with today's meeting, our gold mine is completely secured. With the county's special team overseeing it, anyone who wants to reach in would have to think twice." Chun Mo opened the car door, replying lightly, "Don't celebrate too early." Lu Xin was taken aback. "Is there still trouble?" "The news about the gold mine can't be contained for too long," Chun Mo said as he sat in the back seat. "The county needs political achievements, the city wants resources, and those mining groups from the province won't be blind. Soon someone will come to pick the fruit." Lu Xin's smile froze instantly. "I want to see which bastard dares to pick my Lu Xin's fruit." Chun Mo said no more, driving away with Lin Weiner. Lu Xin remained in place, his expression fluctuating. He knew a few acquaintances in the provincial mining groups. Given their temperament, it was indeed possible they would meddle, as Chun Mo had said. However, he only held 30% of the shares. If someone were to come to pick the fruit, it would be Xingchen Technology leading the way, and he would not lose out either. Thinking of this, Lu Xin tore open a bag of beetle nuts, popped a couple into his mouth, and said to the little brothers beside him, "Let's go back to Yulong Mountain Villa. Tonight, let the old master enjoy himself." The 2 little brothers beside him showed wretched smiles and called the driver over. 2 Audi A6s drove out from the county committee courtyard. Evening. In the family compound of the County Transportation Bureau, Su Shichao had just entered the door, and before he could change his shoes, he saw his wife Chun Liqin sitting on the living room sofa, holding a cup of tea that had long gone cold, her expression somewhat lost in thought. "What's wrong?" Su Shichao put down his briefcase. "Did the Education Bureau's meeting not go well today?" Chun Liqin raised her head, fell silent for a few seconds, then suddenly asked, "Shichao, have you ever heard of a student named Chun Mo?" Su Shichao paused for a moment. "Chun Mo? The one from County No. 1 high school who ranked first in the entire city?" "Yes." Chun Liqin's tone became complicated. "He is also a classmate in Qin Yan's class." Su Shichao stopped changing his shoes and turned to look at his wife. "Why do you suddenly ask about him?" Chun Liqin recounted what she had seen today at the county committee building. Upon hearing that Deputy County Head Wang personally escorted him out of the first conference room, Su Shichao's brows finally furrowed. He was the director of the Transportation Bureau. Although not part of the county committee's core team, he could still catch wind of any major happenings in the county. Especially this morning, when the road in the eastern suburbs was temporarily closed and vehicles from the Mining Bureau and Land Bureau were frequently coming and going. The county committee office even specifically contacted the Transportation Bureau to prepare a plan for the road renovation in the eastern suburbs. These events tied together, and the answer was almost self-evident. Su Shichao slowly sat down on the sofa, lowering his voice. Indeed, there was a very important closed-door meeting at the county today, and its significance was not low. I heard it was related to the mining industry in the eastern suburbs. Mining? Chun Liqin's eyes narrowed. A high school student attending a closed-door meeting about mining. Su Shichao did not answer immediately. After a moment, he spoke solemnly. That Chun Mo's background is likely not that simple. Chun Liken's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly recalled the Chun Mo she had seen that day at the mall. Moreover, she had recently called the principal hinting that the seating arrangement for the two children should be adjusted. Surely Chun Mo wouldn't misunderstand anything. The living room fell silent. At that moment, the sound of flipping pages came from Su Qingjian's room. Chun Liqin looked towards her daughter's tightly closed door, her expression becoming genuinely complex for the first time. Previously, she viewed Chun Mo merely as a male classmate whose sudden academic improvement and closeness to her daughter raised her concerns. Even when Chun Mo had shown more composure than an average high school student at the mall, she merely thought he was well-mannered and mature for his age. But today's scene at the county committee building completely shattered her previous judgment. To walk out from the first conference room of the county committee, to have Deputy County Head Wang personally escort him to the staircase, and to participate in a closed-door meeting regarding the eastern suburbs mining. This was no longer something that could be explained merely by good grades. Xichao, you say? Chun Liqin lowered her voice, hesitation creeping into her tone. I previously called the principal of one high school mentioning that Qing Yin is in her senior year, and it's best not to get too close to male classmates, asking the school to pay attention to seating arrangements. Do you think this matter could reach Chun Mo's ears? Su Xichao frowned. He certainly understood why his wife had done this. Su Qingyin had always been the pride of the couple, excelling academically, maintaining a cold demeanor, and having clear goals. At this critical juncture of her senior year, any minor disturbance would be magnified in the eyes of her parents. If Chun Mo were just an ordinary student, there would naturally be no issue with such handling. But now, Su Xichao pondered for a moment and slowly said, in theory, the school wouldn't directly inform students about such matters. But I can't say if Lu Jiangwo is tight-lipped. Moreover, if Chun Mo truly has some other background and wants to know these things, it wouldn't be difficult for him. Chun Liqin tightened her grip on the teacup slightly. It wasn't that she feared Chun Mo. She simply realized that her previous view of this boy as an ordinary high school student might have been mistaken from the very beginning. I'm not targeting him, Chun Liqin said softly. I'm just worried about Qing Yan. I know, Su Xichao sighed. At this point, he turned to look at Su Qingjian's door, lowering his voice further. As Qing Yan mentioned him often, Chun Liqin hesitated for a moment. She recalled her daughter's recent changes. Previously, Su Qingyan would mostly quietly read after returning home, and during meals, she would only casually chat about school. But recently it was different. She occasionally mentioned how Chun Mo submitted his paper early again, remarked on how Chun Mo's method of solving this problem was very strange yet quick, and noted how Chun Mo always speaks out of context. Her tone held a hint of annoyance and defiance, as well as a kind of concern that a mother could easily detect. Chun Liqin gently put down her teacup, her expression somewhat helpless. She may not admit it, but I can tell that Qing Yin feels differently about Chun Mo compared to others. Su Xichao rubbed his forehead. Being the director of the Transportation Bureau made him more aware of one fact than his wife. The most troublesome thing in relationships is not recognizing their weight. If Chun Mo were just an ordinary teenager, he would naturally hope his daughter kept her distance from him and focused entirely on the college entrance examination. But if Chun Mo is indeed involved in the major project being pushed forward in the county's eastern suburbs, and may play a crucial role handling this matter, simply as a budding romance would no longer suffice. Let's not rush to intervene, yet, Su Xichao finally spoke. Qing Yin is stubborn. The more you try to stop her, the more likely she is to dig in her heels. Chun Liqin looked at him. So just leave it be. Not leaving it be, but first clarifying the situation, Su Xichao said steadily. I'll inquire about the Eastern Suburbs project at the Bureau tomorrow. Whether Chun Mo is just accompanying an elder, or if he himself is a key figure, will soon become clear. Chun Liqin nodded but still felt somewhat uneasy. At that moment, Su Qingjian's door was suddenly opened. The girl, dressed in a soft home sweater and holding a thick physics workbook, walked out of her room. Dad, Mom, what are you talking about? Su Qingyan had originally just come out to get a glass of water, but when she saw her parents looking at her simultaneously, her steps paused slightly. That kind of gaze was too strange. It was both worried and probing. Chun Liqin quickly regained her composure and smiled. Nothing, just chatting casually about your school. School, eh? Su Qingyan walked over to the water dispenser and poured half a glass of warm water. Was it another call from Teacher Lu? No. Chun Liqin seemingly casually asked. Qingyan, is that Chun Mo from your class still at school lately? Su Qingjian's fingers holding the cup paused slightly. Him. Su Qingyan lowered her head to take a sip of water, trying to keep her tone as neutral as possible. Sometimes he is, sometimes he takes leave. What's the matter? Nothing much, Chun Liqin replied gently. I just thought I saw him today at the county committee building. County committee building. Su Qingyan suddenly raised her head. The surprise in her beautiful peach blossom eyes was almost impossible to conceal. Chun Liqin and Su Xichao exchanged glances. Indeed, their daughter was unaware. Su Qingyan quickly gathered herself, cleared her throat, and pretended to be indifferent, saying, maybe I saw it wrong. What would a student be doing at the county committee building? Yet as she spoke, she felt uncertain inside. There were too many oddities surrounding Chinemo. The luxury car with 5/8. The way he ordered at the Peninsula restaurant, far too skillfully for a high school student. Those judgments about future trends. And how he would occasionally take leave yet return as if nothing had happened, with grades becoming increasingly astonishing. If it were before, Su Qingyan would have forced herself to believe that Chun-mo was simply intelligent, mature, and had secrets. But now even her mother had seen him at the county committee building. She suddenly realized that her distance from Chun-mo's true world seemed to be greater than she had imagined. Chun Li-chin observed her daughter's expression and sighed softly, but did not pursue the matter further. Maybe, she said gently. You're in your senior year, oh, just keep it in mind. Su Qingyan pressed her lips together, I know. After speaking, she turned and returned to her room, and at the moment the door closed, the girl leaned against it, her heart inexplicably racing. At the county committee building. Chinemo. What exactly was he up to? Su Qingyan looked down at the slightly rippling surface of the water in her cup, her mind conjuring Chun-mo's face, always nonchalant, yet seemingly in control of everything. After a moment, she picked up her phone on the table and opened the QQ chat box. The cursor blinked. She wanted to ask, but didn't know how. In the end, Su Qingyan bit her lip and sent a simple message. Chinemo, where did you go today? In Guolan Yujing Villa No. 16, the night had completely settled in. In the study, warm yellow light spilled over the mahogany desk as Chun-mo had just finished a conversation with Lin Weiner. Tomorrow the county will discuss the special promotion materials regarding the East Suburb Gold Mine, which Lin Weiner had nearly organized. The regulations of Xingxin Mining, the credit certificate of Xingchen Technology, the construction qualifications of Longxin Group, the acquisition framework of Feiyu Real Estate, and the preliminary compliance plan regarding the 15 local industrial revenue were all neatly categorized and placed into file bags by her. One must say Lin Weiner's execution ability increasingly satisfied Chun-mo. This woman had gradually transformed from a personal assistant into a capable manager. Chun-mo leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. Having just attended a closed-door meeting at the county committee during the day, he now had to monitor the fluctuations of the Ustrub position in the overseas account at night. Though he knew the major trend would not go wrong, the foreign exchange long position of nearly 900 million nominal assets loomed large. Even the slightest fluctuation represented figures that an ordinary person could hardly imagine. This thrill was enough to make anyone addicted, and it was also enough to stretch a person's nerves to the limit. Just then the phone on the table lightly vibrated. Chun-mo casually picked it up. AQ message appeared. Su Qingyan. Chun-mo, where have you been today? Upon seeing this message, Chun-mo raised his eyebrows slightly. His first reaction was not surprise, but rather amusement. Su Qingyan rarely inquired about his whereabouts. This girl with her cool and proud exterior would always wrap her curiosity in a facade of I'm just asking casually. Now to ask so straightforwardly was clearly not without reason. Chun-mo lightly tapped his fingers on the table, and the image of Su Qingyan's mother from the county committee building flashed through his mind. A hint of a smile surfaced in Chun-mo's eyes. He lowered his head and replied, Chun-mo just took care of some small matters. As soon as the message was sent, the other side almost instantly replied. Su Qingyan, small matters. Su Qingyan, did you go to the county committee building? Chun-mo, Su classmate seems well informed. Su Qingyan, don't change the subject. Su Qingyan, my mom saw you at the county committee building today. She said Vice County Head Wang even saw you out. Leaning back in his chair, Chun-mo looked at the lines of text on the screen, imagining Su Qingyan sitting at her desk, frowning, lips pressed together, trying hard to appear calm. He did not reply immediately. Some things, if concealed too tightly, would make Su Qingyan even more uneasy. However, laying everything bare was clearly also not realistic. After a moment of thought, Chun-mo replied, Chun-mo, there's some business at home related to a project in the county, so I went to make an appearance. On the other side in the Su household, Su Qingyan sat at her desk staring at the screen with a deeper frown. Some business at home. She remembered clearly that Chun-mo had previously stated that his parents were both doctors at a township clinic and their family conditions were not affluent. What business could a family of township clinic doctors have that required appearing in the first conference room of the county committee? Did it even require Vice County Head Wang to personally see him out? Su Qingyan stared at the screen, her fingers hovering over the keyboard, hesitating for a long while. She suddenly felt a sense of grievance. Not because Chun-mo had secrets, but because she realized that she seemed to have always stood outside the door of Chun-mo's world. She thought they were already quite familiar with each other. They had shared meals, discussed problems, and whispered in class. She even couldn't help but open QQ daily to check his avatar, because Chun-mo had been absent for too long. But now she discovered that behind Chun-mo there was another vast and unfamiliar world. What she knew was merely the side he was willing to let her see. Su Qingyan gently bit her lip and typed a line of text. Su Qingyan, have you been lying to me all along? After sending the message, she immediately regretted it. This line was too straightforward and felt like an accusation, but it was too late to take it back. In Guolan Yujing Chun Mo paused slightly upon seeing this message. He could sense the subtle changes in Su Qingjian's emotions. After a moment of silence, Chun Mo replied, I didn't lie to you, it's just that there are some things I can't fully tell you right now. Su Qingyan, why? Chun Mo, because the most important thing for you right now is the college entrance examination. Upon reading this, Su Qingyan felt an inexplicable tightness in her chest. This sentence sounded very considerate, but it also felt like she was being excluded. She angrily typed, Su Qingyan, so you can take leave every day to take care of your small matters, and then come back to continue being first. Chun Mo, pretty much. Su Qingyan. She almost laughed out of anger. This person always had a knack for turning serious topics into things that made one want to hit him. Su Qingyan, Chun Mo, can you be a bit more serious? Chun Mo, I am serious. Chun Mo, the matter at the county committee building really isn't suitable to tell you too much right now. But I can assure you it's not a bad thing, and it won't affect my exams. Su Qingyan focused on the words not a bad thing, her heart relaxing a little. She actually couldn't clearly articulate what she wanted to ask. Should she ask Chun Mo why he went to the county committee? Should she ask how much money he really had? Should she ask why he always seemed like someone standing in the future? In the end, she only sent a single message, Su Qingyan, will you come to school tomorrow? Chun Mo looked at this message, his gaze softening a bit. The young girl had taken a long detour, but what she truly wanted to ask was actually this. He replied, I will come. Su Qingyan, really? Chun Mo, isn't tomorrow the day the monthly exam results are announced? I need to see if Su, the top student, can maintain second place. In front of the screen, Su Qingjian's cheeks flushed, and she couldn't help but hum softly. Su Qingyan, who's second, is still uncertain. Chun Mo, then see you tomorrow. Looking at these three words, the slight annoyance in Su Qingjian's heart finally eased a bit. She hesitated for a few seconds, and then slowly typed, Su Qingyan, Chun Mo. Chun Mo. Su Qingyan, no matter what you're doing, don't tire yourself out too much. After sending this message, she immediately placed her phone face down on the table, feeling her ears heat up slightly. She thought she must be going crazy. Clearly wanting to question him, she ended up expressing concern for him instead. After a few seconds, the phone gently vibrated. Su Qingyan slowly flipped over the screen. Chun Mo, okay, I'll listen to you. Just 4 short words, yet they left Su Qingyan in a daze for quite a while. Sitting under the desk lamp, the corners of her mouth involuntarily turned up only to be quickly suppressed. Who said you should listen to me? She mumbled quietly, yet she kept rereading that message. In the living room, Chun Liqin was passing by her daughter's room with a cup of warm water when she faintly heard a very light sound from inside. She paused, her expression complex. The secrets of a girl at this age are actually hard to hide, especially in the eyes of a mother. Chun Liqin didn't knock, but simply sighed softly and turned back to the living room. Su Shichao was sitting on the sofa flipping through an internal plan for the East Suburb Road renovation. Chun Liqin walked over and quietly asked, how's it going? Basically confirmed. A large mine has indeed emerged in the East Suburb, and the county is preparing to form a special task force. The Transportation Bureau needs to cooperate tomorrow to create a temporary road expansion plan to ensure transportation in the mining area. Chun Liqin's heart tightened. Is it related to Chun Mo? Su Shichao was silent for a moment and nodded. The project is mainly called Xingxin Mining, and the major shareholder behind it is Xingxin Technology. Today I inquired through someone, and the actual person in charge of Xingxin Technology has the surname Chun. Chun Liqin's breath hitched slightly. Chun Mo's Chun. Yes. Su Shichao's voice dropped lower. Moreover, many people in the county saw him today. That Chun general is very young. The couple exchanged glances, and the living room suddenly fell silent. A top student in the 3rd year of high school, a young Chun who had been personally seen out of the first conference room by Vice County Head Wang. If these two people were indeed the same individual, then this matter would be too absurd. Sitting on the sofa, Chun Liqin felt a mix of emotions. What about Qingyan? Don't act. Yet Su Shichao quickly said, at least before we clarify Chun Mo's true background, don't rashly intervene. Especially regarding school matters, don't call anymore. Chun Liqin gently nodded. The next morning, in County No. 1 middle school, the winter sun shone through the corridor of the teaching building, landing on the mottled concrete floor. The classroom of Class 1 Science in the 3rd year was even more boisterous than usual, because today the results of the 3rd school-wide monthly exam were to be announced. Lin Yu sat in his seat looking as pale as if he hadn't slept well for days. He had performed decently this time, even very well. But he knew very well that as long as Chun Mo participated in the exam, no matter how well he performed, it was merely a battle for 3rd or 4th place. This feeling of being trampled over left him nearly breathless. Meanwhile, Su Qingyan sat in the front row, appearing quiet while flipping through her book, but her gaze occasionally swept toward the back door. She didn't even realize that she had looked several times until 2 minutes before the morning bell rang. The back door was gently pushed open. Chun Mo entered with a single shoulder bag, looking casual. The back row of the classroom fell silent for a moment. Mo go. Mo Gu is back. When will we discuss the answers to this monthly exam? I completely messed up the last big question in physics. Several boys in the back row immediately greeted him in lowered voices. Chen Mo casually nodded and sat down in his seat. Just as he settled down, Su Qingyan in front turned around. Today she was wearing her school uniform, her long hair tied in a high ponytail, her cool face showing little emotion. Only when her peach blossom eyes fell on Chen Mo's face did they pause for 2 seconds. Dark circles, she said softly. Chen Mo was taken aback. What? Su Qingyan bit her lip and placed a box of hot milk on his desk, her tone feigning indifference. I bought it on a whim. Chen Mo gazed at the still warm milk, a smile gradually rising in his eyes. Su classmate, your frequency of doing things on a whim is a bit high. Su Qingyan's ears flushed slightly as she glared at him. If you don't want it, just return it. I want it. Chen Mo took the milk and said gently, thank you. Su Qingyan let out a light hum and turned back around. Yet the slight curve at the corner of her mouth was impossible to suppress. At that moment, the homeroom teacher Lu Jingi burst into the classroom, holding a stack of report cards, his steps brisk. He looked radiant, as if he had regained 10 years of youth, even forgetting to bring his thermos. Be quiet. Everyone be quiet. Lu Jingi slammed the report cards down on the podium, his gaze sweeping over the class before finally landing on Chen Mo, smiling, as if he had picked up a gold ingot. The results of this month's exam are out. Our class has once again taken first place in the school. Moreover, we are also ranked first in the entire city simulation. The classroom instantly held its breath. Although everyone had already guessed the answer, hearing this sentence made their hearts beat wildly. Lu Jingi took a deep breath and announced in an almost proud tone, Chen Mo. Total score, 735. First in the city. First in the city. As Lu Jingi's voice fell, the entire third-year science class 1 erupted into chaos. Holy crap. Is that a score a human can achieve? A perfect 750. So he only lost 15 points. Wasn't he already insane last time? This is even crazier. I declare from now on, Mo Gu isn't a top student, he's a bug in the exam system. Suppressed exclamations burst from the back of the classroom. Lin Yu sat beneath the podium, his face as pale as paper. He had scored 665 this time. In any other year at the county's top high school, it would have been a stellar result worthy of the homeroom teacher's lavish praise. But in the shadow of Chen Mo's 735, even a 665 didn't warrant a mention. What pained him more was that Su Qingyan had scored 685. This meant he wasn't just failing to catch up to Chen Mo, Su Qingyan was also slipping further from his reach. Lu Jingi's face was beaming with pride as he wrapped his fingers heavily on the podium. Quiet. Look at yourselves acting like you've never seen anything before. Despite his words, the smile at the corner of his lips was impossible to suppress. Classmate Chen Mo lost 5 points in Chinese 10 in Science Comprehensive and scored perfect marks in both math and English. As these words left his mouth, another wave of gasps swept through the classroom. Perfect score in math. Perfect score in English. A result like this wasn't just a good performance. It was a dimensional reduction strike. Su Qingyan, seated in the front row, tightened her grip on her pen slightly. She had given her all this time, achieving the best score of her high school career. 685 points. Yet the gap between her and Chen Mo was a full 50 points, an insurmountable chasm. The young girl gently bit her lip. There was little jealousy in her heart, only an inexplicable sense of powerlessness and curiosity. Just how much more was this person hiding? Second place, Su Qingyan, total score 685, 15th in the city. Lu Jingi continued his announcement. A round of applause filled the classroom. When Su Qingyan stood up, her expression remained cool and aloof. But as she turned to sit down, her gaze couldn't help but flicker towards the back row. It met Chen Mo's amused eyes. He was propping his chin on one hand, silently mouthing a word. Second, Su Qingyan felt her cheeks warm and couldn't help but glare at him. Yet that glare didn't look like anger at all. Standing at the podium, Lu Jingi watched this scene and felt a sudden jolt in his heart. These two kids. He recalled the veiled hint the principal had dropped earlier. Su Qingyan's mother seemed reluctant for her daughter to get too close to Chen Mo. But here was the problem now. One was first in the city, miles ahead, the other was second in class, striving to catch up. If they were paired up to study together, what reason did he, as the homeroom teacher, have to separate them? What if separating them affected their grades? Lu Jingi weighed the pros and cons for a second and immediately made a decision. Ignore it. As long as there was no open romance, and as long as their grades kept climbing, he would pretend he saw nothing. The greatest wisdom of a third-year homeroom teacher was knowing when to turn a blind eye. The morning classes passed quickly. During the break, Chen Mo's desk was surrounded by a crowd. Mo Gu, how did you solve the last problem in the Science Comprehensive? Can I borrow your English essay? I couldn't even understand the answer to the second part of the math finale. Can you explain it? Previously, these boys were either afraid of Chen Mo or found him unapproachable. Now, after 2 consecutive first-place finishes in the city, In the third year, environment grades were the ultimate currency. Chun Mo casually pulled out a piece of scratch paper and broke down a few problems in the simplest way. He spoke quickly, but his logic was crystal clear. A few boys listened completely dumbfounded. Even Su Qingyan couldn't help but turn around and listen quietly for a few minutes. After Chun Mo finished, she said softly, "Your solution method has too many leaps and steps." A few boys listened completely dumbfounded. Even Su Qingyan couldn't help but turn around and listen quietly for a few minutes. After Chun Mo finished, she said softly, Su Qingyan gave a soft humph. Twisted logic. Chun Mo looked at her. "Classmate Su losing to me by 50 points. How's your morale?" Su Qingyan rolled up her physics paper into a tube and lightly tapped his desk with it. "I won't lose by that much next time. They'll be waiting." Chun Mo's tone was relaxed. This campus atmosphere full of life briefly eased his long tensed nerves. But this ease lasted only until noon. Just as the lunch break bell rang, Chun Mo's phone vibrated softly. A text message arrived from Lin Wan. "Boss Chen, all the permission documents for the China Financial Futures Exchange are ready. Haidong has arranged their top-tier client manager. We can proceed with the stock index futures trading permissions this afternoon. Also, the special task force list for the county's eastern suburb project has been released. Deputy County Head Wang is leading and Director Su Shichao is responsible for the mining area road renovation plan." Seeing the last sentence, Chun Mo's eyebrows slightly raised. Su Shichao, Su Qingyan's father, Director of the Transportation Bureau. Interesting. The Su family was actually involved in the eastern suburb project. Had they volunteered? Chun Mo put away his phone. When he looked up, he saw Su Qingyan turning around. "Are you asking for leave again?" Her tone was calm, but her eyes held a clear hint of scrutiny. Chun Mo chuckled. "Classmate Su knows me so well now. The moment you look at your phone, it means you're leaving," Su Qingyan said softly. "And it's usually not for something trivial." Chun Mo stuffed his backpack into the desk and leaned back in his chair. "I do have some things to do this afternoon." Su Qingyan bit her lip. "Something at the county party committee building?" "No," Chun Mo paused. "This time it's something in the financial markets." Su Qingyan looked at him. If it were anyone else, a high school student saying they had to handle financial market matters in the afternoon would just seem delusional. But hearing these words from Chun Mo's mouth, she didn't find them ridiculous at all. "Will it be very tiring?" she asked softly. Chun Mo was taken aback. The girl's question was gentle, even carrying a hint of deliberately hidden awkwardness. He smiled. "No, making money usually isn't tiring." Su Qingyan rolled her eyes at him. "There you go again." After a pause, she added quietly, "Don't stay up all night again." Chun Mo looked at the unnatural blush on her cool cheeks and felt a warmth in his heart. "Got it." 10 minutes later, under Lu Jiangwo's complex yet accustomed gaze, Chun Mo left the school again. Lu Jiangwo didn't even bother to ask for the reason, just reminded him, "Let me know in advance next time you come to class." As Chun Mo walked out of the school gate, the Hummer H2 was already waiting by the roadside. Lin Wan stood by the car holding a file folder. She was dressed in a gray suit skirt today with delicate makeup and a capable demeanor. Seeing Chun Mo approach, she immediately opened the rear door. "Boss Chen, Haidong has everything arranged." Chun Mo got into the car and said calmly, "Let's go." The car drove out of the county's top high school entrance and merged into the afternoon traffic of the county town. Lin Wan handed a document over from the passenger seat. "This is the credit proposal from Haitong Securities and the Futures Company. Based on your current personal stock account assets of 300 million in cash, plus your overseas accounts, and Xingchen Technologies credit endorsement, they are willing to offer a maximum margin efficiency of 1 to 3. This means theoretically you can leverage a notional position of nearly 1.2 billion in stock index." Lin Wan was secretly astonished. When Chun Mo told her about his stock account and asked her to contact Haitong Securities, she thought she was dreaming until she saw the string of zeros in that account slowly waking her up. But inwardly she was delighted. The fact that Boss Chun entrusted such an important matter to her meant he no longer saw her as an outsider. Chun Mo flipped through the documents, his expression unchanged. 1.2 billion. For Jiangxing County in 2014, this was an astronomical figure. But for the impending epic bull market, this was just his first step through the door. "What about risk control?" Chun Mo asked. "According to Haitong's proposal, a warning is triggered when account equity falls below 130 of the margin requirement. Below 115, a margin call is mandatory. Below 100, there is a risk of forced liquidation." Lin Wan paused here and couldn't help but remind him, Boss Chin stock index futures are highly volatile and the leverage is high. If the direction is misjudged, the loss rate can be terrifying. The direction won't be wrong. Chun Mo's tone was calm. Lin Wan was slightly taken aback. She looked at Chun Mo through the rearview mirror. On that excessively young face, there was only certainty. At the Haitong Securities County branch office, Manager Lin was already waiting at the door. Seeing the Hummer stop, he almost jogged over to greet them, his smile fawning to the extreme. "Boss Chun, Boss Lin. Welcome, welcome. Since the Lanzhou Heavy Equipment Battle Manager Lin's standing within Haitong had completely changed. The Jiangqing Xian Kai Road branch had made it onto the national top trader rankings precisely because of Chun Mo's net sell of 395 million. Headquarters had called him overnight, their tone shifting from routine formality to unprecedented importance. He knew very well that from this moment on his future was firmly tied to Chen Mo. Are the documents ready? Chen Mo asked. All ready. Manager Lin nodded eagerly. CFFEX account opening stock index futures permissions top-tier VIP, trading channel independent risk control terminal, all specially approved by headquarters. Boss Chen, you just need to sign. The permissions can be activated before the market closes this afternoon. Entering the VIP room, Chun Mo quickly reviewed the contracts. Lin Wan stood beside him checking the details one by one. No issues. Signing stamping. The entire process was extremely swift. At 2:40 p.m. the permissions were officially activated. Chun Mo sat before the trading terminal in the Haitong VIP room, and the CFFEX stock index futures market screen appeared. If 1501. The main contract for the CSI 300 stock index futures. The red and green flickering numbers were like a silently surging sea. At this moment the market was already thoroughly stirred up by the interest rate cut stimulus. The long-dormant blue chips like brokerages, banks, and insurance were slowly showing their fangs. Ordinary retail investors were still hesitating, veteran traders were still skeptical, and hot money was still repeatedly battling in small and mid-cap concept stocks. But Chun Mo knew that the true main rally was about to begin. Build the position. Chun Mo uttered 2 words calmly. Manager Lin, standing behind him, felt a jolt through his body. Boss Chen, how much are you planning to buy? Chun Mo's gaze was fixed on the screen, his voice steady. Start with 30% of the position. Manager Lin swallowed hard. 30%. Based on the notional position of 1.2 billion, the first trade would be nearly 400 million. This wasn't building a position. This was dropping a bomb directly into the stock index futures market. Ignoring the manager's shock, Chun Mo's fingers landed on the keyboard, skillfully beginning to split the orders. 1 order 2 10 100. A flood of buy orders for if 1501 began executing. All buy orders followed the market's absorption, eating into it little by little. Lin Wan stood by his side, watching the ever-increasing position numbers on the screen, involuntarily holding her breath. She knew she was witnessing a colossal gamble, though perhaps in Chen Mo's eyes this wasn't a gamble at all. At 3:00 p.m., the share market closed. The CSI 300 index surged significantly. The if 1501 contract closed near its daily high. Chen Mo's first batch of stock index futures long positions was fully established. Notional position 380 million. Floating profit 276 million. In less than half an hour. An unrealized gain of nearly 3 million. Manager Lin stared at the screen, his face twitching violently. He had served major clients before, but those so-called big players were like children fishing with bamboo poles compared to Chen Mo. This was a man truly sailing an aircraft carrier into the market to fish. Chen Mo, however, calmly closed the terminal. That's enough for today. Starting tomorrow, continue adding positions in batches. Manager Lin, any problem with pushing the position to over 1 billion within a week? Manager Lin nodded hurriedly. Understood. Boss Chen will monitor the market myself. There won't be any mistakes. Chen Mo stood up and adjusted his cuffs. One more thing. Please speak, Boss Chen. My personal identity must be kept confidential. Chen Mo glanced at him. The Lanzhou heavy equipment situation is already noisy enough. I don't want any rumors to surface about this stock index futures matter. Manager Lin felt a chill down his spine and immediately stood at attention. Rest assured, Boss Chen. Headquarters has issued a top-level confidentiality order. Only a very few authorized personnel can access your account information. If anyone dares to leak, it'll be the first to go after them. Chun Mo nodded and turned to leave the VIP room. As he walked out of the Haitong branch, the sky outside had already darkened. The early winter wind blew through the streets, lifting a few withered leaves. Lin Wan followed by his side and asked softly, Boss Chen, shall we head back to Guanlan Yujing? Chun Mo glanced at his phone. On the screen, there was an unread message. Su Qingyan, are you done with your business? A smile rose in Chun Mo's eyes. He replied, Chen Mo, all done. Su Qingyan, you didn't stay up all night, did you? Chen Mo, it's only afternoon. Su Qingyan, for someone like you could stay up all night, even in the afternoon. Chen Mo couldn't help but laugh. Lin Wan, standing nearby, saw the expression on his face and felt a stir in her heart. She rarely saw Chun Mo smile like that. Lin Wan naturally knew who could make Chun Mo show such an expression. Once when she went to the school gate to pick him up, she had seen that girl from afar, youthful, vibrant, and radiant. She lowered her eyelashes, her expression briefly dimming for a moment before quickly returning to normal. Boss Chun Mo put away his phone. Not going back to the villa first. Go to the Peninsula restaurant and pack a tiramisu. Lin Wan was startled for a moment, then nodded gently. Okay, Boss Chun. Half an hour later, during the evening self-study break at the county's top high school, Su Qingyan was bent over organizing her error notebook. Suddenly, a low wave of teasing came from the back door. She looked up. Chun Mo was strolling in through the back door holding an elegant paper bag in his hand. He walked to his seat and gently placed the paper bag on the corner of Su Qingyan's desk. Just passed by and picked it up. Su Qingyan looked at the Peninsula restaurant logo on the bag and felt her heartbeat inexplicably skip a beat. She looked up trying to keep her voice calm. Your passing by covers quite a wide range. Chun Mo sat down and smiled. Learned it from you. Su Qingyan's ears reddened as she lowered her head to open the bag. Inside was a tiramisu. The corners of Su Qingyan's lips curled up little by little. Outside the window, the winter night deepened. Inside the classroom, the lights were bright, and the rustling sound of turning pages filled the air. The next morning, at the County Transportation Bureau, the moment Su Shichao stepped into his office, his secretary hurried in after him, cradling a stack of documents. Director Su, the County Party Committee office, just forwarded the preliminary plan for the Eastern Suburb Road renovation. Deputy County Chief Wang has requested a first draft by 10 this morning. Su Shichao took the documents, his brow twitching faintly. The Eastern Suburb. Whispers about the gold mine had already begun circulating within the County Party Committee system. Their bureau was responsible for the temporary road expansion from the Eastern Suburb mining area to the main county road, as well as future transport route planning. On the surface, it was merely a routine supporting infrastructure project. But Su Shichao understood clearly whoever could gain a say in this project would essentially be the first to touch the economic pulse of Jiangxing County for years to come. He flipped open the first page. Project lead Star Fortune Mining. Major shareholders Star Crest Technology Dragon Splendor Group. His gaze lingered for a moment upon seeing the words Star Crest Technology. Last night, he had already made inquiries through acquaintances. Star Crest Technology was a company that had suddenly emerged in Jiangxing County. Its book cash flow was astonishing and it spent lavishly, first investing in southern suburbs Deer Tech, then acquiring Feiyu Real Estate, and now taking a controlling stake in the Eastern Suburb gold mine. And the actual person in charge behind it was indeed named Chun. Unbelievably young. Director Su. The secretary softly prompted, noticing his distraction. Su Shichao snapped back to reality, closing the documents. His tone was steady. Notify the heads of the Planning Division, Engineering Division, and Finance Division. Meeting at 9. The Eastern Suburb Road cannot be handled as a standard rural road renovation. The secretary was taken aback. Then what standard should we use? Su Shichao said in a low voice. Use the standard for future heavy load mining transport and industrial park supporting infrastructure. The roadbed, bridges, and culverts, drainage, turning radius. Everything must meet high specifications. The secretary quickly nodded, understood. After the secretary left, Su Shichao leaned back in his chair, his fingers lightly tapping the desk. Chinemo. He silently repeated the name in his mind. If it weren't for the fact that he was Qingyan's classmate, he might have only regarded this youth as a mysterious capital source to be dealt with cautiously. But as it happened, Chinemo and Su Qingyan were quite close. This complicated matters considerably. From a father's perspective, he didn't want his daughter distracted in her senior year of high school. Yet from the perspective of a man entrenched in officialdom, he had to admit that the weight Chin-Mo displayed had far exceeded the scope of a high school student. At 9 o'clock sharp, in the small meeting room of the Transportation Bureau, the heads of various divisions arrived one after another. Once the Eastern Suburb Road plan was laid on the table, discussions quickly ensued. Director Su, given the current temporary transport needs of the mining area, wouldn't it be enough to simply widen the existing village road? We can lay a gravel base first and make proper repairs later. The engineering division chief spoke first. Su Shichao shook his head. Not enough. He picked up a red pen and circled a connecting section on the map between the Eastern Suburb mining area and the Southern Suburb Industrial Park. The Eastern Suburb isn't just a mining area. The Southern Suburb now has Deer Tech, and in the future there will be the Fluoride Chemical Park. What the county needs now isn't a temporary mine access road, but an industrial corridor connecting the mining area, the industrial park, and the county's main road network. The division chiefs exchanged glances. The scale of this statement was different. The planning division chief probed, Director Su, do you mean we should establish it as an industrial road project? Exactly. Su Shichao's tone was steady. We'll use the temporary renovation plan for immediate needs, but the official planning should be submitted as an industrial road. We need to connect the Eastern Suburb mining area, the Southern Suburb Industrial Park, and the county's logistics hub. The county has finally gotten a project that can secure funding from higher levels. Our bureau shouldn't just focus on repairing a shoddy stretch of road. The meeting room fell silent for a few seconds. Then the eyes of the division chiefs lit up. If it were just a temporary mining road, it would be a small project. But if it were elevated to a county-level industrial corridor, it would be a major project capable of securing special funds from the city and even the province. Su Shichao hadn't risen to the position of Transportation Bureau Director merely by following documents. He could see that the Eastern Suburb gold mine was just a catalyst. The real opportunity was to leverage this catalyst to push forward the infrastructure that Jiangxing County had wanted to build for years but lacked the funds for. After the meeting, Su Shichao took the revised plan and went personally to the county government. Deputy County Chief Wang was waiting for him in his office. Shichao, have a seat. Deputy County Chief Wang was in a visibly good mood with a pile of Eastern Suburb project materials spread across his desk. Su Shichao handed over the plan. County Chief Wang, this is the Transportation Bureau's preliminary opinion. We suggest not making simple repairs to the Eastern Suburb Road, but planning it as an industrial corridor connecting the mining area, the Southern Suburb Industrial Park, and the county's main road. Deputy County Chief Wang flipped through a few pages, his eyes brightening. This is a good approach. He looked up at Su Shichao. You've thought ahead of Secretary Zhou. Su Shichao smiled. I was inspired by the county's recent industrial layout. With the Eastern Suburb mining and Southern Suburb chemical industry, if the roads don't keep up, even the best projects won't come to fruition. Deputy County Chief Wang nodded, then lowered his voice. Speaking of the industrial layout, have you met that Mr. Chen from Star Crest Technology? Su Shichao's heart stirred, but he didn't show it on his face, not officially yet. I hear he's very young. Deputy County Chief Wang leaned back in his chair, a meaningful smile on his face. Younger than you can imagine. But if you treat him like a young man, you'll be at a disadvantage. Su Shichao's expression turned serious. Deputy County Chief Wang continued. At yesterday's closed-door meeting, Secretary Zhou presided. That Shin Mo sat before a table of county leaders without a trace of stage fright. He was the one who proactively proposed the 15 local revenue share. That kid is no ordinary person. Shin Mo. Su Shichao finally heard the full name from Deputy County Chief Wang's mouth. Though he had been mentally prepared, the confirmation still stirred a wave of emotion within him. A high school senior, Kinjian's classmate, the city's top scorer. The actual head of Star Crest Technology. The controlling shareholder of the Eastern Suburb gold mine. These identities stacked together were as absurd as a novel. Deputy County Chief Wang, not noticing the fleeting flicker in Su Shichao's eyes, continued. For the Eastern Suburb Road plan, you should communicate more with Star Crest Technology from now on. Mr. Chen values efficiency and dislikes empty talk. If your bureau can produce a brilliant plan for this industrial road, Secretary Zhou will surely take note. Su Shichao nodded, understood. After leaving the county government, he stood at the end of the corridor staring at the gray winter sky outside the window, unmoving for a long time. In the afternoon, at the Haitong Securities VIP room, Chen Mo sat before a trading terminal, the intraday line of IF 1501 pulsing slowly on the screen. Manager Lin stood by, a sheen of sweat on his forehead. Mr. Chen, the market continued to strengthen after opening today, with the brokerage sector driving the index up. Following your plan, should we continue to increase our position today? Add to it. Chen Mo's tone was very calm. After the initial position building yesterday, his long positions in stock index futures had already yielded a floating profit of several million. Market sentiment was heating up again today, making it the perfect node to ride the momentum and add positions. He didn't hesitate and continued to split orders for buying. This time it was even faster than yesterday. Capital surged like a tide into long positions on IF 1501, yet it was so finely fragmented that it left no obvious trace on the trading screen. Lin Wan sat beside him, opening her laptop to record the changes in holdings in real time. The notional position slowly climbed from 380 million to 500 million, 600 million, 700 million. It wasn't until 2:50 p.m. that Chen Mo stopped. Total notional position 1.2 billion. Account floating profit 21.8 million. Manager Lin stared at the screen, his fingers numb. 2 days. Just 2 days. Chen Mo had loaded up his entire long position in stock index futures with a floating profit exceeding 10 million. What was even more terrifying was that he remained as calm throughout, as if he were solving a primary school arithmetic problem. Chen Mo closed the terminal. Manager Lin, remind me when it hits the risk control line. They'll take this terminal with me for now. Oh, I won't be coming back here. Manager Lin nodded with difficulty. Understood, Mr. Chen. Please go ahead. This encrypted terminal was specifically prepared by Haitong headquarters for Chen Mo, equipped with the highest specifications. It features an independent trading channel, a dedicated risk control interface, and encrypted market data sources, with even the backend seat permissions specially approved by the headquarters. In other words, as long as Chen Mo possesses this terminal, he can access the 12 billion level long positions in stock index futures at any time, whether in the Haitong VIP room or in the study of Guanlan Yujing. Lin Wan acted swiftly, placing the terminal backup keys and risk control documents into a dedicated case. Just before leaving, Chun Mo suddenly stopped, glancing back at Manager Lin. Manager Lin, Mr. Chen, you summoned me. For the next 3 months, only you and 2 authorized personnel from headquarters are allowed to view my account data. Any unusual access should be reported to Lin Wan immediately. Manager Lin tensed up and quickly nodded. Rest assured, I guarantee with my own future that there will be no mistakes. Chun Mo said no more and turned to leave. As the Hummer drove away from Haitong Securities, the sycamore leaves on the street had already fallen. In early winter, Jiangxing County carried a bleak atmosphere in the cold wind. Yet in Chun Mo's eyes, the underground factories, roads, and even every inch of inconspicuous wasteland in this small county were being reconnected by invisible lines of capital and power. Deer Technology, Feiyu Real Estate, Xingxin Mining, Xingchen Technology, and that emerging Taichu capital quietly growing in Kyoto. All the pieces have gradually fallen into place. Next, it just takes time to light them up one by one. December 2014. The shares had completely entered the eve of a bull market. Broker stocks were like a lit powder keg of Dongfang Wealth CITIC Securities, and Yingji Jia took turns charging forward, while the Shanghai Composite Index continued to break through amid skepticism. Those retail investors, once numbed by the bear market, finally rushed to the brokerage to open accounts, belatedly realizing the situation. The halls of major securities firms were packed. Some were queuing with bank cards, some squatted in corners making phone calls for loans, while others stared at the continuously rising indices on the screen, their faces flushed with excitement. The bull market has arrived. This term began to spread from stock forums, online discussions, and financial programs to the vegetable market's dining tables and casual chats of taxi drivers. Meanwhile, Chun Mo's 12 billion stock index futures position was already set. By early December, the account's floating profit had surpassed 50 million. By mid-December, it broke 100 million. In late December, as the blue-chip market exploded, contracts soared, and Chun Mo's futures account equity began to expand at a terrifying speed. Meanwhile, overseas, the long positions in Ustrub welcomed their final harvest during this Black Tuesday, which would be recorded in global financial history. Villanelle. 16. Guanlan Yujing. The Russian central bank urgently announced at dawn that it would raise the key interest rate from 10.5 to 17 in one sweeping move, an increase of 650 basis points. This was the largest rate hike since the Russian debt crisis in 1998. At 1:40 a.m. in the study, only a desk lamp was on, its warm yellow light illuminating the table, yet it could not suppress the frantically fluctuating red and green numbers on the screen. Chun Mo sat in front of the encrypted terminal, his eyes bloodshot. The coffee on the table had gone cold. He simply stared quietly at the screen. Ustrub, the exchange rate of the US dollar to the ruble. Since the night of the oil price crash at the end of November, he had almost indiscriminately invested all the funds earned from shorting oil into this currency pair. Initial equity, 89.2 million US dollars, 10 times leverage. Total nominal position, nearly 890 million US dollars. Average entry price around 53. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was already an outrageous gamble. Yet Chun Mo knew this was not gambling, this was history. As oil prices continued to plummet and Western sanctions tightened, Russia's foreign exchange reserves were bleeding out like torn sandbags. The ruble's resistance line was shattered one after another by short sellers. 55, E60, E65. Each time a threshold fell, the global financial market shook. And by today, December 16th, the real avalanche had finally arrived. On the right side of the screen, the exchange rate of Ustrub soared like a runaway wild horse, completely out of control. 68, 4, 70, 2, 72, 8, 75, 6. Each jump meant that the floating profit in Chun Mo's account was swelling by tens of millions of dollars. At 2:15 a.m., the quote pierced through 78. The terminal began to continuously pop up risk control alerts. Chun Mo finally moved. He raised his hand, his fingertips resting on the keyboard. Start closing positions. The first deal, nominal position of $50 million. Transaction completed. The second deal, nominal position of $80 million. Transaction completed. The third deal, nominal position of $120 million. Transaction completed. He did not complete everything in one go. Such a level of foreign exchange position, even in the world's largest currency market, cannot be moved recklessly. Chun Mo activated the order-splitting algorithm, dispersing the remaining positions across several dark pool channels in London, New York, and Singapore, withdrawing gradually from the frenzied ruble market like a receding tide. On the screen, transaction reports rolled in densely. 78, 9, 79, 4, 80, 1. The highest transaction was surprisingly completed at around 86. A glint of sharpness finally flashed in Chun Mo's eyes. Enough. He had taken the head, consumed the body, and would not touch the last piece of the tail. At 3:07 a.m., the final USDRUB long position was closed. The terminal refreshed, showing the offshore account's settlement equity 4238700 USD. After deducting channel costs, overnight interest, and derivatives fees, the net equity still reached an impressive 4216000 USD. In other words, with just this position during the ruble crisis, Chun Mo had netted over 330 million US dollars from the avalanche in the Russian financial market. Converted to RMB, it exceeds 2 billion. Leaning back in his chair, Chun Mo slowly exhaled. There were no cheers, no celebrations. Only the nearly frozen silence in the study. He was well aware that the existence of this offshore account could not be known to anyone, at least for now. This line involves oil foreign exchange offshore trust future layouts in US and Hong Kong stocks with a scale too large and risks too deep. The fewer people who know, the safer it is. Chun Mo lit a cigarette, his gaze returning to another screen. It displayed the futures account of Huagua. In the past half-month, blue chips had surged with securities firms, banks, and insurance companies taking turns to explode. His 12 billion long position had an average entry price around 2,860 points. At this moment, it had already surged above 3,350 points. The floating profit exceeded 200 million RMB. The futures equity plus the principal was nearing 500 million. Chun Mo stared at the screen, his eyes devoid of ecstasy, though after tonight the financial assets he truly controlled had completely surpassed the threshold of 3 billion RMB. But from this moment on, he would also have to delineate his financial territory more clearly. Domestically, there were Xingqin Technology, Taichu Capital, Deere Technology, Xingxin Mining, and Feiyu Real Estate. Abroad, there were offshore trusts, Merrill Positions, Oil Foreign Exchange, and the Nasdaq, which could truly handle world-class funds in the future. The two lines could resonate with each other, but they must never intersect easily. Outside, Jiangxing County remained quiet. Most people in this small county were still asleep. They had no idea about the currency collapse occurring far away in Moscow, nor the gasps of Wall Street traders, and were unaware that in the study of this villa, a high school senior had already made over 2 billion RMB overnight due to this financial tsunami. And it had been less than 6 months since Chun Mo's rebirth. It was 3:20 a.m. Chun Mo quietly stared at his phone, knowing that a call would soon ring. 4216000 US dollars. This amount of money was astronomical. It was too large to simply lie in the offshore account at Merrill. If tens of millions of dollars represented the achievements of an aggressive trading genius, then over 400 million would certainly draw the attention of the entire Merrill Asia-Pacific Private Banking Division, Compliance Department, Risk Control Department, and even some senior executives at the New York headquarters. Sure enough, about 10 minutes later, a call from overseas rang. Chun Mo pressed the answer button. On the other end was a middle-aged man whose voice was extremely restrained, but clearly held back a tremor. Good evening, Mr. Chun. I am John Lee, the Executive Director of Merrill's Asia-Pacific Private Wealth Management Department. You may also call me Li Lin. First, congratulations, tonight's transaction is nothing short of perfect. Thank you, Chun Mo replied calmly. Li Lin paused for half a second and continued, Mr. Chun, the assets in your offshore account have officially exceeded $400 million. According to our internal processes, your account will automatically be upgraded to the highest level of ultra-high net worth client. Meanwhile, the compliance department needs to conduct a routine review of tonight's fund changes. Here it comes. Chun Mo was not surprised. For such a significant surge in funds, if Merrill showed no reaction, that would be abnormal. What do you need from me? Chun Mo asked. Mainly the complete transaction chain. Li Lin's tone became even more respectful, including the transaction records of the previous WTI crude oil short position, the details of the ruble forward contracts, opening and closing proof of margin sources, and the beneficiary documents of your current offshore trust structure. Chun Mo replied lightly, you have all of that in your system. The crude oil and ruble transactions were all completed through Merrill's authorized channels. The margin source is from previous trading profits and does not involve third-party funds. Yes, Mr. Chun. Our internal records are very complete. Li Lin quickly said the compliance review is just a procedure and will not affect your account usage. Chun Mo detected another layer of meaning in what the other party said. Merrill was not trying to make things difficult for him. They were confirming whether this big fish could be firmly kept in their pond. Mr. Li, Chun Mo said slowly as he leaned back in his chair, please contact the best offshore company registration service team in Hong Kong, Cayman, lawyers, tax consultants, and partners from the Big Four accounting firms. There was a noticeable pause on the other end. Mr. Chun, are you planning to establish an institutional entity? Yes. Chun Mo's gaze fell on the screen as he slowly said, I want to register an investment management company in the Cayman Islands. The Chinese name is Chuangxing Investment. The English name is Genesis Capital Management Ltd. The company structure should be clean and the equity penetration must be clear with my offshore trust as the ultimate holder. No gray structures, no proxy holdings, and no loopholes that may be questioned by regulators in the future. Li Lin's tone immediately became serious. Understood. Cayman Entity Hong Kong Operating Company BVI Holding Layer, or do you prefer a simpler structure? Start with the Cayman Entity as the investment platform and set up a wholly owned operating subsidiary in Hong Kong for easier access to Asian banks and brokerages. Chen Mo spoke clearly, but not quickly. At the same time, in the name of Chuangxing Company, open institutional accounts at Merrill, Goldman Sachs, Morgan, and Standard Chartered. Merrill will retain $120 million. Goldman Sachs will hold $100 million. Morgan will hold $100 million. Standard Chartered will hold $50 million as a backup for fund transfers and trade settlements in Asia. The remaining funds will temporarily stay in the offshore trust account as a safety cushion. Li Lin paused. This Mr. Chun was so experienced, this was not merely high net worth asset allocation, but involved the embryonic form of global asset allocation. With such rich experience, could he be a scion of some consortium? More importantly, Chen Mo had not placed all his money in Merrill. For Merrill, this was certainly a pity. But for Chen Mo, it was a necessity. Keeping over $400 million in a single institutional account was far too concentrated in risk. Transaction risk, compliance risk, liquidity risk, counterparty risk. Any one of these could put him in a path. True large funds never trust just one bank. Mr. Chen, I need to remind you. Li Lin said cautiously, if you transfer large amounts of funds to Goldman Sachs, Morgan, and Standard Chartered, they will also conduct a source of funds review. Chen Mo smiled lightly. Mr. Li, I have complete transaction records and the settlement statements issued by Merrill. Why should I fear a review? Upon hearing this, Li Lin realized he could no longer judge this client as an outsider. This young client clearly knew what he was doing. Mr. Chen, would you be available to come to Hong Kong in the near future? Li Lin asked. For such a large-scale institutional structure setup, it's best if you are present in person. I can also help you contact the relevant private banking and institutional client heads at Goldman Sachs, Morgan, and Standard Chartered in advance. Chen Mo thought for a moment about his recent affairs, and then replied, sure. Li Lin perked up. Mr. Chen, when would be convenient for you? In 3 days. Understood. Li Lin replied immediately, I will arrange for you to fly direct to Hong Kong in first class from the provincial capital 3 days later. At the same time, I will send a head of Merrill's domestic investment department to Jiangsheng to meet with you and accompany you to Hong Kong. Additionally, within these 3 days, I will help you communicate with the Cayman lawyers, Hong Kong company secretary, tax consultants, and contacts at Goldman Sachs, Morgan, and Standard Chartered, and will send the complete schedule to your email. After Mr. Chen arrives in Hong Kong, we will have the airport VIP channel hotel transportation conference room and all account opening and signing processes arranged in advance. Chen Mo replied calmly, I trust your efficiency. On the other end, Li Lin let out a slight breath, his tone becoming increasingly respectful. It is our honor to serve you, Mr. Chen. After hanging up the phone, the study fell quiet again. Chen Mo stared at the string of frozen numbers on the screen, feeling no overwhelming joy. For him, this money was merely a ticket for the next stage. After the ruble crisis, the Swiss franc black swan awaited. That would be the true test of the channel's risk control counterparties and fund dispatch capabilities. Merrill alone could not bear his ambitions. Time was tight. He had to position all his funds before the Swiss central bank flipped the table. Goldman Sachs, Morgan, Standard Chartered, and Merrill. 4 top institutions, 4 trading channels, 4 risk absorption pools. Only in this way could he maximize his profit during the monumental stampede on January 15th, while also avoiding being trapped by the risks of a single institution. A commoner has no guilt while holding a jewel. Once one's scale reaches a certain level, it will inevitably attract the covetous eyes of various giants. Chen Mo turned off the terminal and slowly stood up. A wave of fatigue surged through his body. After returning to the master bedroom, he collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep, not waking until the next afternoon. When he woke up, the sky outside was overcast. Jiangsheng had experienced a light rain, and the winter raindrops against the glass brought a refreshing chill. Chen Mo took a hot shower, changed into comfortable home clothes, and then picked up his phone. Dozens of unread messages awaited him, with the most coming from Lin Weiner. At Xingchen Technology, the special team for the East Suburb Gold Mine requested an additional temporary security plan for the mining area. The German equipment team from Deere Technology had arrived in Hong Kong and needed coordination for customs clearance and transportation. The second round of creditor negotiations for Feiyu Real Estate was set for the final round in the afternoon. The County Transportation Bureau had also officially sent the connection letter for the East Suburb Industrial Channel. Chen Mo quickly skimmed through the messages and dialed Lin Weiner's number. The phone was answered almost immediately. Mr. Chen, you're awake. Lin Weiner's voice clearly held a hint of concern. Did you stay up late again last night? I was handling some overseas matters. Chen Mo did not elaborate regarding Xingchen Technology. Go ahead. As soon as business matters were mentioned, Lin Weiner immediately regained her composure. She quickly reported several key tasks in rapid succession. After listening, Chen Mo simply instructed on a few core issues. He then emphasized the construction of the East Suburb Industrial Channel. The county committee was currently most focused on the gold mine in the East Suburb, but he intended to establish a fluorochemical industrial chain and rare earth resources in that location, so road issues must be taken seriously. When negotiating, don't just talk about mining area transportation. Include Deere technology from the South Suburb Dongjiao Mining and Feiyu Real Estate's land reserves in the planning. Understood. Lin Weiner noted seriously. After a moment's pause, she softly asked Mr. Chen, will you still go to school in the next few days? I won't be going. Chun Mo rubbed his forehead. I have to go to Hong Kong in 3 days, and I've already informed Lin Weiner on the other and fell silent for a moment. Going to Hong Kong. But she didn't press further. She was a sensible woman, only doing what she needed to do. All right, Mr. Chun. Lin Weiner's voice remained gentle. I will handle things with Xingchen technology. Over the next 2 days, Chun Mo enjoyed a rare period of leisure. The Chu twins, who hadn't contacted him for over a month, suddenly called complaining that their grandfather had sent them to a closed high school in the provincial capital, isolating them from the outside world. Now that they had finally been released for half a day on the weekend, the first thing they did was seek him out for a reckoning. As soon as the call connected, a clear, yet somewhat resentful voice of a girl came through. Chunemo, have you forgotten about us sisters completely? Chunemo leaned back in a rattan chair on the terrace at Guanlan Yujing, holding a cup of hot tea. Hearing that familiar voice, he couldn't help but smile. Chu Iran. It's good that you have some conscience and haven't forgotten my name. On the other end, Chu Iran huffed. My sister and I were thrown into a closed high school by Grandpa. It feels like being in prison. Finally getting to look at our phones again, and what do you know, not even a single message from you. Soon another slightly quieter voice came through. Don't be so fierce. Chun Mo recognized it as the voice of the elder sister Chu In-aw. I've been busy lately. Chun Mo chuckled. Busy with what? Busy being number one in the whole city. Chu Iran chimed in immediately. Chun Mo, I didn't expect you to hide it so well. We've heard about it in the provincial capital. You scored the highest in the monthly exam, and the teachers there even used your paper as a model. Chun Mo was somewhat surprised the news spread that fast. Of course, Chu Iran huffed. Those arrogant folks at our school brag about how great the provincial capital's educational resources are. But when they heard that Jiangxing produced a monster scoring 735 points, their faces all turned green. Chu Inua softly added, the teacher said you only lost 5 points in Chinese. That was the teacher being lenient. Chun Mo replied casually. Outside the terrace, the winter sun shone on the well-trimmed lawns of the villa area, making it a rare moment of leisure. Are you two adapting to life in the provincial capital? Chun Mo asked. Not at all. Chu Iran replied decisively. We wake up at 6 every day, lights out at 11 at night, and we have to queue for the small store during breaks. The teachers are also constantly watching us do exercises. Chu Inua softly said, actually it's not that bad, it just feels a bit stuffy. See, that's how she is. Chu Iran immediately complained. Clearly she was so sleepy during last night's self-study session that she almost buried her face in her paper, yet she still says it's okay. And those few in our class. Iran. Chu Inua suddenly interrupted her. The phone call fell silent. What do you mean? I wasn't preparing to say anything. Chu Iran muttered softly, sounding somewhat unconvinced. Chun Mo raised his brow. What's going on in your class? Nothing much. Chu Inua quickly replied, then her voice became gentle again. I just transferred here, and I'm not very familiar with my classmates yet. I'll be fine after a while. Really nothing. Really nothing. Chu Inua lightly laughed. Chun Mo, don't listen to Iran's nonsense. She's just under a lot of study pressure lately, and has been getting more and more impatient. Clearly it's them. Chu Iran. Got it, I won't say anymore. Listening to the sisters bicker on the other end, Chun Mo didn't think much of it. He assumed it was just typical friction between new students and their classmates. All right, Iran. Chun Mo shifted to a more comfortable position on the rattan chair, took a sip of hot tea. His tone, filled with an unintentional tenderness. Even though the closed high school in the provincial capital feels a bit stuffy, the teaching quality is high. If you two solidify your foundations after the college entrance examination next year, I'll help you choose the best majors. Who needs your help? Your grades could get you into Tsinghua or Beida without any trouble. On the other end, Chu Iran pouted, but her bright, lively eyes couldn't hide her pride. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something, her voice brightening up. By the way, Chun Mo, the dresses you gave us last time, my sister and I have both worn. We've been turning heads everywhere. I'm glad you like them. Those dresses suit you both very well. Chun Mo smiled warmly. My sister often stares at our old photos and gets lost in thought. Chu Iran suddenly began shouting on the other end of the phone, clearly playful with her sister nearby. Chu Iran, you don't make things up. Give me the phone. Immediately after, a rustling sound and the soft, playful panting of a girl were heard on the other end. 2 seconds later, Chu Iran's chattering voice was completely cut off, replaced by the faint breathing of her elder sister Chu Inua. Chun Mo, don't listen to Iran's nonsense. Chu Inua's voice was soft, almost breathless. At that moment, she was standing at the corner of the corridor of the provincial high school, tightly covering her flushed cheek. During the past half-month of intense high-pressure study, whenever she felt like she could hardly hold on, she would secretly take out that photo of the three of them. In the photo, the tall and straight Chun Mo stood beside her and her sister like a towering mountain. Don't listen to her nonsense, Inua. Pay more attention to your health and don't overwork yourself. Chun Mo softened his tone, speaking gently. I'm fine. Hearing Chun Mo's familiar voice, the little grievances in Chu Inua's heart vanished without a trace. She tightly gripped the phone and asked with concern, Chun Mo, you're in Jiangqing. Don't push yourself too hard. I heard my dad chatting with Aunt Lee on the phone saying that even though you scored first in the city, you're hardly ever home. Are you encountering any difficulties outside? If you need anything, I can ask Grandpa. Chun Mo tightened his grip on the teacup, slightly memories from his past life of the Chu family suddenly facing disaster and burdened with heavy debts forcing the two sisters to drop out and go abroad flooded back. He slowly raised his head, a hint of hostility flashing in his eyes. Don't worry, Inua, I'm doing great in Jiangxi. I'm currently helping my uncle run some errands for his company in the provincial capital, and I'm attending a special training class for the college entrance examination, so I don't return to school often. Chun Mo continued, in a while I'll go to Changhu City again. If I have time, I'll visit your school. How about that? Huh? You're coming to see us at school? Chu Inua exclaimed in disbelief. Her gentle eyes sparkled with joy that she couldn't hide. She bit her red lip, her voice barely above a whisper. Then, it's a promise. Chun Mo, Iran, and I will wait for you at school. Actually, it's not just Iran who I also miss you. As the last 5 words fell before Chun Mo could respond, Chu Inua hurriedly hung up the phone. Listening to the busy signal coming from his phone, Chun Mo chuckled softly. They were truly a pair of delicate and lovely sisters. On the morning of the 3rd day, a red Porsche 911 slowly drove along the clean asphalt road into the Guanlan Yujing Villa area. In this small county, even a Mercedes-Benz S-Class is eye-catching. However, this luxurious and flamboyant Porsche instantly attracted the attention of the security personnel and passers-by. The car finally stopped in front of Villa number 16. As the door opened, a white stiletto heel touched the ground. The woman who stepped out wore a long coat, her long hair contrasting in pure white and deep gray, yet her face was strikingly beautiful. Her brow bone was high, her eyes slightly upturned, and her nearly colorless lips were pressed together, giving her smooth black hair a sharp edge. She stood there surrounded by an invisible boundary. Unlike Lin Weiner, who embodied an intellectual charm in the workplace, this woman resembled a slender sword sheathed in satin, elegant, yet hinting at hidden sharpness. Standing at the entrance of the villa, she looked up at this top villa in Jiangqing, a glint of surprise flashing in her. Is this the place where the mysterious client, who had swept over $400 million in a mere fortnight in the oil and ruble markets, resides? Jiangqing, a name of a small county she had never even heard of before. Lu Jingi still found this matter somewhat absurd. She first heard of Chun Mo's achievements at the headquarters of the Merrill Lynch National Division. Initially, she thought it was just a proxy account pushed to the forefront by some secret consortium. But after reviewing the internal transaction chain, she discovered that all the trading instructions came from one person, Chun Mo, an 18-year-old high school senior registered in Jiangqing. These keywords strung together felt like reading a thrilling novel. Yet the transaction records, risk control logs, margin details, and offshore trust documents in the Merrill system were all undeniably real. Thus, she developed a tremendous curiosity about this person and proactively volunteered. She wanted to see with her own eyes what kind of person this legendary youth in the foreign exchange market truly was. Creak. The villa door opened, and Chun Mo stepped out. He was dressed in a simple black sweater, a dark coat over it, and carried only a light suitcase. There were no bodyguards behind him, no secretaries, not even any semblance of a wealthy person's entourage. He appeared clean and youthful, with a hint of boyish charm in his features. Even though Lu Jingi had mentally prepared herself, her breath caught for a moment. She quickly composed herself and stepped forward. Mr. Chen, hello. Her Mandarin was standard, her voice clear, and her speech brisk. I am Lu Jingi from the Merrill Lynch National Investment Department. Mr. Li Lin arranged for me to handle your domestic arrangements for this trip to Hong Kong. Chun Mo's gaze fell on her face. Lu Jingi. The name made him raise an eyebrow. A true paragon in the capital circle in his past life. Her background was unfathomable, her methods efficient. By her early 30s, she could engage with old foxes in cross-border mergers and acquisitions, a coveted prize sought by various capital sources. He did not expect to meet her at this time in this life. Chun Mo extended his hand for a gentle shake. Thank you for making the trip to Jiangqing, Miss Lu. Lu Jingi felt the warmth from his palm, and her heart stirred slightly once again. Today her outfit, a seasonal Max Mara cashmere coat paired with Rogers diamond buckle shoes, along with her hairstyle and light makeup, had all been meticulously prepared an hour in advance. She had a sufficient understanding of her appearance and temperament, and very few could maintain their composure in front of her even in the Merrill Lynch National Division and the broader financial circle. Yet this young man, from the moment she got out of the car to their handshake, kept his gaze calm, showing no lingering fascination or distraction, not even the most basic sense of awe. It was as if her arriving in this small county in a Porsche was nothing extraordinary. "You are too kind, mister." Lu Jingi retracted her hand, a slight smile on her lips. "It is my honor to personally meet this year's most legendary client of Merrill Lynch." Chen Mo smiled faintly. "The legend will continue." Lu Jingi's eyes brightened. Interesting, Iyushia Paragon herself was accustomed to seeing those second-generation heirs who relied on family connections to dominate the business world or self-proclaimed elites with prestigious school backgrounds. Yet those individuals seemed to lack a genuine confidence in front of Chen Mo. The Chen Mo before her held achievements that even the higher-ups at Merrill's New York headquarters found shocking. "Then I shall wait and see." Lu Jingi smiled slightly, pursing her lips, and naturally reached out to take the suitcase from Chen Mo's hand. "Mr. Chen, the car is outside. Let's head to the airport first. They'll take care of your luggage." "No need, it's very light." Chen Mo glanced back at the villa, simply bidding farewell to Lin Wan on his phone before opening the passenger door. "Let's go." Lu Jingi was momentarily stunned, taking the driver's seat as the red Porsche slowly drove out of Guanlan Yujing. The gray streets of Jiangqing receded behind the car window. As Lu Jingi drove, she handed a tablet to Chen Mo. "Mr. Chen, here is the preliminary schedule for 3 days in Hong Kong. This afternoon upon arrival we will check in at the Four Seasons Hotel. At 7 in the evening, the Merrill Lynch Hong Kong Private Wealth Management Department and the Institutional Derivatives team will have their first meeting with you. Tomorrow morning, the Cayman lawyers and the company secretary team will confirm the registered structure of Genesis Capital Management Ltd. In the afternoon, the institutional client teams from Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley will be present. On the third day, we will sign the account opening documents with Standard Chartered Private Bank and the Hong Kong Operating Company. If all goes well, the institutional accounts of the 4 banks will be operational within a week." Chen Mo quickly scanned through it and asked, "What about the ISDA framework?" Lu Jingi's fingers on the steering wheel paused. She did not expect that the first thing Chen Mo looked at was not the hotel or the meeting specifications, but the main agreement for derivatives. This agreement is the key document for improving efficiency and controlling risks in over-the-counter trading. Merrill has already prepared it, she said with a more serious tone. Goldman Sachs and Morgan need to enter rapid approval after the institutional accounts are approved. Standard Chartered is relatively conservative. The derivatives permissions may take a little longer. Standard Chartered only does fund transfers and serves as a backup in Asia, not taking on primary trading positions. Standard Chartered will share the exposure related to the Swiss franc among Merrill, Goldman Sachs, and Morgan. Lu Jingi's pupils slightly constricted. Swiss franc. She finally caught onto the keyword. However, she did not pursue it further, yet waves of intrigue surged within her. This young man had just extricated himself from the ruble crisis, and now he was already eyeing the Swiss franc. But isn't the Swiss franc touted as the world's safest and most stable haven? The red Porsche drove onto the highway leading to the provincial capital airport. The winter sun filtered through the car window, illuminating Chen Mo's young and calm profile. Lu Jingi suddenly realized that she might be witnessing the birth of a capital giant moving from this unremarkable small county to a larger arena. 2 hours later, at the provincial capital's international airport, a red Porsche steadily parked in front of the VIP lounge. Lu Jingi had just unfastened her seatbelt when 2 VIP service staff members approached, briskly, respectfully opening the car door. "Good morning, Miss Lu." "Mr. Chen." Lu Jingi handed the car keys to the valet and turned to Chen Mo, saying, "Mr. Chen, well, use the VIP passage. The security check and departure procedures have been arranged in advance." Chen Mo nodded, naturally picking up his suitcase. From getting out of the car to identity verification and entering the VIP lounge, the entire process went extremely smoothly. Lu Jingi originally planned to briefly explain the first-class check-in VIP passage and boarding arrangements, but she soon realized there was no need to say anything. Chen Mo was far too familiar with it. It was not a facade of calmness, but a deep-rooted comfort with this high-end travel process. Lu Jingi sat across from him, finally unable to resist stealing another glance at him. "Mr. Chen, do you often fly?" "I've flown a bit." Lu Jingi raised an eyebrow slightly. This answer was clearly insincere. How could a high school student from Jiangqing be so familiar with the outbound procedures? However, she did not continue to probe. She was not an interrogator sent by Merrill. But the less she asked, the stronger her curiosity grew. After boarding, the first-class cabin was spacious and quiet. Lu Jingi had initially thought Chen Mo would rest once on the plane, considering the tight schedule over the past few days and the numerous meetings ahead. But Chen Mo was seriously reviewing the itinerary for 3 days in Hong Kong on his tablet, along with account documents from several banks. His focused demeanor was a stark contrast to that of a teenager who should be solving problems in a classroom. The plane took off smoothly, clouds unfurling outside the window. Lu Jingi removed her professional facade, turning slightly to face Chen Mo, and said, "Mr. Chen, may I ask a personal question?" "Go ahead. Are you really only 18? Chen Mo looked up at her. Lu Jingi blinked, a hint of a smile at the corners of her lips. "That's what the documentation says, of course. But you don't seem like you're 18. "Then how old do I seem?" 38, Lu Jingi said seriously. Chen Mo couldn't help but let out a laugh. Lu Jingi also smiled a little. Perhaps the sensation of weightlessness on the plane made her somewhat relaxed, giving her an extra spark of vitality compared to usual. "I mean it," Lu Jingi looked at him. "When you sign documents, review terms, and ask about frameworks, you're more familiar than many fund managers I've seen. I'm quite interested in this area. I've researched a lot." "Mr. Chen, this explanation would work to deceive others." Lu Jingi gently shook the juice in her hand. "But to deceive me, it lacks sincerity." "Mr. Lu just met me and is already judging me." "Not judging," Lu Jingi corrected. "It's customer profiling." "Does Merrill's customer profiling really ask if the age is truthful?" "Ordinary customers wouldn't," Lu Jingi smiled. "But you are clearly not ordinary." After this sentence, the atmosphere between the two relaxed significantly. Lu Jingi realized that Chen Mo was not as difficult to approach as she had imagined. He was indeed composed, yet he had no airs about him. As long as the topic did not touch upon the true core secrets, he would even cooperate with her to share a few lighthearted jokes. This ignited Lu Jingi's innate curiosity as a young woman. She lifted her juice and took a sip, her gaze falling on the tablet Chen Mo was using. At that moment, the screen had just stopped on a few pages of dense tables marked with some stock codes from Hong Kong, along with a series of core data regarding market capitalization, debt-to-asset ratios, and equity concentration. As an elite at Merrill, Lu Jingi could tell the gist of it with just a glance. Was Chen Mo pulling data on Hong Kong stocks? 0208. AI Yipu. Lu Jingi read one of them softly, her brows involuntarily furrowing. "Mr. Chen, are you looking at Hong Kong speculative stocks and shell resources?" "Just browsing," Chen Mo said casually, his expression calm. "This doesn't look like just browsing." Lu Jingi set down her juice, her expression becoming serious. "If I'm not mistaken, all the companies you've picked are shell resources with a market capitalization between 400 million to 500 million Hong Kong dollars. Do you have acquisition intentions for this trip to Hong Kong?" Chen Mo did not deny it, but instead posed a question. "What does Miss Lu think of the Shanghai Hong Kong Stock Connect that just opened in November?" Shanghai Hong Kong Stock Connect. Lu Jingi did not expect him to suddenly shift the topic to macro policies. After pondering for a moment, she cautiously replied, "The market generally sees it as a milestone for financial connectivity between the two regions. But looking at the data from just over a month, the inflow of northbound funds has been far more active than southbound funds. Local sentiment in Hong Kong Island has been somewhat subdued due to recent events, and foreign institutional pricing of mainland assets remains very stringent. To be frank, we at Merrill hold a conservative view on the performance of Hong Kong stocks in the short term. A typical Wall Street elite perspective focusing on data, market trends, and mainstream sentiment." Chen Mo retracted his gaze, looking at Lu Jingi with a playful expression. "Foreign institutions are always too reliant on data. The mainland has been closed off for so many years. Countless private funds and top wealthy individuals hold massive amounts of capital. Do they lack investment vision? No, what they lack is a legal and compliant channel to go overseas." He extended his finger and lightly tapped on the table. "The current Hong Kong stocks have created a golden opportunity due to geopolitical sentiments. These extremely clean shell companies may appear to be illiquid garbage in the eyes of foreign capital, but in the eyes of those in the mainland who have been waiting in line for so long to borrow shells for listing, they are the perfect resource. Once the flood of capital from the mainland surges down next year, the pricing power in Central will shift significantly. At that time, buying a clean mainboard shell will merely involve the most basic operation of doubling the shell price by next spring." Chen Mo's voice was not loud, and even in the faint roar of the first-class cabin's engines, it sounded somewhat subdued. But to Lu Jingi, it resonated like thunder. The dynamic differences in capital between the two regions, the mainland's demand for shell borrowing, and the upcoming premiums. These logics were articulated by Chen Mo as clearly as a textbook. "Do you want to corner the market?" Lu Jingi's voice was extremely low, even tinged with a hint of excitement. "Cornering the market is too exhausting." Chen Mo adjusted to a more comfortable position in his seat. "While shell resources indeed have great value, I also have other arrangements. Miss Lu, Merrill's investment banking department in Hong Kong should be quite familiar with the asset restructuring and directed share placement of listed companies, right?" Lu Jingi stared blankly at the young man in front of her. At that moment, she finally shattered the label of a high school student from Jiangxing in her mind. Very familiar, extremely familiar. Lu Jingi took a deep breath and leaned slightly forward. Mr. Chen, Merrill's private banking and investment banking department is always at your service. As the plane passed through the clouds, the flight attendants began to provide meal services in succession. Lu Jingi turned to look at Chen Mo, her curiosity inside burning brighter like a flame fanned by the wind. In the afternoon at Hong Kong International Airport, the plane landed smoothly. When Chen Mo and Lu Jingi emerged from the VIP passage, the Merrill Hong Kong team had already arranged for a reception team in advance. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked outside the exit with a driver in a dark suit standing next to it, two tall security personnel, and an assistant from Merrill's Hong Kong Private Wealth Management Department. "Welcome to Hong Kong, Mr. Chen." Miss Lu, the assistant slightly bowed, speaking respectfully. Chen Mo was not surprised. A client worth $400 million warranted such treatment. The car door opened. Chen Mo sat in the back seat with Lu Jingi sitting next to him. The Rolls-Royce drove away from the airport, entering the city via the highway. Outside the window, the skyscrapers of Hong Kong loomed, the sea reflecting a cold light, and the two sides of Victoria Harbour remained dazzlingly prosperous. But as Chen Mo looked outside, a trace of profound meaning flickered in his eyes. At that moment, Hong Kong Island was far from being as calm as it appeared. Beneath the surface of this bustling financial center, political capital, real estate, shell resources, and the undercurrents of mainland funds flowing south were all in violent motion. This has never been a gentle place. It is another battlefield, especially now. The Rolls-Royce quickly arrived at the Four Seasons Hotel in Hong Kong, where the private butler and concierge team had been waiting. "Welcome to the Four Seasons Hotel, Mr. Chen. Your presidential suite is ready, and the meeting room for tonight has completed security and communication checks." The presidential suite was located on a high floor. Upon entering, the massive floor-to-ceiling windows revealed an unobstructed view of Victoria Harbour. The living room was spacious, complete with a study, meeting area, and private dining room. On the table were fresh flowers and a welcome card alongside encrypted communication devices and document boxes prepared by Merrill. Chen Mo walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking this international financial metropolis. Lu Jingi stood half a step behind him and softly said, "Mr. Chen, at 7 o'clock tonight, the Merrill team will arrive on time at the suite meeting room. You can rest for now. No rush." Miss Lu, you mentioned on the plane that Merrill's investment banking department is very familiar with asset restructuring and directed share placements for listed companies. "Yes," Lu Jingi nodded. "Merrill has a very mature team for capital operations on the Hong Kong side. Whether it's old stock transfers, rights issues, placements, convertible bonds, shell reorganizations, or later introducing strategic investors, we can handle it." Chen Mo turned to her and said, "Before tonight's meeting, please help me prepare an initial screening list." "You want a list of shell resources?" "Yes." Chen Mo walked to the sofa and sat down, pulling out a batch of companies he had already screened. "Find those with a market cap under 400 million Hong Kong dollars, but no more than 600 million. The shareholding ratio of the controlling shareholders cannot be too dispersed. Preferably, there should be a clear actual controller to facilitate discussions on control transfer. What about the debt situation? There can't be large hidden guarantees, complex litigation, or obvious regulatory penalties. The main business can be poor, cash flow can be weak, but the shell must be clean. Industry preferences. Traditional manufacturing, trade, niche, consumer goods, peripheral real estate, and small financial services are all fine. But don't touch shells that have local gang shadows behind them, and avoid those with overly complex share play." Lu Jingi paused slightly in her typing, looking up at Chen Mo. "The real trouble with Hong Kong shell resources has never just been financial, but rather the relationships behind them. Local families, brokerage manipulators, gray funds, penny stock players, debt disputes, etc. Any oversight could turn shell acquisition into a minefield." Chen Mo seemed to have known these pitfalls all along. "Mr. Chen, you understand the Hong Kong market more deeply than I imagined," Lu Jingi said softly. "Just did a bit more homework." Another answer like that. Lu Jingi was already somewhat immune to it, as she even felt that in some aspects Chen Mo was more professional than herself. "What about the target price?" she asked. "It's best to acquire control for 200 to 300 million Hong Kong dollars. Chen Mo said, "If the shell is clean enough, the price can go up to 400 million. But I'm not in a hurry. Let's take our time selecting." "Understood," Lu Jingi nodded. "I will have the Hong Kong team screen a batch from public data, internal brokerage resources, and investment banking project databases. Before tonight's meeting, I will provide you with the first version of the list." "I didn't say to let the team screen it." Chen Mo looked at her. "You will screen it personally." Lu Jingi was taken aback. Chen Mo continued, "This matter should not be put into the public project group for now. You can use resources, but the final list should first come to you, then to me." Lu Jingi's gaze sharpened slightly as she understood. Chen Mo was not distrusting of Merrill, but rather he did not want too many people to know that he was preemptively laying out plans for Hong Kong shell resources. After all, his operations in the foreign exchange market had already attracted enough attention. "Rest assured, Mr. Chun, Lu Jingi put away the tablet. I will handle this matter personally. Also at tonight's mayoral meeting, just say, I want to create a European currency hedging portfolio. Chun Mo's tone was steady. Include the euro, Swiss franc, and pound. The trading direction is unclear. The time window is unclear. Adjust required channels limits margin efficiency and continuity of quotes in extreme market conditions. Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley the same, she asked. The same, Chun Mo replied. Lu Jingi suddenly smiled. Mr. Chun, I feel a bit sorry for the team that will meet with you tonight. Why? Because they think they are facing a client. Lu Jingi tilted her eyes slightly. But in reality, you count them as part of your risk control. Chun Mo smiled as well. In the financial market, everyone is a variable. Lu Jingi looked at him, her excitement growing stronger. Chun Mo was different from everyone she had met. The contrast brought by age and status made her feel extremely conflicted. This conflict made Lu Jingi want to get closer to see what kind of person he truly was. Just then the doorbell of the suite rang. The private butler walked in slightly bowing. Mr. Chun, the meeting materials sent by Merrill Hong Kong have arrived. Put them down. Sure. The butler set down 2 black document boxes on the table and retreated. Lu Jingi glanced at the time. It was 4:20 in the afternoon. There were less than 3 hours until the meeting began. Mr. Chun, I'll go next door to the business suite to organize the Shell resource list. They'll send it to you before 6:30. Thank you for your hard work. I'll treat you to dinner once it's successful. As Lu Jingi reached the door, she raised her pretty eyebrows, seemingly surprised that Chun Mo would say such a thing. This is my personal request, so I should express it, Chun Mo continued. Lu Jingi revealed a sweet smile. Then I'll be waiting for Mr. Chin's grand feast. In Villa No. 18 of the Guanlon Yujing in the office transformed from the master bedroom on the second floor. Lin Weiner stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a cup of freshly brewed coffee. She originally just wanted to take a breather from a pile of project documents during these few minutes of free time. Just then a red Porsche 911 slowly drove out from the entrance of Villa No. 16. That car was simply too eye-catching. In a place like Jiangqing, it was almost impossible to overlook. What caught Lin Weiner's attention even more was the woman sitting in the driver's seat. Wearing a white cashmere coat, her long hair cascading down her profile was strikingly beautiful and sharp. Even from a distance, one could feel the unique pride radiating from her. Chun Mo was sitting in the passenger seat. The car quickly drove out of the villa area, disappearing at the end of the cold winter road. Lin Weiner tightened her fingers around the coffee cup slightly. Chun Mo said he was going to Hong Kong, and it turned out he was going with such a woman. Of course, she wouldn't be naive enough to confront Chun Mo over this. She understood very well that the projects she could currently access were merely part of Chun Mo's true plans. However, knowing was one thing, but seeing Chun Mo leave with another beautiful woman was another matter entirely. A twinge of sourness rose in her heart. Lin Weiner lowered her head to look at the coffee swaying in her cup, and suddenly let out a self-deprecating laugh. Lin Weiner, what are you thinking? What she should be doing now was not speculating about what kind of woman might appear around Chun Mo, but rather managing Xingqian technology well and being a good assistant to him. Suppressing a slight stir in her heart, Lin Weiner turned back to her desk, where several thick stacks of documents were still spread out. With the framework of Xingqian technology fully established, there were increasingly more tasks at hand, and she could no longer manage the dozen or so people she had previously hired. It was time to consider expanding the team. Lin Weiner then picked up a fountain pen and began to annotate several documents one by one. Her handwriting was elegant and her strokes steady. Just then the phone on the desk rang. The caller ID showed Vice County Chief Wang. Lin Weiner immediately answered. Hello, County Chief Wang. On the other end, Wang's voice was a bit lower than usual. President Lin, is President Chun in the county now? Lin Weiner suddenly felt uneasy. President Chun went to Hong Kong to handle some matters, and I am fully responsible for Xingqian technology here. Is there something wrong with the Dongjiao project? Vice County Chief Wang was silent for a second before responding. Someone from the provincial capital has come. Lin Weiner's grip on the phone tightened instantly. From the province. Is it an inspection team? It's not a formal inspection team. Vice County Chief Wang's voice carried a hint of irritation. It's a young man from the provincial state-owned assets and mining system named Zhao Qiming. He is accompanied by 2 others claiming to represent a certain industrial fund under the provincial mining investment, coming to understand the situation of the Dongjiao gold mine. Lin Weiner was not a novice. Wang's words immediately put her on alert. Did they specifically request to meet with the person in charge of Xingqian mining? Lin Weiner asked. Yes, Vice County Chief Wang lowered his voice. Secretary Zhou means that since President Chun is not here, you and Lu Xine should meet with them first. Be polite in your demeanor, but do not lower the project's bottom line. Understood. President Lin, Vice County Chief Wang added. Zhao Qiming is not an ordinary person. His father has significant influence in the provincial development system, and his mother has strong ties with several provincial state-owned enterprises. Be cautious in dealing with this person. Lin Weiner's eyes gradually turned cold. Thank you for the reminder, County Chief Wang. I know what to do. After hanging up, Lin Weiner immediately dialed Lu Xin's number. The phone rang just once before Lu Xin's booming voice came through. President Lin, what's the matter? Someone from the provincial capital has come to see the gold mine. Lin Weiner replied succinctly. Let's meet at the county government gate in half an hour. Lu Xian was quiet for a moment before his voice suddenly turned serious. Are they here to pick peaches? It's not that simple yet. Lin Weiner replied calmly, but it's highly likely. Damn, Lu Xian cursed under his breath. President Qin just left for Hong Kong, and these opportunists have already arrived. Lin Weiner lightly coughed, reminding him, this person is said to have a significant background named Zhao Qiming. Lu Xian pondered for a moment and said, I have heard of him, but President Lin did Secretary Zhou mention anything? Secretary Zhou means to be polite in demeanor, but not to lower the project's bottom line, Lin Weiner reiterated. Gotta see you in half an hour. Lu Xian hung up the phone. Half an hour later, in front of the county government reception building, a black Audi A6 and a Toyota Alphard with provincial plates were already parked in the courtyard. When Lin Weiner and Lu Xian arrived, Vice County Chief Wang was already waiting downstairs. He was standing next to three young men. The man at the forefront was in his late 20s or early 30s, wearing a black down jacket, a Patek Philippe watch on his wrist, his hair styled neatly, and his demeanor calm. Behind him were two men, one wearing gold-rimmed glasses and holding a briefcase, while the other was stout, silent, clearly serving as a bodyguard and driver. Vice County Chief Wang introduced, President Lin, President Lu. This is Zhao Qiming, the manager of Qihua Group from the provincial capital. Zhao Qiming had been listening casually until his gaze landed on Lin Weiner, at which point his eyes visibly lit up. He had seen many beautiful women, from the clubs in the provincial capital, at financial circles, cocktail parties, to the glamorous socialite circuits. But Lin Weiner was different. Today she was wearing a fitted black suit paired with a deep gray cashmere coat, her long hair tied up, and her makeup clean. She embodied the grace of a mature woman while exuding the aura of a leader. Especially those almond-shaped eyes slightly raised at the corners. Warm and captivating. Zhao Qiming smiled and extended his hand. President Lin, it's a pleasure to meet you. Lin Weiner politely nodded while Lu Xian stepped forward. President Zhao, it's an honor. Do you remember me, Lu Xian? Zhao Qiming, seeing the burly Lu Xian approach, felt slightly displeased and looked him up and down. He recalled, oh, it's you. The one from the provincial capital's bidding meeting. What was your company called again? The Guerrilla Group. Lu Xian chuckled, his smile not reaching his eyes, and replied, President Zhao, you're mistaken. It's Longshin Group. Zhao Qiming patted Lu Xin's shoulder lightly. President Lu, it's a pleasure to meet you. He then gently pushed Lu Xian aside and continued to focus on Lin Weiner. In the provincial capital, it was rare for a woman to remain so aloof after learning of his identity. Lu Xian felt a surge of anger welling up, almost unable to restrain himself from cursing. However, his face was dark enough that even when his temper flared, no one could tell. They assumed he just looked good from taking too many supplements lately. I've long heard that Xingqian Technology has a young and beautiful, yet highly capable female boss. Meeting you today, it truly lives up to its reputation, Zhao Qiming said with a smile. Can President Lin fully represent Xingqian Technology? The project affairs of Xingqian Technology in Jiangcheng are under my responsibility, Lin Weiner replied. That's good. Zhao Qiming nodded, but his gaze lingered on her face. For such a large project as the Dongjiao gold mine, there needs to be someone authoritative present. Vice County Chief Wang sensed the subtle atmosphere and quickly interjected, President Zhao, President Lin, President Lu, let's head to the site first. The arrangements have already been made at the mine. The convoy quickly set off. On the way to the Dongjiao rocky beach, Zhao Qiming did not return to his Alphard, but instead cheerfully suggested he wanted to ride in Xingqian Mining's vehicle, so I can chat with President Lin about the project situation. Lin Weiner did not refuse. It seemed too petty to decline at this moment. The few of them shared a business vehicle purchased by Xingqian Mining. Lin Weiner sat in the rear right seat. Zhao Qiming sat on the left with a distance between them. Lu Xian sat in the passenger seat, his face black throughout the ride. President Lin, Zhao Qiming said, looking at the gradually desolate scenery outside, casually commenting, I've been here in Dongjiao before. It's a poor area, yet I didn't expect a gold mine to be hidden beneath. You at Xingqian Technology are indeed fortunate. We are indeed fortunate, Lin Weiner replied indifferently, but the initial exploration, funding input, and project coordination are not without effort. Zhao Qiming chuckled, President Lin, there's no need to be nervous. I didn't mean to deny your efforts. It's just that for resource-type projects, especially large gold mines relying solely on private capital, can be quite challenging. Lin Weiner's eyes flickered. Here it comes. Zhao Qiming continued, safety, environmental protection, taxation, mining rights approval, provincial-level review, and subsequent gold sales channels. Each of these is significant. Although Xingxin mining looks prosperous now, it might not withstand the pressures when it comes to the development stage. Lu Xian finally couldn't contain himself, gruffly interjecting. President Zhao, our Longxin Group, has been involved in the mining industry in Jiangcheng for quite some time. You needn't worry about on-site construction and local coordination. Zhao Qiming didn't even glance at him, merely smiling lightly. President Lu, am talking about resources on a higher level. Lu Xin's expression darkened further. Lin Weiner raised her hand slightly to press down on the folder, signaling Lu Xian not to act impulsively. She looked at Zhao Qiming, her voice calm. What do you mean, President Zhao? Zhao Qiming finally turned his head, his gaze landing on Lin Weiner's face. Chihua Capital has a long-term cooperative relationship with provincial mining investment. We can help Xingxin Mining introduce provincial-level industrial funds, gold refining channels, and bank credit. Of course, in exchange, we hope to acquire a stake in Xingxin Mining at a reasonable valuation. Lin Weiner's expression turned slightly cold. Reasonable valuation. The final reserve report has yet to be released, and the project risk remains high. Zhao Qiming spoke casually, as if merely tossing out a number. Based on my preliminary assessment of valuation of 300 million for Xingxin Mining is already quite generous. Lu Xian nearly laughed out loud on the spot. 300 million. The projected value of the already explored area is well over 1 billion. Not to mention the Dongjiao gold mine is already considered a future financial pillar by the county. Zhao Qiming wasn't looking to invest, he was outright attempting to rob them. Yet Lin Weiner showed no signs of emotional fluctuation on her face. How much is President Zhao prepared to invest? Zhao Qiming smiled slightly. 100 million for a 30% stake is not excessive, especially since the resources I hold cannot be measured by money. The vehicle fell silent instantly. Lu Xian whirled around, his eyes nearly popping out. 100 million for 30%. He truly dared to make such a request. Now that the gold mine has been publicly revealed and the geological team has already entered the site, this person still had the audacity to make such an offer. Zhao Qiming seemed oblivious to Lu Xin's reaction, still gazing at Lin Weiner. President Lin, I know you might find this condition low. However, one cannot only look at the immediate benefits. Some projects require the ability to hold on to them to be considered valuable. If you cannot hold on, it becomes a disaster. As these words left his mouth, the temperature in the vehicle seemed to drop several degrees. Lin Weiner finally raised her eyes to meet Zhao Qiming's gaze. Is President Zhao reminding us or threatening us? Zhao Qiming's smile remained unchanged. President Lin, you misunderstand. I'm merely giving Xingxin Technology a piece of advice from a friend's perspective. Lin Weiner slowly closed the folder. All right, then I'll give President Zhao a response from the perspective of Xingxin Technology. At present, Xingxin Mining has no plans to relinquish any equity. Even in the future, should there be a need for strategic investment, we will discuss it with professional valuation institutions. As for the conditions of a 300 million valuation and 100 million for 30%, I suggest President Zhao refrain from joking further. Zhao Qiming's eyes narrowed slightly. The air in the vehicle seemed to freeze at that moment. The smile at the corner of his mouth turned completely cold, and his previously frivolous gaze instantly became sinister. In the provincial city, thanks to his father's position and the capital behind his mother, countless billionaires in the private sector would lower themselves to offer him cigarettes and drinks. Offering a valuation of 300 million was already his greatest sincerity, and he even personally contributed 100 million. It wasn't just a free ride. What he didn't expect was that this seemingly gentle and weak woman would refuse so decisively, showing no mercy whatsoever. President Lin, Zhao Qiming leaned slightly forward, his voice low. It's good for young people to have pride, but when pride goes too far, it becomes ignorance. Do you think without the provincial government's directive your mind can operate smoothly for even a few days? Today the geological team can enter the site, but tomorrow the Provincial Environmental Protection Department, Safety Supervision Bureau, and even the Provincial Natural Resources Department could come down for a joint enforcement inspection, turning this chaotic stony beach back into a dead zone. Lu Xian, sitting in the passenger seat, instantly clenched his fists. He deeply understood what Zhao Qiming was saying. He had struggled in the mining industry for many years before establishing Longxin, and the biggest lesson was that the common people should not fight against officials. He wanted to ease the atmosphere, but he couldn't swallow this anger himself. And since he only held 30 of Xingxin Mining with President Qin's substantial background, such matters should naturally be handled by Xingxin Technology. Lin Weiner indeed did not disappoint him. She didn't even raise her eyelids, responding flatly. President Zhao, the country is a rule of law society, and the leaders of the province also adhere to principles and the bigger picture. Xingxin Mining's operations in Jiangcheng are compliant and legal, supported by the county government. I believe that the leaders from various lines in the province will not willingly become tools for some people's private use. Private use of public resources? Zhao Qiming seemed to have heard a huge joke, sneering. President Lin, it seems you're still too naive. Well, let's just wait and see. Just then, the business vehicle came to a steady stop in front of the temporary command center at the stony beach in the eastern suburbs. The car door slid open and the cold winter wind mixed with dust from the mining area rushed in, dispersing the tense atmosphere inside the vehicle. Vice County Head Wong had already gotten out of the Audi in front and hurriedly walked over to open the car door. Although he didn't know what had been discussed inside the car, seeing Zhao Kaiming's sullen face and Lu Xin's unfriendly gaze made his heart skip a beat. President Zhao, President Lin, we have arrived. Ahead is the site of the first exploration well. Vice County Head Wong forced a smile as he approached. Zhao Qiming adjusted his black down jacket, not even glancing at Lin Weiner or Lu Xian, and directly stepped out of the car. He stood at a height looking at the bustling mining area before him. Several large drilling machines where roaring workers in hard hats were shuttling back and forth, and not far away several freshly excavated test pits revealed new rock layers. This scene intensified the greed in Zhao Kaiming's eyes. According to confidential information he obtained from the Provincial Geological Bureau, this gold mine in the eastern suburbs of Jiangcheng is a rare super-large high-grade gold mine with potential future value far exceeding 10 billion. If operated properly, it could even become a tremendous achievement for him in advancing to senior positions in provincial state-owned enterprises. How could he accept that such a lucrative asset was occupied by the local bumpkins of Jiangcheng and a little-known Xingqian technology? County Head Wong, Zhao Qiming said, turning to look at Vice County Head Wong while clasping his hands behind his back. The management on-site is too chaotic. Safety precautions are inadequate and environmental dust control measures are virtually non-existent. Moreover, I see that the geological structure in the surrounding area is unstable, posing significant safety hazards. Vice County Head Wong's face turned pale. He knew that Zhao Qiming was trying to exploit this issue, but given the other's background, he could only smile apologetically. You are right, President Zhao. Xingqian Mining has only just entered the site. Many details are still being refined. I will definitely urge them to rectify this. Rectification? I believe it's not just a matter of rectification. Zhao Qiming snorted coldly, pulling out his phone from his pocket and calling someone in front of everyone. Hello, Director Zhang. This is Qiming. Yes, I'm currently at the gold mine site in the eastern suburbs of Jiangcheng. The situation here is quite grim. There are serious signs of illegal mining and rampant extraction with significant safety and environmental risks. I suggest that the Provincial Bureau immediately organize a team of experts to reassess the mining rights qualifications and on-site safety of Xingqian Mining. Before the evaluation report is released, it would be best to halt their exploration and preliminary construction. Hearing this, Vice County Head Wong broke out in a cold sweat. The Director Zhang he mentioned was indeed the Deputy Director of the Provincial Department of Natural Resources responsible for mining rights approval. Zhao Qiming hung up the phone, turned around, and wore that arrogant smile again. He provocatively looked at Lin Weiner and slowly said, President Lin, have you heard of production suspension for rectification? As soon as the provincial government issues a directive, just the loss from machine rentals and labor for one day will likely be something your Xingqian technology cannot bear, right? Now do you still think my offer is low? The scene fell into dead silence. The man in gold-rimmed glasses and the burly bodyguard who came with Zhao Qiming both revealed expressions of smug satisfaction. They had played such intimidation tactics with Zhao Qiming more than once, and it never failed. Vice County Head Wong was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, frantically signaling to Lin Weiner with his eyes, urging her to soften her attitude and say a few good words. Everyone was watching Lin Weiner. The cold winter wind blew past, lifting a few strands of hair from her forehead. Lin Weiner stood quietly in place, her face showing neither anger nor panic. She recalled what Chun Mo had said to her before leaving. Xingqian technology does not need to bow to anyone. Go ahead and do it. If something big happens, I will support you. Thinking of Chun Mo, Lin Wan's heart inexplicably settled completely. She stepped forward, meeting Zhao Kaiming's gaze. President Zhao, since you have already called the province, why not let the expert team come a bit faster? Lin Weiner's voice was not loud, but each word was clear and resonant. But I have 3 points to remind President Zhao. First, all the approvals for Xingqian Mining are under the supervision of the Provincial Government Office. A day's suspension affects the overall situation of Jiangxing County and the key construction indicators of the province. Whether Director Zhang is willing to bear this responsibility is something you can ask him in another call. Second, Xingqian technology is not a soft persimmon. If the project encounters unfair administrative intervention, we will mobilize all our legal resources and report the misconduct and illegal activities of certain individuals to the National Development and Reform Commission and the Discipline Inspection Department. Third, Lin Weiner looked directly into Zhao Kaiming's eyes, revealing a mocking expression. Xingqian Mining currently has a credit limit of 1.5 billion at Huaguo Bank. President Zhao, do you think you can dominate Jiangcheng with just 100 million? Your appetite is quite large, but unfortunately your capital is too small. You Zhao Qiming did not expect Lin Weiner to be so sharp-tongued, and even less expected her to dare to challenge the deputy director of the provincial department, instantly turning his face pale with anger. Good? Very good. Zhao Qiming laughed angrily, repeatedly saying how good it was. Lin Weiner, I hope, when the time comes for business suspension and rectification, you can still be this stubborn. At that time I will make you kneel and beg me. Let's go. After saying this, Zhao Qiming waved his sleeves and left angrily, storming into the Toyota Alphard he had driven over, and with the roar of the engine he sped away. Watching the Alphard disappear from sight, Vice County Head Wang sighed deeply, feeling as if he had lost all strength. President Lin, you have completely offended Zhao Qiming. If the provincial development reform system and the state-owned asset sector really put pressure on us, Xingqian Technology's future will not be easy. Lu Xian laughed heartily, saying, damn, that felt good. President Lin, those few words you said just now were incredibly satisfying. I, old Lu, admire you. Lin Weiner turned her head to look at Vice County Head Wang, her expression softening a bit as she comforted him. County Head Wang, don't worry. Since Secretary Zhou said that the project's bottom line cannot be loosened, it means that the county is also our support. Besides, I trust President Chun. President Chun is in Hong Kong. He probably doesn't know about things here yet. Vice County Head Wang expressed some concern, but thinking of Chun Mo's extraordinary abilities, he felt reassured. Lin Weiner took out her phone from her coat pocket, and the screen displayed a message that had been edited but not yet sent. She gazed at the distant mining area, falling into silence for a moment. She knew that Chun Mo might be dealing with important matters in Hong Kong, but he must also be informed of what was happening here. The resistance from the provincial government might be greater than anticipated, and Secretary Zhou alone might not be able to bear it. The Four Seasons Hotel in Hong Kong. In the study of the presidential suite, Chun Mo sat at the long table reviewing the meeting materials sent by Merrill. Outside the window, the night view of Victoria Harbor gradually brightened with countless lights illuminating both shores like a golden net floating on the sea. At that moment, the phone vibrated gently. A text message from Lin Weiner. The content was brief, yet it clearly articulated the events that had just occurred in the Dongjiao mining area. Zhao Qiming from the provincial capital offered 1 billion for a 30% stake in Xingqian mining. After being refused, he immediately called the Provincial Department of Natural Resources, demanding a production halt for rectification. After reading, Chun Mo's expression showed little change. He had long known that once news of the Dongjiao gold mine surfaced, it would inevitably attract hungry wolves. However, he did not expect it to happen so quickly. He originally thought that by voluntarily ceding 15% of the mining profits to the county and tying Secretary Zhou and Jiangcheng's local finances to the deal, he could at least fend off a wave of probing. It now seemed that Zhao's influence was greater than he had anticipated. Or perhaps, Chun Mo lightly tapped his fingertips on the table. It was also possible that Zhou Mingyuan deliberately led him in wanting to see Xingqian Technology, or in other words, to gauge his hidden cards. Others might not know Zhou Mingyuan's background, but Chun Mo was well aware. This top official of Jiangxing was certainly not just an ordinary county party secretary. Years later, Zhou Mingyuan would rise to a position that even ordinary people could only gaze up at in news footage. He was someone who could directly reach the heavenly hearing. Such a person could not possibly be oblivious to Zhao Qiming's ill intentions. Yet he still allowed him to come, and even sent Lin Weiner and Lu Xian to receive him. Chun Mo smiled lightly. Indeed, no one in the bureaucratic circle was simple. This matter was neither too big nor too small. If he were willing to utilize the connections from Tycoon, one he might not even need to make an appearance himself. A call to Director Wang of Jioding and Pengcheng could naturally smooth out the connections on the provincial side. Tycoon, one's 20 billion in private equity funds. Did he really think it was just Zhe Shi and Jioding's money? Anyone who could raise tens of millions to subscribe to private equity shares in 2014 had an extraordinary background. As long as even a hint of wind leaked out, a young master like Zhao Qiming would soon learn what it truly meant to be from a prominent family. However, doing so would inevitably expose Chun Mo to the sight of some individuals. Now was not the right time. His domestic funds and industrial landscape were rapidly expanding. Overseas Chuangxing investment had just started to take shape, and the Swiss franc black swan was on the horizon. Disturbing those truly standing on cloud nine too early would be unwise and could significantly impact his overseas operations. Chun Mo placed his phone on the table, his gaze deepening. If he did not use the connections from Taichu, the radiant face of Lu Jingi surfaced in his mind. There were plenty of rumors about her in the capital circle in his previous life. The Lu family had deep roots in Beijing, Shanghai, and Hong Kong. Her background was not ordinary. Perhaps he could use her hand to gently nudge this bothersome stone. But there was no rush. Chun Mo did not immediately reply to Lin Weiner. He just typed a few words. I understand. You did well. Keep the scene stable for now. Evening at 7 o'clock. The Merrill Hong Kong team arrived punctually at the presidential suites meeting area. Li Lin personally led the team with heads of institutional derivatives, forex trading, compliance, and legal affairs, tax consultants, and offshore lawyers, all seated on either side of the long table. The meeting lasted for over 2 hours. Chun Mo packaged the demand into a European currency hedging combination, including the euro, Swiss franc, and pound, all listed in the observation pool. He only requested 4 things: sufficiently high trading limits and rapid margin deployment, continuous pricing under extreme market conditions. Additionally, after establishing institutional accounts, Chuangxing Company should be able to independently sign over-the counter derivatives trading agreements. Initially, the Merrill team attempted to proceed according to the usual ultra-high-net-worth client process, but soon they discovered that Chun Mo was frighteningly familiar with every clause. Margin call, grace period. Maximum spread under extreme volatility. Transaction confirmation during liquidity droughts. Right to terminate early. Default handling for the counterparty. Each item he inquired about struck at the most critical points. Especially regarding the counterparty's default handling, Chun Mo was acutely aware of these American institutions' inherent flaws. If the agreement's terms were not clarified when the Swiss franc's credit exploded and various investment banks encountered margin calls, these institutions might very well pretend to be dead and refuse to acknowledge the debt. By the end of the meeting, Li Lin was already sweating slightly on his back. He finally understood why Lu Jingi had specifically reminded him before arriving in Hong Kong not to treat Chun Mo as an ordinary client. At 9:40 in the evening, after the Merrill team left the suite, returned to silence. Lu Jingi knocked and entered holding a thin document folder. Mr. Chen, the initial screening list for Shell Resources is out. Chun Mo looked up. Sit. Lu Jingi sat across from him and pushed the folder over. According to your requirements, I eliminated companies with overly high market value, complex debts, abnormally high public shareholding ratios, poor regulatory records, and those with overly chaotic backgrounds. 7 companies are left. Chun Mo opened the document. The list was well prepared. Each company was annotated with market value, equity structure, the age of the controlling shareholder, family succession status, main business liabilities, lawsuits, transaction volume, and potential trading difficulties. He flipped through the pages, finally pausing his gaze on the 4th company, Jinning Holdings. Lu Jingi nodded. I also think this one is the most suitable. It is listed on the main board with a market value of approximately 340 million Hong Kong dollars. Its main business is traditional trade and a small amount of commercial property leasing. Business growth has stagnated, but its financials are relatively clean. The controlling shareholder, the Gu family, holds 53.2. Mr. Gu is 67 this year and in poor health. Both of his children are overseas. One runs an art fund and the other has settled in Canada, showing little interest in succession. The company's transaction volume has been sluggish over the past 3 years, with its stock price remaining close to its net asset value for a long time, and it is virtually uncovered by institutions. Most importantly, the Gu family has been quietly approaching buyers over the past 2 years, but their asking price has been too high, hence no deals have been made. Chun Mo looked at the data, a hint of satisfaction rising in his eyes. What's the asking price? They previously hinted at an external offer expecting to achieve over 500 million Hong Kong dollars for the transfer of control and a comprehensive offer. Lu Jingi replied, but I judge this to be a probing price. If negotiations proceed, there's a chance it could be under 400 million. What about the debts? No major issues. Lu Jingi answered succinctly, there is a short-term bank loan and 2 properties used as collateral, but the scale is not large and can be cleared before the transaction. There are only a few ordinary commercial contract disputes which do not affect the shell's value. Chun Mo closed the document. This one will do. Let's first probe the outer market. Understood. Lu Jingi looked at him, a hint of a smile in her eyes. Mr. Chen, are you satisfied with this list? Very satisfied. Chun Mo glanced at the time. Have you not had dinner yet? Lu Jingi was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. Let's go. Chun Mo stood up. Caprice, let's have a late-night snack. Lu Jingi's eyes brightened. Caprice, the Michelin 3-star French restaurant at the Four Seasons, was extremely famous in Hong Kong. She had been there before. It was just that Chun Mo remembered his earlier promise of treating you to dinner once things are settled after such an intense meeting, which inexplicably improved her mood. Then I won't be polite. Caprice Restaurant. The lighting is soft, and outside the window the night view of Victoria Harbour unfolds. There are few people conversing quietly within the restaurant, and the silver cutlery glimmers coldly under the light, while the air is filled with a faint aroma of wine and cream. Chun Mo did not order an overly complicated dinner, only requesting the chef to prepare a few light dishes: foie gras mousse, blue lobster, black truffle risotto, and a warm pear dessert. Lu Jingi lifted her champagne glass, her expression losing some solemnity and gaining a touch of liveliness. Mr. Chen, I've noticed you're quite good at picking places. Efficiency is necessary for business discussions, and dining is no different. Is this a compliment to caprice or to yourself? Both. Lu Jingi couldn't help but laugh. She found that when Chun Imo took things seriously, he could render a room full of financial elites silent, yet when relaxed, he possessed a light sense of humor. Not overly enthusiastic, but still captivating. After several dishes were served, the two chatted while eating, transitioning from shell resources to European currencies. Eventually, Lu Jingi couldn't help but ask Mr. Chen, which currency are you truly focused on tonight? Chun Imo cut a small piece of lobster, pondering for a moment before replying, the Swiss franc. The Swiss National Bank has upheld the 120 lower limit for too long now. Lu Jingi was somewhat surprised, putting down her knife and fork, her expression turning serious. But they have publicly stated their determination. The mainstream market judgment is that the Swiss National Bank would rather continue to expand its balance sheet than easily abandon the lower limit. Because once they do, a surge in the Swiss franc would directly impact exports and inflation. Mainstream market judgments are often broken, Chun Imo said calmly. Do you think they will give it up? It's not about thinking. Chun Imo raised his gaze to her. It's that they must give it up. Lu Jingi felt a jolt, as although Chun Imo did not elaborate, he pointed out several directions. The expectations for quantitative easing in the Eurozone are growing stronger. Once the European Central Bank loosens its policy, if the Swiss National Bank continues to rigidly maintain the 120 limit, it would mean being forced to buy euros indefinitely. The balance sheet of the Swiss National Bank would become increasingly unsightly. A small country's central bank can resist market pressures temporarily, but it cannot forever serve as a safety net for the Eurozone. As Lu Jingi listened, her expression gradually changed. These logics were not entirely foreign to her. However, she had never pushed them to such extreme conclusions as Chun Imo had. If what you say happens, the Swiss franc will surge instantly, she said quietly. Many forex brokers will be. Therefore, the channels are very important, Chun Imo stated. Avoid small platforms and only use top-tier investment banks and OTC channels. Diversify your positions, ensure sufficient margin, and do not pursue the highest leverage. Lu Jingi looked at him. Are you reminding me? Sort of. Why? Chun Imo smiled. Because your shell resource list tonight is quite impressive. Lu Jingi was slightly taken aback, and a bright smile appeared in her eyes. Mr. Chen's reward is indeed special. Opportunities are worth more than dinner. Then I'll remember that. Lu Jingi raised her glass and gently clinked it against Chun Mo's water cup. Thank you. The atmosphere between them quietly drew closer. Halfway through the meal, Chun Imo suddenly remarked casually, investment is still quite satisfying. Lu Jingi looked up. Why do you say that? The real industry is too troublesome. Chun Imo leaned back in his chair. Nowadays in the mainland, it's truly difficult to make progress without connections. Lu Jingi's gaze shifted slightly. Does Mr. Chen have real projects in the mainland? Chun Imo glanced at her with a half-smile. Miss Lu's client profile must have reached this point, right? Lu Jingi did not pretend to be clueless and replied frankly, Xingchen Technology, Deer Technology, Xingxin, Mining, Feiyu Real Estate. I have indeed looked into the publicly available parts. Then you should know about the Dongjiao gold mine. I know a little. Chun Imo spoke casually. Today Zhao Qiming from the provincial capital went there wanting to acquire 30 of Xingxin mining for 1 billion. When my people rejected him, he threatened to suspend production for rectification. Lu Jingi's knife and fork paused slightly. She looked up at Chun Imo, her bright brows suppressing a hint of coldness. 1 billion for 30%. This person's way of doing things is rather unsightly. As a young lady from a prestigious family, Lu Jingi despised such people the most. Those who, relying on a tiny bit of approval power from their parents, would go to local areas to exploit private enterprises. Not only is it unsightly, but it's also hopelessly foolish. Although she had not seen the final report on the gold mine in Jiangqing, it was certainly a treasure trove if Chun Imo had taken an interest, and the local government kept it tightly under wraps. Thinking that he could take 30% with 1 billion without any investment is not called investing, it's outright robbery. Moreover, Chun Imo had just shared invaluable insider logic about the Swiss franc with her without reservation. Even if it's just to return this favor, she absolutely cannot ignore it. Chun Imo observed the change in Lu Jingi's expression, understanding in his heart, yet maintaining an appearance of helplessness. He took a sip from his water cup and sighed. The provincial development reform system and state-owned background are indeed a heavy burden on local private enterprises. With a single phone call, he could have the Provincial Natural Resources Department publicly declare a halt to rectification. The fragility of the real industry sometimes truly chills one's heart. Lu Jingi cut a small piece of foie gras and put it in her mouth, chewing slowly while her mind raced to gather information about the Western Province Development Reform System and Zhao Qiming. Having spent years working in Beijing, Shanghai, and Hong Kong, mid-level officials from an inland province like the Western Province hardly entered her sights. However, if forces behind her took action, it wouldn't even require her parents to personally intervene. A call from a secretary-level contact could handle it smoothly. Nevertheless, she did not want to expose her family background in front of Chen Mo. Mr. Chun, Lu Jingi put down her knife and fork. Don't worry too much about this matter for now. The survival rules in the mainland are indeed complex, but sometimes outsiders can also be quite adept at navigating them. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, pretending not to understand. Oh, what does Miss Lu mean? Lu Jingi leaned slightly forward, earnestly fabricating. Merrill Lynch, as a top global investment bank, has quite deep business ties in the mainland. A few years ago, several large state-owned enterprises from Western Province issued offshore bonds and engaged in overseas mergers and acquisitions, all led by us at Merrill Lynch. Coincidentally, at that time, a few real heavyweights from the state-owned assets and mining systems in Western Province had a good relationship with Merrill Lynch. Although Zhao's father has some weight in the development reform system, he probably doesn't rank high among those heavyweights. Should I help you make a connection to have someone speak on behalf of Xingxin Mining? Chen Mo nearly laughed out loud. Merrill Lynch's connections. Merrill Lynch indeed has business with state-owned enterprises in the mainland, but for a small gold mine in a county, would a foreign investment bank really go across provinces to pressure a state-owned system heavyweight for a second-generation heir? This logic simply doesn't hold water. The only explanation is that Lu Jingi is using her own private connections, merely borrowing Merrill's facade. But Chen Mo did not show any signs of doubt on his face, looking at her with a touch of gratitude. Miss Lu, that would be too much trouble, wouldn't it? After all, this is my personal matter, and going across provinces to utilize such level of connections would consume considerable internal resources for Merrill Lynch. Chen Mo continued before Lu Jingi could speak. But don't worry, Miss Lu, if this works out, once I sign the contract with Merrill Lynch, I will personally write a thank you letter to your president for the Asia-Pacific region. I will emphasize in the letter that it was because of Miss Lu Jingi's outstanding handling ability and irreplaceable client service spirit that facilitated the deep cooperation between Chuangxing Investment and Merrill Lynch. Chen Mo said this very sincerely, even his eyes carrying a sense of wanting to take credit for her. Lu Jingi looked at his serious demeanor and was momentarily stunned. 2 seconds later, she finally couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. This smile was like a spring breeze melting ice, making her radiate with extraordinary beauty. The Asia-Pacific president. Not to mention writing a thank you letter. Even if the CEO of Merrill Lynch's global headquarters met her father, he would have to politely hand over his business card. Chen Mo, however, seriously claimed he would commend her, truly thinking she was an assistant sent by Merrill Lynch unless she requested otherwise. Yet looking at Chen Mo's side face, calm and mature, but still bearing a youthful contour, Lu Jingi's heart suddenly softened. She suddenly realized. Indeed, no matter how strategically astute this man appeared at the long table, or how terrifying his macro logic analysis, was his real age. Was only 18. He was still just a high school senior. Even with wealth now, he struggled to understand the intricacies of human relationships in Huagua. A sense of protectiveness quietly welled up from the depths of Lu Jingi's heart. All right then, Lu Jingi said with a slight curve of her eyes going along with his words, her tone becoming lively. Then my career prospects depend entirely on Mr. Chen's thank you letter. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Chen Mo patted his chest confidently. The matter in Western Province will have results by tomorrow at the latest, so there's no need to worry. Merrill Lynch still has some strength in this regard. Lu Jingi smiled as she lifted her champagne. Then thank you in advance, Sister Lu. Chen Mo also smiled as he raised his water cup. Hearing the half-joking Sister Lu, Lu Jingi's heart skipped a beat and her smile widened. As Chen Mo lowered his head to cut his steak, a flash of brilliance passed through his eyes. After finishing her late-night snack, it was nearly 11 o'clock at night. Lu Jingi set down her napkin, and as she stood up, the smile on her face had yet to fade. The two of them returned to the floor where the presidential suite was located, one after the other. Chen Mo stayed in the main suite, while Lu Jingi had been assigned a business suite next door by mail-in for convenience. At the end of the corridor, Lu Jingi stopped, saying, Mr. Chen, get some rest. Tomorrow we still have to meet with the Cayman lawyers, as well as people from Goldman Sachs and Morgan. Chen Mo nodded and swiped his card to enter the room, the door closing behind him, while Lu Jingi stood still, the smile on her face gradually fading. She turned back to her suite, not immediately resting, but instead removing her coat and walking to the window, picking up her personal phone. After scrolling for a while, Lu Jingi seemed to hesitate for a moment before finally locking onto a number. The member of the Provincial Committee of the West Province, Executive Vice Governor Liang Wenyuan. Lu Jingi had met him at a private gathering in Kyoto. At that time, she had attended with her family elder, and Liang Wenyuan had been very courteous to her, even leaving his personal contact information before departing, saying that if she encountered any issues in the West Province, she could contact him directly. Lu Jingi's tone was very polite. Liang Wenyuan on the other end of the line clearly perked up. Not at all. It's rare for you to call me. Have you arrived in the... Lu Jingi's tone was very polite. Liang Wenyuan on the other end of the line clearly perked up. Not at all. It's rare for you to call me. Have you arrived in the West Province? I'm in Hong Kong. Lu Jingi walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at Victoria Harbor. However, there's something related to the West Province, so I'd like to ask Uncle Liang for a favor. Liang Wenyuan's tone immediately turned serious. Go on. Lu Jingi explained the situation concisely. In the eastern outskirts of Jiangxing, the gold mine operated by Xingxin Mining, someone in the provincial capital wanted to buy shares at a low price. After being refused, they used connections from the Provincial Department of Natural Resources to try to halt the project. In the end, she added, Uncle Liang, I don't interfere with normal local regulation, nor do I help any enterprises evade lawful inspections. However, if a key project in a county is obstructed due to certain individuals seeking personal gain, that would send a bad signal for both private enterprises and local governments. There was a silence on the other end for 2 seconds. Liang Wenyuan's voice grew serious. Jingi, is this matter true? I trust the source of the information. Lu Jingi did not mention Shenmo's name, simply stating, moreover, if there really is a problem in Jiangxing, it should be investigated according to the law and regulations. But if there is no issue, I hope they can receive fair treatment. Liang Wenyuan replied slowly, I understand. He had certainly heard of the gold mine in the eastern outskirts of Jiangxing. When the news first came in, he had paid special attention to it. Discovering resources of this level is a significant event that could be included in the annual economic work report for an inland province like the West Province. Now, however, it appeared that someone wanted to capitalize on the project just as it was uncovered, and even resorting to department connections to force a stake in it. What was more critical was that this phone call was made by Lu Jingi. Liang Wenyuan knew very well what the forces behind Lu Jingi represented. She personally made this call in the middle of the night for a county project which indicated the connections behind that gold mine in Jiangxing. Jingi, you can rest assured. Liang Wenyuan said the West Province welcomes lawful and compliant investors and will not allow anyone to use public power for personal gain. I will have someone investigate this matter in Jiangxing immediately. Thank you, Uncle Liang. You're welcome. Liang Wenyuan paused, his tone softening slightly. When are you coming to the West Province? Do let me know in advance. Uncle Liang would like to treat you to a meal. Sure, I will. After hanging up, Lu Jingi let out a gentle sigh. She did not go to sleep immediately, but stood by the window gazing at the lights outside, her mind recalling Chun Mo's earlier words, Sister Lu, with a hint of a smile. West Province. Provincial Committee, Villa District. After hanging up the phone, Liang Wenyuan's expression had completely darkened. He felt no trace of sleepiness and directly dialed his secretary. Xiao Zhou. The secretary on the other end immediately perked up. Governor Liang, what can I do for you? Look into the Jiangxing Eastern Gold Mine project operated by Xingxin Mining and see if there have been any recent interventions by the provincial department and the state-owned asset system. Focus on one person, Zhao Qiming. The secretary's heart tightened. Understood, I will check immediately. Liang Wenyuan hung up the phone, standing in his study with a gloomy expression. What he hated most were those second-generation individuals who relied on family connections to extort and seize in localities. Just as the project was getting off the ground, someone had already reached out. This was not helping the West Province attract investment, it was ruining the business environment of the West Province. Moreover, this greedy hand had been seen by the Lu family. If not handled properly, it would not just tarnish the image of Jiangxing. The next morning, a brief situation report was placed on Liang Wenyuan's desk. Zhao Qiming from Qihua Capital had gone to inspect the Jiangxing Eastern Gold Mine. He proposed to invest 100 million for a 30% stake. After being rejected, he immediately contacted the Provincial Department of Natural Resources Mining Rights Approval Department, demanding that an expert group be organized to conduct a so-called reassessment of Xingxin Mining. Moreover, Zhao Qiming's father, Zhao Jinheng, was a real power deputy director in the provincial development and reform system. The report didn't state this too bluntly, but a person of Liang Wenyuan's level could see through it at a glance. Without Zhao Jinheng's nod, would Zhao Qiming dare to be so audacious? Nonsense. Liang Wenyuan slammed the document down on the table. The secretary stood by, feeling a chill run down their spine. Liang Wenyuan picked up the red phone on the desk and dialed out directly. A few seconds later, the call was connected. Zhao Jinheng, this is Liang Wenyuan from the Provincial Committee. On the other end, Zhao Jinheng's voice immediately became respectful. Governor Liang, please give your instructions. Your son Zhao Qiming can now represent the province in discussions of mining projects with localities. Zhao Jinheng's heart sank. He naturally knew his son had gone to Jiangxing. In fact, the plan for Qihua Capital to invest in Xingxin Mining was something he had tacitly approved. In his view, a private company in a county suddenly holding on to such a large gold mine would sooner or later be unable to maintain it. Rather than let other forces step in, it was better for the Zhao family to secure a position first. However, he never expected this matter would escalate so quickly to Liang Wenyuan. Governor Liang, is there some misunderstanding here? Zhao Jinheng cautiously opened. Misunderstanding. Liang Wenyuan's voice was chilling, offering 100 million for a 30% stake and calling for the Department of Natural Resources to halt operations and conduct a reorganization. Is this a misunderstanding? Zhao Jianheng's forehead immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Liang Wenyuan continued, Zhao Jianheng, you are a cadre of the provincial development and reform system, not your son's project manager. The Jiangxing Eastern Gold Mine is a key resource project for the locality involving the county's industrial planning and the province's subsequent investment layout. How dare you, father and son, use a bit of approval connection to forcefully carve up the pie? Who gave you the audacity? This question carried significant weight. Zhao Jianheng's face turned pale, and he quickly stood up, instinctively bending forward, even though Liang Wenyuan couldn't see him. Governor Liang, I reflect on this. This matter is due to my inadequate family discipline. I did not manage Zhao Qiming well. I will immediately have him cease all inappropriate contact and coordinate with the Provincial Department of Natural Resources regarding the so-called inspection team. Not coordination. Liang Wenyuan coldly stated it's to immediately withdraw. Yes, immediately with. Furthermore, the Jiangxing project must be regulated as it should be, but if anyone dares to use regulation as an excuse for personal gain, I will be the first to investigate. Zhao Jianheng's back was already soaked. He finally realized that he had kicked a steel plate this time. The fact that Liang Wenyuan personally made the phone call and with such severe wording indicated that the connections behind the Jiangxing gold mine were definitely not just an ordinary private company. Zhao Jianheng felt both shocked and regretful, but he could only repeatedly admit his faults verbally. Governor Liang, rest assured, I will rectify this immediately, and I will explain the situation to the Jiangxing side. It absolutely will not affect the normal progress of the project. I await your report. Following that, the call was abruptly disconnected. Zhao Jianheng held the receiver, standing in his office for a moment without moving. The secretary cautiously walked in. Director, Zhao, there's a meeting at 10:30. Cancel it. Huh. I said cancel it. Zhao Jianheng suddenly raised his head, his face darkened. Prepare the car, we're going to Jiangxing. The secretary was stunned. Right now? Now. Zhao Jianheng grabbed his coat, his voice laced with uncontainable anger. The secretary nodded hurriedly, turning to make arrangements. He then took a deep breath, picking up his phone to prepare to call his son. But just as he found the number, he paused. No, he couldn't just let Zhao Qiming apologize. This matter reaching Liang Wenyuan was already beyond what could be covered with a mere young people don't understand. He had to personally bring his son to Xingxin Mining to apologize. Otherwise, who knew what further troubles might arise? With that thought, Zhao Jianheng felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of people were behind this Xingxin technology in Jiangxing? At the same time, Provincial Department of Natural Resources. The so-called expert inspection team, which was originally ready to depart, suddenly received an urgent notice. Mission cancelled. Everyone disperse on the spot. The director in charge of the team was bewildered and had not even had time to ask why before being scolded by superiors. In the future, without formal procedures and without the opinions of the department's party group, don't just run down below because someone gives you a heads up. The Jiangxing Eastern Project is a key resource project that the province is paying attention to. Who allowed you to go down there without permission to halt operations? The director was sweating profusely, repeatedly claiming it was his fault. The news quickly spread back to Jiangxing. When Vice Mayor Wang received the call, he was completely stunned. Cancelled. Yes, the Provincial Department of Natural Resources said it was just an internal communication misunderstanding and there was no formal inspection arrangement. We should proceed with the project as planned. After hanging up the phone, Vice Mayor Wang sat in his office, remaining silent for a full half a minute. Then he suddenly stood up and quickly walked to the window. In the courtyard of the county government, the sunlight fell on the gray-white ground, but inside his heart waves of turmoil were surging. Just yesterday, Zhao Qiming had been arrogant, calling to halt the project. Yet this morning, the provincial inspection team had cancelled. Who was behind this? Secretary Zhou. Impossible. If Secretary Zhou had intervened, Zhao Qiming wouldn't have even come here. Then it could only be Xingxin Technology and Shinemo. Vice Mayor Wang's mind conjured the calm face of that young man, and a chill suddenly ran down his back. He had always known that Shinemo was not simple, but it wasn't until this moment that he realized he might have underestimated that young CEO. At the same time, in the temporary office of the Eastern Mining Area, Lin Weiner also received the news. The inspection team from the Provincial Department of Natural Resources had been cancelled. She held her phone, standing by the window, momentarily stunned. Just last night, she had sent the information to Chen Mo, and this morning the pressure from the province had disappeared completely. Even Zhao Qiming's side had temporarily fallen silent. Lin Weiner looked down at her phone. Chen Mo had not explained much. Only that reply from last night. I understand. You did well, just keep the sight steady. A short sentence that seemed to have arranged everything. At 11:20 in the morning, a black Audi with a provincial city license plate sped into the courtyard of the Jiangxing County government. As soon as the car came to a halt, Zhao Jianheng pushed the door open and got out. In his 50s, his hair was meticulously styled, and he was a figure of considerable authority in the provincial development and reform system. However, at this moment his face was grim, his steps rapid, and an undeniable anxiety was etched across his brow. Zhao Qiming had already been summoned to the hotel by his secretary. He stood at the entrance of the county government reception building, his face still bearing a hint of defiance. "Dad, why did you come personally? It's just a private mining enterprise in Jiangxing. Is it really necessary?" Slap. Just as he finished speaking, a resounding slap struck Zhao Qiming's face. He staggered back, clutching his cheek, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Dad," Zhao Jinheng spoke in a low voice, almost forcing the words through clenched teeth, "you worthless fool, a gold mine worth over 10 billion, and you thought you could take 30% with just 1 billion. Is this how you handle things?" Zhao Qiming's expression finally changed. Though he had been scolded many times throughout his life, Zhao Jinheng rarely resorted to violence in public. Moreover, this was in the courtyard of the Jiangxing County government. Shut up." Zhao Jinheng coldly interrupted him. "Now come with me to meet Secretary Zhou and Deputy County Head Wang, and then go to Xingxin Mining to apologize." "Apologize?" Zhao Qiming's eyes widened in shock to Lin Wan. "To Lu Xin. Dad, are you mistaken? Who do they think they are?" Zhao Jinheng raised his hand and delivered another slap. This time it was even harsher. Zhao Qiming's lip was split from the blow, leaving him utterly stunned. Zhao Jinheng looked at his spoiled son, fear evident in his eyes. "You still don't realize who you've offended. The inspection team from the Provincial Department of Natural Resources has been cancelled. Governor Liang from the Provincial Committee personally called me." Hearing the name Governor Liang, Zhao Qiming's anger instantly froze on his face. Even he, not to mention his father Zhao Jinheng, knew that this name represented someone truly at the center of provincial. How could this be? Zhao Qiming murmured, "A gold mine in Jiangxing could attract Governor Liang's attention." Zhao Jinheng snorted coldly. "If you ask me, who should I ask?" After saying this, he no longer gave his son a chance to argue and directly entered the county committee office building. Zhao Qiming touched his split lip with his tongue, tasting the iron tang. He followed behind his father, head bowed, watching as each of his father's footsteps seemed to crush the floor tiles, while the anger inside him only grew fiercer. "When I was summoned, everyone praised me. Now that something's gone wrong, they only know how to blame me. Fine enough," he sneered inwardly. 30 years in the east, 30 in the west, well, see. Half an hour later, at the temporary command center in the eastern mining area, Lin Wan had just finished the on-site dispatch meeting and was preparing to check the sealing records of the first exploration well when a call from Deputy County Head Wang came in. "Lin, Zhao Jinheng has arrived." Lin Wan paused. Zhao Qiming's father. "Yes." Deputy County Head Wang's tone was complicated. "He has already met with Secretary Zhou and is now bringing Zhao Qiming to the mining area to apologize in person." Lin Wan's eyes flickered slightly. Just yesterday afternoon, Zhao Qiming had made bold threats in the mining area. Now, less than a day later, the Zhao father and son were here to apologize. "I understand." Lin Wan's voice was steady. "You'll wait for them at the command center." After hanging up, Lu Xin happened to walk in from outside. "Lin, what's going on?" "The Zhao father and son are coming to apologize." Lu Xin was taken aback at first, and then his eyes widened in disbelief. "Apologize? That dog Zhao Qiming?" Lin Wan glanced at him. Lu Xin immediately cleared his throat. "I mean, someone as important as Zhao would actually come to terms so quickly." Lin Wan replied lightly, "It was his father who came to terms." Lu Xin stroked his chin and suddenly chuckled. "Did Chen do something?" Lin Wan didn't answer, but both knew the truth. Minutes later, the convoy arrived at the mining area. After Zhao Jinheng got out of the car, he didn't put on any airs of a provincial leader. He didn't even enter the temporary conference room first, but stood at the entrance waiting for Lin Wan to come out. Upon seeing Lin Wan for the first time, Zhao Jinheng's heart sank slightly. She was so young and beautiful as expected. No beautiful enterprise comes easily. "Director Lin." Zhao Jinheng took the initiative to step forward, extending his hand, his demeanor very humble. "I am Zhao Jinheng, Zhao Qiming's father. My son acted inappropriately at the eastern mining area yesterday, causing great trouble for Xingxin Mining and Xingchen Technology. I have brought him here today to apologize." Lin Wan politely extended her hand and shook it lightly. "Director Zhao, you're too kind." Zhao Jinheng turned his head, his voice suddenly dropping. "Come here." Zhao Qiming stood behind, his face pale. The disparity between yesterday, when he arrogantly claimed he would make Lin Wan kneel before him, and today being dragged by his father to apologize, made him feel utterly humiliated. But with Governor Liang's name hanging over him, he could only force down the anger within. He twitched his injured lip and then walked in front of Lin Wan, his voice stiff. "Director Lin, I was in the wrong yesterday and said some inappropriate things. I apologize to you." Lu Xin, standing next to him, crossed his arms, nearly bursting into laughter. But Lin Wan did not take the opportunity to humiliate him further. "Director, Zhao Xingchen Technology welcomes legal and compliant investment exchanges, but does not accept any form of coercion." Lin Wan's voice was not loud, but very clear. "I can consider yesterday's events a misunderstanding. I just hope there won't be similar misunderstandings in the future." Zhao Jinheng immediately replied, "There won't be, absolutely not." He took a document from his secretary and handed it to Lin Wan. The so-called inspection team from the Provincial Department of Natural Resources has officially been cancelled. If there are normal inspections in the future, we will definitely send letters in advance according to the regulations and will not interfere with Xingxin Mining's normal exploration and construction. Additionally, I guarantee here that Qihua Capital will no longer engage with Xingxin Mining's equity matters. Lin Wan accepted the document, glanced through it, and nodded. Director Zhao is considerate. Zhao Jinheng sighed in relief. At least the other party was willing to accept the document, indicating that there was room for easing the situation. He looked at Lu Xian again. "Lu, my son also offended you a lot yesterday." Lu Xian smiled insincerely. "Director Zhao, you're being too harsh. We rough miners may not know much, but we definitely dislike anyone trying to take our livelihoods." Zhao Jinheng's face stiffened slightly, but he could only nod. Should be. Zhao Qiming stood to the side, his head bowed, even lower, his gaze more menacing. It was the first time in his life he felt so oppressed. Yet he didn't dare to retort a single word. Before leaving, Zhao Jinheng said to Lin Wan again, "Director Lin, if possible, please convey my apologies to Director Chen. I will definitely visit in person another day." Lin Wan nodded. "I will convey it." After the Zhao father and son left, Lu Xian finally couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. That was refreshing. So satisfying. Just yesterday they were strutting around like kings, and today they look like they've been frostbitten. Director Lin, Director Chen's methods are truly remarkable. Lin Wan watched the departing convoy, feeling shaken inside, but she didn't show it. She simply took out her phone and sent a text message to Chun Mo. Zhao Jinheng brought Zhao Qiming to the mining area to apologize. The Provincial Department of Natural Resources inspection team has been cancelled, and Qihua Capital promised to no longer engage with Xingxin Mining's equity. In Hong Kong, at the presidential suite of the Four Seasons Hotel. When Chun Mo received the message, he was confirming the registration structure of Chuangxing Investment with the Cayman legal team. He glanced down at his phone, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. It was resolved faster than he had anticipated. Though he had long known that Lu Jingi's background was not simple and guessed that her involvement was not merely a typical marital business relationship, having the Zhao father and son come to apologize in person overnight exceeded his expectations. The Lu family's connections were deeper than the rumors of his past life suggested. Chun Mo calmly placed his phone face down on the table. The meeting continued. The Cayman lawyers were explaining the board structure and beneficiary disclosure arrangements of Chuangxing Investment. Chun Mo listened intently, occasionally asking a few questions. It wasn't until the morning meeting concluded that he turned to Lu Jingi sitting beside him. "Miss Lu, would it be convenient to chat for a moment?" Lu Jingi smiled slightly, "Of course." The two moved to the study of the suite. Once the door closed, Chun Mo handed her his phone. On the screen was a message that Lin Wan had just sent. Lu Jingi glanced at it, her expression remaining calm, though a slight smile crept to her lips. "It seems the efficiency in the Western Province is quite good." "Not just good." Chun Mo looked at her, his tone turning serious. "Miss Lu, thank you very much. Did I not mention? This is about fairness and justice. Fairness and justice also require someone to drive them forward." Chun Mo took out a piece of pre-written English stationery from the folder beside the desk. Lu Jingi was taken aback. "What is this?" "A letter of commendation." Lu Jingi blinked and then couldn't help but laugh. "You actually wrote it." "I always keep my word." Chun Mo handed the letter to her. The stationery was high-quality business paper prepared by the hotel with extremely formal English wording, addressed to the management of Merrill Lynch Asia Pacific. The letter highly praised Lu Jingi's professional capabilities during this trip to Hong Kong and her judgment and execution in complex matters. The wording was not exaggerated, but it carried weight. Lu Jingi had initially taken it with a joking mindset, but as she read on, her expression gradually became serious. Not to mention it was quite well written. Moreover, it resembled a formal feedback that a truly high net worth client would write to senior management at an investment bank, not some trivial note meant to placate. Lu Jingi looked up at Chun Mo, her eyes sparkling with barely contained amusement. "Director Chun, if this letter is truly sent to the Asia Pacific president, I might just receive an extra bonus this year." "That's great." Chun Mo replied nonchalantly. "It means my meal wasn't for nothing." Lu Jingi folded the letter carefully and placed it in her folder. "I'll keep it." She paused and added, "Regardless of whether it gets sent or not, I'll hold on to this one." Chun Mo glanced at her. "You cherish it that much?" "Of course." Lu Jingi laughed. "This is the first letter of commendation I've received from a client who is only 18 years old. There may be more in the future. Then I must continue to perform well." The two exchanged smiles, the atmosphere feeling a bit more natural than the night before. At 2 in the afternoon, the Goldman Sachs client team arrived at the Four Seasons Hotel. Leading them was a director of derivative sales for the Asia Pacific region, accompanied by representatives from legal risk control and private wealth management. The meeting style was entirely different from Merrill Lynch. Goldman Sachs was more aggressive and sharper. They inquired in detail about the source of funds for Chuangxing investment trading permissions, margin arrangements, and risk disclosures. Chen Mo did not evade. Once all the materials were laid out on the table, Goldman Sachs' attitude changed rapidly. Over $400 million in net assets, a complete trading chain, and a clear offshore structure. More importantly, this young client evidently understood derivatives, which for Goldman Sachs was not a burden, but rather a prime catch. At 4:30 in the afternoon, the Morgan team entered next. Compared to Goldman Sachs, Morgan valued long-term relationships and structural security more. They proposed to provide a more complete multi-currency fund pool, foreign exchange derivatives quotas, and U.S. stock financing support for Chuangxing investment. Lu Jingi sat beside Chen Mo, occasionally adding a comment or two. By 6 o'clock in the evening, after 2 consecutive meetings, Chuangxing Investment's multibank structure was finally taking shape. Merrill Lynch was designated as the main trading channel, while Goldman Sachs and Morgan would serve as sub-accounts and backup trading channels, with Standard Chartered responsible for Asian fund transfers and backup cash management. The documents for the Cayman entity and the Hong Kong operating subsidiary were expedited for registration. Chen Mo stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the sun slowly sink over Victoria Harbor. Lu Jingi walked over to him, handing him the latest schedule. Tomorrow morning we will sign the Standard Chartered documents, and in the afternoon finalize confirmations with the Cayman lawyers. If all goes well, 4 bank accounts will be opened within a week. Chen Mo nodded. Thank you for your hard work. You've already thanked me many times today. Then I'll treat you to dinner later. Let's eat at another Michelin 3-star restaurant in the Four Seasons. Mr. Chen, you're too generous. After 2 consecutive days of intense meetings, the framework of Chuangxing investment finally began to take shape. After dinner, Lu Jingi did not rush to leave, but entered the presidential suite with Chen Mo. She stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the gradually brightening lights of Victoria Harbor. After a moment of silence, she suddenly spoke. Mr. Chen, I have a personal matter I would like to discuss with you. Chen Mo looked at the beautiful woman in front of him with confusion. Go ahead. Is it because the food in the restaurant was not good? Lu Jingi turned around speechless for a moment, then said formally, I want to be involved in the Rui Lang matter. A trace of amusement flickered in Chen Mo's eyes. He had been waiting for this line. Without any binding interests, even the strongest of favors floated like bubbles on the surface. Only by making money together, or even sharing risks, can a relationship truly take root. Aren't you able to do it yourself? Chen Mo asked. I work at Merrill Lynch, and directly participating in client trades could lead to compliance issues. Lu Jingi said calmly. Moreover, my family situation is special, and it's not suitable for me to personally handle such sensitive foreign exchange positions at this time. So you want to entrust it to me? Yes. Chen Mo did not immediately agree, but looked at her and asked amount. Lu Jingi did not answer, but took out a thick agreement from her folder and placed it on the table. It's too troublesome for domestic funds to go overseas, and there's no time. I don't plan to use cash. Chen Mo opened the document. The first page was a draft of an asset transfer agreement with extremely strict terms. The second document was a summary of an asset evaluation report issued by a top domestic accounting firm. The company name was quite ordinary, Shilling Mining Trade Co., Ltd. The main business was also described very blandly. Mining product trade, rare earth processing, consulting, equity investment, and resource-type enterprises. But when Chen Mo flipped to the notes section of the report, his gaze paused slightly. The company holds a rare earth export quota of 1,000 tons for the year 2015. Lu Jingi observed his expression and softly said, this company's balance sheet doesn't look good, but that quota is very valuable. From 2014 to 2015, the rare earth export quota was still in effect, and both foreign trade and mining industries recognized its value. At current market prices, an evaluation of several hundred million RMB is not an exaggeration. Chen Mo remained silent, simply gazing at the line in the notes, his expression becoming somewhat peculiar. In the current market context, the rare earth export quota was indeed a hot commodity. It was scarce, sensitive, able to be liquidated, and could be used to negotiate with some resource-type enterprises. But Chen Mo knew something that everyone else was still unaware of. On December 31st, the Ministry of Commerce would officially announce that starting from January 1st, 2015, the management of rare earth export quotas would be abolished. In other words, this quota, which currently appears to be worth several hundred million, would lose its core value in just over 10 days. Chen Mo slowly closed the document and looked at Lu Jingi with a half-smile. Miss Lu, are you planning to exchange an expiring ticket for a seat on my boat? Lu Jingi was taken aback. Expiring. Chen Mo lightly tapped the notes section of the report. The rare earth export quota looks appealing, but the policy direction has already changed. WTO rules, industry rectifications, and export control adjustments. All these factors are converging. Do you really think this quota can sustain its valuation long-term? Lu Jingi's beautiful eyes widened slightly. For the first time, she showed genuine surprise in front of Chen Mo. She hadn't expected that he could see through such an extremely marginal and policy-driven resource detail at a glance. Did you think I was trying to trick you with the quota? She quickly reacted, her expression a mix of amusement and exasperation. Isn't that so? Of course not. Lu Jingi took back the document, flipped to the next page, and pushed it in front of Chen Mo. Look here. Chen Mo lowered his head. The latter half of the document prominently featured a mining rights explanation. Shilling Mining Trade Co., Ltd., through historical restructuring and equity replacement, indirectly held complete mining rights to a rare earth mine in the northern part of Xixing province. While the area wasn't large and the reserves weren't particularly exaggerated, the ownership was clear and the procedures were complete. In the current policy context, it was extremely rare for private entities to legally hold such resource-type mining rights. Lu Jingi quietly said, the quota is merely the part that's easiest to value on the surface. The real value lies in this mine. Chen Mo's gaze sharpened slightly. This was indeed different. The rare earth export quota will expire, but the mining rights will not. Especially in the context of tightening domestic resource industries and the increasing scarcity of private mining rights, this asset may not immediately be worth several $100 million in cash, but its significance is substantial. For Xingqian technology, it's even more significant. Dongjiao Gold Mine is gold. Deer Technology deals with fluorine chemicals and new energy materials. If a compliant rare earth mining right is added, even if the scale is not large, it would equate to adding a special hue to Xingqian Technology's resource map. In the future, whether negotiating with local governments, industrial funds, or even state-owned enterprises, this could become a valuable card. Lu Jingi looked at him with a serious tone. This company is a resource shell asset I obtained a long time ago. Originally, I didn't plan to handle it so quickly. But now that the Rui Lang matter has arisen, I do want to get involved. It's too late to move cash overseas, and there's no need to take too many detours. So I'm transferring this company to you, and you will provide me with some overseas funds to carry out the Rui Lang transaction in your account. Chen Mo remained silent for a long time. He flipped through the materials again. The quota indeed was about to expire, but the mining rights were real, the company's debts were not complicated, and the ownership was relatively clear. The only trouble was that integrating this company into Xingqian Technology might require a lot of filing processes. However, this was worth it, as Chen Mo understood the future value of the rare earth mine better than anyone. What's the price? Chen Mo asked. Lu Jingi looked at him. You name it. Chen Mo raised his eyes. Are you sure? I trust that, mister. Chen won't let me suffer too much loss. $60 million. Lu Jingi's eyes flickered. According to the current exchange rate, $60 million is nearly 370 million RMB. This price is already significantly higher than the actual cash value of shilling mining. Even if you add that small rare earth mining right, it can still be considered very generous. But Lu Jingi did not refuse, because she knew that for Chen Mo this company was worth far more than its current balance sheet assets. Deal. Lu Jingi said straightforwardly. Chen Mo smiled. So quick. Because you have shown enough sincerity. $60 million, all to be used for the Rui Lang transaction. Of course, Lu Jingi said matter-of-factly, since I've chosen to board the ship, I won't just buy half a ticket. Chen Mo looked at her, his gaze filled with admiration. This woman has sharpness and decisiveness. She is not someone who merely stands behind her family background to leverage it. She dares to judge and dare to bet. All right, Chen Mo nodded. I will keep a separate account for this fund. After the Rui Lang round is over, profits will be settled according to the agreed ratio. What's the ratio? You provide the assets, I provide the transaction and channel. Chen Mo thought for a moment. The principal goes to you, and I take 30% of the profits. Lu Jingi raised her eyebrows slightly. Only 30%. Is that too little? I thought you would take 50%. That's the familiar price. Lu Jingi looked at him and suddenly laughed. Mister, Chen now considers me a friend. At least not a stranger. This statement was light, but brought the two closer together. Lu Jingi tidied up the documents and extended her hand. Then let's wish for a pleasant cooperation. Chen Mo shook her hand. Pleasant cooperation. Her fingers were cool, but her palm was steady. As they quickly parted, Lu Jingi suddenly said, in the future, don't always call me Miss Lu, it sounds distant. Chen Mo looked at her. What should I call you? Lu Jingi raised the corners of her eyes slightly. Didn't you just call it quite smoothly? Chen Mo was taken aback. Sister Lu. He found it somewhat amusing. Do you really like this title? It's all right. Lu Jingi feigned calmness. It sounds more pleasant than Miss Lu. Chen Mo couldn't help but laugh. All right, Jingi Jia. Upon hearing these three words, Lu Jingi's lips finally couldn't help but curve up. Then I won't call you Mr. Chen anymore. Chen Mo casually said, just call me by my name. That won't do. Lu Jingi shook her head. Too ordinary. Then what do you want to call me? Lu Jingi looked at him, her eyes containing a hint of mischief. Xiao Mo. Chen Mo paused for a moment. It was a title he hadn't heard from outsiders in many years. Generally, only his parents and uncle would call him that. Hearing it from Lu Jingi felt somewhat strange. Can we change it? No, Lu Jingi smiled more broadly. Since you've called me sister, it's reasonable for me to call you Xiao Mo. Chun Mo looked at her helplessly. Suit yourself. Lu Jingi seemed to have won a small victory and became, then it's settled, Xiao Mo. Chun Mo rubbed his forehead. Jingi, Jia, the meeting materials are not yet signed. I know. Lu Jingi put away the agreement and resumed her professional demeanor, though still smiling. I'll go have the lawyer prepare the delivery documents for Shilling Mining. The $60 million will be formally credited once the Chuangxing account is opened. Chun Mo nodded in agreement, and then said, Jingi, Jia, trust me, I will give you a huge surprise. Lu Jingi's eyes brightened. Then I'll wait for it. After the door closed, the suite fell silent again, and Chun Mo could still smell a faint fragrance left by Lu Jingi. He stood still, his expression subtly complex. This woman Lu Jingi was different from anyone he had encountered. Lin Weiner was gentle, delicate, and exceptionally efficient. Su Qingyan was clean, proud, and radiated a unique brightness of youth. The two sisters from the Chu family were lively and cute, bringing him a lot of joy. But Lu Jingi was different. She was bright, sharp, and intelligent, carrying the confidence and pride that comes with being a daughter of heaven. She was not a dependent type, nor was she a woman simply stunned by his wealth and achievements. She would test, judge, and bet. More importantly, she could keep pace with his thoughts. Whether it was Rui Lang, the Hong Kong stock shell resources, or domestic industries, Lu Jingi could grasp the key points in a very short time and react swiftly. Such a feeling was rare. In his previous life, Chun Mo had seen many beautiful women and many smart, but he had rarely encountered someone as special as Lu Jingi. She approached, but did not cling. She tested, but did not offend. She was proud, yet knew how to adjust her posture before true power. For the next 2 days, Chun Mo spent nearly all his time in the conference room of the Four Seasons Hotel, with Cayman lawyers, Hong Kong company secretaries, standard chartered legal advisors, and auditing consultants coming and going in succession. The structure of Chuangxing Investment was finally established. The Cayman entity is Chuangxing Investment, and the operating subsidiary in Hong Kong is Chuangxing Asia Capital. The ultimate holders under Chun Mo's offshore trust include accounts from Merrill, Goldman Sachs, Morgan, and Standard Chartered, all of which have entered the expedited opening process. By the time the last document was signed, it was already the afternoon of the third day. Lu Jingi closed the folder and let out a soft breath, saying, Xiao Mo, the most troublesome part here in Hong Kong has been resolved. Chun Mo glanced at her. Over the past 2 days, her calling him Xiao Mo had become increasingly natural. He initially found it awkward, but later he couldn't be bothered to correct her. What about Jiani Holdings? Chun Mo asked. Lu Jingi's lips curled slightly. The Gu family has made an appointment for tonight at 7 still at the Four Seasons. But this time it won't be in the hotel conference room, it will be in the small banquet hall downstairs. At 7 o'clock in the evening, 3 members of the Gu family arrived. Mr. Gu Chongning, aged 67 with graying hair, but still in good spirits. His eldest son Gu Ching'an, who had rushed back from the UK, wore thin-framed glasses, appearing disinterested in the family's old enterprises. Also present was the second daughter of the Gu family, Gu Mingwei, who had long settled in Canada. She had a gentle demeanor, but her eyes sparkled with shrewdness. They indeed wanted to sell the shell of Jiani Holdings. However, in the past 2 years, the buyers they had encountered either offered too low a price, had dubious sources of funds, or complex ulterior motives, making the Gu family hesitant to agree. Chun Mo did not beat around the bush. As soon as he sat down, he pushed the materials for Chuangxing Investment Merrill's proof of funds and the letter of intent across the table. Mr. Gu, what I want is the controlling stake of Jiani Holdings. Gu Chongning looked at the remarkably young man before him, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. But upon seeing the proof of funds from Merrill, that surprise quickly turned into gravity. This was indeed a buyer with real money. Moreover, the funds were clean and the structure was clear. Gu Ching'an was the first to speak. Mr. Chen, our family's previous psychological price was 500 million Hong Kong dollars. Chun Mo smiled faintly. That is the listing price, not the transaction price. Gu Ching'an frowned slightly. Chun Mo continued, Jiani Holdings currently has a market value of 3 billion Hong Kong dollars. The transaction volume is sluggish and the business has not grown. The shell is clean, but that's all there is to it. I can offer a premium, but I will not pay for the Gu family's sentiment. Gu Mingwei glanced at Chun Mo, asking, how much can Mr. Chen offer? 5 billion Hong Kong dollars. Impossible. Gu Ching'an immediately shook his head. This price is too low. Chun Mo did not refute, but turned to Gu Chongning. Mr. Gu, 5 billion Hong Kong dollars cash settlement. I will take all the 52 shares held by the Gu family. The funds required for the subsequent full offer will be borne by Chuangxing Investment itself. At the same time, any historical debts of Jiani Holdings will be jointly confirmed by both parties before the transaction. If any new liabilities arise outside the list, the Gu family will bear the responsibility. Gu Chongming tapped his fingers lightly on the table, remaining silent for a long time. He could tell that Chen Mo was not here to haggle slowly. 5 billion was a slightly low but not insulting price. More importantly, Chen Mo was willing to settle in cash and did not want to deal with messy leverage arrangements. This was very attractive to the elderly Gu Chongming, who no longer wished to linger over this semi-moribund listed platform. Gu Mingwei spoke softly. Dad, this condition is negotiable. Gu Qinggan wanted to say something, but was stopped by a gesture from Gu Chongming. The elder raised his head and looked at Chen Mo. Mr. Chen, I can accept 5 billion Hong Kong dollars. But I have one condition. Please state it. The name Jiani must be retained for a year. Chen Mo was slightly taken aback, but nodded. That is acceptable. A complex look appeared in Gu Changing's eyes. Then it's a deal. Lu Jingi, standing by, felt a slight shock in her heart. In just a few words, the 5 billion Hong Kong dollars control transaction was settled. Chen Mo was a person who did not waste a single word during negotiations without dragging his feet or deliberately putting pressure on others. Yet every word landed on the most sensitive spot of the other party. That evening, both parties signed the preliminary acquisition memorandum. Chuangxing Investment will establish a regulated payment arrangement through Standard Chartered's Hong Kong account, paying 10 as a sincerity deposit, with the remaining amount to be settled in one lump sum after the due diligence is completed and the share transfer documents are signed. 5 billion Hong Kong dollars, equivalent to about 45.2 million US dollars at the current exchange rate. This amount will be drawn from the corresponding Hong Kong capital pool of the Standard Chartered account. Jiani Holdings officially became the first piece of the Hong Kong stock puzzle in Chen Mo's overseas capital layout. Late at night, in the presidential suite of the Four Seasons Hotel, Chen Mo sat at his desk reorganizing the funds. After the ruble, the net equity of his offshore accounts stood at 421.6 million US dollars. The preliminary arrangements are as follows. Merrill account 120 million US dollars as the main transaction channel for Swiss francs. Goldman Sachs account 100 million US dollars, of which 60 million US dollars is specifically allocated for Lu Jingi's Xiling Mining Replacement Fund participating in the Swiss franc transaction, while the remaining 40 million US dollars is reserved for Chuangsheng's own spare position. Morgan account 100 million US dollars as a sub-account for Swiss francs and subsequent financing for US stocks. Standard Chartered account 50 million US dollars originally intended for Asian fund transfers, of which approximately 45.2 million US dollars is used for the acquisition of control of Jiani Holdings and regulatory payment arrangements, with the remaining approximately 4.8 million US dollars reserved for operations in Hong Kong. Offshore trust cushion 51.6 million US dollars to be kept untouched. After calculating this amount, Chen Mo set down his pen. The main forces in Swiss franc trading remain Merrill, Goldman Sachs, and Morgan. Jiani Holdings will temporarily be funded through Standard Chartered. The 60 million US dollars from Lu Jingi nominally for the replacement of Xiling Mining will actually be recorded as separate income to be settled after the Swiss franc transaction concludes. This account is very clear and tidy. The next morning, the matters in Hong Kong had temporarily come to a close, and Lu Jingi personally took Chen Mo to the airport. In the VIP lounge, she took out her phone and shook it, saying, "Xiao Mo, let's add each other on WeChat. We can't rely on Merrill's email every time." Chen Mo smiled and pulled out his phone to scan her QR code. The profile picture was a simple night view of Victoria Harbor. The nickname was equally simple, Jingi. After successfully adding, Lu Jingi looked down at the chat box and smiled. "I still need to stay in Hong Kong to monitor the due diligence and account opening progress for Jiani Holdings. Are you heading back to Jiangxing?" "Yes," Chen Mo nodded. "There are still some matters to attend to there. Xingxin Mining and school." Lu Jingi was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. She nearly forgot. The man who had just completed the Cayman structure opened accounts at 4 banks and acquired a shell for 3.5 billion Hong Kong dollars was nominally still a high school senior. "Then I wish Chin the best of luck on your journey." Chen Mo looked at her helplessly, saying, "Sister Jingi, don't laugh so obviously." "Sorry." Lu Jingi apologized verbally, but her eyes sparkled with more mirth. "I simply can't help it." As the boarding announcement sounded, Chen Mo stood up and picked up his luggage. Lu Jingi stood in place and suddenly said softly, "Xiao Mo. Moi. About the Swiss franc matter, I'm waiting for your surprise." Chen Mo looked at her and smiled calmly. "I won't let you down." After saying that, he turned and walked into the boarding passage. Lu Jingi stood by the floor-to-ceiling window in the VIP lounge, watching the plane slowly glide toward the runway, her eyes gradually brightening. What kind of surprise would this 18-year-old billionaire bring to her? Provincial City International Airport. The plane slowly taxied into the parking area. As I walked out of the VIP passage, fine drizzle fell from the sky of the provincial city. Chen Mo stood at the entrance of the terminal, taking a deep breath of the chilly air. The matters in Hong Kong had temporarily come to a close. The structure of the Shengxing investment, the institutional accounts of 4 banks, the acquisition of Jinning Holdings, and the asset swap of Shilling Mining all entered the subsequent execution phase. Next, Chen Mo did not return to Jiang City, but instead drove straight to his uncle Chun Liping's company. It was a small software company located in the entrepreneurial park of Changhu City High-Tech Zone. After receiving 500,000 in funds, Chun Liping left his previous location, rented an entire floor in the new entrepreneurial park, and gradually recruited a dozen programmers. The space was not particularly spacious, and the decoration was quite simple. A row of computer desks were crammed together, and the walls were covered with product flowcharts and code module descriptions. Several young programmers wore headphones, typing on their keyboards with instant noodle cups, energy drinks, and cold takeout piled beside them. The air was filled with a mix of coffee and electronic equipment. Although small in scale, it already had the rudimentary form of a software company. Xiao Mo. Chun Liping, who was checking project progress at his workstation, looked up, and upon seeing Chun Mo, immediately showed surprise. When did you return? Why didn't you give me a heads up? Just got off the plane. Chun Mo surveyed the surroundings. The company is developing well. It's not comparable to those big companies, but at least we've set up the framework. Chun Liping led his nephew into the office and personally poured a cup of hot water. Your 500,000 has been a great help. We've now taken on several enterprise management systems and government website maintenance contracts. Although the earnings are not much, at least we can keep our employees. Chun Mo nodded. He had originally provided funds to his uncle, hoping to accelerate the development of his uncle's company. Initially, he had no intention of interfering too much. However, as his responsibilities grew, Chun Mo gradually discovered that there were very few people around him who were truly trustworthy and capable. Lin Wan was in charge of Xingchen Technology, Zhao Chong was responsible for Taichu Capital in Kyoto. Lu Jingi could only assist with some overseas business, but she had her own family and career. Bian Shuazhong currently had other arrangements. As for Wei Shan, this big guy, it's uncertain how he is faring in military life. They should be able to meet during the spring festival. He couldn't stay in Jiang City forever. He also needed to make some arrangements in the provincial city. Chun Liping was familiar and loyal, willing to work hard, and importantly, he possessed a vision beyond his time. If it weren't for the funding constraints in his past life, Chen Mo had no doubt that his uncle could stand at the forefront of this era. Uncle, I have a new project. Chun Liping paused in his action of drinking water. What project? Short videos. Short videos. Chun Liping clearly did not understand. A video website. Not the long video platforms like Youku or Tudo. Chun Mo explained. Users shoot videos from several seconds to a minute with their phones, adding music filters and effects, then upload and share them. The platform continuously recommends the content that users are most interested in based on their viewing habits. Chun Liping furrowed his brows and pondered for a while. With mobile data being so expensive, will users watch videos every day? 4G has already begun to spread and smartphones are rapidly decreasing in price. The cost of data will only decrease further. Chun Mo looked at him. In the coming years, people will have less and less patience for reading long texts. Images are more direct than text, and videos are even more direct than images. Whoever can occupy the most fragmented time of users will be able to access one of the largest traffic entrances of the mobile internet. Chun Liping listened, half understanding. However, he had become accustomed to his nephew's brilliance. The 500,000 in funds, the stock earnings, and the various changes that had happened in the family recently made him realize that this nephew could no longer be viewed through the lens of an ordinary high school student. Xiao Mo, tell your uncle honestly. Where did the money for these projects come from? Stock trading. Chun Mo replied straightforwardly. Initially, I made a few million, and later I engaged in leverage trading and futures. The funds I currently hold can easily support an internet project. Although Chun Liping had been mentally prepared, he still gasped when he heard the answer. How much did you actually earn? I'll tell you slowly in the future. Chun Mo did not reveal the specific figure. It wasn't that he did not trust his uncle, but rather that the scale of his wealth was too astonishing. Knowing too early would not be beneficial to Chun Liping. I came this time to ask you to accompany me to Kyoto. What are we going to Kyoto for? To meet someone. Chun Mo raised his cup, his tone calm. The founder of Tushio Zhongming. That afternoon, a train heading to Kyoto slowly departed from the provincial city. Inside the carriage, Chun Liping held the project plan handed to him by Chun Mo, becoming increasingly astonished. The plan detailed everything from product positioning, filming tools, music libraries, content tags, to recommendation mechanisms, traffic pool distribution, creator incentives, and commercialization paths. It even left interfaces for potential future live streaming, e-commerce, and advertising systems. Xiao Mo, did you write all of this? Yes. When did you learn about software development? I don't understand the specific code, but I know what users. Chun Liping opened his mouth, but in the end could only lower his head and continue browsing. Having worked in software for so many years, he naturally recognized the value of this planning document. This was not just a simple idea, it was a complete framework that had already been constructed from product to business model. On the way, Chen Mo took out his phone and dialed Zhang Ming's number. Mr. Chen. A slightly tired voice from Zhang Ming came on the other end of the line. Mr. Zhang, I have arrived in Kyoto. Chen Mo looked out at the rapidly receding scenery outside the window. Do you have time to discuss at your company tonight? Zhang Ming paused for half a second before smiling. Now that Mr. Chen has arrived in Kyoto, I certainly have time. By the way, we've discussed the planning document you left last time many times internally. Then let's meet tonight. He'll have Liang Bo pick you up. That evening, Chen Mo and Chun Liping arrived at the office location of Tushio at that time. Compared to those glamorous internet giants, ByteDance appeared particularly young at that time. The office area was not luxurious and was even somewhat crowded. Behind the glass door was a row of tightly packed workstations with dark pipes exposed overhead and the whiteboard filled with algorithm models, product requirements, and growth data. Many employees had not yet finished work. Some were staring at the screen with takeout boxes in hand. Some were gathered around the whiteboard debating recommendation parameters, while others were resting with their coats draped over them on the desk. Boxes of mineral water and instant noodles were piled in the corner. The air was filled with the unique tension of a startup company. Everyone was in a hurry, as if a slight delay would lead to the company being completely submerged by the waves behind them. A young man wearing glasses came to greet them quickly. Mr. Chen, welcome. The newcomer was Liang Bo, a classmate of Zhang Ming, also a co-founder of ByteDance, as well as a technical expert. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Liang Bo led them into the meeting room, where Zhang Ming was already waiting. He had clearly lost some weight and showed signs of exhaustion. Tushio was growing rapidly, but the pressure behind that growth was even greater. The traditional media's doubts about the content aggregation model were escalating. Copyright disputes arose one after another, and competitors were fiercely encircling. The company seemed to be standing at the forefront, but in reality, it was still walking on the edge of life and death. Mr. Chen. Zhang Ming stood up to shake hands with Chen Mo, then turned to Chen Liping. And this is my uncle Chen Liping. Chen Mo introduced. He is the head of Yunfan Software in the provincial city. Without needing too much small talk with a technically oriented boss, Chen Mo got straight to the point. Mr. Zhang, how did you find the product architecture plan I sent you last time? Upon mentioning the plan, Zhang Ming's expression immediately became serious. Very good. He did not hesitate to give a positive evaluation. Especially your proposals for the full-screen immersive information flow, music points, low-threshold filming tools, and tiered traffic pools are essentially redefining video distribution using recommendation algorithms. In the past, video platforms were centered around users actively searching for content. Your plan is to have the system understand users first, then actively feed content to them. Zhang Ming pointed to the table, his eyes showing clear excitement. If this model can be implemented, its user stickiness might be more terrifying than that of text and image information flows. Chen Liping, sitting beside him, felt secretly astonished. The entrepreneur in front of him, who had already made a name for himself in the internet industry, had given such high praise for Chen Mo's plan. However, Zhang Ming soon sighed. But we now have a practical problem. Chen Mo remained silent, waiting for money and energy. Zhang Ming candidly stated, Tushio is still far from stable. The siege from traditional media, copyright lawsuits, content review server, and bandwidth costs are all burning money. The main business of the company itself is still on the edge of life and death. If we were to carve out an independent short video team now, it would mean opening a second front at the same time. Zhang Ming shook his head. I greatly appreciate this proposal, but given ByteDance's current situation, it is difficult to truly launch the project. The meeting room fell silent. Liang Bo also did not refute. He was equally aware of the company's situation. A great direction does not mean there is the capability to act on it right now. The most common reason for startups to fail is often not having chosen the wrong direction, but rather spreading their efforts too thin at the wrong time. Of course, even if the direction is correct, it doesn't guarantee success, like Chindu. Chen Mo had anticipated this. If ByteDance currently had sufficient funds and manpower, Zhang Ming would not let such a complete project plan remain on paper. What if ByteDance doesn't have to pay? Chen Mo suddenly asked. Zhang Ming looked puzzled, raising his head. Chen Mo pushed a document about Yunfan Software to the center of the table. I have a software company here. It's not large, but the technical team has already been assembled. We can continue to recruit developers from Xixing and Kyoto in the future. I can provide funds, personnel, and be responsible for the company's operations and product landing. ByteDance only needs to provide technical support, the recommendation engine, distribution algorithm, and part of the core team. Zhang Ming's expression gradually grew serious. Do you mean to jointly establish an independent company? Yes. Chen Mo leaned slightly forward. The project will operate independently, not occupying Tushio's cash flow nor dragging down ByteDance. ByteDance will invest with algorithms, technology, and some manpower. I will invest with cash product planning and the Yunfan software team. The shareholding ratio is negotiable. Zhang Ming did not answer immediately. He looked at the planning document on the table, and evident struggle appeared in his eyes. He knew all too well the project's potential, and because he understood it clearly, he was reluctant to easily relinquish control. The core of Tushio is its algorithms and distribution. Once these capabilities are handed over to the joint venture, it would be like nurturing a massive platform that could potentially surpass the main business. But what if he disagrees? This proposal was written by Chun Mo. The product architecture, user logic, and business model were all in Chun Mo's hands. Tushio was merely the most suitable partner, not the only one. Tencent, NetEase, Chengdu, or any large company with technology and traffic could bring the project to fruition. If Chun Mo were to leave with the proposal and funds once competitors rushed to seize the short video market first, it would cost Tushio 10 or even 100 times more to enter later. Once the opportunity is lost, it is hard to regain it. In the meeting room, only the low hum of the air conditioning remained. After a long time, Zhang Ming finally raised his head. Mr. Chen, how much are you planning to invest? Chun Mo smiled. As long as we start talking about money, it means Zhang Ming has accepted the logic of cooperation. The initial investment is 100 million. As soon as he finished speaking, the meeting room fell silent. Chen Liping's hand holding the cup trembled suddenly. 100 million. His software company could barely manage 50,000 and had to stretch it. His nephew casually mentioned 100 million. Liang Bo was also stunned for a few seconds. This amount of funding was by no means trivial for ByteDance at this time. Chun Mo remained unfazed and continued. 100 million is just the initial development and promotion budget. If the product data meets expectations, I can continue to invest. I don't lack money. The project cannot miss the most important growth window because of funding. Zhang Ming looked deeply at Chun Mo. How will the shares be divided? I will take 65. ByteDance will take 35. Zhang Ming frowned and shook his head without hesitation. Impossible. Mr. Chen, ByteDance's distribution engine is the heart of this product. Without control, even if we don't hold the majority, at least it has to be 5,050. Otherwise, I can't justify it to the internal team and investors. Chun Mo did not back down, leaning slightly forward. Mr. Zhang, 100 million is just the first bullet. If you want control, this project becomes an appendage of ByteDance, and the imagination for future financing will be constrained by the pressures of your main business. Moreover, the business model is in my hands. If I take this 100 million in cash and the complete plan to Shenzhen, would Tencent with its social network and massive budget really fail to capture the market just because they lack ByteDance's algorithms? I'm sitting here today because your algorithms can save me half a year's trial and error, not because only Byte. Zhang Ming fell silent. This statement hit like a hammer. He understood all too well the replication capabilities of internet giants. If Chun Mo truly sought Tencent, the door to the short video market would be completely closed to ByteDance. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Ming shifted his focus. Even if the logic is sound, product landing requires strong technical integration. If the joint venture company does not use ByteDance's development team, can you handle it? At this moment, Chun Liping, who had been silent, finally suppressed the turmoil in his heart. He adjusted his glasses and looked directly at Zhang Ming. Mr. Zhang, rest assured. The front-end UI video stream preloading mechanism and high concurrency client architecture can be built by Yunfan within a month. As long as ByteDance can timely open the API interface for the recommendation engine, I will personally bring people to handle the data layer integration, ensuring it won't hinder the algorithms. Zhang Ming looked at Chun Liping unexpectedly. This insider talk eased his concerns slightly, and he nodded slightly. What about the board seats? Depending on the shareholding ratio. The core algorithm authorization must be limited to the joint venture project and absolutely cannot be transferred to any third party. Agreed. Chun Mo answered readily. If there are subsequent financing needs, ByteDance has absolute priority to co-invest. No problem. Who will be responsible for the product team? Without hesitation, Chun Mo threw out a name he had long thought of. I heard there's a product manager named Zhang Nan in your company. She has a keen sense of community logic and content ecology. Let Zhang Nan lead the team and take charge of the joint venture company's product management. Both Zhang Ming and Liang Bo were momentarily stunned. You even know Zhang Nan? Liang Bo couldn't help but ask. Currently, Zhang Nan was far from being a core executive in ByteDance. Chun Mo remained composed, responding calmly. Since I'm planning to invest 100 million, I should do some preliminary research on who can excel in your company. She understands community logic and is best suited for this project. Zhang Ming pondered for a moment, did not probe further, and gently nodded. I will talk to her. He paused, taking a deep breath, and finally made a decision. ByteDance will invest in exclusive authorization of recommendation technology algorithms and some core personnel, taking 35. Mr. Chen will invest 100 million in cash, complete product planning, and the Yunfan software team, taking 65. The project will be established as an independent company with ByteDance having absolute priority for subsequent financing. Without any hesitation, Chen Imo stood up and extended his hand. A pleasant cooperation. Zhang Ming looked at the hand reaching out to him, feeling somewhat complex inside. He intuitively felt that today, by relinquishing absolute control, he might be letting go of a supergiant that could overturn the landscape of the mobile internet. But if they did not cooperate, this opportunity might not even yield 35 for ByteDance. In the end, he stood up and reached out to shake hands with Chen Imo. Pleasant cooperation. At the moment their hands grasped each other, no one knew that the first cornerstone of a short video empire that would sweep the globe and change countless lives in a few years had already been laid in this somewhat crowded conference room. Chen Liping sat aside, gazing at his nephew, the echoes of their exchange still ringing in his mind. It was only at this moment that he truly realized. The money Chen Imo claimed to have made in stocks was worlds apart from what he understood as having made some money. As he left the Byte office area, the night in Kyoto had completely descended and the cold wind howled past, carrying snowflakes from the end of the street. Chen Liping followed Chen Imo closely, still feeling somewhat dazed, until he sat in the car. The initial investment was 100 million, with Chen Imo holding 65. Byte contributed the recommendation algorithm and team taking 35. The Douyin group was established. These figures constantly bombarded his perception, making it difficult for him to reconcile the image of the confident young man at the conference table with his nephew whom he had watched grow up. As the car drove out of the park after a long silence, Chen Liping finally spoke. Xiao Imo, you need to be honest with your uncle. How much money do you have now? Chen Imo looked at the rapidly passing night scene of Kyoto outside the car window and smiled. Uncle telling you the exact amount now will only add pressure on you. Chen Liping smiled wryly. You casually came up with 100 million. I'm already under enough pressure as it is. Chen Imo did not deny it. After a while he slowly began to speak. Uncle, money is no longer just a means to improve my life for me now. It is a tool. It can buy technology, attract talent, seize opportunities in advance, and it can also prevent us from being manipulated by others. Chen Liping turned to look at him. The lights outside the car window fell on Chen Mo's young profile, creating a play of light and shadow. What I want to do is not just a software company, nor merely a short video product. Chen Mo's voice was not loud, yet it was filled with strong confidence. I want to have my position in the future of the internet, finance, resources, new energy, and high-end manufacturing. I intend to connect various industries to create a business empire that no one can easily shake. Chen Liping stared at him in astonishment. Business empire. If these words had come from someone else, he would have considered them arrogant. Yet Chen Imo had just mentioned 100 million in the Byte meeting room. It was clear that he possessed even more assets beyond what he could imagine. Chen Liping suddenly realized that Chen Mo's ambition was far greater than he had imagined. Xiao Imo, he took a deep breath, his expression gradually becoming serious. Your uncle doesn't have much ability and doesn't understand finance and capital as you do. But since you trust me to handle this project, I will definitely guard the people and the company for you. I don't fear hardship, I only fear holding you back. Chen Imo felt a warmth in his heart. The reason he chose his uncle was precisely because he was trustworthy. Ability can be cultivated, vision can be broadened, but loyalty and kinship cannot be bought with any amount of money. Uncle, you don't need to know everything. Chen Imo looked at him. Zhang Nan is responsible for the product. Byte is in charge of the algorithm and recommendation technology, and the Yunfan team is responsible for development. Your most important task is to unite the teams and simultaneously protect my control over the company. Professional matters should be entrusted to professionals. Just remember, the company must bear the Chen surname. Chen Liping nodded seriously. I will remember. You should return to Xixing tomorrow. Chen Imo continued with his arrangements, clarify the personnel, labor contracts, technical equipment, and existing projects of the Yunfan software. Existing outsourcing businesses can be retained, but an independent department must be established, and it cannot occupy the core resources of the Douyin project. Additionally, prepare the office space in advance. The development team must accommodate at least 100 people, and the server room, testing equipment, and network lines must be configured to the highest standards. Chen Liping was shocked. 100 people. We only have a dozen developers now. That won't be the case for long, Chen Imo replied calmly. This 100 million is not meant to just sit in the account. The next morning, at a top law firm in Kyoto, in the presence of lawyers and financial advisors, Chen Mo officially signed the cooperation framework with Byte. The new company is named Douyin Technology Group Co. Ltd. Xingchen Technology invested 100 million in cash and a complete product plan. Byte invested through the authorization of the recommendation algorithm distribution engine and the core product team, led by Zhang Nan. The company will fully absorb the development team of Yunfan Software and establish the first RD and operational center in Xixing. After signing the preliminary documents, Chen Imo walked to the window and dialed Lin Weiner's phone. President Chen. The call connected quickly. Lin Weiner, how much liquidity is left in Xingchen Technology's account? After deducting the subsequent budgets for Deere Technology, Xingchen Mining, and Feiyu Real Estate, approximately 60 million in freely available funds remain. Do not touch it, Chun Mo said directly. The physical projects are expanding and the cash flow must leave a safety margin. Today go to Huagua Bank and apply for a 100 million corporate loan. Use the high-quality equity held by Xingchen Technology and some land assets of Feiyu Real Estate as collateral with a loan term of 3 years. Lin Weiner immediately asked, what's the purpose of the funds? Investment in the internet industry. Xingchen Technology will act as the main entity and inject 100 million into the newly established Douyin Technology Group to obtain 65 of the initial shares. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. Lin Weiner was evidently shaken by the sudden investment. Douyin Group. A short video project, Chun Mo said, the subsequent materials will be sent to you. This project will be independently accounted for and will not mix funds with Xingchen Technology's other physical businesses. Understood. Lin Weiner did not question Chun Mo's judgment. Huagua Bank had already classified Xingchen Technology as a top-tier client. With Deere Technology's equity, Feiyu Real Estate's land reserves, and Xingchen mining projects backing it, obtaining a 100 million loan is not difficult. Before ending the call, Chun Mo added, the faster the loan approval, the better. I will personally meet President Sun, Lin Weiner replied, and strive to complete the credit within 3 days. After hanging up, Chun Mo returned to the conference room. In the final equity agreement, he made one adjustment. Xingchen Technology held 60. Byte held 35. Chun Liping held 5. This 5 was taken from the share that Chun Mo originally held. Chun Liping was stunned for a long time when he saw the agreement. Xiao Mo, I can't take this share. Uncle, just take it. I only contributed a dozen or so people, and even the initial 500,000 for the company was given by you. Now that the new project's valuation is so high, why should I take 5 for free? This is not for free. Chun Mo placed a pen in front of him. You are now a founding shareholder of Douyin Group and my representative in the company. Shares are not only about profit, but also responsibility. Once you sign, regardless of how much the company's valuation is in the future, you must guard it for me. Chun Liping looked at the agreement, his eyes slightly moist. He perhaps could not yet comprehend what this 5 share would mean in the future, but he knew that this was Chun Mo's unreserved trust in him. In the end, he picked up the pen and solemnly signed his name. In the afternoon, Chun Liping took the high-speed train back to Xixing to start preparing for the RD Center. Chun Mo then arrived at the Kyoto Wealth Center. The entire office area where Taichu Capital was located was no longer as empty as it once was. 20 to 30 professionals recruited from brokerages, public funds, and private equity firms were busy at their workstations. On the large trading screen, the major indices of the shares and the holdings data of Taichu No. 1 were constantly fluctuating. Zhao Chong had already been waiting at the elevator. Boss. Upon seeing Chun Mo, he quickly approached, excitement barely concealed on his face. You finally made it. As Chun Mo walked in, he asked, how is Taichu No. 1? The net value has reached 1.43. Zhao Chong whispered, but could not hide his excitement. With an initial capital of 2 billion, the total assets are now close to 2,860 million. CITIC, Dongxi CRRC, and several financial blue chips have all entered their main rising phases. Our net value growth rate has already entered the top 3 among domestic private equity of the same scale. Chun Mo walked into the trading room. The holding structure on the screen was basically consistent with the direction he had set before leaving. Financials, brokerages, internet finance, and infrastructure blue chips occupied the vast majority of the positions. There were no frequent trades, no chasing after small-cap stocks. Zhao Chong strictly followed his plan. Well done. Receiving this praise, Zhao Chong was instantly invigorated. However, Chun Mo soon poured cold water on him. But don't be too happy. The rise in net value during a bull market doesn't mean the team is really strong. Right now, the market is lifting everyone up. Just buying a few brokerage stocks can yield impressive returns. Zhao Chong's excitement faded a bit. Boss, do you mean? Control the scale and temporarily do not accept new subscriptions. Chun Mo looked at the screen, his tone calm. If existing investors want to add, they must be consolidated into the next product. The first goal of Taichu No. 1 is not to expand the scale, but to create a clean and stunning net value curve. Additionally, starting now, establish a phased profit-taking plan. All holdings should be classified by liquidity and market capacity. When I issue the exit order, there must be a guarantee that over 2 billion can be quickly withdrawn. Zhao Chong's heart trembled. Everyone outside was shouting that the bull market had just begun. Yet Chun Mo was already considering how to exit. Boss, do you think the bull market won't last long? It will rise. Chun Mo said lightly, and it will rise beyond what most people can imagine. But the more frenzied it is, the more we need to find an exit in advance. Zhao Chong nodded thoughtfully. Understood, I will have the risk control department prepare the plan as soon as possible. Chen Mo also checked the trading permission's daily risk control reports and team personnel allocation, proposing adjustment suggestions for several overly concentrated holdings. Taichu Capital is the most important institutional platform for him in the domestic financial market. Here it cannot just make money for him, but must also gradually cultivate a team that can independently judge the market and execute large-scale trades. In the evening, Chen Mo left Taichu Capital and returned to Yujintai. The apartment was quiet without a sound. The night view of Kyoto unfolded outside the floor-to-ceiling windows with distant skyscrapers brightly lit. Chen Mo took off his coat and leaned against the living room sofa. In just a few days, he had returned from Hong Kong to the provincial city, and then from the provincial city to Kyoto. Chuangxing Investment, Jining Holdings, Shilin Mining, Douyin Group, Taichu Capital. The once scattered cards were slowly coming together in his hands. He closed his eyes, and after a moment a tender face appeared in his mind. A trip to Beijing. It's time to visit my sister at school. And her best friend,